This youth is named Li Hojian, not that bald guy with white hair, but the one with black hair at the back. It turns out this young man accidentally transmigrated into the body of a high school character he created called Grunfeld. But instead of becoming that character like in other cases, he can only become another personality to support Grunfeld's power development. Moreover, since his death, the world game also turned real. The vicious monsters started coming out from there. You thought next would be some people with feelings appearing. No, you're wrong. Only those who played this game can get special powers. And how strong or weak depends on the characters you created before. However, the awakening of the main character didn't go as expected, because in high school, he always wanted to create a cold-hearted boy character, so all his childish ideas were poured into Granville. This really made him cold, but also led to countless bizarre behaviors. Now, Li Hoyan must adapt and fight with this character in a new world. At this moment, Granville is looking at himself in the mirror wondering why there's another evil guy appearing like this. They look at each other, both saying their names. The white-haired one named Granville Claudius Appius Romeo, and the black-haired one is Li Hoyan. Granville continues, heir of a prestigious family. Hoyan is sweating profusely, cursing inwardly, it's over now. His eyes are deep in thought. Hoyan remembers his younger self. It seems he has become the character he created 12 years ago, during his second year of high school. Yurta was exactly like that. Hoyan's face was mischievous and excited as he drew a tall man. Then the boy stood up laughing happily. Finally, I completed another noble version of myself. Hoyan stands behind, looking at his younger self in fear. This is a character he created during his rebellious years. All this happened because of that game. It's the Akina Continent historical game, one of the best virtual reality games about another world. Until it stopped being released, no other game could surpass it, making it a legendary game. And on the day Akina stopped being released and CEO Jamin disappeared, Akina appeared in the real world. When Nick appeared worldwide and monsters from the game started appearing too, that's when everyone thought this world was over. However, humans were integrated with their game characters. This is when players not only used skills from the game, they could use them to defeat monsters and save the world. Players quickly became heroes. Of course, I once dreamed of becoming a player too. But then I realized that even if I awakened my power, I couldn't become famous like this. The cost for our login device is tens of millions of won, and renting one costs hundreds of thousands monthly. My father's voice apologized continuously. Hoyan's father blamed himself. He thought at least he could let his children play freely, as much as they wanted. Father apologizes for being a selfish father to his only son. Hoyan continued his story with the company's bankruptcy. His sister shouted, "Don't cry anymore, can't play those games, you'll be fine." Hoyan knows this too. His mother sighed, "I'm just worried about who's wrong. He has no fault at all." Hoyan's sister scolded, "Oh my god, what will we do now?" The boy Hoyan remained silent throughout. That's when I realized the harsh reality of life. I had no choice but to give up Akina early. Back to the present, Hoyle steps forward dripping with sweat. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have stopped playing. Because his level and stats are like dead bodies after not playing for a whole year. And even when he finally awakened his power, who could have expected him to be reborn as the character he created 10 years ago? Granville's head shows 55 broken, calmly sipping tea while Hoyle looks terrified. Granville gazes at his cup of tea in wonder. Look there, Hoyle goes silent. This is insane. Granville Claudius Appius Romeo, a character I created during my teenage years and one I invested heavily in. The story goes like this. Granville, heir to a prestigious family, but his clan was massacred by a demon, leaving him alone. To seek revenge, he decided to become a demon hunter. This is the meaningless trash character I created and another personality from my high school days, also my darkest past. Hoyle clenches his fists, grinding his teeth, even if it's a nostalgic memory from high school. But as an adult, remembering it all just brings shame. Granville taunted, "Those memories. It's nostalgic." Hoyle covered his face, blushing and whispering "Omi" and not to talk like that anymore. What do I do tomorrow? Can I still fit in society with this kind of conversation? Hoyin was scared, hugging his face. He imagined the scene where he would be scolded. "Hey, Hoyin, what's with your hair looking like a light bulb? Are you famous or something? Want to be an idol? You're looking at me strangely. What did I say wrong? Huh?" Then Granville splashed water on him. Hoyin was devastated. "No way! We'll get sued." Granville said nobles must not bow down, no matter the circumstances. Hoyle struggled to believe it. Everything he said was different. It's like becoming a player and synchronizing with your character. Most people say there's no big difference, so why am I feeling this way? Anyway, without much memory of Akina except from 10 years ago, it seems I'm stuck as a player now. Except for the memories from 10 years ago, I don't remember much about Akina. Brother Leon guided me to search online. His face was serious. First, we need to gather some information because we're not sure what it takes to become a player. The high-level players earn hundreds of millions by cleaning up water factions, but that's just meaningless information. Because life is more important than money, and all the money comes from risking one's life on the battlefield. Granville Rose, Granville Claudius Appius Romeo, have no material desires. For I've experienced poverty to wealth. Hoyle continued, that's why I don't desire those things much. That's why I need to review the work of modern hunters now. Search. Surprise before my eyes. Only 2 pages, is that all? Why aren't the hunters active anymore? And if we exclude 200 wiki entries, there are just a few news articles left. Something made Hoyin jump. A message from Akina, all hunters have been killed. Hoyin said, what? Has Akazan been destroyed? The only town to become a hunter and the holy land of all hunters. That's Akazan. It can't be that no one plays this profession. It's because the profession has been abolished. RIP hunters. Of course, the hunters from 10 years ago weren't much either. Not only because they had low stats and were hard to build, but their skills were weak too. And leveling up through monster hunting was extremely difficult. They relied on mission experience for advancement. But when facing demons, other professions can't compare. However, demons only appear in hunter missions, and most are meaningless, forcing players to continuously hone their demon-killing skills. So it's a pointless profession to play. Some people even called it the dog job. Hoyle continued, hunters were even considered useless professions. But an unuseful and non-upgradable profession are 2 different things. Who will give me bread delivery tasks now? Things got worse. PC skill training has all died, Hoyle thought. Is there any more information? A summary of the Akina for 0.6 to update, and no lively chat. Hoyle was surprised at his screen. Airwagon's message caught his attention. New demon species added in this update. Hoyle leaned down to read. Update. History update for Akina v8.1.1 completed real-time updates. Hoyle sighed. What can withstand dirt among monsters? The number of players with casualties has increased significantly due to the effects. Because of the negative effects of chaotic spirit demons, even level 200 players are struggling. Due to the effect on allies' mental states, including those at high levels. Hoyle and Grenfell look at each other. Hoyle says, have demons appeared in reality too? Why aren't the hunters doing something about it? Maybe. They remain silent. Grenfell continues searching while Hoyle steps aside to ponder. What if he were the last hunter left after the fall of Axon? Would I be able to take on that responsibility even after 10 years of giving up? If not, it's certain that the demons I know are different from those today. 10 years is long enough for everything to change, even for high-level players who struggle. What can I do about it? The voice of Hoyin, the boy, woke up Hoyin as before. He's too weak. Grenfell Claudius Appius Romeo, won't turn tail and run just because of those demons. For that is my pride, no matter how much they mock or tempt me. They can never harm the pride of the Grenfell family. He decides, alright, let's do it. Grenfell says it's pointless thinking about this. There's no need to hesitate. He stands up and walks away. Reports say that demons are harming people on the streets where bodies lie scattered. With his arm crossed, Grenfell says, I feel honored to go, and I will personally throw you back into hell. Grenfell's voice firm. Many years have passed since the Great Calamity. Much has been destroyed, but humanity has risen again. Life returned to the streets, and people quickly adapted to this new world. Where there is light, darkness lurks. Negative emotions from the shift are perfect fuel for demons. The demon targets a group of people talking. Well, I'll choose these guys today. Cut to the phone screen showing 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 9 seconds. Someone's voice is heard. The last one arrived late. He is professional player Joel Min. He says, "We still have a minute. Let's wait a bit longer." Joel Min looks surprised at something. Grenfell approaches the man with chiseled features. Someone gasps in admiration. He asks, you were here already?" Joel Min smiles and extends his hand. "Let me introduce our last member. I arrived just on time. I'm Nam Jolman. The team leader is very happy to meet you." Grenfell looks elsewhere, indifferent. "Pleased." He looks at a split screen showing two colors, purple and black. His thoughts are divided. That's the tier in space. This is how players see it. Ordinary people won't be affected by the tier. If not awakened, we would have been like them. The important thing is that it requires level 35 to 40. The state of the tier appears. The underground environment for low-level players 35 to 40 shows a destruction rate of 19.8%. Grenfell continues thinking, "Not bad for my level, this is perfect." I've surveyed the average level of players joining this hunt. It's 200. At this level, I can't fully understand everything. I need to work hard to advance. Fortunately, high-level players aren't the only ones who awaken, so I can find a balanced team. The black-haired one is Han Seong-guk. Seo Jong greets Grenfell. She hopes for good cooperation today. And the blonde named Choi Jong-hun laughs. He hopes to work with you. Choi Elman says, "Let's prepare according to our destruction rate progress. Other squads might have entered. We'll get ready and enter in 5 minutes." The whole team agrees. Grenfell frowns as he thinks the destruction rate is at 19.8%. Destruction process? Once it reaches 100%, the tier will collapse and demons will be released into reality. Therefore, players are free to rush in now because only players can access this time bomb. Alman asks the whole team, "Okay, let's start then." They all agree in turn. "Okay, give it our best shot. I'm really excited too." Hoyen sits up excitedly. "Everyone is so friendly. Maybe I should say something too." Hoyle thinks to himself, being the only boy among siblings means he always has to be careful to survive. He imagines his sisters fighting each other. Blending in with the crowd is easy for him. But Grenfell's character speaks confidently. "Don't worry, we've got this covered." Everyone turns around at his words. Hoyle silently curses. Isn't he a bit too noble and pretentious like that, King?" He is completely ignored. Alman chuckles and asks him, "Does everyone know what Nan's monster is?" Jong-il nods enthusiastically. "Of course, I've even encountered them a few times." Seong continues, "Just stay alert. The mission will be easy as eating candy." Grenfell silently observes everyone. Hoyon's inner thoughts are crumbling, blood trickling from his mouth. No need to say anything more now. You've entered Nan's underground storage warehouse for supplies. The room is covered in blood and destruction. They look around quietly. Jongyan says, "I don't see any Nin here." Alman adds, "It's because another team got there before us." His face shows some unease as he turns to speak, but reassures them, "Don't worry, we'll still have a share if we choose the right path." The others agree. "I trust you." All right. Let's go kill a Funin. Grenfell notices something and his eyes darken. Something is off. The team leader announces that Nin are 10 meters away. Everyone prepare for battle. The others confirm. "We've confirmed it." "Okay, Elman, go up first." "Let's go." They seem a bit nervous. Donghoon says, "Wait with me and the senior." Grenfell stands behind him. He silently thinks, 1 warrior, 2 melee fighters, and 1 mage. This combination is pretty standard, but the warrior is attacking monsters instead of protecting his allies. The half-attacker. Half-defender is taking all the hits while the mage deals damage primarily by shocking them. Grenfell crosses his arms, watching Hoyle scratch his head in the body. "Probably not my problem. I'm useless anyway. Jonghyun says the mana buff is almost ready. He reminds the senior, slow down a bit. Hoyle inside chuckles, these newbies can't keep up. Grenfell pulls out his inventory. Right now, we don't have anything useful, so avoid combat until we find a suitable weapon. An arrow flies towards Grenfell. He quickly dodges. Many red-eyed monsters with bows are nearby. Grenfell shouts, there's an ambush behind the pillar. A lot of arrows are coming. The team must use all their strength to defend. Zieng grits his teeth. There are too many of them. I can't hold them off. Ding Hun is hit by an arrow in his cheek, leaving a scar. He curses, F**********************************************************************************************ing hell. Ding Hun yells to Choi Elman, who stands silently, Senior Choi Elman, help us. Choi Elman with red eyes turns and shouts, Senior, what are you doing? Someone warns him, turn around. Ding Hun carefully turns around to face a monster wielding a sword that leaps from behind. The blade is almost at his neck. A powerful arrow pierces the monster and hits Ding Hun. Grenfell commands, these untrained monsters don't suit me, but sometimes we can't demand perfection. Dong-hoon turns around. Thank you. He whispers. The way he speaks is, line 57 is repeated from line 18. Line 58 is repeated from line 29. Line 59 is repeated from line 30. The way he speaks is, Grenfell looks human on the outside but is weak inside. I don't want to talk like that either. Guk keeps attacking monsters and reminds his teammates. 2 lives are gone already. The enemies move behind. Several monsters rush towards Yen's side. She trembles with fear. What should we do? Grenfell comforts her while shooting arrows. Stay calm. I'll deal with those who get too close. Use a powerful spell even if it takes time to cast. Jong-un, how long until the fight is over? Jong-il replies, almost there. She yells, I'm shooting now. Everyone be careful. Fire arrows. Flames burst from the magic circle, explosions echoing continuously. Guk and Jong-un shield themselves from the smoke. He asks, is it done? Jong-il breathes heavily. Are you okay? Grenfell says, I'm fine. Watch out for others. He stands there watching the monsters burn while she checks on the other 2. Are you alright? Grenfell thinks about the silver arrow. Can I retrieve it? She gives Guk a potion. Drink this before more enemies arrive. Guk takes it and thanks her, gritting his teeth. He curses at Elman. What the hell are you doing? What did you do? I can understand not paying attention, but why didn't you help? You led us into a deadly trap. Why were you standing there without helping? Explain yourself. Elman's sinister laugh echoes, making everyone feel uneasy. Jong-hun continues to criticize, if you don't remember your famous older brother, you're nothing. You think being called a senior is impressive? Runfeld puts his hand on him. They turn around and ask, where's the fire? Jong-il looks at something in panic. Elman's mocking laugh resounds, is this funny to you? Of course it is. How can you not laugh when a bunch of idiots are struggling right in front of you? Joel Min seems like a different person. He laughs loudly and activates his predator skill. Combat strength will increase rapidly when facing an evil creature. Grenfell says coldly, so you're the devil. The devil within Joel Min awakens. I see now. Foolish. Grenfell speaks sternly. You are a devil. John Min's eyes red with laughter. You recognized it, huh? Activate the predator skill. Everyone looks at each other in disbelief. John Hu frowns. What? Fearful glances are cast at Grenfell. A devil. Guk can't believe what Grenfell is saying. This can't be. What are you talking about? A devil. His eyes darken, struggling to keep a smile. For Elman's sake, it's a devil, alright. Everything around them is just darkness. Guk gets lost in that space and feels bewildered. What? Where are everyone else? He was shocked as he searched around. A loud scream from the scene froze him in place, making his forehead sweat. Everyone was bound tightly by strange black tentacles. A figure with a face full of blood approached him. Help! She hit Joel's old car. Joel stepped back as everyone clutched their heads from the loud scream, warning them to stay away. The devil is merging with you. Your mental state is torpor, abnormal, and scared. They screamed, someone help us. Joelman smiled faintly. whispering that he was using fear of illusions before they dreamed it themselves. Humans are such. Actually, Granville wasn't affected as he rushed forward quickly. Before he could pull back his hand, Granville grabbed Joel's neck. He laughed and used his armor to block the blade. Hey, these guys dying doesn't matter to you. You should know that if you kill me, they'll die too. Granville pulled back his knife, staring at him. I guess I can't pierce through his armor. I should hit where he's vulnerable. Joelman charged with his sword, still attacking despite the lives of those others. Luckily for him, Granville dodged it. Activating the Predator's skill, Granville threw his knife up. His combat strength was rapidly increasing due to the presence of a devil. He swung at him, but it hit Joelman's armor and they both smirked with a hint of anger. Joelman swung his sword, making Granville retreat. He cursed, "Stupid, foolish. Humans are so fake." Granville remained calm as the sword flew past him. His face was contorted with rage. All of you were friendly to this human just a minute ago, and now the blade is almost at his face. Granville stabbed Joelman, leaving a slash on his face. The glass was also shattered and flew away. His eyes widened in shock. He said, "Sword." Joelman's eyes widened as blood started to flow from the wound. He clutched his face and screamed loudly. Granville turned slightly to look. Joelman exclaimed in surprise, "I was stabbed by a normal human. F***CK, that's Silver Sword." He winced as the blood continued to flow. Granville sternly said, "Don't talk to me, Elman. Be quiet and cry." Granville said indifferently, "I won't talk to prey." Still in pain, a sharp blade appeared before him. Everything went wrong from when, recalling Tim In's call, he made Elman slap his body as if waking up. Joelman struggled. "Huh?" Tim In asked. "Why did you do that to him? Did it hurt a lot?" Joelman replied, "No, I just lost focus." Tim In sighed. "That's why I told you to avoid dangerous spatial rifts." "Forget about it. Granville, you should quit this. You only need to join my guild and become an analyst." Joelman wiped his sweat and laughed weakly. His narration continued. "I just don't want to live as a failure." A burly man asked Joelman, "What's your name? Are you Inha's big brother?" Next is a name dropper and a guy wearing a yellow cap. A full beard pats Joelman, who looks scared. "We heard that Inha's team completed another boss raid. Send T's congratulations to him, okay?" They kept asking and chatting nonstop, leaving Joelman speechless. "Are you sure you're the big brother? You guys are brothers, huh?" He keeps thinking this to himself. "Work harder so your little brother won't be ashamed of you. What can you do in the spatial crack now? Listen to what your younger brother says. You might die. I just want to be a big brother my little brother can be proud of." A strange monster laughs. "I'll help you." Joelman is panicking as if dark shadows are trying to grab him. A demonic version of Joelman laughs viciously. "You just need to stand behind and watch." System notification. The devil is watching you. Your mental state is to poor. Joelman's eyes darken. What happened? It's happening now. A demonic abnormal condition. He is held by black ropes while Joelman pretends to hold a shield. "Let's go." "I don't understand." "What?" Joelman's voice sounds hesitant. "Don't hesitate. Don't enter. He is a devil." "No, unfortunately, you can't do anything to stop the large hand grabbing Joelman. I can only struggle." Joelman's thoughts continue. "No, I've put everyone in danger." System notification. Your mental state is to poor. You can't resist without me. Return to reality. Granville passes through Joelman's body, causing him to bleed profusely. The devil inside Joelman clutches his wound in pain. He says, it hurts, damn crazy. You don't know that if you kill me, he will die too." Granville glares. The devil inside Joelman cries, "Don't you care about the life of this host body? Do you want to become a murderer?" He looks at him silently. Granville remains calm. "I understand now. That's your pride." Help Elman hold Joelman from behind. The devil asks, "What?" Granville brings his fist back. He punches him like a ray of light through his body. He stops in pain. Granville says, "That pride, I've received it, Joelman." Joelman opens his eyes again and he's back to normal. He suddenly jumps up, saying something that startles everyone. Joel Min is scared, touching his face. "Oh, I'm sure I was possessed by a devil." Jun Hun shouted, "Mr. Choi El-min," and then Mr. Gook's car arrived. Mr. Choi El-min was still sitting calmly behind. He looked at his trembling hand. "I'm alive, but how could I have been stabbed?" Grenfell's voice echoed, "I've already told you. You don't need to worry." Mr. Lauer watched as Grenfell leaned against the wall. Joel Min continued, "Because I am here. Negative emotions empower demons." Everyone listened to Grenfell. "So stand tall and don't be afraid of them." He raised his hand, positioning himself as a demon hunter. "It's just an impact on the demon." Elman whispered softly, encouragingly. Grenfell's words, though long ago, I still remember that logic. Grenfell folded his arms and laughed contentedly. Hoyle appeared to check the storage. No items had fallen out, indeed a raging demon. At a large company, Joel Minzer summarized today's raid on the 4th spatial rift on the bulletin board. The news wrote that one member was taken down, but the group managed to defeat the demon before it reached their younger brother. He picked up his teacup. "Do you want me to believe this?" Joel Min responded. "Yes." His younger brother spoke. "Even though you're the head of a guild, accepting someone based on an online article seems a bit." Joel Min remained calm. "The team leader taken down was you." Tim In's face turned pale. His teacup spilled before he could drink it. "What?" A city filled with tall buildings. 2 guards in the room made a loud noise. "What?" Timon didn't say anything as he held his teacup. "Do you really want to give up your player status and become an analyst for Jin? You oppose this, but suddenly like that, it's hard to believe." Joelman smiled. "It's hard to believe my brother is so serious about it. I'm grateful." Timon got a bit angry. "Don't mock me anymore." He continued laughing. "I was just joking." Timon pointed and asked, "Are you sure you're not joking about becoming an analyst?" Joelman set down his teacup on the table. "No, he's serious about it." He clenched his hand as he thought of Grenfell's words. "I've realized my weakness and role now. For so long, I had to struggle to keep up with you, but now I'll think about my honor and move forward on my own path." Giving Elman a confident look. His resolute and determined expression made Tim stare intently. "Now you're curious, wondering what kind of person could change him this much. And the hunt for demons too. If his abnormal state doesn't affect him, his mental stats must be extraordinary." He recounted that he fought with a dagger instead of using magic. "With thousands of professions in Akina, I can't be happy about which one he belongs to. Considering those stats, I don't understand why he chose to enter that spatial rift." Elman asked, "Do you think this story is hard to believe? But trust me this time." Timon calmly replied, "Yeah, who said I didn't believe you? I do believe you since you're a witness." Elman stood up. Yeah, there was a hint of defiance in Tim In's voice, analyzing the boss sample, proposing solutions, managing the guild, and recruiting new members. Elman handed over a piece of paper. "I got to where I am today because of you, so naturally, I believe you. I even brought a contract with me." With a warm smile, he continued, "After all, you're my brother and a proud analyst for Jin. Line 60 is repeated to meet the exact line count requirement." Elman hesitates to raise his finger to his face. "You made me feel ashamed, thank you." Tim suddenly laughs loudly. "Anyway, let's take a look at the contract. What do you think, Mr. Analyst?" Give Elman the contract. "Alright then." He reminds him to check the contract carefully. Suddenly, Elman's face turns serious with sweat pouring down. "How many? What are these terms about?" Cut to Grenfell's house area. He's brushing his teeth now. Hoyen looks at Grenfell's name V67 on the screen in shock. "I got promoted, not us." Hoyen looks surprised and excited at the character sheet. And it even increased 12 levels all at once. Grenfell is drying his hair. "That's too few," Hoyen analyzes. "So during the day, they're not worth much. But killing a little demon is enough to make us level up 12 times. After bathing, both of them step out of the bathroom. Grenfell dries his head and says, "I'm Grenfell." He doesn't care about the monster but looks at it. Hoyen hums happily. "Me too. How should we distribute our stats now?" Point to the towel on his head. Alright, I'm so tired, let's go to bed and think about it later. Grenfell suddenly stops in a certain direction. Turns out he was looking at the bed when he said, "That's a message that surprises Hoyen behind him." Suddenly, Grenfell wearing cleaning clothes opens the window. A clean environment brings a clear mind. Hoyle looks gloomy with his hand. He shouts in his heart, "Please rest for a moment." The evening shadows are falling. In the kitchen, the soup is boiling. Vegetables are scattered on the right side. Grenfell tastes some water from a bowl. His face lights up. A healthy taste. Hoyle thinks as if he's about to die. That's Grenfell's personality, always adhering to the schedule and practicing self-control. Hoyen watches him wash dishes, learning something from this experience. The traits I gave Grenfell are being applied in real life, both work and level-wise. Before, after bathing, I just laid down and waited for fast food delivery, but now my lifestyle has become healthier thanks to him. So what about his talent? Grenfell's talents aren't limited to one. He has magical abilities and can mimic spells he sees only once. He is also very smart and incredibly strong. Grenfell writes on a piece of paper, Grenfell Claudius Appius Romeo, intelligent, magical talent, physical talent and size. Wow, that's the story. Grenfell combs his handsome face. Hoyen stands behind him. Whatever is good, I write it down. So those traits are applied to reality. I think we need to check it out. Hoyen is behind Grenfell. He raised his phone up to show it. Nam sent a message to Elman. "Hello, Hoyen. My name is Nam Cholman, leader of the last raid on the Fisher. How are you doing, team?" The notification paused there. Grenfell made a sound. What does Cholman's message say? Why is it so long? Actually, what Hoyen should have said is that Grenfell would join the team. He thought about it and couldn't know much about this, so he couldn't join right away. He tapped on the message. Like Hoyle controlling Grenfell's mind, it's time to check now. What I'll be checking is Grenfell's ability to simulate casting a spell with just one glance. His hand started typing on the keyboard and the spell search results appeared on the screen. So Hoyle, the magic videos came up. Grenfell looked at his pen in hand ready for notes. Choi Elman and Tim In seemed disappointed looking at something. The long message inviting Hoyen to join the guild was met with a single word. No. It disappointed Nam Cholmin. That's fine. Could he have been invited by another guild? Nam Cholmin looked uncomfortable. Timon shouted loudly upon hearing this. Another guild? Who could it be? Who else? He was angry. The top national guild Zion offered him a carriage house, free of all fees and with a 9.5 to 1.5 profit-sharing ratio. Is there any other guild that offers better terms? Nam Cholmin took a sip of water. I'm not sure. After the Mage Tower appeared in Seoul, foreign guilds also established branches here. Timon shouted angrily. What? Who is it? Who dares to step into my territory? Nam Cholmin asked. Well, not the National Church Guild, but maybe a top guild in Seoul Train. Timon stood up. I can't let this go. There's no better offer than mine for a guild meeting. This is a contract that even high-ranking officials haven't seen yet. Timon put on his coat. I can't let it go. Tell me what he looks like, okay? Nam Cholmin asked. What for? Timon hurriedly said, I'm going to bring him back to the guild before someone else does. Tell me everything about him. Joelman started describing handsome and charming. Timon asked, what? Describing a mythical creature is easier than this. Joelman recalled Grenfell's appearance. A mythical creature, right? He and a noble character from a novel. Timon was stunned by his words. Nam Cholmin added that he had an extremely elegant and refined appearance. Meanwhile, Grenfell was watching videos and taking notes. Both of them were tense. Hoyle said, got it, we have the basic foundations of magic. I'm sure we can use them if we have enough mana. No wonder Grenfell is Grenfell. Who cares about his past? Despite being a rebellious age piece, you are the best genius. Hoyle pats Grenfell's head continuously while remaining calm and collected. There it is. Grenfell helplessly watches as Hoyle happily opens the character sheet. After all, Now we can probably use these abilities. It's time to distribute stats. I don't know how talented Granville will be, so I'll prepare for every possibility. 2 points into strength and agility. I'll put 7 points into mana because it's too low. Suddenly, Hoyan reminisces about the page with English words that translates to the last survivor of his clan. Granville Claudius Romeo chose the path of a demon hunter for revenge against his family. He calmly walks. Why do I suddenly remember this? Even though it's just something I wrote, it was truly a miserable life. Hoyan smiles and points to the luck stat. This is for our own benefit and Granville. You'll have to work hard from now on. Granville lies in bed looking at the stats sheet. I just increased my luck from 1 to 2, which means I now have double the luck. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll find money on the street. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. When he wakes up in the morning, he's surprised. Both of them look at the character sheet on the mirror. This is more than just finding money, Hoyle exclaims. A quest that marks the beginning of our counterattack. After Arcana became real, quests became rare. The reason is simple. There aren't many PCS in reality to give out quests. Granville sits at his desk typing on the computer. He rests his hand on one while still clicking with the other. Even normal quests are rare, but I received a quest anyway. A job. The computer screen shows Glass Quest, and he mumbles it slowly. It looks like an ordinary job for a demon hunter. From what I remember, it's not quite like a regular quest. Suddenly, Granville looks at the screen in amazement. As expected, the screen shows up. Night of the job, Weaver, becomes a job quest. Weaver SS smiles after accepting the job quest. A job quest, one that only one person can take. Among those with the same profession, an unknown man uses magic to create a glowing purple ball. It's a huge deal just for someone to accept it, enough to make a news report. It's truly a wonderful quest everyone is paying attention to. With it, you'll be at the top of the rankings. Logically speaking, a level 6 to 7 like me shouldn't be able to get a job quest. So it must be. He clicks the mouse. Granville hesitates. Just as I thought. I'm the last remaining demon hunter. His violet eyes gleam with determination. Gale was right, and he teleports to an ancient, dilapidated castle, Axon, a demon hunter's lookout tower. Granville, with his long traditional hair, looks up along with others around him, who look surprised. It seems like it is indeed an interesting place. A tall mountain covered in vines. Someone says, "Welcome warriors to Axon." That's the NPC guide for demon hunters. We'll start there, move on. The announcement sounds, climb up the cliff, current height 0 meters, above 1,000 meters. He looks up and scratches his head. Damn, he lost his mind. Jobs are just meaningless repetition. That PC guide is climbing ahead, yelling down, can't go any faster? Below him are Granville and others. Some are nervous due to fear. The scene changes to a clearly bustling place that looks like a prison with someone reaching behind. This is where you'll stay from now on. Granville's words, the facilities are terrible. You're still standing there with a few others who look exhausted and panting behind you. Let's go eat at the canteen up above us. The system announces our mission. It's time to head to the canteen for lunch. We have 520 meters left, 1,000 meters total. Everyone continues their descent to the canteen with miserable cries of exhaustion. Hurry up, newbies! If you can't handle it, leave Axon. Runful is talking to himself. Half the NPCs are giving you a hard time. Hoyle looks around and glances elsewhere in the scene. Everyone wants to give up. Runful explains. The demons will delve into human minds. So that kind of training made us stronger. Hoyle sighs. His student syndrome is really bad. Granville turns on the system display. It's time to see what this mission entails. Afterward, Hoyle looks stunned and rigid, standing behind Granville with an uncomprehending expression. The scene changes to a high-rise building, the Arcana Club branch in South Korea. It was formed to reduce chaos and damage on Earth. They hired personnel who had worked with Arcana developers. To reflect updates from Arcana in real life, they collect relevant information about Arcana and analyze it for players. In other words, They work a lot. Jun, an employee of the branch, stretches and sighs. Akon is a pain. He looks at a young man with dark circles under his eyes and says, "Do you think there's any new rift this week? It's already 8 o'clock. So there isn't one." Gilaum calmly puts on glasses that cover half his face, resting his chin in his hand. "Leo, we can only hope." Jun makes you lean back against the chair and holds your arm. "That damn wire is really scary. It must be the manager." Gilaum remains calm as he holds a mouse with one hand. 8 clicks are enough, just keep refreshing. Jun stays in that position. "I wonder how we got here." Gilaum continues speaking while posting something on the main page. "We had a similar incident not long ago," he says, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Suddenly, Gilaum panics and looks at the computer screen. There's an update. Jun is startled and falls back. Both men are sweating profusely. Gilaum puts on glasses with raised eyebrows. "It can't be true." Behind him, Jun looks pale and sweaty. That's right. The whole office stands up immediately upon receiving the notification. There's an update. Are they joking? Where are you going? To submit a resignation letter. Journalists start calling as he pulls out his phone. Guy frowns and furrows his brow. "What are you doing, pulling out your phone?" "Here it is." The black moon and the red sky behind a group of fallen creatures reveal a mansion. New demons will arrive soon. The castle of the three-tiered family. More rifts are appearing. Many new monsters with surprising strength. A bloodthirsty Leviathan 230. Bloodthirsty Leviathans 230 to 250. Asgard's Shattered Soldiers 300. The Knight of the King Akira broke at level 350. Many level 430 monsters appeared, breaking through to level 430. Gilaum put his hands on his face in shock and disbelief. Jun stood with one hand on his hip, looking at the screen with a pale face. Level 430. The top player is now only at 403. This isn't an update for everyone anymore. Jun looked helplessly towards the senior member. "I think it's too difficult." Even before all players could finish their sentences, Gilaum interrupted them. "It's not a problem. It might need an entire guild, not the whole world." The computer screen showed the name Ascora alongside a message from the computer. Jun asked, "What about the Mage Tower, if we get some PC help?" "How many?" The guild replied that PCS in the tower won't do anything unless the tower is attacked. They wouldn't do anything at this time either. Jun's face turned pale. Gujem raised his glowing glasses and said there was no hope. They simply told them to watch everyone die. "It's over. This spatial stream might explode." Jun shouted angrily, "Don't conclude so quickly. If our attack on the water stream fails, that thing will come out. How much do you think human lives are worth for such a name?" Ian thought angrily. The updates can be implemented now, but breaking this balance is unimaginable. It would take a miracle. System menu, current mission open, still in progress, one more task to complete. Granville sipped his tea. Hoyle spoke. "Why?" Granville trembled like a leaf from exhaustion while Hoyle, with his hands covering his face, lay on the floor, exhausted after today's training session, running 20 kilometers and completing it, doing 1,000 push-ups, finishing 500 pull-ups, and 300 burpees. Hoyle thought nothing had changed since he was in Axana. Feeling weak, Granville stood up to pay at the convenience store, his body trembling as he handed over his bank card. "Would it be okay if I suddenly got so tired and died?" The cashier looked at him with a questioning look. "Do you need a bag?" Granville responded. "No!" A sandwich cut in half, lettuce, salad, tomato, and egg on a white plate. Hoyle sat exhausted in the corner of the shrine. Even making a sandwich was too much for his trembling body. It wasn't bad to make an unusual-looking sandwich. Hoyle reminded him not to drop it again. After some time, Hoyle regained his spirits and touched the system menu, but "I feel good completing a task on the mission board today. Without Granville's ability, I might have given up." Granville lay on the bed with his hands on his stomach, sleeping. "At least we finished that stupid mission together. Now I can sleep well. I'm excited to see what tomorrow's mission will be like." The scene changed to the next day. Two women dried chili peppers near a wooden bench in the park. Granville's body trembled as he hung on the bar, his white shirt and black pants shrinking from the effort. He mumbled about his grandmother while still hanging on the bar. Despite not looking tired, Hoyle was pushing himself to the limit with sweat streaming down his face. The mission board for today was the same as yesterday. Hoyle struggled, Axon. They were doing the same repetitive missions and going crazy. It's been a week already. The mission notification kept appearing repeatedly. Complete one, another comes right after. Are you kidding me? Granville sat on the bench with an ominous aura, his body trembling. Two women sat together, drying chili peppers and chatting on the radio. Hoyle thought to himself, I'll do it again. I should thank Granville's ability for helping me complete these tasks every day. How many more times until I get a reward? The reward won't be good health and strong muscles, right? The system notification says you've completed today's weekly goal. He said you're eligible for this. You got the reward. Strength +2, vitality +2. Hoyen was surprisingly surprised. My stats only got a grade. And it's permanent too. Damn it! The system displays information about Granville. Items are extremely expensive now, costing millions for just 1 point, and the seller can get anything. Hoyen gleefully glowed, but I managed to increase my stats by 4 points without leveling up. Insane! Outside Granville, people calmly sipped their coffee, but Hoyen's soul was as cool as autumn in Hanoi. Moreover, if this is a repeat mission, it means I'll get it continuously. The reward is amazing. Granville, I'll do it 10 times daily if there's a reward. No, not that much. The two ladies' radio station broadcasted the news. New update on Tuesday received lots of attention. The new game update got a lot of interest on Tuesday. While sweating and panting, most guilds had given up raiding the new spatial rift. The phone screen notified about the new monster in the game. This Tuesday, new spatial rift. The territory of the 3-tier clan has been updated. A new monster is known by its name, 3-tier Ascurer. Granville held a toothbrush in one hand and checked his phone for news with the other. It said that 3-tier Ascurer is a monster and an evil spirit. His level is 430, the highest we've seen, indicating this raid will be extremely difficult. On the phone, Jun and Jiam are shown. Jun nervously put his hands up while Jiam calmly put one hand up. The South Korean branch said there's nothing to say at the moment. A hand pressed the light switch, level 430. In the recording room, the MC sat in front of the microphone with a serious face. Behind him was a screen full of complaints about how difficult the game update is. The new boss, 3-tier Asgora at level 430, might be the most evil boss ever. The MC still sat in front of the microphone, his eyes serious and slightly worried. In front of him was a screen with continuous comments. Many players were discussing the new update. Meanwhile, on another table, two commentators in suits sat seriously, their eyes tense as they looked at each other. The continent said that 3-tier Ascura is a vampire and a demon. Sitting neatly before the city backdrop, the calm-looking female MC had a serious face, but a hint of worry. Her voice was soft. As usual, adults have rejected raiding the spatial rift. They said it's too risky. The green light from the screen reflected on his sweaty face, deepening his wild eyes and weary look. With a bored hand, he stared at the silent stream of news. His face contracted with the green light from the computer screen. Demons are very difficult for players to deal with. They get stronger as they fight, and players have to deal with numerous abnormal conditions when fighting them. That's why people say you need to be at least 10 levels higher than them to defeat them. The dark silhouette of the bloodthirsty vampire appeared in his mouth. So that cursed 3-tier Ascura is the one I don't want to face. Task board. The profession mission initiates the counterattack. It sends the last demon hunter. It's finally time for the counterattack against evil demons. The main task is to hunt vampires. Otherwise, because of this profession mission, the silhouette of the vampire with glowing red eyes. Hoyen put his hands on the table in frustration. Damn a Kazan. The only vampire now is a Scurer. So it says I have to fight him, both hands covering his face. He thought silently. I'm scared. It's suicide. How can we defeat an undefeated enemy? Grenfell's heartbeat is erratic. But that's just Li Huiyan's emotions. My heartbeat is calmer than ever. This body doesn't belong to me. Yet it feels like Grenfell with his cold and terrifying face. The drummer's hands are on the chair. These lowly creatures are obstructing my precious time. Grenfell, with his cold, layered aura, steps out from behind. I'll punish them severely for this. Huiyan, with a pale, sweaty face. I know he wants to kill them all. The sun shines everywhere at Huiyan's apartment building. He holds the phone in one hand and lifts it slowly. According to search results, Batuka Skira is in Russia. My first destination will be the Midge Tower. Why? Because there's a portal at the tower. That portal contains massive magic that allows instant teleportation anywhere. This is why many major guilds worldwide have branches in Korea. Snap out of it, Li Huiyan remains silent and smiles. Looking at the time on his phone, Hoyle thinks he should take a taxi now. While lost in thought, a voice interrupts him. Let's go now. Grenfell quickly puts on his coat, hurries towards the door, wasting too much time. He walks away, leaving Hoyle behind, shouting in his mind, wait, don't go out like that. Just as he touches the doorknob, Grenfell suddenly stops. Forgot it, seeing Grenfell stop, Hoyle breathes a sigh of relief. Right, should wear a little jacket. But then Grenfell turns back quickly and grabs a large tea bag with all his strength. As he walks away, Grenfell stuffs the full tea bag into his coat pocket, letting it spill everywhere. Don't miss out on this tea moment, he says as he hurries towards the door without noticing Hoyle chasing after him. No, change to a different jacket. Cut to the scene where many people gather round the Midge Tower, including reporters conducting interviews. The MBS TV crew is busy setting up equipment. The cameraman rushes, hurry, put that behind. Another person carries heavy boxes. Are these for the truck? Someone else is on the phone. It's coming soon. What? What does that mean? Where to? The Midge Tower. Journalist Yonho starts paying attention to this statement. Yonho looks around and sighs. There are too many journalists here. Do you think the nearby guild will really come? The man on the phone doesn't turn back. Maybe they will. A new water source has appeared in Russia, behind the Midge Tower. Why don't they take a plane? Yonho follows closely behind. They are players, so they use magic portals to travel to Russia. It's common. The man continues ignoring them. But only a few players can use magic portals. Plus, it costs quite a bit of mana. The man stops abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise. From afar, a group stands out among the crowd with one person holding a large sword. 3 more follow behind. The man who was surprised rushes towards this prominent group. They're here. It's the nearby guild. Hurry up. On the other side, reporters from various groups rush to the prominent group, asking questions rapidly. I'm Nam Tranquil Heart, a KBC journalist. Please make a statement. Are you on your way to explore the new waterway? Do you plan to share information about the new waterway with other guilds? Why must you leave before the other guilds, sir? Amidst the crowded crowd, Ianho managed to push his way in, one hand pointing at the recorder ahead while trying to pry open the tightly packed people behind him. Guildmaster team in. I'm Lee Ianho, a reporter from MBS. Has your nearby guild found a way to fight against the tyrant Askura yet? Seeing everyone struggling and pushing, John Min raised his hand to calm everyone down. Please, let's do the interviews after this. Before he could respond, Team INS laughter suddenly broke out. Team Min raised her sword, playing with a strand of hair. I'm sorry, I still haven't figured out how to defeat Oscar yet. We'll plan it once we've entered the waterway. Teeman continued speaking without noticing John Min behind her. Her expression changed. Guildmaster. The reporters around were a bit taken aback by Kakeo's unexpected response. Teeman kept going. Why are we leaving before the other guilds? Of course, to beat our competitors. Anything else? Share information with them? No! On Team INS face, there was no expression. They might ask for it and say it's necessary to maintain world peace. If they really want to fight to protect peace, Shouldn't they risk their lives instead of cowardly watching from afar? Hearing that, Yano stepped closer in surprise. Suddenly, someone among the reporters shouted, making Einho turn around. "Oh, it's the Sinning Guild. What are you doing? Hurry and get your equipment." A group of people stepped down from a black car on the other side, their sleek appearance causing the reporters to scramble. "Camilla, please face this way. Locks, our distinguished guildmaster, please look at us." Amidst the commotion, Locks, Guildmaster Locks, please look in this direction. A man in a black suit looked towards Locks, gesturing politely. "Guildmaster, there are too many people, so I think we should walk." Hearing that, he didn't make it difficult for the man. "All right, thank you." The Sinning Guild started walking forward. Dimitri followed Locks with a puzzled look. "That's the nearby guild, right?" His words were quite rough. Locks didn't turn his head. He must be eager. All major guilds are in Korea for the Mage Tower, so the nearby guild is falling behind now. The words made the two guilds at the same position feel like they were on different planets. Locks continued, "He's definitely putting all his effort into this expedition." On the other side, Teeman was still standing there, their hands resting on their swords, looking at the Sinning group. Seeing that, Jeonmin could only look at him from behind. Knowing Teeman was worried, Jeonmin broke the silence, telling her not to worry. "We'll take it slow, step by step. Just do your best." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Team INS' shoulder for encouragement. Seeing that, Teeman smiled. "Oh, you're really reliable, big brother." Anyway, about that Hoon guy, he said he got in touch with him and they were chatting as they walked. Teeman raised his hand to scratch his head anxiously as he asked Jeonmin, about that, you changed a few conditions and contacted him, but haven't heard back yet." Seeing Tim INS' confused expression, he turned away. He said the guy is very strong. Could he try to conquer this waterway now? And we'll meet him at the Pafu Tower. On the other side, on a crowded bus. Granville held onto the handrail with one hand while checking his phone intently. The sound from the video on his phone followed each movement on the screen. Now it's a level 300 player trying it out. Fire! Oh, amazing! Focusing on the movements on the screen, he thought this is video no. 100 of magic spells I've seen now and fully understand it. He said to himself in a deep voice, "There are 3 levels of spellcasting, mana training, mana intervention, and then using it." Suddenly, a red flame burst out from Granville's palm. The flame grew larger, startling the person opposite Granville. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Noticing someone causing noise behind him, the driver, still holding onto the steering wheel, slightly turned his head back and warned, "Hey, don't use your skills on the bus. It's dangerous." Hoyin appeared shyly. "No, I didn't know how to control it at that level. Sorry, please forgive me." Granville ignored Hoyin's apologies and clenched his hand again. He extinguished the flame, leaving a faint smoke in the air. "We can fully control this fire now, but we'll stop to avoid scaring other passengers." Look at Granville's confident gesture. Hoyle could only sigh, "Stop being cool, okay?" Granville swiped his finger across the control panel and selected an option. "Anyway, I learned it by watching videos. I'm a bit worried about my skills, but they're useful." Suddenly, he paused, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The skill options appeared on the screen, surprising him. "Huh? Without magic skills, when I learned it, it usually showed up on the right side of the status window." He still stood near the information board he just received, just as the bus stopped at the curb. "What's this? It's bugs." After a while, he was standing and looking up towards the Pafu Tower inside. Granville scanned his surroundings and thought this Pafu Tower looked different from the outside world. And then he lifted his face to look upwards. In front of him was a large gate. A mysterious green light was swirling from within the gate. He couldn't help but think this is the portal. Suddenly, Granville noticed something coming out of the gate. His eyes widened in surprise. "It's like a vague feeling, but it feels like I can use this spatial portal myself. Actually, it seems easier than the fire magic before," he said as he pointed towards the gate. Suddenly, a man carrying a bundle on his shoulder bumped into him without noticing. Hey, over here. The analyst was making a summary table when the collision made Granville lose balance and fall straight towards the gate. Realizing he just bumped into someone, the man turned to apologize but saw no one. Oh, sorry. Did I push you through the portal? Truly sorry about that. Before his words finished, Timon, leaning on a large sword, looked at the man and shouted from afar, "Where are you going? I'm annoyed. Should I roast him now?" Timon's face was grim as he spoke each word quickly to the man. Sorry, John Min seems to have noticed something behind us. HMM. That person looks like Huyn. Tim turned back. Hey, let me see your summary table. John Min pushed aside his thoughts. Sure. As you know, the new water fissure is in Russia. While explaining his hand movements, he pressed the projector remote. The image of 3 circles appeared and he continued. This is how the outer water fissure looks like. The outer circle represents the outer territory's water fissures with hundreds of entrances there. The inner circle is for the Ba Count's territory, about 30 in number. He stood in front of the screen again. The innermost circle is the castle water fissure where the Ba Count Askira resides. This is just a hypothesis based on shape analysis and previous water fissures. But if this water fissure breaks, it's likely that the Ba Count Askira's castle will actually appear in reality. Hearing these words, those below fell silent. On the Russian side, floating droplets of water emit a purple light in the air. Below, many reporters and players gathered. A reporter with a scarf around his neck reported despite the order. Yes, hello everyone. I'm currently in Russia where there are many journalists and players right now. On the other side, another person held a stick and greeted on their phone screen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kip Dea. I am here in Russia, standing right in front of the new water fissure. You can see that there are many strange things in this water fissure, and I'm about to freeze. Regardless, Kit always wants to provide everyone with the most interesting information on the screen, showing live comments. It's really chilling. What kind of guilds are there? Seeing the comments, he became more enthusiastic and gestured wildly. So I will explore this water fissure. Right behind me, right? Suddenly, he stopped. His attention fell on a figure approaching him. He approached, blocking the man's chest with one hand. Wait, be careful with your behavior. Granville didn't respond. The other man continued loudly. I found this water fissure first. Granville interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Get lost. The man hadn't understood what happened yet. Granville stared directly at the noisy man in front of him. His eyes glinted with a fierce look. His breath turned into white smoke from his mouth due to cold. I don't have patience. This scene scared the earlier loudmouth so much that he froze on the spot. Sorry, but it's too cold. Granville didn't care. He continued towards the water droplets. Standing in front of the water fissure, a bluish hue emitted from it and saying to Granville. He stopped to look at the water fissure. The information panel appeared, showing an outer area level range 240 to 270 with 9.7% destruction progress. Looking up at the information panel, he thought finally here is the outer territory's water fissure. From here, I hope it will be warmer. On the other side, a monster was decapitated by someone in a red cloak. The head flew into the air while its body fell on the cold snow. With the head gone, the monster's body fell to the icy ground. A sharp cry made Ben Lucci turn around. Sister, wait for me. In the distance, a pink-haired girl in bright thick clothing ran over. You know I'm level 300, but don't run too fast. Unlike her, the man next to her just stood there with his hands crossed. Forget it, you'll die faster if you go fast. It's so cold. Hearing this, the girl got angry. Hey, don't talk like that. The man didn't back down. What? The girl immediately. You should know how to behave a bit. The man looks like he's giving in. Alright then. The argument made Ben Lucci a little unhappy as he looked back. Ben Lucci frowned, his face showing clear discomfort. What the hell? What kind of kick are you spitting out that smells so bad? That's settled. System notification. You have entered an outer region waterway suitable for level 240 to 270. Destruction progress is at 9.7%. From the purple waterway, Granville slowly stepped out. This was the outer region of his territory. It's even colder here, he sighed, imagining Hoyle's furious expression and clenching teeth. Granville sighed. The perfect start for this weather hunt made his anger burn brighter. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise and glanced over to check. A group of monsters with angry red eyes, blood wolves level 230, slowly approached Granville. He turned his head coldly. Level 230 monster. I'm only level 67. But my character sheet appeared. Activate natural enemy skill. Hoyon turned around and confidently smiled. I can win. The Duke's dogs. We see through you. You've chosen the wrong master. Then the monsters growled with sharp fangs ready to attack. Granville raised his hand and a sword appeared. I'll take care of these foolish beasts for now. The wolves charged wildly towards him. Granville's eyes glowed with rage, feeling the fear of being hunted. System, hunt a ghost wolf pack. Let it know that the hunt has begun. Then the scene was truly brutal as the monsters lay dead everywhere. The soldiers arrived to check on the situation. Ben Lucci shouted and struck the monster with a powerful blow. There must be some kind of mutant dogs too, right? Die, you stupid dogs. Die, you smart dogs biting your own family. Why are there so many of them? Everyone around was scared by Ben Lucci's beating. Calm down now, President. That's just how she is. After finishing the monsters, she panted at their corpses with anger. Ben Lucci's subordinates were disappointed. We've killed dozens and it's still not over. Another side. Just a few left now. Ben Lucci held two swords. Something feels off. These monsters aren't scared at all. They don't seem to know fear. One of Ben Lucci's subordinates raised his mouth. What is she saying now? Another stood with a snort. Don't overthink it. Ben Lucci's face turned serious. No, not like that. I really feel concerned about this. Has anyone ever seen them scream or look at their wounds while hunting? When she spoke, everyone's faces showed confusion and fear. Alright then, now looking back, I realize. Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind Ben Lucci. A scream. This wasn't just any ordinary scream. It sounded like they were scared. Everyone was worried about the strange sound. Even when we hunt, they don't make a sound anymore. What's happening? Ben Lucci shouted angrily and quickly chased after. Go check it out to see. Follow me. She ran off, leaving her subordinates in shock. Wait a moment. Everyone, let's go. Granville took his bow and stretched his arm as if preparing to shoot something. I can feel it. Mana is at the tip of the arrow. A beam of light emanates from your arrow. This isn't a good arrow, but we can observe the mana at the tip of the arrow. Then his eyes glinted with determined fire. Deploy! With a loud pop, the arrow shot out sparks like a cannon firing a huge bullet towards the monsters. The fierce flames must have burned those monsters to ashes. Granville seemed ready to shoot another arrow. Ben Lucci stood behind a tree, stunned from afar. His subordinates were exhausted and waiting for us. Ben Lucci's human followers tensed up in fear. What the heck? What is this? Granville sat on a rock calmly sipping tea with an indifferent expression. Ben Lucci's subordinates were astonished. A fire arrow. Was it magic fire arrow? Ben Lucci was surprised. Which monster was that arrow meant for? Dressing in a suit and business shoes to ambush the water crack, and then sitting and sipping tea amidst half-lit flames. Granville sat cross-legged, calmly drinking his tea. Ben Lucci's subordinates suddenly relaxed. Maybe he was a moon owl. Do you know the streamers in the water crack? That makes sense. He must have followed another group here and got lost. Ben Lucci grumbled. Tight, idiot. Hey, this place is dangerous. It's not a place for ordinary people to come to. Let's go out. Hearing that, Hoyne stopped drinking tea and glanced, but said nothing. He raised his cup to drink again. Bellucci gritted his teeth at the indifferent attitude. He ignored me. Her subordinates couldn't help smiling at Granville's reaction towards her. Bellucci approached him. This, if anyone talks to you, then you must. Suddenly, one of her subordinates shouted in worry, "Wait! Over there! Guildmaster! Be careful!" Ben Lucci turned his head irritably. A horde of zombie warriors in armor were rushing towards them. Ben Lucci's subordinates were all trying to resist. Damn it! There are too many of them. Hell no! Where did they come from? The monsters rushed forward with roars. Ben Lucci raised his sword and charged into battle. Everyone, take your positions. They were fighting fiercely, but it seemed the sheer number of monsters made things difficult for them. Damn it, be careful. There are a lot of weapon-wielding ones. Ben Lucci, the team leader, entered combat stance. She bent her body to grab her sword with momentum. Everyone, she said, lunging forward to slash at the enemies with fatal blows, severing their heads. Don't worry about that. Her triumphant smile faded from her face. Ben Lucci's leader called out, reminding him from above. He glanced around. What the hell? What is this? Many enemies gathered and rushed towards Ben Lucci's group. Those guys pulled their crossbows and shot arrows at Ben Lucci's army. A worried subordinate said, "They must have hundreds of them. We're surrounded now. What do we do?" President Granville stood beside him, sighing. Ben Lucci turned to look at him. "What? Haven't you gone yet? Hey, are you crazy? You think this is the time for a feast? Are you blind? Run!" Granville still stared at his hot teacup, looking plausible. The monsters roared and shot arrows towards them. Bellucci looked up in shock. Thousands of arrows were flying straight down on them. Damn it! From Hoyle, a green light appeared. He was casting a spell, observing the mana inside the thermos, and intervening would be simple. Granville's thoughts raced as he still stared at the cup. But what if the spells I'm using aren't skills? Holding his teacup, green lights formed small circles stacking on top of each other in Granville's hand. An overwhelming power surged through him. The cup slowly rose and glowed before vanishing into thin air. Bellucci raised his hand to block the bright light. When everything returned to normal, she opened her eyes and looked around. Bellucci's subordinates looked grim. Why nothing happened? Suddenly, all the lights converged at the peak of the mountain. Ben Lucci looked up in astonishment. What is this? Alchemy? I've never heard or seen anything like it before. If there's a skill that can create such a wall. Suddenly, Granville appeared behind Ben Lucci and raised his hand coldly. That isn't a skill. What I'm using is the essence. Granville clenched his fist and laughed. Magic. It's... In space, a huge explosion occurred right before their eyes. Everyone froze in place, no one saying anything due to the shocking explosion. Ben Lucci widened his eyes at the scene in front of him. Huh? Alchemy? I've never seen or heard about it before. If there's a skill that can create such a large wall. Granville, standing behind, spoke, startling her and making her turn around. Not a skill. What I used is... Ben Lucci turned to look at Granville. He stood up with a happy face, his hand tightly clenched. Essence magic. The others looked at him skeptically. They began whispering among themselves. Who is he? An alchemist? Using alchemy to summon a wall this big means. It's not like a construction worker producing fake houses, right? Why is he here? Ben Lucci also wondered. What? Essence? Magic? He smiled at his hand and thought to himself. It allows one to change the shape of an object if they can interfere with its mana. Actually, it's more like alchemy than magic. Just as the warrior group noticed the shaking stone wall in front of them, Timon turned around in alarm and observed the situation. His face showed fear. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, he shouted loudly, "On the left side, enemies are coming from the wings. Everyone is panicking." Granville heard this and stopped drinking, thinking she should continue with her tea. Bellucci looked at him in surprise without saying a word. The warrior group began to rush up using their magic to widen, fortify, and destroy the wall. Bellucci quickly leaped out with his weapon, the alchemist, hiding behind immediately. But he unexpectedly stood up, reaching back for something that surprised her a bit. From behind him, a green arrow appeared in his hand. His face was serious as he looked at the enemy in front of him. Ben Lucci was astonished, thinking it was an archer. At this moment, one warrior carried his injured teammate running back. with zombies still chasing them. He held his sword and shouted urgently, "Someone save us! Is there a nun here? He's hurt!" Behind him, a light flashed. He glared at the blade about to cut into his body. The brown-haired warrior thought in horror, "No, I can't dodge it." Just then, an arrow shot through and pierced the zombie, causing it to explode midair. He was stunned. The brown-haired warrior's eyes widened, blood splattered on his face as he was shocked. With just one arrow, do we have a strong archer in our group? On the other side, Ben Lucci also froze and watched Granville shoot an arrow. She sighed and glanced at him, thinking to herself, "What? Is he an archer? So what was that wall earlier?" Suddenly, Ben Lucci saw him draw his bow again to shoot a fire arrow. The arrow quickly flew and stabbed the enemy. She gasped, "Fire arrow." She sweat dropped in shock. And then, magic, no, archer, alchemy, and magic. Ben Lucci watched as Grenfell kept drawing more arrows, wondering to himself, what kind of monster is this? After a while, the warrior group successfully defeated the zombies. Everyone was celebrating and talking among themselves. One of Ben Lucci's subordinates spoke up, "Headmaster, I've checked around and there are no more enemies." Ben Lucci glanced around and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "All right, good job." She observed him controlling the system while silently cursing in her mind. "That damn guy, so annoying. He was alone by a stream, dressed like that, and didn't answer any of my questions. And he doesn't seem tired at all." But Ben Lucci didn't know that he was just putting on an act. Ben Lucci felt uncomfortable inside, a bit embarrassed, but had to admit, without him, we could all be dead. I wonder if he's a player, but I don't know any players like him. He's quite handsome, so maybe I should thank him. No, he ignored me earlier. I won't feel grateful. Lost in thought, Ben Lucci turned to look at her. Ben Lucci instantly blushed. She quickly turned away and thought, "What? Why are you looking at me? Damn it! Is it because I stared at him for too long? I'm not looking because I like you." She bit her sweaty finger. Why is he staring? Want to have tea with me or what? If he wants to have tea, maybe I can have a little. Suddenly, he called out to her. "Hey!" Ben Lucci stammered and turned his head. "Oh! Ooh!" Granville coldly held up the thermos. "Even though she looked at me like that, I'm not giving you any to drink." His words made Ben Lucci pause, shifting from embarrassment to anger. The scene switched to outside where water was being released. A camera drone hovered high above, capturing the entire scene through layers of snow. It's getting closer to the water release position. A male reporter stood excitedly in front of the camera. "Yes, this is today's Akuna News Bulletin. I'm live at the water release site in Russia." The Akuna News director sat before the screen, exhaling a cloud of white smoke as he listened to the report. The global community is paying close attention to the update because it has the highest tier cluster we've ever seen. Another female reporter chimed in. "This stream is called the Outer Territory Suburb, right?" The male reporter replied, "Yes, that's correct. This is the first stream of the update. Clearly, there are hundreds of streams in the Outer Territory Suburbs. They all need to be cleaned out before moving on to the next stream. Sinin, Gan, and others are currently inside the stream. Which group will clean the first stream? The group that cleans the Outer Territory Suburb first for sure gets global recognition." The director stared intently at the computer screen. He was shivering from the cold. A reporter with a helmet pulled out a cup. "Director, can I get some coffee?" The director turned and urged him on. "Here you go. Hurry in before it falls into the stream." The reporter with the helmet asked, "I'll be fine inside." "Are you falling or what?" The director replied bluntly, "Forget about it. I like it that way." The director blushed and spoke up. "How's the stream doing? Any new footage?" The other reporter answered, "Everyone is gathered round the central area. Sinin is the fastest, sir." The director looked at the screen while sipping and questioned, "Really? Then pick a spot near Sinin and get ready to interview them as soon as they come out." The reporter with the helmet smiled slyly. "Yes, but it might take a lifetime to defeat it. Can the drone capture anything?" His legs trembled as he looked at the news screen. Meanwhile, the male reporter continued his report. So continuing with that, suddenly the helmeted reporter dashed past. The male reporter chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, our support staff just passed by the lens. He must have rushed to use the restroom. The director stepped out of his cup and pointed at him loudly. It's clean now. The outer territory is complete. Follow him. The blue stream means someone has cleaned it. The male reporter stammered, holding the microphone. Who's that? Closer. The director hurriedly replied. I don't know. Too many trees, the drone can't see clearly. Run. Hurry up. He got a bit sweaty. Hurry up. The reporter with the hat was running while observing around him. He seemed to have noticed something. The reporter with the hat called on his phone. Director. The director answered loudly and urgently. Here. What is it? Do you see anything? Can you spot any cracks in the camera feed? Which group is that? Closer. Send me a picture. The reporter with the hat hesitated slightly. No, it's Berserker. The director asked incredulously again. Huh? Berserker group. The 32nd ranked group. The reporter with the hat replied. Yes, that is Berserker. Leone is here. I've already sent the video. The director confirmed. Berserker! They cleared the area first, right? They went inside the outskirts of Area A, but the residents are still in the center. But why do they look so fine? The reporter with the hat was surprised. Wait, those are Koreans. The director was also surprised. Huh? Berserker is a European group. Why are there Koreans here? At this moment, the other reporters arrived. Here, green cracks, the first one to clean. The reporter with the hat urgently reported on his phone. Hold on, the other reporters are surrounding them. I'll interview them. Hello! The director called out hurriedly. I don't know what's happening. At the green crack, the reporter with the hat spoke up. Sorry, can we interview you? You look like a Korean. Do you have any connection to Berserker? What happened inside the water crack? I just came out of the cleaned area. Granville was coldly interrupted. Change. The reporter with a helmet looks angry. Yes. When Granville's power is like a tiger showing its teeth. He's rough. This is the limit of our patience. After saying that, Granville leaves, leaving the reporter in a helmet to ponder. It's freezing cold outside. Other reporters rush up quickly. Lenny, the Berserker president, says, Can we interview you for a moment? Congratulations on cleaning out the first dungeon. No one expected that she would be the one to complete this task first, right? How do you feel about it? Is there any difference between this water stream and the others? Ben Lucci's subordinate raises his hand for a signal. Please slow down. Ben Lucci puts his head in his hands. No comment. The subordinate feels awkward hearing that. President, Ben Lucci makes an announcement. No comment. They should interview that scoundrel instead. A subordinate hesitantly advises. President, we completed it first. At least we should do the interview. Ben Lucci firmly answers. No, I have nothing to say. Inside her, a fierce anger flares up. That scoundrel! It's annoying! He threw away his plans and cleaned out the dungeon first on his own. Turning around, she looks around. What is this? Where is he? Another of Ben Lucci's subordinates answers. He escaped first and told me he would go home for a bit. She looks puzzled by this. Huh? The reporters rush over, each holding a camera or microphone. Without cameras, they have microphones to get the interview and sensational news. But when they arrive, where is he? He just left. Hearing this, Ben Lucci gets angry, her fur standing up like a small dog ready to bite someone. Why? He defeated all of them. I said he could answer the interview. So what? He just left like that. How can he not know how amazing it is to be the first to conquer this water stream? Those present dare not say anything as she vents her frustration. Suddenly, someone tries to calm her down. Calm down, please. He must have his reasons. Now, no matter what they say, she doesn't listen. Instead, seeing someone from Ho on, she curses even more. Reasonable excuse of a monkey. An interview can change the value of an entire guild. Everyone is watching this event. Everyone tries to persuade her, even if she goes crazy. Suddenly, a green light beam appeared behind them, making the cameraman below jump and turn around to look. he realized something, shouting in surprise, drawing the attention of people nearby, the green water stream. Ben Lucci and his subordinates were stunned. They recognized it as the second completion guild. Lagan, they all shouted simultaneously. People emerged from the water stream, one after another, with wounds on their bodies, indicating a fierce battle. However, Temin still maintained the authority of a guild leader. His cold eyes scanned everything around him. The cameraman couldn't resist getting excited and calling out to Temin, the nearby guild leader. "Mr. Temin, may we interview you?" He wasn't patient with them. He glanced at them indifferently. Recognizing Ben Lucci's guild among them, the Berserker Guild, he deduced their identities. The cameramen didn't give up on Temin. They introduced themselves one by one. "We're from MBS. Congratulations for being the second completion guild." Ben Lucci's guild glanced at the people competing to interview Temin. She couldn't help but think, aren't we the first successful purification guild? She turned around without hesitation, her face slightly displeased. She muttered something. By the time she left, those standing there hadn't reacted yet. The cameramen kept asking each other. Temin was also dazed and stood there. What? What did she just say? Can you replay that? Snow fell thicker, covering everything in a white blanket. The nearby guild members decided to set up some tents here as a rest point for the journey. Inside the tent, Chonmin and Temin each held a box of instant noodles. They ate while checking news on their computer screens. In the news was today's exclusive interview, the first water stream from the new update, showing Ben Lucci before he left. Her words were recorded by the cameraman. It seemed that nearby wasn't the only good guild in Korea. John Min, holding a bowl of noodles, hesitated to eat another piece, but couldn't believe what he heard. Did she really say that? Timon was completely furious. Her words irritated him greatly. You said it. She looked at you with one eye and said that. She conquered the first stream. And that's all she said in the interview after. They just finished a bit before us. He didn't hear Temin anymore. All he could think about now was Ben Lucci's words. Nearby wasn't the only good guild in Korea. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. I barely had any impression of Berserker. And she spouted those nonsense words? Is there any guild in Korea that can match nearby? Damn it! I won't eat this anymore. He immediately passed his unfinished bowl to the young man opposite him. The young man was thrilled. Really? Then I'll eat it. But before long, he started crying. I ate it all. John Min spoke calmly. He thought she meant they had caught a Korean player in the water stream. Timon heard this and showed an interested expression. Huh? Who? The guys from mythology, right? That guy ranked 41st in the world. He immediately. Timon, Darian. Teming Renful, Grenfell Elton, Hoyul, Grenfell, Hoyen, Hoyung Renfell, Chum Chum, Hoyul, Hoyla Grenfell, Hoyul, Grenfell, Grenfell Hoyle, Grenfell Hoyle, Damn Chill, 8619, Hoyle, Grenfell Hoyle, Hoyle, Ben Lucci, Grenfell, Hoyen, Grenfell, Hoyen, Grenfell, Hoyle, Hoyen. But stop for a moment. Hoyen's tense expression turned to Grenfell. Looking at what the system displayed, Grenfell seriously thought it was quite good. The basics are the most important. But can Hoyen be like that? Tears streaming down his face. His expression showed no interest in this. Instead, he felt uneasy. Grenfell won't easily give up. He immediately put on an apron and gloves, starting to wash the dishes. As soon as the dishes were washed, he would dive into training. Hoyon froze in place. When can we go to sleep? Never has he felt that sleep was worth more than 1,000 golds like now. The full moon illuminated the sky. Although it was late, there was still one room in the apartment complex with lights on. The road was extremely quiet. Apart from him running, no one else could be seen. He ran while wearing his Bluetooth earphones. This is a midnight radio station. Even though it's very late, we still have many listeners. Despite sweating profusely, he continued to run. At this moment, Hoi-on only had one wish: to sleep. "Please let me sleep," he despaired. How was everyone's day? Before I could say anything, another piece of news interrupted. Emergency alert. Grenfell also stopped for a moment. On the bulletin board, the announcer reported that 95% of the outer territories had been conquered and soon, the Duke's territory would be opened up for an assault. The two announcers continued to discuss. According to the information just received, the destruction progress of the Duke's territory suddenly jumped to 60%, even though it hadn't been opened yet. At this rate, the Duke's territory might collapse. Therefore, experts are deeply concerned about this issue. A young red hat wearing a phone was shocked by this news. The nearby crowd also looked dazed. Timon, who was brushing his teeth, had to come out to listen to the situation. He gritted his teeth uncomfortably. It's absurd. Just one day has passed. How could it have reached 60% destruction? How can that be possible? Jongmin pushed his glasses and said in horror, "The shorter the time limit to conquer, the stronger the monsters inside become." Timon didn't expect this. But why has it suddenly gotten so fast? Does that mean the monsters inside have grown stronger? He couldn't confirm his own thoughts as correct. He's not sure. He needs to reconsider a bit. At Akuna newspaper's headquarters, reporters rushed outside and frantically called from everywhere despite the cold weather. The Akuna news director was so angry, he slammed his desk. There must be some reason for this. Monsters can't suddenly become stronger like that. Despite being scolded, the reporter still argued back. Even if you say so, how do we know? Even top analysts were at a loss. Calming down slightly with his staff, they must find out the reason somehow. This is no longer just a work or company issue. If the water gap collapses, then all of us are done for. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, not daring to think about the consequences if this were true. Once the monsters flood out from the water gap, everyone in this area will die. Just thinking about those monsters rushing at the civilians who can't run away made him shiver. Looking at the news constantly appearing on his phone, Grenfell remained silent, curling his hand into a fist. This is unprecedented. Nobody knows the reason either, because this information can only be found in Axon. Just thinking about that place makes him pale. We have to act fast. Magazong is a creature that can share power through its blood. Lady Ascura shared her power with the monsters inside, the outer suburbs of the territory. And when they die, that power naturally returns to their original owner. Hoyle frowned as he thought, the Duke must have distributed his power to the creatures within, increasing the territory's strength. Grenfell had the same idea while opening the door. That's why the monsters are now stronger and the destruction is progressing faster. This is the reason. He suddenly realized something. Wait! So Hoyle immediately thought of a possibility. If we raid the Duke's territory, there's a risk that the castle moat will collapse instantly. Grenfell continued his thoughts, his expression terrifying enough to make Hoyen beside him flinch. He placed his hand on the wall. His thoughts were crystal clear now. Lady Ascura. No, he doesn't fit that title. Ascora. Thinking this, he turned and left, Hoyen unable to even touch his sleeve. I will be the one to execute him, the one who has sullied the honor of the nobility. Grenfell now carried a sense of pride and confidence unmatched by anyone. He had to admit it. He praised himself. Alright, no death, Grenfell. But then he suddenly stopped. What about sleeping? He still felt sorry for his pitiful sleep. The door was open, but he couldn't enter the comfortable bed. Grenfell had a cold expression and threw him a sharp glance. Once dead, you can sleep all you want. Duke's territory at level 350 and 400. Meanwhile, in front of the moat in the Duke's territory, someone with a fur hat was excited about something. He kept testing his voice. His name is Y Gang, an anonymous crow. At this moment, he stood before the camera, preparing for his live stream. Hello! Welcome back to my Eternal Determination channel, everyone. It's me, Y Gang again. I'm currently in Russia. With the Duke's territory destruction at 70%, it will explode within 5 hours. It's now 3:48 a.m. Many guilds are still in front of the moat despite it being very late. Why Gang braving danger to live stream from the scene? He was extremely excited about this. But hold on, there's a very interesting piece of information. Even though he's enthusiastic about this live stream, viewers aren't really enjoying it. They're getting bored. It doesn't seem like an anonymous streamer would be so anonymous, right? Constant insults appear on the screen, but he didn't care and continued reviewing for his audience. Unlike the territory with 200 moats in Western Europe, Duke's territory has only about 30 entrances, much fewer. And because there are fewer entrances, many guilds entered through one rift. However, experience points and loot will be distributed according to contribution, so it's important which guild enters through the same entrance. We might see rank 1 enter fighting each other. Why Gang was so excited about this that he didn't notice the dark-faced man behind him. Behind him, isn't it Joel Min? He suddenly noticed the comments jumping up on his screen. "Where are you, Joel Min?" said a weak voice from behind. "Hello everyone." Members of the guild greeted back. "Here I am." Timon turned to him as well. "Have you observed your surroundings? What do you think?" Joelman presented his findings after his own investigation. "I checked it already. Competition is inevitable because there are too few water sources." Timon seems pretty satisfied with that. "As long as we don't fight sinning, we should be fine." They were chatting and didn't notice Wei Gang following Chongmin and hiding behind the cliff. Have Elman put his hand up to cover the dark circles under his eyes. "Don't worry about it. Sinning is heading north. So I think they'll meet the United Nations Alliance. That's the name of those two groups. I guess this is their chance to claim top spot." The Warrior and Fury group, along with the Second Solar and Roaming groups, are in the same place. Timon looks surprised. It seems that the Tui groups have faced a lot of other guilds for retribution after their first battle. Why Gang is hiding behind the cliff to livestream for his viewers. He's so scared he can't even cry. "My viewers are really scary." Suddenly, someone with a sword appears and everyone from the group turns to look. Timon smiles coldly when he sees who it is, looking down on them if they're worthless scum. It's Kazuma. He laughs at the sight of Timon. "You guys are here too?" He spits out sarcastic remarks, mocking. "They really did it. They're right in front of our water source we were planning to enter." Why Gang also saw them. "Kazuma, the Inazuma Guild, huh?" Timon won't back down. His eyes are like a bullet aimed at him. "You guys still refuse to establish a branch in Korea. I guess the plane just landed, right?" Kazuma just laughs. "It's better that the plane lands in Russia than building a new branch in Korea." Timon is completely furious. Each word counts. "Do you want to go?" Kazuma looks indifferent, his face full of contempt, barely worth mentioning. They're facing off with swords drawn, neither side willing to back down, just missing the chance to fight right here and now. Why Gang is surprised by the scene in front of him. "Enemy, this battle is big, if we can get exclusive rights." He hasn't finished speaking when a group suddenly appears like a gust of wind. They're running and shouting loudly as if to make sure no one misses it. Guy and Inazuma are fighting. They clearly are rivals. Is the news accurate? Over there, Sinning is battling the United Nations Alliance. And here, Guy is fighting Inazuma. The battle in this water source is insane. Chap is live streaming right now. Their faces are flushed from running and cold when they arrive here. But that doesn't affect the excitement building up inside them. "Please make a statement." The noise from that group made Cholman and Timon fall over quickly. Cholman speaks in fear. He reaches out to touch Timon. "Timon, I know you feel this way, but the destruction of the water source is a big issue for our guilds. Fighting only brings harm to both sides." His eyes are full of anger. "You can't accept this." Inazuma is ranked 4th. Gyun is right behind with 5th. And the competition between Kazuma at 6th and Timon at 11th is quite far apart. It's a dramatic battle between Korea and Japan. Your words are completely offensive towards Choi Il-min. He collapses, not saying anything. Timon softly calls out to Choi Il-min, "Hey, don't wait for him to finish talking." He cut in on his words. Alright, we got here first anyway. But giving them this place would be embarrassing. Let's tear them apart. Give Elman a twisted smile. Temin also has a grim expression. Victory is enough. The river rises. Rank 4 and Rank 5 Inazuma are advancing towards the Eastern Waterway. Right now, Akana News journalist reporters are updating the news. The Gan and Inazuma guilds have entered the waterway together. These two famous guilds are rivals. Dozens of flycams are flying overhead to capture the journey. At position 5 is the Korean Gan Guild, and at position 4 is the Japanese Inazuma Guild. Their rankings and nationalities are drawing attention. Taemin and Kazuma lead both rival guilds as they advance upstream. The northernmost waterway is where the top-ranked and second-ranked guilds gather, along with the Born and United Guild. In the southern waterway, we have the Warrior Association with ranks 30 and 7, Sun 2nd, and rank 3 Nomadic Society. Destruction has reached 80%, causing worldwide concern and fear. Regardless of how chaotic it is now, one person sits calmly sipping tea on a chair. It's none other than Hoyle. He sits there like a nobleman, savoring his tea. The aroma of the tea wafts along with his indifferent demeanor, creating a beautiful scene. But unexpectedly, Hoyle's duchy has entered the waterway. He holds his teacup and contemplates deeply. After the last waterway incident, I realized that running out of mana is extremely dangerous. So I must find a way to use mana effectively throughout this battle. And the answer is, it comes from alchemy magic. With it, I can transform anything into any shape I want. First step, I turn some rocks on the ground into a teacup and a table. But the more complex and detailed the objects are, the more mana I need to use. So using them in battle isn't as effective. Overthinking is overthinking. He realizes the flaws in this technique's usage. And there's something he notices when thinking about it. Hoyle is engrossed in thought, not noticing the monsters approaching. They are Ascura-Duke's soldiers. They look at him with greedy eyes. Is that all your duchy's power can do? Suddenly, he turns and points straight at them. Poor guys. He sets up a magical battlefield, using just one move to destroy them. The monsters are caught off guard and pulled into the battlefield. They can only panic. That is, go back to dust, Hoyle's cold eyes staring at them. He raises his hand and strikes a blow, reverting to its original state. Not even fully using it, the rocks crumble without much mana, just the recall spell. That's what we call it. Hoyle can only shake his head in disappointment. Do we really need a fancy American name? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a fierce battle is taking place. Everything around turning to smoke and dust. Temin's group just finished dealing with the monsters. He ponders while deep within Duke's territory something strange happens. Why are there so few of them? I just killed some people heading here. It's too few, almost unreasonable. Suddenly, a call interrupts his thoughts. Guildmaster, I've observed the surroundings. Inazuma has done the same. The one who arrives is a girl with green hair, very captivating. She reports to Temin. I don't think they killed more than 10 people since they entered. Is their situation the same too? Since we started moving in, we've been going opposite ways. But both of our groups only managed to kill that many enemies, right? Does that make sense? While they were talking, a group of people approached. Kazuma spoke up. Temin, did you hear me? You turned around. As soon as Kazuma opened his mouth, it was all mocking, like, here's how peaceful this place is, isn't it? The girl on the Temin team only now panicked and covered her face. Were they following me? Clearly, Temin was furious. Why do you keep acting like we're friends? Kazuma wasn't scared. Instead, he taunted him playfully. I don't understand why Timon hates me so much that it makes me want to kill him. Oh right, then Timon wants to fight him. Timon, are you there? Alman suddenly called Temin on Bluetooth. Ignore Kazuma and start chatting with Joelman elsewhere. I'm almost done with the dark prison analysis. Where are you now? I can't send the video. Right now, I'm in some ruins. It looks like a square. Probably you don't know your exact location either. Joelman asked in surprise. Square? The square of City A. Okay, so what? Timon doesn't realize the severity of the situation. He shouted excitedly, get out of there now. Hurry up. Before they could understand, a gust of wind blew, making the bushes sway. Temin only realized that the Duke Ascurius soldiers had appeared. They're not regular soldiers, they're Lavorge 350 knights. Damn! Someone couldn't help cursing. Not just regular soldiers, but Lavorge 350 knights too. F***CK. Someone couldn't help cursing again. I'm surrounded, Timon shouted in panic. The team took their positions for battle, a cavalry group. Kazuma sneered. Temin was worried. Damn it, on a plane like this, the destructive power of a whole cavalry unit is multiplied several times over. Even if the archers are at the front line, they'll still suffer fatal wounds. What do we do? Kazuma suddenly spoke from behind. Temin, I don't like this idea much either, but cover my back for me. Suddenly, someone shouted urgently. Leader, there are enemies behind us too. A group of monsters was rushing towards them at incredible speed. No, both sides have enemies. Only now did they realize the fear when surrounded by monsters from all sides. Even with wings, they would struggle to escape. Temin, can you hear me? The Unified World Federation has suffered heavy losses due to ambushes by cavalry units. Don't confront them on the plain. Retreat! Lead them into a narrow alley. Jowoman's reminder brought Temin back to his senses. Retreat? Looking at the monsters rushing towards him, he didn't know what to do. Where should we go? Suddenly, a magical lightning bolt appeared and destroyed everything around Temin. The people with Kazuma and Temin froze in shock. This move instantly killed all the monsters. They finally regained their composure. You cursed, didn't you? What the F***CK is that? A stone wall? No, it's a pillar. Line 60 completed. They were surprised by the scene in front of them, while these monsters could only emit pitiful cries. Timon couldn't express his feelings at this moment. Who would have thought? A figure appeared behind them, causing everyone to turn their heads around. Cholman sat in the room and saw someone appear on the computer screen. He was surprised. That person must be. But it can't be true. Meanwhile, Taemin's people didn't know who this newcomer was. He didn't introduce himself to them, but stood there coldly and arrogantly. Someone recognized him. Hoyon. He glanced at them only now. Now, hello everyone. It's Y Gang back here. Y Gang was still on his steamer's journey. Sitting by the edge of the rock, I apologize for being late as I had to go to the bathroom. I'll continue following the guild closely now. I will keep an eye on the guild forums. Oh, there are some footprints here. It's from the nearby guild making a profit. These are from 5 minutes ago. The comment section keeps jumping with mocking comments about you. What is this? Is that true? Indeed, they keep telling you to go stream another guild's live to boost views and get excited about it. You look happy now, but who knows if someone streams better than me. I'll follow Inazu then. Suddenly, a loud noise made him sweat coldly. The viewers urged him to check out what happened. Alright, let's go. Meanwhile, Temin and Kazuma stood there frozen. They were shocked, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Stone pillars sprouted everywhere on the battlefield. Kazuma couldn't help but glance at Hoyon. Who is that person? He did that without any spell, right? How much mana does he have? And he's wearing pants and gloves, no weapon at all. Looking at the cold expression of Hoyon standing there, who is this guy? He has a bit of confidence. Suddenly, a team member's shout interrupted his thoughts, the guild leader. The enemy is advancing between the pillars. Monsters are not letting up and coming closer. Timon was surprised. No, the stone pillars were turning into horse hooves. Temin covered his face, unable to see his expression, but said to Granful, I'll thank you. What's with your face now? It looks extremely fierce and scary at those stone pillars too. Then we might win this battle. Don't think much. Just rush straight to the knight cavalry. You cut them in half with one swing. They fell down immediately. Kazuma's people didn't hesitate either. Seize the opportunity and kill all of them. Everyone charged forward, their spirits high as they hacked at the monsters. Y Gang, watching from his live stream phone, was Y Die. What just happened? A wonderful help indeed. Is he a mage? When did he appear? The comment section exploded now. Plus, a monster charged at Grenfell. I don't need to waste energy on it. And what's more valuable is that he's fighting the cavalry alone. This has completely shocked all the fans of gossip. White Gang was no exception. He was very surprised. Can everyone see this clearly? I'm not sure if what's in front of me is real anymore. Looking at the monsters with a sharp gaze, Grenfell tightly gripped his knife, staring intently at the monster that still had some breath. He's thinking of how to do it right. I don't want to lose its balance. The viewers will just think he's enjoying the feeling of killing them. What if I manipulate this Blade's mana to transform it, then revert it back, won't the balance return to normal? When I turned stone into a teacup, it had the balance of a teacup. If I revert it back, it will become just a rock with no stats again. If true reversion really brings objects back to their original state, then it's feasible. Grenfell is very excited about this now. No more repair fees for items. Timon glanced over there. Well done. Good job, everyone. The team members kept cheering. Only Timon stood silently. Grenfell was even more composed, sipping his tea from an unknown source in the chaos. Joel Min also chimed in. Timon, who was that? I know. I heard you just now. Meeting him in person, I want him to join our group for sure. Definitely not any other group, especially since we've seen Inazuma's side. Counting down from 10, let's see what offer we can make to him. Excuse me, the voice interrupted Grenfell as he stopped sipping his tea. Hello, I'm Wei Gang. You hate that sentence. Can I interview you for a moment? You look at him without any warmth. The commentary section went wild with Grunfeld's cold gaze. A bunch of people ran up to him excitedly. Here they are. They ignored Wei Gang, directly squishing him under their hands. They praised Grunfeld lavishly and asked a 100-night question for him. You're really great, aren't you? Are you Korean? Or Japanese? Do you belong to any guild? Why not join our Inazuma guild then? Just attacking alone, right? What's your name? Timon stepped forward without caring about their reactions. Move aside. Trung greeted Grenfell with a smile. Hello, I've heard much about you. I'm Timon from the nearby guild. I sent you a message to join our nearby guild before. Grenfell threw back without caring, showing no respect at all. Timon was momentarily stunned, and so were those behind him. His answer was like a time bomb for them, so I won't answer any questions now, avoiding my eyes. The moment froze, everything live streamed. Fans got excited watching. Look at him. How cool. Meanwhile, Grenfell and Locke were both highlighted on the screen. The mysterious player refused to be interviewed for lack of manners. Sinning Guild completed Lord's Manor first. At Sinning Base, they were also checking news. Locke replayed the video of killing monsters, deep in thought. He turned to ask his companions. So, what do you think? Camilla didn't care much about this issue. Who knows, I'm just an archer. Dimitri was crying. No matter how many times he asked, the answer remained unknown. Luxa, a famous man like you can't understand my feelings. How hard did I have to work for this date? And yet, I had to cancel it due to this long meeting. Just because of such a guy, should I cancel my golden date? Ignoring his complaints, Locke was lost in thought. Grenfell's image appeared on the screen. Camilla immediately appreciated his beauty. He looks handsome, right? Why hesitate so much? Just bring him here and that's it. Still upset, Dimitri kept pointing at Locke. Right, you're jealous of him, aren't you? You thought everyone would be excited about dethroning the Lord's Manor, but in the end, they only talked nonsense about that guy. He retorted, jealousy. They keep dancing without stopping. Yeah, but we're getting a lot of attention too. The captain has big ambitions. Snap! Media hype is heating up. It's completely normal when new people appear, just to boost the viewership rate. Well, if there's nothing else to say, I'll go now. I've even booked a hotel waiting room for our date. Can't wait any longer. I'm leaving now. He hurriedly left the meeting room and happily called his girlfriend Bao. Hello, you're here now. Locke is still watching videos of Grunfeld in the room. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed with surprise. What is it? Oh my god, amazing. It looks like magic, but there's something different too, right? The visitor is Highness. He glanced at her. You don't know what amazing means anymore, huh? Highness stared at the screen in contemplation. She suddenly smiled sweetly as if she had discovered something. That's interesting, that person there. Meanwhile, everyone at the Berserker headquarters was speechless with shock. Bellucci got so excited he threw his leg onto the man next to him. Kazuma wasn't idle either. He was calling someone, that silver-haired guy. We need to bring him over to our side and accept orders. Akane's news team also reported on it. Hello, you're watching today's Akane. There are many viewers watching the program today too. The Duke's territory is complete. Now we move to outside the territory, at the Duke's territory. Sinning and Unified Under Heaven had a conflict, but with superior strength. Sinning took first place. Now we only have the Duke's castle left. The destruction process is 72%. Players from all over the world are flooding in. The river is at risk of collapsing, so the situation here is extremely tense. If the castle river collapses, we might as well say goodbye to Russia. Good luck to everyone. Granville was also holding his three-eyed device watching the news. The reporter's voice continued non-stop, informing about today's players. Now your image is shown too. Look at this. He doesn't carry any weapons, just wearing a coat and cloak. He really isn't carrying any equipment or accessories. Maybe he has mana-using equipment, but we don't know. That's why it looks so strange on screen. Or is the reason he doesn't carry anything because his strength to clear the river without effort is too great? Hoyen awkwardly thought about the real reason. I just didn't have anything to wear, that's all. The reporters continued their enthusiastic commentary. He defeated enemies with a single snap of his fingers. Is that possible? We'll ask an expert for opinion. North-South Braun. The screen now shows the voice of the man. The situation was very bad before he arrived. Everyone knows the problem is the enemy's mobility, so he changed the terrain. His quick decision saved Gurn and Inazuma. But only Hoyen knew the truth. I could only do that at the time. And then he stood there, acting too nicely towards Gurn and Inazuma. It's time for them to shine, right? Why so confident? He's really amazing. Hoyen heard that and felt his mana was gone. Well, at least they didn't call me a fool. Anyway, loot collected. A rare item, the first after becoming a player. An intact item, also known as a devil's item. Once the seal is broken, any effect will be released. In short, it's a luck-based item. This is something most players would discard. Compared to breaking the seal, finding another item is much better. But there's an effective way to use intact items. It's using exorcism, one of the special skills of a hunter, to use this item as a sacrifice. The effect of exorcism is to attack demons without harming your own body. Using a sacrificial object allows you to invite them into your mind. Similar to when a demon possesses someone, although there's a risk the demon might overpower you, if you can fight it in your mind, you'll have an advantage. Suddenly, Temin called Hoyle. Hoyle was surprised by this unexpected call. Why would he call me? He imagined countless possibilities when receiving such a call. Could it be? How dare you insult the guild master like that? I'll sue you. Granville picked up his phone. His hand was sweating from worry as he held the phone. No, if he calls now, Granville will say something inappropriate. I need to act fast. Just reply politely. Please don't sue me. Polite? It left Elman and Temin speechless. Look at the message Hoyen sent them. What's going on? He'll sue for sure. Just like last time, right? Like déjà vu. They could only sigh helplessly. Well, the crack isn't fixed yet. Temin thought he just wanted to apologize for his previous lack of manners and compensate him. He was completely speechless as he watched the message replayed on the screen. The voices kept interrupting, really unpolite, like a fish out of water. Look at his eyes. He must be furious. But in reality, Granville's sharp eyes were mostly due to exhaustion from running out of mana. Temin looked at the message on his phone. We can't do or say anything if he doesn't answer. The Countess Ascura's matter. How's the destruction going? 83%. I think we can take a 10-minute break. Let's go. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise echoed. Temin turned around in alarm. What was that? Earthquake. It left Elman stunned by the announcement. Emergency alert. The Countess Castle suddenly collapsed. The rate of water destruction is about 80%. But surprisingly, Russia was rapidly evacuating its citizens. Emergency situation. The Duke's fortress has collapsed and appeared in Russia. About 200 civilians are around here. The US and Europe are urging Russia to close its borders. The players, including Temin, suddenly got scared by what they saw. It was the Duke's castle. Suddenly, someone appeared behind them, none other than Grenfell. He wasn't too surprised, so it collapsed then. They all looked at him expectantly. That person looks strange. Isn't he on TV? Is he going to go there? Alone, yeah. He's crazy. Meanwhile, Grenfell stood confidently in front of the Duke's castle, his eyes full of hatred. That damn stone statue. He entered the Duke's castle. Grenfell stood tall as a giant statue with sharp teeth, and 55 large swords appeared, declaring he had entered the Duke's fortress territory. Looking at the statue in front of him, he sneered. This statue is indeed terrifying. Round him was empty. Behind the statue was a big gate. Grenfell loudly said, "A place like this called a fortress? But those damn vampires are lucky to be here." As he spoke, Grenfell showed his disgust. Hoyle also appeared because Cloudy's mansion is 10 times bigger than here, though not our own. Suddenly, the statue emitted a red light. This made Grenfell and Hoyle slightly uneasy. Did it hear us talking? The statue suddenly jumped down from its stone platform with a fierce look heading towards Grenfell. The injured soldiers behind were shocked by this scene. What's happening? The statue is moving. What? That huge thing must be at least 10 meters tall. So he's in danger, right? We should help him. In front of them, the giant wind demon statue swung its massive sword, aiming straight for Grenfell. His face remained expressionless, ignoring the voices behind or just run away. Seeing the giant wind demon's attack coming towards him, Grenfell's cold face moved slightly as he waved his hand. The demon's limbs were cut off, turning into chunks of stone falling down. The 3 guild members were drawn by the loud noise. Camilla spoke up. What was that sound just now? Dmitri replied. It came from the outer wall area. Camilla crossed her arms. It sounded like the noise in the video we watched. Without letting her finish, Jessie moved forward with the others' surprised looks. The magical patterns began to appear under her feet. Those around her tried to stop her. Jessie, where are you going? We're almost there. We should prepare to enter. Don't act on your own like that. Jessie's small figure leaped towards the magical patterns. The soldiers on this side were also standing dumbfounded. Hey! He just defeated that monster in one hit? In front of them, the statue's body was cut off, chunks of stone scattered on the ground. Hoyle behind felt satisfied. It was just a bigger rock. I've had experience breaking rocks before, so this size isn't too difficult. Grenfell adjusted his clothes. It's indeed a poorly made statue. The disaster spans from the structure to the materials and even the artwork itself. They placed a block of ice here as if it were something to be proud of, something worth showing off. Hearing these words, Hoyle sighed. That's quite heavy. Suddenly, loud noises echoed from behind, making Grenfell slightly startled and turn around. A group rushed in through the gate, cutting through him. They kept shouting loudly, "The gatekeeper is dead. This is our chance. Charge!" Hoyle seemed to realize something. The death of the gatekeeper was like a cannon firing, waking everyone up. Suddenly, an announcement appeared, catching Grenfell's attention. On the screen, our mission update just came in. Mission: initiate counterattack. Grenfell wondered to himself, a new mission? What conditions do we need to enter the city? But what's this fear of being hunted about? Do we really have to complete it like this? As he thought, Grenfell quickly moved forward. Hoyle was still struggling to catch up. Where are you going? Grenfell replied urgently. No time for idle chatter. Seeing his demeanor, Hoyle felt a bit panicked. Calm down, think first. We can't just charge in and kill everyone like this. And how do you plan to scare them? I only have 100, while the Askira Knights are at level 430. Grenfell replied coldly. While I'm a demon hunter. Hoyle was slightly angry. What's wrong? Suddenly, Grenfell became more serious. Looking at the white room with a banquet adorned by candlelight in front of him, he wondered, "This is a feast, right?" Something suddenly made Grenfell jump. His eyes filled with terror. The walls were hung with many portraits of the Ascuran knights. Looking at those paintings made Hoyle fear so much that he stood behind Grenfell, making the atmosphere very eerie. On the other side, a sword was thrust into the ground. Timon held his sword with both hands, veins popping out, breathing heavily. "We've successfully entered the Ascura's fortress." He shouted loudly, "Damn it, there are others behind me too." Johnman's voice echoed, "Timon, are you okay?" Timon was getting medical attention, sweat still dripping from his face. "I'm fine, just a bit short of breath." Since entering this banquet hall with wall paintings, I've always felt like we're being watched as I looked up at the Ascura portraits on the walls. On the other side, John Main's voice kept repeating Timon's words, as if the statue from earlier had a demon inside it. John Main's voice made those on this side angry, their legs trembling like they were possessed by demons. "Burn them all," with the shout. The paintings on the walls also turned into flames. Timon's whole body was enveloped in green light. His eyes showed surprise as he felt a bit better. John Mean still had his eyes on the computer screen, realizing now why they withdrew first. "I've always wondered why the players who entered here first retreated. It turns out everything in that castle is a trap. All the statues, portraits, and furniture inside can cause abnormal states. No wonder the guild didn't want to enter through the main gate." Hearing John Mean's words, Timon sighed. "Damn, they seem much more experienced than us." His eyes show seriousness and thoughtfulness, but his directness is, well, the ability to resist abnormal states is much better, though these shaking walls at the entrance are already terrifying. I wonder how things will be deeper inside. According to your thoughts, the corridor in front exudes a mysterious aura that's almost eerie. On this side, Grenfell still stands silently looking at the shaking walls. Can't help but comment on these shaking walls. They're completely blind. VCL really, I don't understand why they hang such things on the wall and people can still sit and eat there without vomiting. His stomach is made of steel, he says as he walks with a frown on his face. Hoyon immediately comments upon noticing him being harsh. "Why so vicious, grandfather?" Grenfell continues to look around while walking, still talking nonstop. The statues from earlier were soaked in something terrible. Poor stones enduring pain and suffering only to be carved into uglier forms than their original shapes. Why display all these useless ugly things? Now I understand why narcissism is considered a disease. Even the castle layout is dumb, with random turns everywhere, more complex than ant nests, yet leading to dead ends. No one could have designed such a structure. His head was probably only used for growing hair. While criticizing, he raises his hand in utter helplessness. Hoyon beside him is speechless. "Are you an estate agent or something?" Grenfell suddenly notices something. He looks up and sees a long staircase leading to a large door ahead. His eyes light up as he gazes at the thing in front of him. Is this it? It smells terrible indeed. Moisture is emanating from behind that large door. Without hesitation, he steps forward. Hoyle is still calculating in his mind. Architecturally speaking, this must be the center of the castle. Grenfell's senses are telling him so. Behind that door lies the Ascura throne. With each thought, footsteps hasten up the stairs. Grenfell's face serious, looking ahead in silence. Maybe other players haven't reached here yet. Suddenly, Jessie appears out of nowhere, hanging in front of him. "She found you." Her face clearly visible through her flowing blonde hair. "I saw you, and your skill is so cool too." Grenfell remains expressionless, his face as cold as ice. Jessie shows excitement, confirming towards Grenfell again. "Are you?" Hoyle behind looks shocked. "She's flying over there." "What the heck is that?" "I've struggled to accumulate mana, while hers flows like a never-ending stream." Jessie now approaches him closely, her hands gripping tightly, her expression full of anticipation. "I'm really curious about it." "There's no more time to wait." "What skill is that?" "I've watched the video a dozen times, but still can't figure out what it is." I know all types of magic. Can we talk about your cool magic for a bit? Granville remains silent, staring straight at Jessie in front of him. Similarly, an evil expression appears on her face. Granville places his hand on her shoulder. He uses force to bring the floating Jessie down and reminds himself to be polite. When demanding something from someone, isn't it minimum respect? His eyes are stern as he speaks. Jessie is left speechless, her green eyes not moving at all. Suddenly, a look of fear flashes across her face. Granville immediately senses the dangerous aura coming from behind him with some surprise in his eyes. The door at the end of the stairs now opens wide, red light emanating and reflecting off a tall figure. Dangerous energy is also released. A notification pops up, activating the enemy hunter skill. Granville's cold gaze turns towards the back. Ascura appears behind, her silver hair flowing slightly, blood-red eyes, sharp teeth constantly commenting. There she was, wondering who dared to disturb my sleep. Turns out it's to humans, really foolish, human scum, his entire body exuding a huge aura of danger. Seeing this, Jessie starts panicking. Is that Ascora? His presence overwhelming. He has such cool magic. It's her, Ascora. His presence dominates everything. You have such awesome magic. Are you okay? Granville on one side is simmering. She's furious as she heads to Ascora. Upon hearing these words, he looks slightly surprised. Granville pulls out a necklace with a transmission disc filled with blood from his body and speaks loudly towards Ascura, his eyes extremely resolute. You're just a vile, cowardly vampire. The system screen simultaneously displays a notification. The necklace soaked in blood curses has been chosen as the sacrificial item. He tightly holds the necklace, declaring to Ascura's figure, I will teach you a lesson. His eyes filled with murderous intent at the audacity of pretending to be a noble vampire just now. The system screen keeps flashing. Activate exorcism skill, mission initiated. Counterattack begins. Progress, hunt vampire. Granville still tightly holds onto the necklace and raises it. Hoyle, behind him, looks a bit alarmed. Right, the exorcism ritual requires an offering item. I can do this to bring Ascura into my subconscious for combat. So you're saying that's what you meant? The previous image flashes back and Hoyle, behind him, is extremely puzzled. How could you make it scared? Runville remains calm. I'm a demon hunter. However, facing Ascura, he still has some doubts. Is this going to be okay? Even so, the Ascura triad is level 430. If things go south, maybe we'll get possessed. On the other side of Ascura, a mockingly laughing voice says they might get possessed. The voice on the other side of Ascura laughs mockingly. What's that dirty necklace? Such a pitiful human. From his words, a stream of aura rushes towards Granville, leaving him no time to react. Ascura raises to sharp hands, his eyes red with excitement. I like your arrogance, but you're still just a lowly insect. Watch as the power surges forward. Jessie holds his hat. Oh no, Ascura Triad is absorbing power from its subordinates. Hoyen on the side isn't doing much better. I see, things don't look good. He was already over 300 years old, but now, if he absorbs the power he distributed to his subordinates again, the gap will be even greater. Sparks of light suddenly appear from the bloodline chain. Ascura's expression turns surprised. His eyes widen in shock. The previous confusion has vanished. Blinking, he is now in a vast space, no longer in his palace. Behind him, Grenville silently observes the cliff. He still holds the necklace in his hand. His eyes look down. Ascura asks uncertainly, "Where are we?" Feeling someone behind him, he turns around, a wicked smile on his face. Looking at the figure on the cliff, Ascura's hands start gathering power. This trick is quite unique. That lowly human. But I can simply destroy it. This foolish trick. If I destroy you and it together. As he says, he looks up to the sky. His red eyes glow fiercely. The magical runes appear as well. Sparks fall from the sky, creating huge explosions. Watching the smoke and flames before him, Ascura hesitates. Looking at the ground covered in heat, continuously smoking, He says I was quite looking forward to you providing some entertainment for me, but your body has already turned to dust. I knew you were just a lowly creature. His words barely finished when Granville's face breaks into a smile. So that's how you see me, Ascurer. Seeing Granville still standing in the same spot with no wounds, he looked surprised. Ascurer's eyes bulged with veins, his face full of anger. How are you still alive? Granville looks down from above. Proudly, look closely at this. Ascurer, see who deserves to die here. Listen to these words. Ascurer feels a bit uneasy inside. Suddenly, fear appears in his eyes. Cold sweat uncontrollably drips down. The image of Ascure's humiliating defeat flashes before his eyes. His eyes lack any life, causing him to stand frozen. His face is filled with terror. He sweats profusely and stammers continuously. Back in the real world, Ascura clutches his face, emitting a huge aura of energy. He looks at the two people in front, not believing what he sees. This is absurd. It can't be true. It must be some kind of trick. Yes, a cheat move. Such tricks are easily broken by us. Ascura keeps calming himself down. Jesse over there still doesn't understand what's happening. What is going on? The mage stands still, but the three Ascuras are furious. Granville continues to smile smugly. Oh, Ascura, does it seem like you're scared now? Ascura still clutches his head tightly, looking terrified and panting heavily. Suddenly, he erupts. A large part of the roof is blown away. He stops. Those bugs, the winds rush in through the gap. Granville remains standing still. Hoyan looks up at the empty space above, continuously marveling. The entire roof has vanished. I almost died there. I didn't even have time to react. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Jesse's eyes are filled with admiration. Did you guess that the attack would fail? You look so relaxed. You need to make this a habit. You're amazing. Suddenly, a notification appears. Exorcism ritual skill. This startles Ascora. He covers his face with one hand. What is it now? Hearing him, the system continues to explain that this skill allows the user to attack a demon without harming their own body. However, another effect can be achieved when using an offering. That effect forces the demon into the hunter's subconscious. As each word of the system is spoken, Granville's large figure appears, waving his hand towards Ascora. He keeps shouting, "Stay away from me! Stay away immediately! Don't come near me!" With every cry from Ascora, a swarm falls out of his body. The notification still displays new information. Who has the upper hand in this situation depends on mental strength, but no hunter can be affected by anything demonic. Granville crosses his arms over his chest, with Hoyle standing behind him. White died in amazement. I didn't think it would work that well. Beside him, Jesse is dumbfounded. What the heck? It's unbelievable. What did you do to him? You turn towards Granville. Your voice sounds a bit timid. Looking at Ascura, you continue. He's screaming alone in midair and trying to attack undefined points. Ascura is continuously struggling in the air. His eyes have lost their rationality. He keeps shouting, "Irrational. This can't be real. How? How could a lowly mortal defeat a count like me?" A notification pops up. Ascura has been affected by fear. Below, Ascura is tightly held by a large hand. His face was extremely panicked. A continuous thought emerged. It seems the fear effect caused an additional side effect on Onglin, the second Demon King. Granville's face broke into a smile as he looked at the screen. The mission is complete. In front of him appeared a floating knife in midair. He approached and grabbed the knife, aiming towards Ascura, who lay on the ground unconscious. Hurry up, finish it quickly. Jesse beside him kept questioning. Right, is this really fear? Did you make him like that? How did you do it? Was that a new spell? If it is a new spell, can I learn it too? Of course, I'll pay you properly. Amidst her confusion, Granville raised the knife high with a cold expression. With no hesitation, he stabbed down. Suddenly, his expression turned blank. Looking at the blood-stained knife in his hand, Ascura behind him still shuddered, but the bleeding had slowed slightly. Granville was somewhat surprised. It didn't cause any damage. After thinking, He turned towards Jesse and told him to deal with him. Her reaction made her jump. Huh? Deal with him already? But I almost finished it, right? You want me to do it? Her face showed confusion repeatedly. She floated in mid-air again. I can handle it myself. Then why should you do it? Hearing this, Granville's gaze avoided and looked elsewhere. Hoyen scratched his head. I want to, but my rank is too low, so I can't. Since she could attack the dungeon, she must be very strong. So figure it out yourself. Damn it! Kill him quickly! Then he seemed to understand something. Jesse raised his hand to cover his mouth. Oh, sorry. I'm the one asking you to teach me, right? As she spoke, she swung her staff. Spell lines appeared from it. His meaning was that if I kill him and become stronger, then I can learn that spell on my own, right? Hoyen looked up in surprise as Jesse struck. With Jesse's strike, a violet ray hit Ascura below the ground. The force of the impact caused a gust of wind to blow Granville's hair. Hoyen was scared pale. What? What is that? The screen started showing information. Ascura the Baroness had been defeated and calculating her contribution level. Thanks to her high contribution points, rewards would be automatically distributed. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. Ascura was now just a smoking pile on the ground. Granville remained calm with his hands folded in front of him. Hoyen beside him was stunned. Even if Hanta had weakened, she could still kill the Ascora Duke, a level 430 player, just in one strike. This is the power of a high-level player. You can't stop marveling. Jesse's face lit up as he reached into the ground. What could this be? Why does it keep smoking? She touched it with her finger, then brought it to her eyes for inspection. Suddenly, Jesse's mouth dropped open. He extended his finger to taste it. This made Grenfell's eyes widen in surprise. Hoyen seems worried, trying to stop her from going crazy or something. Why did she suddenly eat that? Grenfell's eyes focused on the notification display. Cross-referencing the profession quest, transforming. You've completed the mission. A new profession quest is being assigned. The chain of profession quests has transformed. Look at these notifications. Grenfell was slightly surprised. Here, suddenly a loud voice echoed through the space. Jesse, all our unusual effects have suddenly disappeared. Was it because of you? Did you defeat the Ascora Duke? A group of guild members rushed over excitedly. Hearing this, Jesse had some difficulty speaking. That incident. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on Grenfell. That person. Jesse turned his gaze towards Grenfell beside him, making him a bit confused. Jesse spoke up, apologizing for the trouble. Although I'm not used to this, I'll do my best. Hearing these words, Grenfell remained cool and composed. Jesse placed his hand behind his back with a very sincere expression. My name is Jesse Haynes. If it's not too presumptuous, may I ask your name? This made everyone below stare in shock. At this moment, Jesse stood facing Grenfell. His face lifted with anticipation, but Grenfell remained silent. In the silence, thoughts raced through his mind. She said she wasn't too polite, but she had changed and learned. I'll tell her your name as a favor to her. A faint voice came from Grenfell's mouth. My name is Lee Hoyen. In an apartment in the kitchen area, a pot of soup was simmering on the stove. Meanwhile, TV sounds were seeping into the kitchen. A man quickly entered through the main entrance. The statue immediately moved to attack him. Nearby players had no time to react as the statue shattered into pieces. In that house, a little girl was intently watching the TV screen in front of her. Behind her was a woman. It's her mother. She seems very busy. She has to cook while answering calls. Okay, I'm fine now. Arong is okay too. No, taking care of that kid alone is already exhausting enough for me. The TV sounds continued. After a while, the reporter arrived at the residence of the Ascora Duke. However, he had long turned to dust. Arong excitedly ran to tell her mother. Mom, Mommy! Lee Yunhai answered the phone gently without noticing Arong. What news? The news kept coming in. Jesse Hannison had completed this dungeon, and Arong tried to show it to her mom. Mom, look, there it is, on TV. Arong was happy. Hoan is on TV. Yunhai was surprised. Arong, why is he still on TV? At that moment, Granville's TV was showing images of himself. This completely surprised her. On TV, he was introducing himself. The camera zoomed in on him. Clearly, it was the person she knew best, Lee Ho-on on TV. It couldn't be predicted and she didn't know how to react. But Aring seemed quite excited that her uncle was on TV. Later at Granville and Ho-on's apartment, he kept receiving calls from family members. Granville hesitated as she answered the phone. She looked at the caller ID. It was her sister. She took a deep breath. It was time to hear what they were saying about him online. The mysterious player, Lee Ho-on. Who is he? He had guessed this would happen eventually. After defeating Ascora, his face was already all over the internet. Only a matter of time before family heard. Looking at the calls from his sisters, he felt awkward. Suddenly, his third sister called and startled him. He remembered having 3 older sisters who were quite close since childhood, except for himself. Ho-on recalled dark memories with his beloved sisters, feeling nostalgic. What? Why are you following them around? Ho-on fell off his chair. Just go away. Those sweet words still linger in his mind. They haunt him like a ghost that can't be erased. I don't want to answer the phone at all. Who knows what nasty things they might say? The door knocked loudly, startling Hoyle. Hey, Lee Hoyle! His sisters shouted from outside. I know you're home. Open the door quickly. Ho-on still didn't open the door. They immediately gave him an ultimatum. This scared him to death. Why didn't you answer when they called? Answer the door before it's too late. Finally, Granville had to go and open the door. Today's visitors were Kali on high with her granddaughter Aring, Haley Jian, and Bali Iram. They seemed very surprised. Unhai exclaimed, "Oh my!" The reason for their surprise was seeing Granville, his younger brother who had changed so much. Granville changed into a neat suit to open the door for the ladies. He reminded them they were bothering their neighbors. He remained calm and composed. So first, just stay calm, ladies. The ladies were really surprised by their brother's new look. Unhai happily told her daughter, Aring, that's the uncle. Jihoon had to open the window a bit to see better. Yerim directly made a sour face. In another apartment, news was being broadcasted. Yes, in the next segment of the news, the host provided information about a new star player who suddenly appeared. The image shown was of Granville. It's about an unknown origin player who suddenly emerged. Recently, he defeated Lord Ascora and Jesse Haynes together. John Min sat bored watching the news on TV. The host continued rambling, ignoring all questions and interview requests. He only said one sentence, I am Lee Ho-on, then left. Not just South Korea, but the whole world was paying attention to this mysterious man. News continued reporting that Taimin, the guildmaster of Together People Taimin, suddenly approached and gave his brother Lee a hot chocolate. Here you go, this is your hot chocolate. John Min accepted the drink and looked bored. Taimin, everyone's talking about Ho-on. In reality, do you think he'll come to our guild? Even if we promised him a share of the profits, we might not have the chance. Temin and Nui, why are you so gloomy? He encouraged her while sipping his drink. It's likely he'll still come to us anyway. We have his number and a reason to contact him. Hearing this, John Min suddenly sat up. He was surprised. What reason? Min explained. The items we got from the battle in the territory of the Three Dukes vampire family were said to be thanks to Ho-on. Continue. So shouldn't we be polite and share that with him? John Min woke up. Right. So how much should we give him? Temin gripped the empty cup tightly. That's not important. I'm serious. Even if we fail to recruit him into Jin, I still want to make sure he has a good impression of us. Saying that, Temin immediately crushed the cup. He was determined. To do this, we need to give him all those items. Temin called his brother and asked him now to come over. This spirit of your brother suits Chonmin well. See? But he suddenly looked at the broken pieces of the cup. Temin immediately stepped in. He apologized for breaking things. Chonmin was cleaning up and muttering to himself. I told you not to break anything, right? At Granville's apartment, Granville's phone rang. It was John Min calling him. But now, Granville doesn't have the energy to answer the call anymore. Now, his silver hair is being used as a toy by Rang's little girl. The little girl happily said in baby talk, "Chu hoi on, hep cool," and Granville was helpless. Ladies, I'm at a loss for words. How to finish that? On high, the third most powerful sister happily praised, "Your new hair color looks so cool, huh?" The fourth most powerful sister, Jian, laughed confidently. "She looks like a pop idol, kind of funny." And Yerim, the fifth most powerful sister, was looking angrily at him with a tone from below. Granville, the seventh in line, immediately chimed in, "Be good, it's cold today. What tea would you ladies like?" "I can only keep the sixth in line." Aring played with her own hair. "Your new hair looks beautiful, like a princess." Seeing this scene, Yerim could only hold back laughter. Ji-hoon laughed so hard he turned to Yoon-hae. "Sister, I didn't think she was really getting into it." Yoon-hae found it funny too. "Our Hoyeon has become more gentle, hasn't she?" Yerim hesitated. "So you're the player now, huh? Did you get along with your character or something?" Granville agreed with that statement. "I'm having to endure Aring squeezing my cheek. Aring, let me show you Pololo. I can't take it anymore." "Hold on, little one." Aring wouldn't listen. "Let's do the Pololo now." Seeing this scene, Eun-hae tried to suppress a laugh. "This reminds me of old times too." Jian agreed. "That's right. About 10 years ago, maybe?" Hearing that, Hae-an suddenly stiffened. "But your sisters didn't notice." Jian continued, "That kid calls himself Granville or something, and he's asking for his hair to be dyed silver too." Eun-hae remembered as well. Right. Hae-an just wanted to hide somewhere at this point. "Stop it. You ladies came here to tease me, right?" Yerim remained silent, observing everyone. She was a bit hesitant. The other two sisters weren't stopping yet. They kept going, and there's more, isn't there? Didn't she say something about greeting her parents like a scholar or something? So proud. Hoyeon could only cry. "Stop it! You're all evil." Suddenly, Yerim's question caught Granville's attention. "Hey Lee Hoyeon." Your sisters suddenly became serious. They stopped laughing. There was a hint of worry in them. Yerim led the way. "You're not in danger, right?" Granville didn't expect it to be like this. He didn't answer and just listened as his sisters talked. "Do you know how surprised they are? I heard that players can get injured when going into those dungeons, and you didn't even take our call. Don't you care about what might happen to you?" He was stunned, as if a warm stream of water flowed through his body. "So we'll tell our parents about this." They haven't heard yet because Mom and Dad went to buy ingredients for dumplings early in the morning, but they will definitely be surprised. The girls advise if it's too hard, just give up. Do you understand? Remember, we'll all help you. Granville smiled lightly. "Ah, my dear. Sorry for worrying you ladies. But I'm fine." Suddenly, Granville confidently declared, "Me, Granville Claudius APS Granville, is extremely suitable for this job. Don't worry too much." "My sisters, your three sisters." Sister Eun-hae still smiled like that cute little guy's voice. Sister Jian remains silent, but the most expressive one is definitely Sister Yerim. Looking at her, it's hard to say anything. Looking at this hopeless situation, it can't get any more desperate. Should I affirm myself? As the sun gradually sets and the tea runs out, the guests will have to leave soon. Granville's sister stood by the door bidding farewell. Sister Yerim still remained silent. Eun-hae, the little one, said goodbye. "Thank you for the tea." Aring was cheerful too. "Goodbye, uncle." Jian said her goodbyes. "The girls are leaving now. Granville will see you all safely home." Then he turned to Aring. "Grandson, I look forward to seeing you again soon." The girls also reminded, "So Hoyeon, call us more often. Just in case something happens, give us a call. And don't do anything dangerous either." Granville nodded obediently. "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, it seemed Yerim remembered something. She exclaimed. "Oh!" Sister immediately turned to Granville, making him slightly surprised. She reminded, "Remember to save money and don't be a guarantor for anyone." He thought to himself, "Save what? Where do I have any money to save?" Suddenly, Hoyeon woke up. "Got it. He remembered that the rewards are from completing challenges in the crevice, and the main source of funds for players comes from Arcana developers. The amount depends on difficulty and contribution percentage. After the girls left, Hoyen happily checked his phone. There were rumors that Cosmo Company is going downhill, and the CEO himself, Vimelson, was paying out of pocket. I wonder how much it will be. He covered the first few digits of his account balance with his hand and guessed. How much would that be? 10 million guons? 20 million guons? It's not that. Could it be 100 million guons? Is that right? At the Sinning Guild, South Korea branch, Camilla suddenly comforted Jesse, who was holding a tablet. Ah, cooing! Jesse, are you sure you know nothing about him? Trying to be angry and asking. You defeated Ascora with Lee Hoi-on's help. How can you not know anything about him then? Jesse was indifferent. I don't know. Clearly, Camilla didn't believe her and kept pestering her. Don't be like that. Tell me, you just watch those strange videos on YouTube all the time? Suddenly, Jessie lowered her voice, surprising Camilla. She turned to look at emitting a threatening aura and warning. Can you leave me alone right now? I need to focus on this. Camilla is smart. Stop right there. Alright, you give up then. Don't keep asking questions, so don't order me around like that. Stop and turn away, giving Jessie some space to concentrate. This is boring. Why would a kid go watch Korean etiquette and manners? Suddenly, something on the tablet caught Jessie's attention. It's the notification for completing the river section prize. At Granville's apartment, Hoyen was surprised to see his account balance. He shivered. How could it be this much? Looking at his phone screen, he couldn't believe it. 1.1 billion military points. Hoyen was extremely confused. Even the items from the Ascura titles were enough. How rich is this demon person? Granville coldly poured a glass of cold water and said, "Are you happy about this small change? Pathetic." Hearing that, Hoyen immediately got angry. Shut up, noble sir. After defeating the Count Ascora, the Vampire's Bridge, the system notification, Vampire Count's Bridge RANK. Though song is limited to level 400, effect sealed. There are demonic curses within, but its effects are sealed. To understand its true effect, it needs proper purification. Granville still looked at the system with seriousness. Oh, unique indeed. A one-of-a-kind cursed item. If I were the 12th chord, Hoyle imagined himself sighing and said, a cursed item, no matter how high its level, the chances of it being resolved are very low. Shouldn't we discard this armor piece? Then he flipped his face like a pancake. He continued to speak in a sneaky manner, but added that hunters can use it for exorcism sacrifices. If called a trash job, using trash is fine too, I said before, but now things are different. When facing the Ascura title, the chosen sacrificial item was the blood transfer cord. I thought this item had disappeared, but it's still here. The system notification, blood transfer cord rare ANK, limited to level 300. Effect when attacked activated protective skill with low probability. A chain for warriors, it has a great magical power and hope that the wearer is safe. Hoyle continued thinking, plus, the curse was completely resolved. The exorcism ritual must have purified it. The bridge, the blood transfer cord 2 plus 1.1 billion more. At night, Hoyle lay awake in his bed, eyes wide open like a sun-dried fish, mind screaming, unable to sleep. Not because of worry, but from having too much money, head spinning with 1.1 billion guons. What do I do with 1.1 billion guons now? Save it in a fixed deposit. Should I? No, I should buy starting equipment. But what to buy? And if I get scammed? No, should I tell my family? Granville said, shut up. But no, every time he closed his eyes, his brain kept thinking, right, I should buy more equipment to clean up the river sections. But actually, finding suitable gear for this level is tough. Just after defeating the 3 Ascora titles, he gained 30 for levels and now was at level 134. Even a few days ago, it was only level 55. With such rapid leveling, buying equipment worth billions doesn't make sense. Moreover, it doesn't sell magic restoration items. If they do, they're extremely expensive. Granville reminded him to put down the phone and go to sleep. My eyes are getting worse. The main body replied, I'm glad you're satisfied with this billionaire title. Hoyen said, sorry, now I'm a billionaire. The main body mocked, living so well? At the Korean branch office, many people were in the meeting room, including Sujum and Hyunjun. The presenter's voice echoed, all right, please take a closer look at this scene. He continued to project and speak. Look at the effect when the rubble turns into stone pillars. We immediately concluded it was alchemy. Most of the staff present found it confusing. Alchemy. Suddenly, an uncle pounded the table loudly to express his opinion. Foolish! Alchemy couldn't possibly create such a massive stone pillar. His magical power must be infinite, right? The debate began. The presenter rebutted, no, it's definitely not. The uncle was interrupted, but rather, the true alchemist said the opposite. Hey, aren't you from the finance management board? I'm in the special effects and magic department, and I know this is an alchemy effect. No, for sure. Sugum rubbed his temples internally, feeling exhausted. Where will it lead us? It's just Lee Hoyan. Hyun Jun leaned in to ask beside him. Senior, what do you know about this? Sugum turned and said, are we in the same boat? If you don't know, I don't either. Hyun Jun sighed deeply. You've been dead for days now. Have your friends or family spoken to you at all? Hyun Jun slumped on the table and continued. There's no ID for Lee Hoyan in Akana's database, and we don't even know if that's his real name or just a nickname. Many issues. Sugum looked at his laptop screen thoughtfully, but it was already Tuesday. If there's an update today, things might be better than they are now. Oh, perfect timing, both eyes widened. Sugum said, the screen displayed a notification for new area updates. Hello, this is Akana, a new area being updated for you. A new land, Yusra Island, has been added. Yusra Island, an enigmatic area known as the Terror Island. It's a fictional island. No one has ever explored it. Everything that exists or is created there. All are terrifying phenomena unparalleled by anything in this world, and now it has been upgraded to reality. The news anchor said, yes, these are the latest updates about Akana, including the Terror Island Yusra update. Regular Magic Congress information will also be summarized for this week. Granville was watching the news as well. The news anchor continued, regular Magic Congress where experienced wizards gather and compete against each other. It's an opportunity to enhance their magical learning skills. Since the first real-life Arcana Magic Congress, it has received a lot of attention. One of the guest players, Jesse Hanser R. Ang4, is preparing to enter the Magic Tower. Today's player, R.ANK4. Jesse Hanser appeared in public, surrounded by fans, and reporters began asking eagerly, Miss Jessie, is this Magic Tower because of Yusra Island? Are they going to clean it up with Lee Hoyan? She's here to participate in the Magic Congress. Jessie's security stopped them. No interviews. Granville was at home, one hand stretched out, the other holding his phone, attentively watching. Hoyan inside him shouted, huh? That person? She ranked 4th in Asia. You should be polite to her, Granville said. She's stronger than you, Granville added. The Arcana Magic Congress system notification has completed the goal of 500 times, Hoyan exclaimed. Hoyan was agitated. That's what matters, Granville replied. Of course, to learn and gain magical knowledge at the Magic Tower, Granville said. Hoyle thought that was the description of the Magic Tower when Arcana was still a game. Suddenly, Granville said, regardless of how grand this Magic Congress is, it's an opportunity for me. So what? Granville stood up straight, his hands stretched out with pink latex gloves, full of determination. People around were filming and shouting Lee Hoyan, you're so cool. He looked around, then proposed a solution. This can't be like this. We need to go somewhere else. There's something strange about that wall over there. No, it's just like any other wall. But in some subtle way, I feel it's different. People asked, Hoyan, where are you going? It's just a wall. Granville ran over and sat next to a girl, making her blush. Ling Lung said, I knew it was an illusion spell. Granville and Klee stood together like a couple looking ahead. She secretly glanced at the man standing beside her, feeling nervous and unsure who he is. Klee nervously took out her guest list notebook, flipping through it, catching Granville's attention as she did so. Her mind raced, wondering if all guests have arrived by now. No matter how many times I look at the guest list, there's no new name added. Someone asked, is something wrong with you? Klee's mind imagined Granville pressing her against a wall, his large body blocking out the light in front of her. She blushed and stammered, saying nothing's wrong. I just want to join the convention, right? Transparent rings floated before them. Granville hesitantly asked, causing Klee to wonder but not answer as he didn't have an invitation either. That's correct. She stood beside him awkwardly, but internally she was thinking it must be real. This illusion spell is cast by the professors of the Tower of Darkness. Without an invitation, even a mage lord wouldn't see this easily. How did he get in then? Granville worried about this girl, wondering if she's sick or something. He asked, can you not join without an invitation? Klee quickly explained, no, I didn't. No, the rules say that anyone who discovers the magic spell can still attend the convention even without an invitation. Her voice softened as she tried to hide, but this was her first time someone actually saw through the magical barrier. If it were me, I'd be surprised too. I really want to know what profession you belong to. Oh, of course, from a mage's perspective, that's right. Granville casually responded, yeah, as he looked elsewhere. The caster of this magic is truly commendable. I'm just lucky to have passed through the wall. While Li Hoyan was stepping towards the wall in his body, I kept thinking about how to pass through it. My magical power must be thousands strong now. I have an idea of what needs to be done. Now, I just need my magic power to reach that level. Granville's mind echoed a warning, 3 words. Here we are as he opened the golden door in front of him. The scene inside was much more vibrant and bright than Grenfell imagined. From above, Glee saw a young man standing on a podium surrounded by blue stone floors. A voice announced everyone's arrival to this gathering of intellects. People around were shocked, speechless. Klee ran up happily, pulling Granville and laughing as they walked forward. Cheers erupted. The scene collapsed behind them, flames spreading among the people who started recording with their devices. 2 couples also panicked. When Arcana merges into the real world, its residents, or NPCs, become real people. In a castle, Marcello had an extremely scary face, but this was his greatest impact. The youngest mage lord, rumored to inherit the magic, Marcello. Mage Jesse felt unimpressed, saying sarcastically, always leading in conventions and setting new trends that shock the world. To understand how the current world operates and respond quickly if there are changes. Halfway through, she sighed, saying to words boring. The hat on her head felt uncomfortable, apologizing to go. Didn't I just explain how great Marcello is? How can you say all that's boring? Jessie boredly played with her hair, feeling sleepy. I'm so tired of being bored. And those words, without seeing them yourself, how do you know they're real? All those words were even more boring than the professor's lectures. Now, Marcello was standing on the podium holding a piece of magical paper. To me, it's just a skill, like exploration or manipulating operations. I don't care about that. Line 60 is reached. Suddenly, he noticed someone giving him a sideways glance. Student, being part of this grand assembly where geniuses gather is the greatest honor for a mage. Someone said if it wasn't mandatory, they wouldn't have come. So someone asked Jessie if she was feeling bored. Marcello stopped paying attention and continued speaking because magic had sent the best female mages from around the world here for some reason. In fact, not only is magic noticing changes in the world, but so are the perspectives, or what the female mages call updates. That statement caught everyone's attention. Jessie was no exception, staring in amazement at the unfamiliar travelers who were unused to our tower's magic. just as it's hard for us to understand their technological science. But we should work together to find reasons and harmony to restore world peace. He continued casting spells while the fairies flew into the room, creating a beautiful scene that made everyone gasp in awe. This speech will be related to everyone's science. We have seen the potential development of magic in these so-called sciences. Everyone echoed back, sciences, magic and science always having power at their disposal. Red magic surging in Marcello's hands. He looked at the fireball in his hand and said fusion. Marcello explained that this incantation is called fusion, a new fireball created by combining science with magic. However, we must be careful when approaching the intersection of these two completely different concepts, magic and science. No one knows what they might bring about. Jessie's classmates stared at her cap, folding their arms wondering if the headmage had come up with this idea. The witch smiled, it was interesting. Marcello's face turned serious. We need explorers knowledgeable in both to help us out. Everyone buzzed about what was called a mission, some saying it's just a mission. Others asked if it really is a mission. Missions like this are rare these days, and the rewards are too much. Hold on, why isn't the mission screen showing up? Are there any conditions? His words caught his attention. If anyone has a question. Hearing that, Granville raised his hand to get everyone's attention. He spoke to the headmage, sir. The new concept you just talked about seems redundant. What do you think of this? Hearing that, Marcello paused, unsure how to respond. Everyone kept questioning him. Was he questioning, sir? No, more so. Does he understand all these theories? Jessie turned around happily at the sound. Her brother with amazing magic. He's here too. Strange. The elders of Marcello, the snake king of our tower. If you tease him, it's over for you. With his personality, when he doesn't like someone, they know it. His face grew darker as people continued whispering. Who is that? I've never seen him before. The light obscured Granville's figure. A tall silhouette stood with folded arms. Marcello's face became extremely scary, asking if he could explain why he thought so. Everyone kept whispering about how to respond. He was convinced by those questions. I'll just answer simply. I feel they don't match or harmonize with each other. Granville extended his hand towards him. Magic and science are completely different concepts. In the process of fusing them, there must be disagreements. This could lead to overload or rejection. I'll repeat the spell I just cast on my hand. Previously, I also noticed the disagreement between skills and magic. Hearing that, Marcello was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Deep down, he was in turmoil thinking it's impossible. How could he easily cast a spell he spent months learning? Moreover, he felt the same disagreement as me. The people on the balcony are discussing just like Marcello's spell earlier, right? Huh? Hold on, I think I saw him somewhere. Granville smiled at his fireball and chuckled. A shout echoed. Wasn't that Li Huiyan? He spoke. People usually use their inner strength for the body during convergence. Although it's not fully finished, the results are still pretty good. Li Huiyan in his body was considering whether to continue using Marcello's fire magic because it consumes too much magical power. But he used his inherent strength instead, which proved more effective. Everyone around started looking at Li Huiyan suspiciously. It is indeed him. Marcello had been silent until now, but suddenly spoke up to Li Huiyan. He said something that caught the attention of the traveling scholar Li Huiyan. Marcello respectfully invited him to join in researching this magical field with them. The quest board suddenly popped up with Marcello's research project on magical fusion. Marcello, the headmage of the Tower of Magic, wants you to accompany him for further development of magic. He hesitated and then pressed accept. I got this mission by demonstrating that new incantation. Granville's face turned sly. He was glad he came here. The audience's attention was drawn to the way Li Huiyan laughed, which was quite amusing, probably because of how foolish it looked. On a large beach by the sea, a girl with a full figure happily danced and stretched, shouting joyfully, "This is the island of Eustraha. Amazing!" She ran over to Leone and laughed. "Leone, didn't you think it looked like in the game? I can't wait for our upcoming adventures." If only I had brought a swimsuit. Her face grew angrier. Turning round, she gritted her teeth like a lioness. The bikini was the worst part of that sentence. Did he think we came here just to play? A group gathered on the beach and shouted, "Too many people." People were chatting, taking photos, and having fun together. The pink-haired girl approached Leonie and kissed her cheek, asking, "Why are you so upset, darling? How cute." She smiled deviously. Leonie gritted her teeth. She was crazy. A blonde man spoke up, "That's gutsy." The man next to him said, "Knowing that YouTubers and broadcasters would come here, but I didn't know the Arcana residents would too." The man beside him asked skeptically, "Residents of Arcana, are you talking about those debtors, speculators, and scammers over there?" Suddenly, tall figures approached. Enoch was at the forefront. He spoke up, "That's a disaster." Earlier, a fat man stood silently by a tree, observing the huge figure. It seems the Shadow Mercenary team is here too. There are both exploration alliances and another one over there. The pink-haired girl happily jumped onto Lenny's back. "That's right. The Holy Scripture of Arcana is quite famous." Leonie just replied with a grunt, "Yeah." Even without knowing the waterway challenges, they probably want to experience the fear here. "I'm so sure now, I have to fight all those NPCs too." The watch chimed. "Who's calling? Are the magical members here?" "Think positively." The pink-haired girl asked, "Who was that?" Leonie ignored the question and happily said, "It's our Girl Scout from the team. Let's see what she has to say." She heard a shout of excitement. "Hello, is the convention over already?" "Sister, it was amazing." "Lee Hyun, what about it?" The girl got excited and said that when he announced the head mage's magic was redundant, the convention turned into a disaster. Hearing that, Leonie couldn't help laughing loudly. "The Holy Scripture of Arcana is quite famous here. Are you smiling? He's crazy." She laughed maniacally after saying this. "Now treat this food roughly." The pink-haired girl climbed down, looking adorable as expected. She still hated him. "So cute, huh he hey." The two men behind shivered, wondering if that woman was a psycho like Lenny, and the cave girl continued their chat after this. "Did he get into trouble with the headmage?" The girl replied no. The headmage of the tower has acknowledged it as correct, and finally agreed to give him another task at the end. Everyone went crazy about Lee Hoyan's new mission. What did Leonie just shout? What? How could that be? In the head mage's office, he was reading something seriously. Marcelo spoke up first. "If there's anything you want for your research, please write it down and we'll do our best to help." Is Lee Hoyan playing big in Granville's body? He seems worried, even though he looks calm on the outside. Inside, he thinks about whatever he wants. On the outside, he appears serious. "I need these items right now." At the highest level of the tower, Marcello stood before 3 high mages. He bowed. "Sir called me a mage of the tower, the highest mage." A mage said to Marcello, "Young star of the tower, I heard you proposed working on research with an adventurer. The tower does not interfere in adventurers' affairs." Headmage Marcello, "Clearly, you've broken the rules here. Why would a great mage like you do such a thing?" Marcello listened. He paused to respond. Adventurer Lee Hoyan has a good grasp of magical concepts. It seems he also possesses an overwhelming amount of magic power. His magical talent will be very useful in the chaotic world we live in now. We can't be bound by old rules and just look on. The mage interrupted. "Marcello," he said, "mages always research and take responsibility for their actions. You're a mage too, so you should know that. I respect your decision, but remember that you must also be responsible for his actions." Marcello remained silent. The mage said, "If there's nothing else, we'll discuss this later. You can go now." The door opened. Marcello left with a grim expression. What kind of responsibility is that? Do foolish idealists who are blind to their own arrogance deserve to be called responsible? And how long will the tower remain silent? He rubbed his head and sighed. Cree held a box of documents from behind. She gently called out, "Headmage Marcello." He turned around. "Cree, what are you doing here?" She calmly said, "Have I prepared the items Lee Hoyan requested and am bringing them to him?" Marcelo nodded and reached out his hand. Is that so? Then give them to me. I'll take them myself. Glee hesitated. Why not? I can do it, Marcello. I'm busy every day. So let me go. Marcelo softly said. No! Just as we were about to leave, we wanted to check a few things again. Full of questions and uncertainties. Check. Alright then. Is this it? In a room. It's the library. Grenfell is intently reading each page. Marcelo pointed to the table in front of him, showing the items he requested. On the table were neatly ranged books and a messy jewelry box. Marcelo said these are tools that can restore magical power. This is what I brought. Wine barrier enchantment limits at 550, restoring 50% of magical energy used for ice spells. Sunlight essence limit at 600 restores 20% when using fire magic. Forbidden technique limit at 590 restores 50% when using magic. Grenfell was surprised. Grenfell remained calm. Marcelo continued, and a few more books on magic too. What do you think, Hoyle? Marcelo asked. Are you satisfied? Grenfell was silent. In his mind, am I satisfied with this? He tightly gripped his hand and looked at the table. Sir, leader of the arcane, he said, the items you brought are indeed suitable for my needs. Grenfell, Grand Solar Body Core, unique grade. Sunlight essence limit at 620. Marcelo was still flustered as he held it. He said this because his current limit is only 134. Marcelo was taken aback. He sighed, understanding the misunderstanding. As expected, I apologize for underestimating you. Hoyle in his heart screamed, that's too much. Grandfather, give me something useful. Marcelo continued. When you requested an item to restore magical power, we didn't expect to find one that fits your needs, but it seems like you knew about this. He showed the unique global essence scroll limit at 100, restoring 10% of magical energy used when casting spells. The two looked at each other in silence. Grenfell picked it up and Hoyle was delighted. It can restore 10% of magical energy without any limits. If there were something this small, I would have grabbed it immediately. Grenfell said to Marcelo, take this. He placed his hand on the back of his head. As soon as you noticed the discrepancy in my incantation, I thought you were extraordinary. However, I didn't expect that you also knew about this item's existence. Marcelo was once again grateful for being alongside him. Grenfell remained calm while Marcelo was curious about it. Looks simple, but this item is powerful, Marcelo continued. However, I can't conduct research right now, as you pointed out, an inconsistency in my research process. The system notified the research project combining magic and science with Marcelo's expertise has been temporarily paused until further notice. Hoyle understood. Oh, we have to wait for the next mission. Grenfell attached the item to his coat and said, I will wait until you resolve it. Marcelo replied, thank you for your patience. In his heart, he admired Hoyle, a remarkable talent. The two whispered to each other on the side. Grenfell closed his eyes and said, if we work together, maybe we can change current magic. Hoyle excitedly raised his thumb. Free stuff, why not? Sir Marcelo is the best, he chuckled. In the cool sea breeze with waves crashing, the live streamers held their cameras in surprise. Sure enough, he arrived right on time, a man of his word indeed. Li Hoyan entered the Eustra Island, shielding himself from the sun's glare with a cold expression, hands in pockets, looking distant, but his soul was boiling inside. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked down at his hand. There were some dark purple entities hiding around the island. An eerie presence system, skill, predator, activated. Grenfell's face tensed as he mused. What kind of strange power is this? Clearly, it far exceeds ordinary demons. I can feel a massive source of dark aura beneath my feet. Perhaps this island itself is a demon. He still stared at the forest, feeling those black energy streams preparing to attack him. If that's the case, then the predator's skill will always be activated, right? Grenfell grinned maliciously, his rabbit teeth showing sharp eyes, hiding under my feet. You're so dumb, you demon. He laughed. Yeah, I've been drooling over this all day. He laughed loudly. Cut to the streamer filming Lee Hoyon. Do you see that? Yes, our Hoyon is entering the Ustra Island forest. The redhead held the camera with great enthusiasm. Viewers, what's my mic like? Is he dressed up today? No matter if it's hot or cold, he only wears one outfit. Hoi a loner, not a concept. Hoi on Monday. They say that Silverhead isn't fake. That's his real hair color. Shimmer followed closely, very excited to film. He's moving cautiously. Are there any hidden dungeons or strategies for dealing with monsters on Usra Island? Granville glanced at Hoyon's glowing face. At first I was really excited but then got a bit scared, so I'm looking for an easier target. He excluded monster levels one by one. Level 400, Sand Cactus Venom is uncertain. Level 400, Huge Drop of Treasure Stones is uncertain. Level 420, Run Away from the Tiger Cat. Finally, he chose level 390, Golden Sand Scorpion should be easy. He appeared calm on the outside but was trembling inside. I was tricked by this island's resort-like appearance and forgot about the high-level monsters outside. It's just a stronger opponent. Suddenly, the streamer's face lit up. Right, let me say this first. I'll only film Hoyon if it doesn't affect him. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll stop immediately. The audience agreed. Hoi oh hi. That's right. Don't get caught. Want to lick Hoyon's shoes. If Granville suddenly gets angry, you know why. Don't worry, I'm invisible. Sometimes I activate traps in the dungeon. It doesn't work though. Granville suddenly turned his head to look. There's some kind of power preparing to attack from underground. Shimmer was confused. What is that sound? A redhead soldier with a tied-up hair bundle blocked something. He held to sharp knives and continuously chopped at something below. It's the leader. The damn monster has gone quite far. Fire! What are you doing? Hurry up and shoot it. A redhead appeared, his hands creating a spell with a terrified expression. It's too bright. I can't aim because the light is reflecting in my eyes. Damn it! Can't do anything about it. Turns out a blue diamond-colored monster is slowly approaching them. It roars loudly, its red eyes glaring with anger as it shows sharp teeth. Diamond Tiger LV 420. Its roar could blow away a streamer. He raises his hand to defend. The audience gets worried. What? What is that? A diamond tiger, right? Pay up once you touch it. Suddenly, a level 420 monster appears out of nowhere. Dua 0328. Wow, that roar. Even just watching on the screen is insane. A helmeted soldier flying back hits Grenfell. He's annoyed. So I said we can't play as a group, right? He turns to look at Grenfell. What? Lee Hoyon? Why? Both are surprised to see Hoyon here. The two with braids turn around in shock. Impossible, it's Lee Hoyon for real. Why is he here? Grenfell looks indifferent. Me too. I thought we were just hunting a scorpion. But suddenly, it throws us a diamond tiger, the highest level monster on the island, slowly approaching with red eyes. It's only 10 levels below Lord Ascora, nowhere to run now. Damn, Grenfell raises his hand defensively, determined eyes. Things are getting unstable, its bright body and sunlight distorting vision. He prepares a strong attack with steady eyes. He strikes the monster hard, causing it to roar. If we can't immobilize it, this tactic won't work. Grenfell uses a technique to trap the monster in place. Those two helmeted soldiers, yeah. What kind of magic is that? Grenfell creates a powerful fireball. Let's try this out. As he says, a huge explosion erupts from where the monster was, lighting up the space red. Shimmer is affected too. What's going on? The area around the monster is engulfed in flames, a terrifying scene. The audience is surprised. Banana face. What now? Fire? Linen? Why does it look different? Hoyon is my passion, and they say he's an alchemist. Laughing, HOMN. Sure enough and noble. After the powerful attack, Grenfell retracts his hand, closing his eyes with a calm demeanor. System, you've successfully defeated the Diamond Tiger. You've leveled up. Hoyle is happy inside. Did I get this one? Fire spell. Marcello's really top-notch. The 10% magic power bonus medal is also impressive. The black-haired soldier at the back of his head gapes. What? Illogical. He took down a level 420 tiger beast with just one strike. The clear sky over the lush forest came into view again. Fred slammed his hand on the tree trunk, visibly frustrated. Damn it! The system introduces first rank 3 for players in the second Sun Guild leaders. We've been here for hours now. Why bother leaving if we're not doing anything? He shouted at everyone around him. The system mentions rank 7 guilds of the second Sun. One member of the guild spoke up. Guild leader, I think we should gather all the small groups that have separated. There's news that a single group is approaching the island center. Our smaller groups keep running into powerful monsters and aren't making any progress. Fred raised an eyebrow. We know! Is splitting up wrong? To prevent the Berserker Guild from claiming the first island achievement, I plan to take all the achievements and loot. Did we underestimate the monsters on Yusra Island? He touched his chin in thought. Damn it! I hate admitting this, but we should gather up anyway. After hearing information from his phone, another guild member spoke. Guild leader, I received a call from the group heading west. You might want to listen. He handed the phone to Fred. The name on the screen startled him. Fred! He raised his hand calmly. I was going to call you, but couldn't. We'll gather everyone together. I'll come. The other member interrupted. No! Let us stay here. We've already covered this route. Fred's expression changed as he listened. Why? What do you mean? Explain more clearly. The other member was Li Huiyan. Here, Li Huiyan. A forest fire scene appeared. He's already here. On the other end of the call, Fred still didn't understand what was happening. Li Huiyan, what about him? Before he could ask, another member rushed over and shouted. Concerning Fred, reports from attendees at the Midge Tower's Grand Spell Conference have come in, pointing to his watch. Li Huiyan accepted a mission from Mudge Lord Marcello and is the first player with a lab on top of the Midge Tower. Hearing this, Fred turned around worriedly. Another PC has linked up with a player? I thought it was just media hype. But Fred glanced fearfully at Li Huiyan and contacted the analysis department to investigate him thoroughly and report back. He might be more dangerous than we think. The image of Li Huiyan appeared, holding a green crystal and laughing coarsely. System, pure refined tiger essence. The supply, unique and of the highest quality craftsmanship. Its effectiveness can be confirmed during the making process. Huiyan jumped with joy, amazed at this one-of-a-kind raw material. Granville outside looked disgusted but did a favor anyway. Inside, he couldn't stop feeling elated. Such unique materials are rare. Usually only a few master craftsmen could handle them. But if I told the Mana Tower it's part of my research project, they might laugh at me. Suddenly, Granville outside noticed something. The atmosphere changed to an ominous darkness before his eyes. What is this? Is it Grenfell's intuition? Why does it give me goosebumps all over? Grenfell glanced at the notification system. A professional task mission had initiated, investigating major crimes on Yusra Island. Grenfell was surprised. Why did the professional task window suddenly appear now? A sudden shift in balance made him lose his footing, and even birds were scared to fly away. The system turned red. Yusra Island had been tainted by greed. Its collapse imminent. Granville stood before this scene. Second Sun Guild members, including Fred, lost their balance too as the island's collapse accelerated. What is going on? Yusra Island is actually a waterway? It's just a new area. This phenomenon is different from when the water stream was created. What exactly is this collapse process window? What's happening here? The transformation has made everyone anxious. Granville stands before the red system, greed. He touched the system. Yusra Island has been stained by greed. The collapse process is underway. He calmly stood straight and glanced around. Human petty desires have awakened the underworld. The soul of Huiyan still held the stone with a frightened expression. I don't need to meet that bear. I'm just hunting for good gems right now. Yusra Island has been stained by greed. The collapse process is happening. Now, round him, it seems only chaotic and ominous air currents. Based on the mission window information, these air currents' identities are likely the great demons. These dark air currents, seemed to have surrounded the entire space, making everything gradually strange and dark. When Wei Gang's live stream viewers noticed something unusual on his screen, they immediately asked what a collapse process means. Despite being in shock, Wei Gang still explained it to them. Hold on everyone, I'm checking Google for results. On the live stream screen, comments continued to update non-stop. Heard that the Sinning Society has taken over the island already. Then others in the live stream were also surprised. How did they manage to take it so quickly? Any demon hunter in Axon could notice this. This stirred up anticipation among the viewers. What news did Sinning Society receive, guys? Do you think Sinning will reveal anything? By the way, Eustra has 10 islands. If Sinning just completed one island, where is this collapse process happening? If it really collapses, what will happen then? It might turn into the Wild Coast Island. Once the collapse process is complete, the Great Sin of Greed will fully awaken. Granville received a system notification. Inside the notification, his current mission was to initiate, and suggestions were given. Unveil the lighthouse that illuminates, the last demon hunter, light up the world shrouded in evil, train your weakened body. Investigate the Great Sin on Eustra Island, prevent the resurrection of the greed-named sin, and protect the island from being stained by greed. As predicted, Grenville deduced that they must at least stop that monster, not necessarily eliminate it. He was surprised when strangers resembling demon hunters suddenly appeared behind him. They were in a chaotic state and shouting to each other, "Hurry up!" The Sinning Society has completed the challenge on one island and took the treasure. It's real treasure. Only 9 islands left now. There's nothing else to hunt here. I need to gather positive energy before this area collapses. Granville thought, yes, that's a typical reaction of greed. Perhaps at that moment, all players in Yezrahan had the same thoughts and desires. To prevent the treasures from being stained by greed, they need to be convinced to abandon their desire for them. But convincing everyone is impossible. The demon hunters are still competing fiercely. Get out! Our group arrived here first. Stop wasting time. Show us what you've got. At that moment, while Granville was helpless, Hoyle was extremely anxious. What should I do? Grenville exclaimed. Finally, there's only one option left. Hoyle was taken aback. Huh? Granville said something very serious and determined. I'll go get all the treasure here. Hoyle, he seemed scared and thought, seriously, Grandma? Meanwhile, on the second island of the Eustra archipelago, everything was similar to the other island. The space was still surrounded by dark energy and became unusually dim. At the Sinning Guild outpost, it seems members are in a discussion. Gadamichi is discussing with Camilla about the collapse of the process. How does Camilla feel about the collapse of her island? She looks arrogant. Clearly, Eustra Archipelago has 10 islands. This process for all 10 islands, it's already completed one step. That step is full right after we get the treasure here, so it seems like a countdown tool. Do you think so, Lox? Lox smiles mysteriously. But more importantly, have you heard Jesse's report on the Mage Congress and the Summoner? Gadmichi is alarmed. Li Hoyan received a mission from the Demon Tower and went up to its peak. Oh, Camilla, she looks very interested and happy when hearing Jesse's name. Darling Jessie, her eyes sparkle when mentioning Li Hoyo. There must be something between them. Upon hearing Dimitri's jest, she immediately reminded him, Camilla, be serious now. Look at the situation right now. I'm not pleased to be reminded, so I teased back. I'm not sure if we should listen to that name who rented the entire hotel and was rejected. He looks extremely surprised. Why? At that moment, Lox seemed only interested in Li Hoyo. He seems very interested in him, mentioning Li Hoyo. It seems he has become a threat to us. What do you think? If we face Li Hoyo, can we defeat him? At that moment, Dimitri and Camilla seemed to have heard very outrageous information as they were almost silent, unable to say anything, showing they had no assurance of any victory. As I also want to confirm this. Ada hesitates too. Lox, are you joking? Now keep Scar in the right position. The lineup is already headache-inducing enough. More importantly, Jesse won't let it go. Are you trying to make Scar look worse in Jesse's eyes? Did Gadmichi say the same too? He hasn't touched our interests yet. Lox puts his hand down reluctantly, looking doubtful and suspicious. Is that so? Just wait and see. Alright, I said that out of jealousy for his achievements in magic. We don't need to be hostile towards him now. Then they received another piece of news. The process collapse increased again. At that moment, they were almost motionless and panicked. Lox asked upon hearing the news, damn it, where is he? Gadmichi reported, the world's ruler. He has obtained the treasure chest. It seems he has officially acted now. Lox almost ready for battle, he placed his hand on Scar's shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Like this, all treasures will be taken away. Alright, let's hurry to the next island then. At that time, on the other island, after Hoyle heard Grenfell wanted to take all the treasure, he was still stunned and thought Grenfell was just joking. Grenfell, wait! What do you mean by taking all the treasure? Grenfell hurriedly moved as if really preparing to fetch the treasure. Literally speaking, I'll take it all. Hearing this, Hoyle quickly hugged Grenfell's leg tightly. But we've seen it already, right? When the collapse process is complete, the great sin of greed will awaken. Don't tell me you think of awakening it by collecting the treasure. Grenfell paused, but not because of Hoyle's words. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of him, all wearing imposing armor. Hoyle realized something was wrong. They had lion-shaped shields and were from the Lion Knights. I didn't expect to encounter the strongest knight order in the Arcana game here. Even their faces were part of it. Before Hoyle could finish speaking, Grenfell smiled at the imposing figure before him, the leader of the Lion Knights. Harkin Kingskit was recognized, but remained silent. The Knight Lauren was extremely unhappy and angry with Grenfell's direct name-calling. Slick guy, just be proper. Kingskit waved his hand dismissively and asked Hoyle, Traveler, may I ask your name? Grenfell replied seriously, I'm Li Hoi-an. I never thought I'd meet the Lion Knights here. It's an honor to meet you. Meanwhile, Hoi-an was frustrated and uncomfortable. The way they talk is driving me crazy. Are you guys making a drama and fighting? Kingskit feigned confusion. In some way, he gave off a different vibe from the other travelers. He suddenly paused and noticed a small silver medal on Grenfell's chest. Grenfell was startled as a fireball slid past him, narrowly avoiding it. The fireball appeared and caused everyone to flinch. Skystona, Knight Lauren covered his mouth to avoid the smoke. Commander, are you alright? The knight then realized something was happening. This is the Island Guardian monster. That monster is enormous and has very sharp teeth. Everyone just stared in awe at what it might do next. The system announced that the monster's name is Golden Crawler, level 450. Kingskit quickly assumed a battle stance and shouted, all ready for battle. Knight Lauren sighed. Damn it, this monster has the highest level in the Eustra Island region. Kingskit never relaxed. Be careful, it's about to launch a Skystone. At that moment, the monster's eyes glowed with a greenish light as if preparing to shoot a Skystone. As the monster prepared its attack, surrounded by ominous auras, Kingskit ordered everyone to return to their positions. Knight Lauren held his sword and stood in an offensive stance to block the incoming aura. Everyone was panicking and expressing shock. This power is devastating. The monster's attack almost sent everyone into chaos as they reported the situation. Commander, we can't guarantee visibility due to the Skystones. We can't approach the monster. That monster with its long neck and claws was terrifying all of them. Kingskit was startled. The monster's foot appeared, ready to step on him. Kingskit shouted urgently, avoid it, but it was too late as the foot struck the ground forcefully. Space fell silent and the commander was extremely tense. Under the monster's foot, Grenfell's incredible magical power was blocking the monster's powerful attack. The other knights were stunned by what they saw. So, Traveler, you erected an ice wall in a flash without casting any spell. The commander helped Knight Lauren and asked Grenfell, come on, what is that? Grenfell replied calmly, we're not in a position to have this conversation right now, sir. He was stunned as the monster didn't give up. It roared loudly and tried to break through the ice wall. Everyone panicked again as skystones came flying. They formed a defensive formation, with soldiers raising their shields over their heads. Hoi-an was extremely scared now. To increase the wall's strength to its maximum, I had to consume an enormous amount of magic power. If not for that metal, I would have died from exhaustion. Despite having to conserve magical power, I must find a way to ally with Leona's knights to attack this monster. Kingskit, holding his sword, approached. The traveler and Mothab's carriage seemed skeptical as the captain didn't react in time before he continued speaking. I sincerely thank you for your help and that of my knights. If you support us in this battle, he will draw his sword and plant it into the ground. Leona's knights swear their hearts will never forget this kindness. Hoi-an daydreamed about the captain's smile. If you want to take a bus, we'll give you a ride. Hoi-an was thrilled, but Grenfell seemed indifferent. He affirmed that evil must be punished. If anyone needs my help, I'm more than willing. Hoi-an sighed at the damned way they did it. While White Gang watched from behind the bushes, they had been witnessing everything since the beginning. He was very excited and thrilled to directly witness everything firsthand. Behind the phone screen, he was Leonhardt Knights and Grenfell discussing. He found it very interesting. This is great, really. He started going crazy with excitement for his followers. Look at all of you. They swore by their hard source. Can everyone see that? His followers began to comment wildly. Oh, the Liar Knights suddenly appeared. Why, gang? The captain's nose is too big. Get it off. What is this? They just swore by their hard source. No, that's just a greeting used in the royal family. What are they doing with all this ceremony? Come closer. See what they're saying. He replied, it's hard to approach. At that guard monster, just observing the battle wouldn't be a problem. So please bear with us. Meanwhile, Kingskit was still fighting the monster and Hoi-an, brave soldiers with fierce hearts. Charge! Following were images of knights gradually attacking the monster in front. During their attack, they discovered its weakness, the head and legs. Try to make it expose its head, aim for its legs. While still fighting, Grenfell seemed calm but not afraid. The knight behind looked at Grenfell with great doubt. This traveler. I'm very grateful for his help in avoiding unnecessary injuries from the monster. But I don't understand why the commander used Hard Source Oath. Hard Source Oath is a pledge from the royal family's heart. It's unreasonable to swear with just an ordinary traveler. Not only did the knight doubt it, but Grenfell also felt this way and wondered why the commander acted like that. He remains silent. The battle continues without end. Everyone keeps attacking the monster while knights fight and cheer. In the name of Leonid Knights, aim for its legs and defeat it. Hoi-an was amazed and admiring. This is the power of the knights. Grenfell suddenly realized they were far weaker than he thought. The image of small knights fighting a huge monster showed the imbalance in strength. Hoi-an tried to convince Grenfell, no, it's not that we're weak. We just can't match this monster. These knights, Judah directly joined the battle against the monster. But with their power, if I don't join the attack, even if their strikes are effective, when will we defeat this monster? The system notification showed the collapse progress increasing again. Eustra Island was tainted by greed. Hoi-an was extremely shocked. It has already traveled halfway. The other monsters are taking over the island faster than we thought. At this rate, everyone will soon arrive at the island. I need to find a way to create some space for the knights to have an opportunity to attack. The monster's eyes glowed again, and that green light was very intense. It continued to shout loudly and trample everything. Captain Kingskit urgently reminded everyone to be careful. There's an earthquake happening. Now it seems like the knights are sinking into a sea of fire with lava spewing from the ground. Falling down means certain death. Everyone be careful, but we have nowhere to move. Grenfell slipped and remembered something. Move! Then he reappeared walking up the stairs. He then shouted loudly, Lord Harkin, which made Captain Kingskit slightly jump. Keep attacking! The knights were all surprised. Grenfell didn't stop there. He shouted again and used his strength even more forcefully. But this time, it seemed more intense and determined. I'll clear the path. And then the monster was frozen in place for a moment. Its eyes lost their power as it nearly exhausted itself completely. The knights below were all overwhelmed. What is this? At that moment, Gangyang, hiding behind the bushes, was extremely shocked. His eyes almost popped out of his head. The comment section of the live stream was buzzing. Ooh, is that a noble's magic? What? Oh, what? Captain Kingskit couldn't believe what he was seeing. These are the steps of magic. Granville created those steps and they stopped the monster. Bright said, I've seen it at the Tower of Magic. Lauren also couldn't believe it. Unreasonable. A normal traveler from this world could cast magic from the Tower of Magic? Everyone was confused and doubtful. Who is he? Seeing everyone's amazement, Hoyle seemed to have used up all his strength. He looked like half his soul had been lost. My mana, he thought. Captain Harkin Kingskit, what is he doing? Hurry up and move. Just stand there watching. Then came the confident footsteps of Captain Kingskit. He rushed forward and shouted, he cleared a path for us. Don't miss this opportunity. The monster was also terrified by its own actions. The captain ordered the knights to quickly finish it off. Then a series of knights charged at the monster. Captain Kingskit's mighty sword slashed down in one straight cut. Exhausted and tired from his efforts, Grenfell received a message. Captain Harkin Kingskit awarded you for your contribution to defeating the old tyrant lizard. Grenfell felt confused. This is, before he could understand anything, another notification came. Knight Enoch Lauren rewarded you for your contribution in defeating the old tyrant lizard, and then a series of gifts followed, ending with continuous level increases. Hoyle was bewildered. What's going on? The captain approached from behind. His medal is one of the many gifts bestowed by the Emperor to the Tower of Magic long ago. We owe you our lives. Suddenly, all the knights knelt down with their swords placed on their hearts, shocking Granville. Captain Kingskit, the best knight from Lyre, will continue to support Li Hoi-hun, the owner of this medal. Then a large green ball appeared and was surrounded by green energy, looking very mysterious. It shines, filling the space, and Hoyle stares at the ball, thinking maybe it's the island's treasure. What should I do? Should we take it? But if we take the treasure, the demon will wake up. But if we don't, someone else might grab it anyway. And that would be a big mistake. The system reports the collapse rate has suddenly increased to 6 bars in Hoyle's surprise. A grand failure. Let's think about taking the treasure for a moment. You've only just explored, but Grenfell already picked up the treasure and was so shocked he dropped his jaw. Hey, you crazy guy. Think a bit, buddy. My head hurts. Wake up, Hoyle. Tham Nam means we're doomed. For Grenfell Cloud APO's Grenfell, a true noble, vegetables are just filler. The captain and Bright are still stunned by the situation and feel incredibly surprised. To him, born into a wealthy family with a large heritage fortune, he's tasted all the sweet flavors of wealth and riches. Wei Gang seems to only tremble as he witnesses everything. His fans are also very shocked. What kind of magic is this? Isn't this the magic from the Demon Tower Master? Congratulations! Congratulations! We got the treasure! Grenfell feels a bit of greed as he holds the ball, but it doesn't exist in a noble like him. Grenfell smirks. There's an easy way to prevent these treasures from being tainted by greed. Just get rid of that feeling. The system announces you've won the island's treasure. He couldn't have predicted things would turn out this way, and Hoyle is extremely flustered with his mix of joy and surprise. Is it okay like this? Meanwhile, behind another bush, new recruit Kinver appears, using a scope to observe Grenfell and the knights from afar. He taunts with a smile, Li Hoi-hun. Kinver remembers the scene where he killed those lives. As he steps away, he mutters and sighs. I told them to grab all the other treasures. Behind him are bodies and a young man with a wounded hand in a pitiful state. The red-haired boy is furious. Kinvo, you coward. Xi and Shred won't just stand by. Suddenly, a powerful surge hits him. Then the reflection of Kinvo and his pained expression are shown. It seems everything has ended, and Kinvo's hand holds a knife with unending blood. The chickens. The system reports you've killed another player, increasing your karma level. Having achieved his goal, Kinvo's eyes sharpen as he holds a glowing crystal shard. This is much easier. You've received 32 shards of the Philosopher's Stone as loot. As expected, White Gang is extremely excited and so elated they cry tears of joy. Everyone, look! Hoi-an is taking the treasure now. Even if he got the treasure, the collapse rate didn't increase at all. You're being watched by guiltless birds. He's truly not greedy at all. Hoi-an looks like he just received a huge shock. Is this really the island's treasure? The system says the island's treasure is the Rank Doom Crown. It's an item, described briefly like that. Hoi-an is extremely disappointed. This is just a joke. Greed inside me has disappeared too. Don't tell me all other treasures are like this. While Hoyle is desperately hopeless, Grenfell receives the news that Night Lion's team has joined his. The surprise and confusion of the two special guys, especially Hoyle, upon receiving the message. What is this? We're forming a new team again. The captain stands before them straight. Didn't I just say that? Captain looked confident and heroic as he declared, Hoyle will follow you. We, the Lion First Knights, will continue to support Lion. The Flower Knight team suddenly knelt in respect. Hoyle was incredibly surprised by this. Is that so? I thought he meant not to attack us if both sides meet again in the future, just to avoid suspicion right away. You're our benefactor and you've shown your character by not letting greed take over when you claimed the treasure. No matter what your purpose is, we swear to be your sword and shield at least here on Eustra Island. He couldn't believe the situation. Hoi-an could only stare in astonishment. It can't be true, no matter where in Eustra. The finest knights of the Empire are following me, and Lever's maidenhood is too much. Hoi-an was almost going crazy with joy imagining all those monsters falling into his hands one by Lever at a time. We should quickly head to the next island then. In the Kinder Forest, Kinver sits firmly on a thick branch and silently observes everything. His contact is probing. Hey Kinver, I heard Li Hoi-an got the treasure. Why hasn't progress collapsed yet? What's so strange about that? He did get the treasure, right? And I also heard he went with Hako too. Can you handle the Lion First Knights? Hearing him doubt it, Kinver smirked triumphantly. Are you scared at all? What? Scared of what? I'm just being cautious. They're not as naive as those sane knights to be hunted. Kinver looked uncomfortable. Shut up. If you can't, go somewhere else. Kinver's eyes were sharp and piercing. I left a gift for them on the ship. As soon as they step onto the next island from that ship, just snap your fingers and the Hydra poison will spread throughout their vessel. Whether it's Harkin or Li Hoi-an, once poisoned, they're done for. Grenfell observed Grenfell with satisfaction and declared proudly, and if I kill him and search his body, I'll know right away whether he got the treasure or not. He couldn't have imagined that Grenfell would spot him at that moment. Those eyes felt like a knife to his throat. No, it's an illusion. Absurd. Did he realize from such a distance? Plus, the terrifying aura. Not only did Kinver feel the sharpness in Grenfell's eyes, but even the little cute squirrel on that branch felt it too. Hoyle was thrilled to see the squirrel. Cute, it looks like a squirrel. Maybe the captain sensed something too. You noticed it too. Li Hoi-an? The captain exuded power. What do you think of that little mouse on that tree? Kinver couldn't escape his panic and shock. He clutched his throat in horror. System reports Harkin Kingskit is observing you. Your mental strength is very low. It warns you're in an abnormal state of fear. Grenfell raised his eyes and frowned. The little squirrel on the branch held a cheap nut with a cute face. Hoyle observed the captain and felt afraid. What? He hates squirrels, right? That expression is terrifying. That's it. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Grenfell kept a mysterious person. Eustra Island is being tainted by greed. Hoi-an was very worried, reaching 8 out of 10. Forget the old crown for now. There's only one treasure left. Forget about leaving soon. We should hurry. Despite everything that happened, Grenfell remained calm. Why are you upset just because of those little mice? Hoi-an thought it was good that they stopped the love affair. Progress couldn't worsen anymore. Let's move quickly. The captain didn't hesitate. As per your wish, on this gloomy island, everything seems empty and desolate. He's in terrible shape, and with that panic, he's frozen in place. At that moment, the person connected to him is trying to reach out. Can you hear me? Ekenver, why are you so silent all of a sudden? He can't answer as his legs are trembling from the fear. He questions himself. Am I still alive? He begs for mercy. The name Li Hoyan. Why? Is it because they pity me? Or am I just a worthless brat not worth their attention, no matter the reason? He starts crying and in pain. Thank you for giving me a chance to live. Despite his panic, he doesn't forget to contact his allies. I'll leave this place. His friend is shocked. What? Hein-jun from the other side starts feeling confused and annoyed. What are you talking about? Speak clearly. He tries to console him. Guys, if you want to live, don't provoke Li Hoyan. He's panicking. Kim Vo! Hey there! Kim Vo! He looks at his silent phone and is extremely angry. F***CK. What the hell is going on? Seeing him angrily throw down his phone, the fat blonde ally of Park Hwai-jun wonders, what's up, Park Hwai-jun? That guy hung up on me. He's extremely angry and shouts loudly. Damn it, how much money did I invest in this? Kim Vo, that guy said the only way is to use Hydra Venom. Even had to borrow money from private lenders for that. His allies sensed something wrong and tried to calm him down. Hein-jun, stay calm. He's very upset and keeps yelling. Calm down. Calm your damn self. He seems extremely angry and suddenly grabs the other guy by his collar, shouting, You bastard. It's great for you. Didn't spend any money on this. F***CK. Another red-haired guy tries to stop him. Hey, Hein-jun, stop it. Why are you so short-tempered? You're not usually like this. He ignores the advice and goes berserk. Calm down, stop talking nonsense. How can these fools just stand there? What? Hold on, did you team up with that guy? How much did he give you? They seem to be struggling to follow his train of thought and are very confused. Why? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? What the hell are you talking about, crazy guy? Calm down, let's talk. He went crazy and started shouting. What are they going to do with my money? At Grandfell, Thong sensed something as troop leader's gaze was puzzled, following his confused look. Hoyan, what's up? His sharp eyes. Nothing. What are you thinking it is? It's a notification for activating the Predator skill. No different from what I got when I first arrived on the island. But somehow this time feels slightly different, like his inner hunter instinct is warning him. He realized it must be nearby. Picture of Hein-jun sharpening a knife to stab through the red-haired man's body. The red-haired man was in pain, gritting his teeth and spitting blood nonstop. Get Hein-jun! That bastard! I know you're greedy for money, but to this extent, he looks pale. What are you saying? The sharp blade of him seeping through the fresh blood of all those who accompanied him. You guys are just a bunch of scum plotting against me. Isn't that so? System notification. Hein-jun has obtained 60 pieces of the kin fruit. At a hidden corner, White Gang silently witnessed the entire gruesome scene and was very afraid. It's your fault. He trembled as he listened quietly. He seemed to separate his anger from his body with an ominous look. Just reclaim what you guys stole from me. White Gang was trying to run. He ran as fast as possible and thought, this is a massacre. That super newt must be crazy. Turns out the rumors about those people killing others in the waterways are true. Haven't you realized yet? People watching his live stream were wondering what happened, and one person explained, while running, White Gang didn't notice he tripped over a tree. If caught, they would definitely kill me to watch. I have to get out of here as fast as possible. Not careful enough. Tripping on the tree caused it to fall forward, making him very scared. He thought he was falling, but luckily White Gang was saved by an explorer. Are you okay? The explorer noticed his fear and asked, are you being chased by monsters? You saw who helped you. The Exploration Alliance. People watching White Gang were discussing the explorers. Seeing how tired White Gang was, the explorer advised him, it seems like you're exhausted. Sit down and rest for a bit. Hearing that, he thought, even if it means killing his teammates for money, He can't consider all of them as enemies if he wants to continue playing in Arcana. Why Gang was very tired, so he agreed. Yeah, thank you. Many thanks. It'll be fine. I'm alive. The remote-controlled drones are observing everything around them. Journalists are using the remote-controlled drones to follow every move on the island. Today's Arcana news. This is the last island in the USR archipelago. Journalists are introducing the island of USR. The islands of USR are divided into 10 islands, and each has hidden treasures. There are many ways to claim these treasures. The journalists talk about how people have tried to get the treasure by fighting sea monsters known as the Lords of the Island, solving puzzles around the island, and more. Sinning Guild got the treasure, or perhaps it was the Adventurer Association, various guilds, and alliances that claimed the treasures in different ways. The journalist reported this via aerial observation, revealing that these are the last islands with remaining treasures, drawing many players and guilds together. Oh, Sinning Guild just arrived, as I said. Members of Sinning Guild have appeared on the final island. Our guild leader is quite greedy, isn't he? The journalist introduces the treasures claimed by Sinning Guild to everyone. They got to treasures from the western part, right? From here, I can feel the grandeur of the #1 guild. He keeps updating everyone about what's happening on the island. But isn't this also a source of pride for career? They say they almost got the treasure from the eastern part. Timon's brother calls to check and assure him, "Don't go too far, just bring back the good parts." He confidently replied, "Don't worry about it." The journalist continues updating everyone on what's happening on the island. Alongside them is Inazuma Guild. They say they arrived at the same island as the nearby guild, but the nearby guild were the ones who got the treasure. Kazuma was furious seeing the confident look of the Inazuma team. Look at that satisfied expression. A teammate advised Kazuma, "We'll have our chance soon, Mr. Hisagi." The journalist explains the guild leader's expression to help everyone understand his current mood. That might be why the expression of Inazuma guild leader, Hisagi Kazuma, isn't good right now. Riven, Berserker, and Seiken Sun guilds have also appeared. Bellucci is angry and wants to fight Shred. "I'll kill them, but my teammates stopped me. Let me down quickly." "No! We're only letting them off this time. Is that okay? Now lower the checks." Sighing helplessly, still as irritable as always. The journalist poses a question to keep everyone engaged. Who will get the treasure from this island? Please stay tuned to Today Akana channel. Suddenly, he paused. Look, everyone is surprised by what they see. Those guys! There's no way! Dimitri calls out to Lox. Lox, over there. Yes, I saw them. A group of people is approaching. Lion, the Knights of Lion Shave Guild, has also arrived, surprising the journalist who shouted out their name. Surprised and shouting, "Oh my god, this is it! The strongest knights in the Empire have appeared." Even Shred was surprised, unable to believe it. The journalist keeps updating everyone about the guild leader's information. It said that the level of the Knights leader Harkin Kingsguard is terrifyingly high at 600. Timon was so amazed he called his brother to confirm. "Brother, are you sure I didn't see it wrong?" Ben Lucci exclaimed. "What the hell? Are you crazy? That's cheating." The reporter kept updating everyone on the situation, and the current leader was. Grenfell glanced around. Everyone was surprised to see him with Li Huoyan, the knight captain. The reporter described Grenfell as determined to claim the treasure, drawing all attention. But he seemed very focused, his eyes showing confidence that he would definitely get the island's treasure. However, reality was different. Grenfell was actually exhausted, more than he thought. Hoyle thought no one would notice but realized otherwise. He thought it would be less noticeable. He didn't expect everyone to be so obvious about it. While Hoyle was worried, the reporter believed he was calm in this situation. Lee Hoyle appeared with Captain Harkin Levy, 600. He stood confidently before the major guilds. But Hoyle sighed, "That's the truth." The blonde-haired man named Hisagi told Kazuma that he had met Grenfell and was unhappy to see him there. He said, "We met in the Marquis territory. What is this monster doing here?" Kazuma advised him to be careful and not show hostility towards him now. Camilla confidently stated, "Oh, I'll make it clear, no matter what happens, I won't fight Li Huoyan, I only have one life." He was uncomfortable hearing this because he didn't want attention. Stop drawing attention to yourself. Huoyan glanced around. Are these ladies and gentlemen done with their work? Stop looking at me. The knight captain suddenly shouted, "Huoyan, what's going on?" causing Huoyan to look surprised. Temin shouted, "What is this?" Lava spewing from the ground. Everyone yelled, "Be careful, retreat, switch to fire-resistant gear, activate your fire resistance, run if you want to live." Fred was terrified by what was happening. Someone had shouted, "The island's lord." A fish was created from the lava and suddenly rose. It was called Lever, a lava fish, for 120. The heat from the lava was unbearable. Benlucci felt uncomfortable. "Damn it, so hot." The black-haired man said, "It's hard to approach because of the surrounding lava." Fred also felt helpless, saying, "We can only observe now." As people saw the lava fish swimming in the lava stream, they could only report damage and those without appropriate fire-resistant equipment. Retreat, defenders and close combat fighters, switch all gear to ranged attack weapons. The lava stream blocked all attacks. This wall of lava stopped long-range attacks. Damn it, no one can get near it now. How do we destroy it? The reporter tried to calm himself as he attacked. Temin, don't push too hard. The reporters kept updating the battle and shouted. A carp and a lava fish suddenly appeared. The lava fish was swimming freely in the lava stream. I can feel the intense heat just from the drone's video feed. Blocked by the lava lake, no one could easily approach the monster. The head engineer captain asked Huoyan, "Huoyan, are you okay?" "No problem." Hong Kong exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Relief. But I don't know what to say. I confidently said I would become his sword, but I couldn't even approach it. Huoyan smiled confidently, telling Hakan not to worry. "Hakan, I've brought it here not just for this." This surprised Lox. He looked at him and thought, that guy, laughing in such an imposing situation, he's really surprised by Huoyan's actions. Why? He wondered what Huoyan would do, help the experiment with something, Li Huoyan. The casting of magic can be divided into 3 stages: probing, intervention, and manifestation. Huoyan is casting a spell, probing, intervening, and manifesting. The surrounding lava tremor around the carp isn't a skill, it's just part of its natural environment. Everyone was surprised, meaning for Grenfell, that natural tremor. Timon and everyone were surprised by what they saw. It was Li Huoyan. Impossible. It's not much different from ordinary pebbles on the roadside. Lava is flying everywhere in the sky. The lava isn't rising straight up. The reporters were all surprised. Even Lox was taken aback. Huh? Everyone around them sighed in amazement. My lord, what kind of monster is this called? Huoyan used magic to make the lava fly up into the air. Huoyan felt worried when he saw Hakan not attacking. Hakan, are you just going to stand there again? Attack faster. Everyone was observing through the aircraft and were surprised. What's happening here? What's this? The lava is actually basalt erupting. The layer of basalt on the Liu volcano has been shattered. An unbelievable scene. The path to the island has been opened up. Hakan laughed loudly. He was very excited and rushed forward. There's no other way. I have to retaliate against the magic you created. Lox was surprised by what just happened, but quickly ordered an attack. Damn it, that moment. I felt like a zombie. Attack! The guilds acted swiftly too. The path has been cleared. Guild print. Attack! Yoon told Timon, Temin, even with the support of Harkin and fighter planes, it's hard to have a chance to defeat that Liu whale. We must attack them in our first strike no matter what. Got it! He was surprised to see the large basalt whale jumping up. What is this? Everyone was taken aback by what they saw. It jumped up, then fell heavily back down. Everyone was surprised. Bellucci exclaimed that this large basalt whale is terrifying. Fred quickly shouted out, "Be careful, it's going to jump and attack again." The reporters were continuously analyzing the battle. The monster is attacking wildly. This time, approaching it isn't easy at all. It truly is a grueling battle. Lox was surprised too. Everyone kept attacking the large basalt whale. Loves was quite puzzled. Oh, what's that? The image of lava turning into long stone rods attacking through the large basalt whale made everyone curious. Lava turning into stones. Fred explained it well to make everyone understand, changing its nature. Ben Lucci couldn't hear clearly and asked back. What? He simplified his explanation for her to understand better. Like water freezing into ice. The lava quickly cooled down and turned into stone. But creating lava that turns into stone like this is beyond imagination. Due to magic limitations and spellcraft level, such a large-scale transformation at this volcano mouth is impossible. After hearing Grenfell call his name, he began to attack. He continuously attacked the Netherfish agent and successfully eliminated it. A Netherfish agent has been defeated. Everyone was shocked by this announcement. Locks laughed helplessly. Print the meeting minutes. Number 1 in ranking but with no contribution level. Insane! Let's go back. The journalist was very excited. Hold on! He informed everyone that they had defeated the Netherfish agent, the island's master, and said that Li Hoi-an and the Knights of Leone were the biggest contributors. The journalist exclaimed in disbelief. How could such a person with a silly expression handle the Netherfish head H? Error so easily? Previous footage. After mana recovery, you receive rewards for significant contributions. The fort announced to everyone that Grenfell had received a reward. It's an island treasure. According to reports, previously a player named Li Horizon won another island treasure. Grenfell thought, island treasure, huh? He wondered if this might be the last one. Surely it is now. The journalists watching on screen were surprised. Huh? Everyone present at the scene was equally surprised. What's going on? Why no reaction? Isn't that an island treasure? A dark energy source is approaching Grenfell. The Eustro archipelago has been tainted by human greed. System reported self-destruct's progress. Everyone was surprised by the system's announcement. What now? Is something wrong? Isn't there one more bar left? No, it didn't match from the start. Could it be? Could there be another hidden island treasure somewhere? Hoyle felt surprised. This is Grenfell can't have greedy feelings about this treasure. The previous treasure didn't affect the destruction process either. But why is there such a powerful dark energy emanating from the island now? It seems another island treasure has been tainted by greed somewhere else. In another part of the island, adventurers and iron gnomes were feeling terrified. A man had killed members of the expedition and wanted to steal the treasure. One player was murdered. Apart from the island treasure, 14 other items were also obtained. The adventurers were furious and heartbroken over a fellow team member's death. That bastard killed Julie. Be careful. Jun felt scared after touching the treasure. He felt his head hurting. He felt very uncomfortable. Damn it! What happened? My mind feels like it's exploding. I didn't anticipate this. He laughed heavily and said, What did you say? You are being controlled. He tightly squeezed the man's neck. You say you want us to let you go how? Let me help you cultivate your resolve. Your mental strength has dropped to low. The dark energy is squeezing his neck tightly. Send those without power. I'll help you get what you want. The dark energy wants to devour him. Now it's your turn to help me. But right then, someone rushed over to stop them. Stop immediately. That person slashed with a sword and stopped everything. Wei Gang was so surprised she stopped crying instantly. Bright turned around to check if he's okay. Are you alright? The Knights of Lenhart team. Wei Gang laughed until tears streamed down her face. Then Grenfell is slowly making his way here. Is it really? Grenfell feels uncomfortable. Am I being influenced by the devil? Everyone was surprised to see him arrive. Li Hoi-an, sir. Wei Gang quickly wiped away her tears. You're starting a live stream. Guys, we've been waiting for a while now, right? My live broadcast will start now. Suddenly, Grenfell paused slightly. Bright head came up. He's still alive? This damn guy. The mission has been updated. Hoi-an was surprised. Hold on a moment. That's... Junhain is possessed by dark energy. The evil of Yusha Island. Ro-an felt confused. Evil, huh? Why suddenly? That's... The island treasure began to glow and shatter. The island treasure is being tainted by greed. Granville couldn't believe it. Hoyan felt worried. No way! The mission has been updated. Prevent the resurrection of the 7 greedy sins. Temporarily halt the process to prevent the island treasure from being tainted by greed. Initiate self-destruct procedure. There's a pair of eyes observing everyone, and they all stop to observe what it is. Clee was very worried, clutching Ben Lucci's shoulder tightly. Sister, that's... A large hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Huh? Hand, huh? That hand kept attacking the island continuously. Everyone felt scared as the ground began to shake. What is it? What kind of shockwave is this? That hand is trying to merge all the islands into one. Why? Why is this happening? The reporters watching from a distance were also surprised. The islands are merging into one. Isn't this a transformation? Moreover, after the islands merged, a golden castle gradually appeared in the center of the new island. Is there something here? Hannah was astonished to see the golden castle. How could it be like that? It's only when the castle emerged from the ground that everyone realized it was indeed a golden castle. The reporters were deeply impressed. The golden castle, a golden castle, had appeared at the center of the newly merged island. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. It really was gold, all of it, an entire golden city. Could this be the treasure of the island? Even Hoi-Ho was surprised. Golden castle. But he suddenly remembered, no, that's the castle of Long Tam, a castle where greedy demons rule. The appearance of the castle made Hoi-On feel uncomfortable. It emitted an disgusting aura that made him want to stay away. Hoi-On thought the magic class mission was paused now. The magic tower screen had been raised and the flames were burning. The demon hunter's final battle had begun, driving evil into the light, investigating the horrors of Yuzura Island successfully, stopping the resurrection of the 7 great sins. Preventing the island's treasures from being tainted by greed. The mission failed, huh? Something was coming. Suddenly, hands appeared from the ground, scaring everyone. They were ready to fight. Bright screamed in fear, "Be careful underfoot." Everyone was terrified as many mages emerged from underground ghoul mages. The reporter laughed and taunted, "Well, after the golden castle, it's the ghouls rising up now. What will happen next? Please follow Ba-Tong for more details." Jun suddenly shouted. "Damn it," your classmate yelled at the reporter. "This isn't a joke. The atmosphere here is far from funny," leaving the reporter speechless in response. "What about the flag?" Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. He ran to Guillaume's workspace and demanded that he stop everything. "We have to stop this. Stop this evil, senior." But Guillaume was on a phone call, ignoring him. "This is Jun Sugul." "Yes, I just checked the island update." Jun shouted out of worry. "If we keep going like this, everyone will die. We need to stop the invasion and quarantine the entire island. Look at the enemy's level." An update about the Golden Castle was posted. Ghouls continuously appeared from underground, shocking Hoi-On, who exclaimed, "Oh, the knights are trying to attack the ghouls. This is insane. What's their level?" "We're carrying out the mission to prevent the island's treasures from being tainted by greed, and suppressing soldiers and eliminating manifestations of greed. Our guild keeps getting defeated like this. They must be insane. What do we do?" Everyone was panicking. "Disband those who can't fight. The expedition team. Take this path. Hurry and run. Retreat now." Granville was helpless with the difficult task. He had to assign a mission that could be accomplished. The monster level is 500 and the cluster level is 652 tough. Harkin fought while commanding the knights, maintaining their formation and slowly retreating in this situation. Granville suddenly called out to him, "Harkonier." He explained his reason for retreating. "Hoi-On, you see the number of monsters has increased in level. Be more careful." But Harkin was surprised by what Granville said. He seriously told him, "A knight's vow will be my mirror. It still holds true. Somehow, we have to keep Harkin here." Harkin was surprised by his gaze and asked, "That look, are you planning to deal with it hesitantly?" He confirmed with him, "Yes, that's right." But Harkin still wanted to advise Granville. The opponent is a high-level giant. He might die, but he was determined to do it. There was no other choice. He had to rise up. A noble cannot retreat in the face of difficulties. Harkon's words made him realize something. He smiled in his eyes. There is nothing to fear, right? Unlike what Harkon thought, he was actually very afraid now. Beside me is Hoi-on, a true noble. Why should I be scared? Hoi-on wasn't sure if he would help, but assumed he would assist. He ordered his team members to be Lion's Knights and fight with honor. He encouraged his team members. Let's fulfill our oath of honor. Help Hoi-on defeat the evil creatures in the name of Lion Knights for our honor. Why Gang was surprised by what the troupe of performers planned to do. What? Are they going to rise up? The spectators watching on the screen were also surprised. In front of the Golden Castle, many demons appeared. That castle! Granfell also led his troupe of knights to attack and charge forward. June ran to Gilaum wanting him to see. Senior, please watch this video. It seems someone is trying to enter the Golden Castle, right? He was also surprised by their actions. What's going on? Are they crazy? Can't you see the history update for monster levels? The reporters were continuously updating the battle situation. Players from Lai Halcyon and the Leonid Knights are rushing towards the zombies to head towards the Golden Castle. Will they be able to enter that castle? Everyone watching on screen was also very concerned about this. We will invite experts for their opinions. Open the Museum Library channel. Park HWKI's broadcast is clearer now. The public is also very interested in this information. The Forest Rangers are continuously updating information on Granfell. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association declared that the entire island should be quarantined and sealed off. Looking at the knights fighting, Granfell thought, good, the Lion Knights are performing very well. As expected, the best knights in the continent always know how to handle any situation. He was also recovering his mana. The recovery went smoothly. Watching the intense battle, he thought, with this recovery speed, maybe participating a bit would be fine. Shred's teammates advised him that if they want to attack, they should go now and contribute some effort. But Shred remained calm. Going there now would just mean death. He thought they were too reckless. No guild dares to participate in such a suicidal action. Looking at this dangerous situation, he thought they might soon fail and retreat in disgrace. The fallen mages are gradually reviving. Granfell was confused. Damn it, my mana hasn't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared from afar. This light surprised everyone as it flew past them. Fred and Granfell were surprised by what they saw. Members of other guilds began to join the battle. Temin felt puzzled. What? Even Ben Lucci was surprised. The reporters continued their live coverage. Gun and Berserker, two guilds. Their unexpected participation. Gun and Berserker entered the Golden Castle to help Li Hojian. Temin was puzzled. What is this? Ben Lucci grumbled. What are you looking at? Kree whispered softly. Speak a bit quieter, okay? The reporter was surprised. It seemed both guilds had attacked the water channel with players from Hoi-on. Hoi-on thought happily, they came to help us, right? But Granfell sternly said, come and help me, brave warriors. This made Hoi-on feel scared. What's going on? That crazy guy. He was shouting in despair. He had to beg for their help now. How can you say that? You're insane. Everyone gathered round Granfell. Ben Lucci helplessly said, I owe you from last time, so I came to help, but it's a bit unlucky to face Magni's army. Glee could only advise with a forced smile. Sister, use kind words and luck. Gilaum seriously instructed Timon. Timon, this is a great opportunity. This time make sure to leave an impression on Hojian. You should take it seriously too. Everyone was staring at Granfell, making Hoi-on feel scared. They seemed to be going crazy, right? But Granfell remained calm. The necromancers were raising the dead and drawing attention. Enoch shouted, those madmen are resurrecting. Ben Lucci's subordinates attacked while complaining about the troublesome undead. Timon was attacking while praying. Priests, bless us and protect us to completely destroy these undead. We need God's blessings and protection. Hoi-on feared losing credit for his efforts. Damn it, they're taking my credit. If the buffs and beneficial effects could strengthen Sir Lenhart, That would be great. Granville told Ben Lucci that Lionheart Knights also needed blessings and protection. He just took it for granted when he said that to her. I have nothing to offer you, but bless those brave warriors. Hoyle felt ashamed upon hearing this. Sorry, as the knights fought, a beam of light appeared in the sky. It turned out to be the priest group coming to support them. Our nearby priest group will support you. Don't worry and keep fighting, brave. Hoyon, may God bless you. The combat strength against undead increased dramatically. Ben Lucci suddenly shouted, "What's that?" The reporters were happy. Good job, we got a point. Tim in. Ben Lucci grumbled. No, we plan to do the same. After support, the knights fought with renewed vigor. Alright, the feeling is different now. Just keep fighting and destroy everything. Granville proudly said, I won't forget this favor. Timon laughed, no big deal. Hoyon, do you need any more help? He pointed to himself with pride, needing God's blessing or protection. Just say anything, our priests will join in too. Alright, that's enough for now. Granville boasts again, those brave warriors will fight with superior strength, leaving Timon stunned and Hoyle angry. Why didn't you help him? What's happening here caught Harkon's attention as he turned to look. A voice echoed, Harkon, causing him a headache. Huh? Harkon's eyes widened in surprise. He felt puzzled. What is this about? I don't believe in gods. But suddenly, someone familiar appeared in the shadows. What's that? Your Majesty! A dark power surrounds Harkon. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The city gate! Suddenly, someone shouted, Danger! They all stepped back. Stay away! Harkon is gradually succumbing to the uncontrolled dark power. Is that so? Everyone tried to wake him up. Harkon, leader, he's being controlled. I promised your Majesty. Hakon is recalling events before he was transported here. Your Majesty heard that the leader of the demon army appeared in the western mountains, recalling when he was with your Majesty. So, Leader Hakon, what orders do you have? The gods will immediately fulfill their mission. The Emperor remained silent for a long time after hearing this. He asked, Army leader, huh? He didn't want thousands of soldiers to fall again to those evil creatures. Your Majesty. He turned away. Demons appeared and the adventurers vanished. He's remembering his country's situation. Even the demon tower investigating this phenomenon received no response. The people are full of fear. Why is that? This is Imperial territory. A beam of light appeared in the sky. Even civilians couldn't escape this disaster. Every night, we prayed to God for an answer. Harkon only listened. Does this world truly end? Is this really what the gods want? He saw his king in despair but never received a response from God. The sky is changing too. Has God forgotten us? Your Majesty asked Harkon how he felt about all of this. How do you feel? Harkon, are we really abandoned by God? But he remained calm. Your Majesty, the culprits are the evil creatures. God hasn't abandoned us. They're blocking our path to him. He strongly declared, God, Hakon, I will return after defeating that demon leader and ensure a path for your Majesty to reach God. After hearing Hakon's promise, he remained silent. The next words from the Emperor surprised him. Don't worry, Hakon. I don't believe in God much either. He gently said to him, but I do believe that he will return to us. Return to the battle on the island. Hakon shouted out, Rise up. He kept encouraging everyone. The king is waiting for us. Don't give up. Don't be defeated. Hakon accidentally saw the enemy's leader. That guy is the commander of this Akma army. He thought killing that guy would be enough and attacked, but we'll kill him too. But he was mocked by him. It's too late now. He intended to attack with magic, but disappeared instead. The soldiers were surprised. Harkon wanted to stop them. No! But he has already vanished. No! He and the knights suddenly teleported to the modern world. Harkon felt confused. Where are you? No! The people here were also surprised. What's this? Who are these guys? What's going on? He couldn't go back. I must return to the king. King! Harkon saw his king. He is gradually disappearing. He is losing control. Return to the king. The god has wandered everywhere. Has he arrived here now, scaring everyone when they see him like that? Please forgive my treachery for coming too late. Your Majesty, Harkin is completely controlled. Harkin, this control scares Hoyin. It will be the mirror of your Majesty and destroy all enemies. You can't say anything. Harkin, you're trying to attack everyone. Oh my god, how did it end up like this? Brighthead, come on. Captain, are you alright? Bellucci was also surprised. What's going on? Why is he acting like that suddenly? Hey, he's crazy. Hey, don't say anything inappropriate, sister. Hoyin feels very worried. Damn it, no one should be possessed, but he's possessed by a ghost. Harkin being controlled by Granville surprised him greatly. Something must be going on. Depending on the situation, controlling someone's mind can be more complex than just a simple wish. Suddenly, he vanished and then unexpectedly attacked Granville. But luckily, Temmin saved him. He then turned back to ask as if hoping for praise. Hoyin, are you alright? But Granville glared at him, making him silent. His brother teased and laughed. Temmin, aren't you pushing it too far? He said pitifully. I'm just worried about Hoyin's safety. Even if that's the case, who am I to interfere with Hoyin's actions? Oh look, he's escaping. What do we do now? Oh really? He feels offended. What should we do? Only Hoyin was still thinking about the magic light just now. Suddenly, he realized that if not for Namtaiman, they would have died. Then he turned to look for Hakan. Where's Hakan? He saw him fighting Enoch. While fighting, he called out, Captain, please regain your composure. It's us, Enoch shouted. Should we return to the king together? Isn't that right? He gritted his teeth and said, Be quiet. He roared, How dare you? Filthy demons, mention our king. Both Enoch and Bright were stunned. Demons? Captain, do you think we are demons? U.S., Jessica and Enoch here. Harkin no longer recognized anyone, now even daring to insult the knight's honor. He swung his sword decisively. We can't bear to listen anymore. Timon was alarmed as Harkin charged towards everyone with determination. It was dark that day. He delivered a powerful blow to where they were. Timon was worried. Be careful. Everyone had to attack Hakan in return. Attack! But he continued attacking madly. Each move he made was incredibly strong. Everyone could only struggle to defend. He wanted to kill everyone. Everyone struggled to defend. Each of Harkon's moves shattered the ground. Everyone was injured. What about me? I'm fine, just fell down a bit. Just a few attacks and everyone got hurt. Help! Please help me. I've been kicked up. Is there any healer here? Help me! Jessica, I'm fine. You guys go take care of NHD. Timon felt a headache. That crazy monster. He's more of a disaster than a man now. Your brother cares about you too. Timon, where are you hurt? I'm not hurt. Timon feels a headache but keeps talking. I'm fine. But both you and everyone else were surprised by what you saw. Granville blocked Harkon's sword with his hand, surprising everyone. Unbelievable. Enoch and Jessica couldn't believe it either. He stopped the crazy captain with just a wave of his hand. What kind of power is that? Everyone watching on the screen was also surprised. Hoyin worries as he thinks, Don't hit me. Harkon feels surprised. He's shocked. What happened to you? In Harkon's eyes, everyone is a monster except for Granville, who is white. How can you be completely clean among these 7 filthy monsters? Granville is also surprised. I didn't know that. How could I know what you saw? Hold on. Could it be because I'm a demon hunter? Could it be due to the effect of the demon hunting ritual? Harkon gets angry and demands to hear his story, or he'll kill him. Granville has to explain. If he doesn't speak up now, he's in trouble. Damn, Hoyin feels worried. I'm done. The shock just now made me unable to speak properly. Harkon threatens and no one answered him. He worries as he thinks, or maybe the person couldn't answer. That's right. Harkon is angry because he didn't get the answer he wanted. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Killing someone solves everything. Hoyin shouts in his heart when he hears this. No, wait! He reaches out towards Harkon. This makes him very curious. What does this mean? He's furious as he thinks, is someone trying to lure me in here? Maybe. He looks at his own white shadow and wonders why it is like that. Suddenly, he notices Granville's button. The button on the shirt. That's the button Mothap received from His Majesty. You've saved countless lives. As the Knights of Lai on 1, we will support our master who owns that button. Lai Hoyan will be his powerful allies. Hakan remembered everything. Hoyan felt a bit surprised. He's awake now, right? Granville was very happy, just as he thought. The honesty skill worked. I didn't bring any weapons. I'm his friend. We're genuine nobles. Your etiquette skills have improved. Etiquette? Has it been activated? The skill has increased. Etiquette level 2. New effects will be added. You're also curious. What are the new effects? Hakan sensed something and turned around. Then he suddenly shouted, Hoyan, be careful. The evil energy wants to control you again. Hakan suddenly realized something dangerous. He yelled loudly, Hoyan, be careful. Hoyan also noticed strange dark shadows rushing towards him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Huh? In front of Hoyan was a man who looked very dangerous. Round him were dark, eerie swirling gases. You've recognized it too. Is this his imaginary world? Who is that man then? The man seemed to be very angry. Strange patterns adorned his body. Combined with the exotic outfit and valuable golden jewelry, which was now broken and shattered, he suddenly spoke, I only want to protect my kingdom. Grunfeld was surprised as the dark voice continued, Eustra's precious kingdom. Turning the pages of the painful past, there used to be a kingdom rich in marine resources and fertile land. A kingdom with many sparkling gemstones, where people lived in peace and loved each other. But one day, a stranger arrived at the beach. The people of the kingdom and even us were very interested in him. After treating him with great courtesy, what we received was their invasion. Our fellow citizens had never known war or conflict, so they couldn't defend themselves. Everything in the kingdom was trampled upon. Standing before the ruins of his own kingdom that were burning, the black-haired man, whom he and the people had once despised by pulling him up to the sky, now looked at him with disdain. That black-haired man, or rather King Hakuna of Yusra, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hakuna trembled and asked, Why is this happening? If you want precious gemstones, we can give them to you. The stranger laughed mockingly, Giving? Why should it be that way? We could take from you too. Watching the crown symbolizing his highest status slowly shatter into pieces, Hakuna fell to his knees in despair. He seemed to have heard a voice from hell. Why wait for you to give us something when we can take everything ourselves? Hakuna exploded and immediately turned black, exuding an eerie dark power that enveloped the space around him. Back to the present, after recalling those painful memories, he instantly burst with power rushing towards Grunfeld. Hakuna gritted his teeth. These things belong only to me. Grunfeld calmly looked at the king in front of him. He recalled information about this Yusra Island. This is Yusra Island, the legendary treasure island. It's said that valuable treasures are scattered all over the island, attracting many people to seek them. Blood flowed for those treasures, and the Duke of this island is now making a grand declaration. This island, these seas, this sky, they don't belong to you. They all belong to me. Granville suddenly switched to noble mode, dismissing the argument. He angrily interrupted, cutting off his words mid-sentence. You're speaking in a way that's really grating on my nerves. Hakuna, who was already fuming, was left speechless. Granville clearly stated that all arguments would soon be over. I will teach you the moment you leave this world. The only thing you can take with you is your pride in your heart. Hearing this, Hakuna became furious as expected. What did you say? Hoyan suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had completely broken free from Hakuna's illusion. At that moment, Hakan frantically ran over. Hoyan, what is it? Could the devil be playing tricks on you? Granville didn't answer him, but instead looked at the magnificent castle in front of him, slowly raising his hand as he thought about the foundation of the castle, how it was built. He made up his mind and concentrated all his strength into his arm, just a little bit, just enough to interfere with that. Immediately, cracks appeared on the castle in thick clusters. These cracks continued to expand across the entire castle, reaching its very foundation. Everyone around gasped in shock. Wei Gang and the Exploration Alliance couldn't believe what they were seeing. Akana, the news director, and the reporter were equally stunned by this grand spectacle. They were extremely alarmed. The city walls. An unbelievable event had occurred. The reporter continued to report. The city walls. Those city walls are. At that same moment, Lox's incredulous voice caught Dimitri and Camilla's attention. Lox intently watched the report on his phone. What? Monsters? From the aerial surveillance equipment, everything had been recorded in full detail. The reporter was extremely excited. Everything has collapsed. At this point, Hoyle was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Oh good, magic power didn't get drained from that action. I'll take a break and think it over. But immediately, Granville's voice boomed loudly. Wake up, you bastard, shocking Hoyle. What about the flag? Never mind, my inner self is screaming. Granville continued to shout. Look at this. How many treasures and soldiers have died protecting you and that relic, lying there in such a tragic state? You call yourself the great king of valor. Hearing those accusations, Hakuna instantly went berserk, his anger flaring up. Surrounding his body, he seemed to be pulled by a black demon, screaming, You dare! That devil roared at Grenfell below, who was still in shock. Who dares destroy my city walls? My assets? Can't one of the 7 deadly sins of greed be avoided by that foolish human? Afterwards, countless black auras immediately surrounded Grenfell and others. He was extremely angry. That foolish human, I will devour everything you have. Both Temin and Leone were surrounded by the black auras. Temin was in a desperate situation now. Damn it, things are getting tense. Lenny wasn't faring much better. She struggled, enduring for just a bit more. Hurry up and activate the anti-dark magic effect. Suddenly, Lenny froze. Her entire body stiffened. Her breathing seemed to stop. Oh no, she's choking. It's too uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. At this moment, the monster's voice echoed. Even the people and soldiers of the person. I will turn all of you into undead to protect my treasure forever. That is the power of greed in the 7 deadly sins. Temin shuddered as he stared at the great sword beside him, Junjun's hand gripping the knife handle. No, if that happens, it would be better to commit suicide rather than suffer. Clearly, right now, judgment is clouded by greed that cannot be resisted. Granville shouted loudly, Just stop, he said. Everyone woke up from their nightmare. Everyone, not just the knights, but also members of the nearby guild, Berserker team, were stunned by what had happened. They silently looked at that young silver-haired boy who saved them from foolishness and now faced an extremely dangerous opponent directly. The sin of greed cannot be trusted. It roared, Yu, how can you interfere with my mind? I am the representative of greed, one of the 7 deadly sins. Granville immediately corrected himself. No, your essence is not evil nor greedy. It seemed very surprised by this statement. HMM. At this moment, the system announced that the sacrificial item had been chosen and the ritual skill was activated. The effect of this skill is to prevent allies from entering an abnormal state within a certain range, forcing demons into the ritual of corruption. Granville picked up a large glowing ball, convincing it, Wake up, last king of USR. As he said, countless white light beams rushed towards the demon, leaving it unable to react in time. Granville coldly looked ahead, ignoring the ball breaking in his hand. It was time to correct mistakes. The greedy demon laughed at Granville's actions. Don't try to make a fool of me. Your trick won't work on me. Suddenly, it stopped. It realized something. Deep in his mind, Hakuna slowly raised his hand to touch that white light. His face showed sadness. Is it holy power? Stop! Please stop! The white light continued enveloping the greedy demon. It seemed to be enduring infinite pain, but that white light kept filling the demon's body. Sorrowfully, it said, My castle has already collapsed. Hakuna! As he said, the black demon immediately shattered into 100 pieces, dust flying everywhere. After witnessing the battle, the result was clear. Wei Gang, this streamer was shocked by Granville's power. Not just him, the Arcana reporter and director were also shocked. Fred looked at the live stream in amazement. Everyone was amazed by Granville's skill and terrifying strength. Looking at Granville straight back on the live stream, the reporter was extremely excited. What is this? He was completely confused. That is, it worked. This is someone emerged from the ruins of the entire city. It is Hakuna. He returned to his original form. The reporter continued live streaming the scene. Li Huiyan's incredible achievements were constantly updated. At this moment, in this scene, Hakuna fell before Granville. He seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. Doubtfully said, "This is clearly just now I had already ended my own life along with the evil." Granville corrected his words. "No, you fought against it." Suddenly, a flurry of comments erupted, making him pause. Everything was getting too chaotic. What are they talking about? Ignoring that for now, he thought time would answer all questions. And the loot? Why isn't there any loot? Suddenly, Hakuna thanked them. "I don't know how I'm still alive after what happened, but thank you very much." Suddenly, a mission notification appeared. The hidden mission timer had 9 seconds left. Granville was shocked. The time limit was too short. Hakuna was extremely surprised. "Clearly, just now, I ended my own life along with evil. I don't know how I'm still alive after what happened, but thank you very much." At this moment, a reminder notification appeared. The hidden mission timer had 9 seconds left. Granville was like being struck by lightning. The time limit was too short. The system continued to display information about the hidden mission. It explained that the king had just tried to commit suicide with the great sin. He seemed no longer willing to live. Let him remember he is the king of Ayusha Kingdom. Another reminder notification appeared, showing the crown for the king of Ayusha Kingdom. Granville was a bit bewildered. What's this? A hidden mission? That's good. But what about the crown? Which crown? Where is the crown? Looking at the countdown continuing to decrease, Hoyle was alarmed. Let's think fast. Suddenly, he realized something important in this urgent situation. Granville and Hoyle looked at the newly appeared item list. The treasure of the island. Crown in peril. This is the item from the previous mission. Immediately, a beam of white light with mysterious energy appeared before Granville and everyone, both sides in relief. That's right. At this moment, the extremely flustered reporter continued his report. Who is the man appearing at the ruins of the Great Sin? Could he be the embodiment of the Great Sin or another one? As soon as he said that, Li Huiyan, a player, took something out from his inventory. Meanwhile, Fred and his two subordinates were watching live. All three couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. He trembled. It's a crown. As Granville took the item out of his inventory, white light appeared. The white light faded away. A crown gradually appeared. He had returned it to its rightful owner. That was Hakuna. Hakuna was quite surprised. He didn't think he would ever have this crown again. His body emitted a soft green glow, and he stared at his hands in disbelief, his face showing amazement. Immediately, Granville's mission completion notification appeared. Hoyle wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed in relief. It was from that turtle hunt, right? I thought it was just a high-level item. Turns out it had to be used for this mission. Lucky me. The notification continued to appear. It reminds Granville. You've met the requirements. The secrets of Eustra Island have been revealed. This announcement surprised Granville a bit. At the same time, not only Granville, but all other players received a notification that someone had discovered the secrets of Eustra Island. Temin and Leone were very surprised. What's this about? Lutter's Angshuan suddenly shouted loudly. You don't accept the result. Who is it? Are you saying the water channel has been cleaned out, right? Which guild did this? It wasn't done by a single guild. His statement immediately caused public panic. Everyone was bustling about. Why? Spouting nonsense. A member of the guild immediately reported to their guild leader. Guild leader, this notification window. Lox could only chuckle. It says someone did it. The audience in Wei Gang's streaming room was eager to know who caused such a big commotion. That young streamer can only remain silent before the magnificent scene before him. The reporter suddenly shouted loudly. He announced, "This message is sent worldwide. Similar messages are being sent to all players globally simultaneously. Right now, someone in their story is covered by a green light from Hakuna? Think hard. Huh? What did they say? It's too bright. Did someone discover the secrets? Are they talking about me?" The ground was drenched with long streams of water, and powerful green light beams emerged. They pierced through the island, countless large rocks collapsing, earth falling down, a desolate scene. The knights stared at the scene before them, their minds frozen. The kingdom of Eustra appeared. What's this? Hakan stood there, ruins beneath the ground. Unbelievable. This is the kingdom of Eustra. From the rubble emerged a sunlit palace. It shone amidst the ruins and lush green forest. It's the palace belonging to the kingdom of sunshine, luxury, peace, and prosperity. A new area has been discovered, the kingdom of Eustra. Witnessing everything, Akuna News Agency director, what's going on? The reporter who was engrossed in the scenery suddenly became alarmed. Hakuna and Grenfell appeared at a new location within the palace grounds with everyone else. With years of experience as a news hunter, the director immediately sensed the dramatic scent. A secret is about to be revealed. He urged the reporter immediately. "You, take some footage. Shoot this. Hurry up." The reporter was helpless. "But Zoom won't let me." The director grew impatient. "Then grab the camera and come here. And hurry." The reporter reluctantly followed. "Okay." Grenfell has a face that remains unchanged amidst life's myriad changes, but his inner self, Hoi-on, is not like that. He smells it, looking at Hakuna hovering like a god. His inner self screams, "What? What now? It's natural." Hakuna suddenly kneels before Grenfell. He slowly introduces, "I am Hakuna, the last king of the kingdom of Eustra." Meanwhile, a notification appears. Grenfell has become an benefactor to the kingdom of Eustra. The relationship and influence between him and the kingdom of Eustra have reached their peak, and the power characteristics in the kingdom of Eustra have been activated. In front of everyone, Hakuna slowly expresses his gratitude, sending deep thanks to the benefactor in this kingdom. Timon looks at the man before him, the king of Eustra. Meanwhile, a female berserker member focuses on something else. "So long, or should I charm him?" Lenny's eyes widen. "Shut up. What are you saying?" Everyone present is surprised by this turn of events. Why gang, the stream viewers and explorers did not expect this. The king of Eustra kneels before Grenfell again. Hoi-on stands stiffly, holding his breath. Hakuna continues, "Honored benefactor. Can I ask your name?" Hearing that, Hoi-on tenses up but relaxes. Even in a fallen kingdom, the king is still the king and should act accordingly. But it seems Grenfell doesn't think so. He replies, "Li Hoi-on." Everyone, including Hoi-on, is stunned. Talking back isn't good. Hakuna politely responds to everyone, "It's a great honor to meet you. I will always remember this name and pass it down through the ages." Everyone is stunned again. This guy talks so formally and politely. Lenny disdainfully, he was different before, now acting indifferent. A strange fellow indeed. Hoi-on agrees. Temin is impotent. Hoi-on thinks Grenfell isn't interested in the throne. Hakuna smiles and explains to everyone, "When I was still under the influence of the great sin, the benefactor said it was time to correct mistakes." Hearing that, Hoi-on shudders and begs, "Don't remind me again." But heaven doesn't listen to human wishes. Hakuna continues, "After hearing those words, I decided to die with the great sin, but the benefactor saved me and gave me a crown." At this moment, Hakuna's image seems to merge with that of another king. Hako looks at the familiar figure. He is silent in thought. Hakuna mutters, "Why? This weak and cowardly king lost all his people due to his own mistakes. So, what do you want me to do now?" Grenfell listens silently as the newly awakened king expresses all his emotions. Meanwhile, in a different location in the kingdom's tropical forest, Fred and his subordinates run through the jungle. His two subordinates are utterly confused. Leader Fred, why do we have to run? Their leader runs like mad, stops complaining, and keeps running faster. He is excited. This is a new and updated version of Arcana. There's an entire new country. Eustra is a gold mine. Dark thoughts flooded his mind. Was that country even valuable in this game? There were many cities, villages, rare monsters, hidden treasures, and even resources sprouting from the ground. Was it a Eustra, right? Once the kingdom is rebuilt, I'll take full advantage. We need to act fast to seize this opportunity. Junior's trying to pull a fast one. Hold on. He said earlier he didn't want to go. Threat quickly corrected himself and headed off. He just said that earlier. Hakuna and Grunfeld were talking. The young man was deep in thought. Suddenly, he spoke up, catching Hakuna's attention. Oh, he continued his argument. I think we need to rebuild the Eustran kingdom. Hakuna hesitated. Rebuild it. Is that feasible? But if we want to rebuild, he lowered his eyes. Who would trust a king who once pointed a sword at his own people? Grunfeld remained cold. From now on, Hakuna, you must strive to protect what you have as the king of Eustra, to correct your mistakes and restore your honor. I will help you. Those words moved the young king's heart deeply. He smiled happily. It seemed his benefactor had read his mind. Hoi-On stared at the mission board in front of him. It said, Hidden Quest. The awakened king wants to rebuild Eustra to correct his mistakes and regain his honor. Hoi-On forced a smile. The quest window said so. Hakuna nodded. Then, with the benefactor's willingness, the Eustran kingdom would. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Here it is. Fred had caught up. He was elated. A beautiful kingdom like Eustra deserves to be rebuilt. We'll need to hunt for resources. I volunteer my help. Instantly, laughter and jeers filled the air. What's this? That's Fred. He was trying to take advantage of her. But ignore those taunts. Fred continued chatting amiably. Let's help each other out. Suddenly, Fred spotted Granful. He immediately approached him. Oh, you must be Hoi-On. I've heard a lot about you. Despite his smile, he was secretly assessing the man in front of him. From this situation, it seemed Li Hoi-On was leading. I need to build a good relationship with him. He cheerfully shook Granful's hand. Our hunting guilds admire King Li Hoi-On very much. I'm Fred. Pleased to meet you. The others outside knew Granful well. They happily chatted and ate snacks. Poor souls. Fred paused. He didn't get a response, feeling uneasy. Hey, there's something off in him. Looking at that cold face radiating hostility, his skin turned pale. Damn, did I do something wrong? Fred cheerfully rushed to shake hands with Granful. Nice to meet you. The Carvers Guild members admire Li Hoi-On very much. Looking at that cold face exuding hostility, chills run down my spine. Hey, there's something in him. Something's off. Did I do something wrong? The air is eerily silent. A sense of embarrassment gradually emerges. Harkin had to put out the fire. Hey, cut it out already. Temin nodded in agreement. This guy will definitely get a taste of his own medicine. And Leone is sick of this scene. What did he eat to become so bold? And Shred, this pitiful young man, now stands stiffly. He doesn't know how to continue the conversation. He tries to defend himself. This matter, I'm being rude. Suddenly running up and grabbing your hand like that. Suddenly Granful frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Oh, so sleepy. Fred strained to continue the introduction. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Fred, currently ranked 7th on the individual ranking list and also the president of the Carvers Guild. Clearly, Granful no longer finds him interesting now. His thoughts are slowing down, his eyesight fading. Because he used magic too much, right? Well, I broke a barrier. Performing a purification ritual and creating another drama. Ugh, suddenly feeling so tired. If this continues, I'll pass out here. We need to wrap this up and go to bed now. Granville made up his mind, ignoring Shred's story. He turned to Hakuna. Sir Hakuna, the king of Eustra Kingdom. Hakuna silently looked at him, waiting for his suggestion. Granville clearly stated, I would like to propose something to you. Hearing this, everyone waited anxiously for Granville's next words. Wigand and the stream viewers held their breath in tension. Shred and other players were on edge too. Even the Akuna news director and the reporter had taken their seats at the Berserker Guild Hall. Updates about the mission to rebuild Ustra Kingdom are constantly being posted. Meanwhile, a fun piece of news about Shred being completely ignored by Granville is on the front page. Seeing this, Leone and one of her female members burst into laughter. They couldn't stop laughing. Witnessing this comical scene, two of his female members, including the guild president, laughed uncontrollably in their seats. One calmly read the newspaper. Ben Lucci's subordinate didn't know what to say and bought some ice cream instead. He asked the one reading the paper, also a Ben Lucci subordinate, "What's going on? Why are those two laughing so hard?" The subordinate replied while reading the newspaper, "Oh, probably read about Shred's embarrassing moment yesterday." He was surprised. What is it? News of Shred's humiliation has spread widely, and everyone gets a chance to laugh at this clever guy. As soon as the update was posted, Ben Lucci's subordinate found it extremely funny too. He felt just one thing. Worth it immediately, he joined in the laughter. Only the one reading the paper remained calm and eating his ice cream. He doesn't seem to want to join this. The laughter spread to nearby guild headquarters. Shred's humiliation has become a trending topic at the local tavern. John Mean was surprised and hugged Timon tightly, laughing loudly. "I did it! I made it happen!" John Mean stroked his younger brother's head and praised him. "Timon, you did great. You're really my pride." It's unbelievable that he got the mission at the Ustra Kingdom set up. He was so happy he didn't know what to say anymore. Timon modestly replied, "I just followed your instructions." Jongmin agreed. "Let me kiss you, okay?" Timon firmly refused. No! The affection between these two brothers left the other members of the guild speechless. Why is that analyst, specialist, and the guild leader so happy about this mission? It's such a good one. One member explained, "It's not just good. It's the first kingdom to appear after Arcana merged with the real world. It will definitely bring huge benefits you can't even imagine." Ignoring the scary romantic scene between the John Mean brothers, he continued explaining, "Recently, many people have been trying to build relationships with King Ustra, right? Fred has also humiliated himself over this. Haven't you seen the news? Did that realization dawn on him? Is it about that?" Clearly, the value of the Ustra Kingdom isn't just limited to that. It brings huge value to all guilds because it's the first national update. Moreover, the Ustra Kingdom is not famous for an endless resource. Its development potential is undeniable. The monsters there also help level up faster. People even believe that if they have good relations or influence with the Ustra Kingdom, they might receive a title when rebuilding it. Currently, countless people are rushing to Granville, Li Hoyan. They actively promote themselves, asking for permission to participate in the kingdom reconstruction mission again. "We come from the Gambar Guild. We're really good at digging. Hey, Hoyan, where are you? I'm sure he was here." They immediately ran off to find Grenfell and crossed through a wall filled with broken water stains. With a crack, the wall continued breaking apart. Grenfell appeared after the messy remains of the ugly wall. Hoyan was tired. "I'm so exhausted." He peeked out from behind the wall to spy on the situation. With those guys around, he can't go anywhere without being followed. It's best to head to the lab in the Tower of Vile. Suddenly, long curly hair fell down from above and caught Grenfell's attention. Jessie appeared unexpectedly, her posture utterly abnormal. She turned her head back, her hair flowing downward. She smiled and asked, "Hoyan, I've been waiting for you." Grenfell maintained his eternal calm expression, but inside, Hoyle was shocked. "Oh my, I thought it was a marker." At Grenfell's private office, invite everyone to learn from Jessie or Nissy. Greet them in the noble style. Step 1. Don't wear a hat when standing before someone older. Step 2. Bow your head again. Step 3. Bend your knees at a 90-degree angle and try to stand still. Step 4. Say hello now. Are you well? However, after completing all the steps, it seemed something was amiss somewhere. Her posture looked very comical. Grenfell didn't know how to comment at first. He hesitated. Later, he tried his best to be polite, but his inner self was already in turmoil. "I'm so tired." He tried to entertain Jesse. "I don't have tea for you, but please sit down and take your time. If there's anything you need, just tell me." Jesse sat down and asked, "Are you okay? What if he got exhausted after fighting in those islands? Do you think you're still fine? Ignore the inner turmoil." "I'm so sleepy." Grenfell continued to struggle. "What do you want?" Jesse was just waiting for that. "You're like a machine gun. I have a question about magic. I've watched many of Hoylanday's videos. It seems he has fully mastered the probing, intervention, and manifestation processes." As Grenfell heard this, she covered her face. Exhausted. Today was too long. Jesse kept pressing on. Not only that, but he can even argue with new knowledge alongside magic leader Marcello. "My master said he's a genius." But Grenfell is no longer paying attention to what she's saying now. "I have more things to think about." Yes, especially the great sin of greed. Despite acknowledging it as a great sin, not knowing the purification ritual. How could such a huge demon not recognize its natural enemy? A demon hunter, right? Don't tell me that. Jesse is still enthusiastically recounting her conclusions. "So the magic coin used was advanced magic, correct?" She suddenly stopped. Jesse looked at the person in front of him. "When did Grenfell fall asleep?" She spoke softly. "Hoyan?" Looking at Grenfell's deeply intoxicated face. Clearly, he is exhausted. Jesse didn't know what to do. She looked at that face. Even while resting, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Slowly reaching out, she climbed onto the table and touched his long hair covering his eyes. Gently touching those eyes. After a while, Grenfell woke up. He suddenly came to, looking at the afternoon sun through the window. He thought, must have been dreaming. When did I fall asleep? On his desk was Jesse's note. "See you next time," followed by a postscript. "Your hair is too long to cover your eyes completely." Grenfell realized, probably because he was so tired, he fell asleep right in front of the guest. He blamed himself for being rude to her. Suddenly, the task notification appeared. This is it. The notification stated that the Magic Tower's leader Marcello wanted to meet him to discuss the next level of advanced magic research they were working on together. It also noted that 20 high-level magic masters needed to be persuaded. Grenfell read through the notification, his eyes drooping. "That's right. I was just wondering why it was so quiet." The Magic Tower's magicians couldn't easily accept a traveler like me joining this project, especially since Marcello Dixon brought me to the discussion. They must be expecting a lot from me. Grenfell tried to stay awake, while Hoyan yawned. "But why today? I'm sleepy." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Grenfell snapped back to attention and invited the guest in. The visitor entered. "I am Marcello. I have something to discuss with you." "Should be." Grenfell continued Marcello's words. "I know why you're hesitant to come here, leader of the Tower of Devils Marcello. It seems they need proof of the usefulness of the high-level magic we've been researching together." Marcello looked at Grenfell, slightly surprised by his appearance. His hair was a mess, and he expressed some self-blame. "I'm sorry, just because of my incompetence, now they doubt Hoyan's abilities in the Tower of Devils." Grenfell put on his suit and stood up. "No, you don't need to blame yourself. Your inner thought is just one thing. So sleepy." Grenfell's answer surprised Marcello. "HM." Grenfell politely asked Marcello for help. "Please lead the way, sir. If they don't trust me, I just need to make them believe in me now." The system notification appeared. Grenfell had to convince most of the high-level wizards and participate in Beliuxia's assembly meeting. Now, at this meeting with many high-level wizards, sitting at the front is a very beautiful female wizard. She seems to be the one chairing this meeting. That lady is a high-level wizard from the School of Elemental Magic, Beliuxia. Belly was extremely pleased, Traveler Li Hoyan. Unfortunately, he couldn't prove his expertise right from the start. The 3-layered sealing spell created by 3 high-level wizards will prevent anyone from entering here. "But it seems we've overestimated you. Don't even talk about entering this place." Even Granville didn't notice the hidden door. And now, with that hidden door invisible to you, what can you do? As Eusebio thought, Traveler Li Hoyan couldn't prove his strength from the very beginning. The 3-layered sealing spell created by 3 high-level wizards will prevent anyone from entering here. Don't even dream of stepping into this place. You can't even find that hidden door now. Something unexpected made Yusia and those behind her gasp in surprise. Her face showed clear surprise. Then she thought to herself, no, it's impossible. Why could he destroy the 3-layered sealing spell so easily? How did he do that? Romeo entered confidently as everyone looked at him in shock. Eusebio's thoughts appeared. Even Marcello, who founded the theories of magic, couldn't do this. One of those sitting the door, Eusebio with a serious face was deeply thinking about something. As Romeo entered with a very angry mood, it seemed someone was playing a prank on him. Everyone was scared by what he just said to Yusia. She was confused by this feeling of threat. Romeo approached Yusia. I came here because it seems everyone wants to greet me. Meanwhile, Yusia was still thinking how a traveler like him could get all the way in here. If people waste my time with such pranks, they should take responsibility. Romeo pressed her into the chair. Are you confident enough to bear all responsibilities? His steel-like eyes stared at her. Suddenly, his sleepiness returned. So sleepy, on Yusia's side, she was shivering and sipping something. Oh! While Hoyan was screaming in her mind, I can just fall asleep standing up. No way! Go home and sleep now. That Li Hoyan guy. And then he turned around as he adjusted his coat. I'll let this slide this time. Don't be so rough with me again. Yusia looked at him, still processing what just happened. She laughed to herself. Just joking, was it just a joke? He managed to break through the sealing magic that even I couldn't destroy. Suddenly, someone with a familiar face seemed to remember something. To see his true strength, Hoyle's collapsing image appeared. He silently thought to himself, I've grown so used to that phrase. Next came Romeo's confidence and composure. For me, to prove one's strength, you have to show it. He nodded in agreement when he heard this. Yes, just prove the doubters of your strength with their desired power, and they'll accept it. Those with potential like you never need to worry about that. I really am crude. Instead of just telling you on paper like this, I should have met you in person and talked directly, Romeo said as he folded his arms over the paper. No! It's fine. Suddenly, a snail appeared crawling on the table. The phenomenon happened naturally. Ramphel didn't even shout when showing off his pride. Meanwhile, he was blaming himself for the paper. I really am shallow. Maybe I should have anticipated these things. Romeo raised his hand and shook his head. Don't worry about it. He announced, I'll be right there. Hearing this, Romeo said softly, no need, I'm fine. He dismissed the matter sincerely. Wait 10 minutes. I'll come right away. Before he could stop it. Oh, Marcello ended the call before Romeo could react, his face showing worse than ever as he silently thought to himself with helplessness. I said I'm fine. Romeo put his head down on his hand. I just wanted a little nap. And complained inwardly, if this keeps up, I'll really die. So much has happened. Then he lifted his head and extended his hand out, looking at it as he thought, trying to convince the senior wizards. The new wizard began. No, not even a true wizard yet. Isn't this task too difficult for me? Besides, my level is only 226. All senior wizards have levels of at least 600 or more. I'm still just a kid with a runny nose to them, but it can't be like this. The search. To be highly evaluated, one must prove the impossible and erase their doubts, all with for determined words. Intervene for Lee Hall, Zion's pride, intervene for Granville's honor. Hoyan leaned back and smiled. Suddenly, he felt like vomiting. What is this? An image of 2 people appeared, one relaxed, the other struggling to breathe. Could it be because? Is it really from using light magic for so long that I've exhausted my mana? but light magic is a very basic skill for beginners wizards. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hoyin, are you there? I'm Marcello here. Come in. Romeo put his hands on the table and intertwined them, nodding. Entering with a serious face is a grandful skill to be proud of. The scene changed to people building a structure. A notification appeared with a voice announcing, "Hey, what do you see?" Everyone's gone crazy. Images of John Mean and Timon appeared, with Timon's worried expression clearly visible on his face. Why is Hoyin suddenly being doubted about his strength? The heavy knock on the door echoes. Someone at the door speaks up. "Hoyin here. Are you there? I'm Marcello. I'll come in." Marcello pauses in surprise at the amount of magical residue in the room, not finishing his sentence as he steps inside. "HM." He pauses for a moment. Granville raises his head with an air of composure and says, "Please come in." Li Hoyan silently admires Granville's ability to control facial expressions. Marcello is still taken aback by what he feels. He looks around the room and mutters, "HM?" Hoyle, fearing something, subconsciously clutches Granville's shoulders while he remains calm, folding his hands and asking, "Is there anything wrong?" For Marcello. Now, Marcello expresses his concerns. "Could it be that you just used magic right here?" Grenfell is slightly surprised, but doesn't rush to explain further. Hoyle quickly sniffs the air, like a small puppy trying to figure out what's in the room. "Is there still magical fire in this room? Does it smell musty?" Grenville ignores the sniffing puppy and waves his hand around him, responding, "I'm just practicing some basic magic skills. Don't worry, I have no intention of burning down the laboratory." Marcello still responds reflexively, surprised. "No, that's not what I meant." But he wonders internally. After all, he was only practicing basic magic skills. Marcello looks around the entire room. A massive magical residue, glowing like aurora, hovers in midair, shocking Marcello. Why leave such a terrifying amount of magical residue? Marcello thinks that every spell leaves a trace, which is magical residue. To cast magic requires what process and abilities, the more complex the process. Suddenly from somewhere, a sound echoes from behind Marcello. "Oh my, it's beautiful." Hoyon jumps and turns around in surprise. Where did Glee come from? Before he could finish his sentence, a crowd rushes in with exclamations of admiration. "This magical residue is so beautiful. Is this created by your magic? Master Marcel, are you summoning a dragon here in the laboratory?" Marcel looks weak and confused. "No! This is Li Hoyan's explorer's magical residue. He says it's basic magic." Another mage asks in surprise, "What? Impossible. How can basic magic leave such terrifying magical residue?" The crowd grows larger, praising the magical residue. "Oh my, this is so beautiful." Another mage admits, "I couldn't resist coming to see it with my own eyes." A mage with a flushed face asks Marcello, "Marcel, did you create that magic? How did you use such high-level magic to create such wonderful magical residue?" Li Hoyan looks at the crowd in confusion and wonders, "What's going on here? What are they doing here?" Outside, more people keep coming with praise. "This way, this way. The magical residue comes from this laboratory." Someone says, "This residue might even win the 823rd Magic Beauty contest." A former champion adds, "I was the winner of the previous Magic Beauty contest, but do I have a chance this time?" Another magician asked, "Mr. Marcello, what kind of magic did you use today?" Marcello stiffened. He slowly explained, This wasn't my doing. It was the explorer Li Hoyan over there." His hand still pointed at the Englishman, clearly wanting to clarify, but by the time he turned around, the person had already run away. Marcello clearly couldn't keep up. He angrily said, "Oh, where did he go?" "Over there." Granville ran out of the crowd with all his might. Li Hoyan's body was filled with panic. What is a magical impression? Truly mad and fanatical magic users. I need to find a way to escape. Granville Li Hoyan's face clearly showed his determination to flee. He also confirmed that if he stayed, he would never be able to rest for the rest of his life. Just a few minutes later, a group appeared consisting of a pink-haired girl, a chubby boy with a spiky hairstyle, a tall man with standing blonde hair, and someone wearing a monster-shaped hat. The four faces full of excitement were the explorer Li Hoyan. The pink-haired girl spoke first. "Oh my goodness, we finally found you. We've been looking for you all this time." She pointed at the Englishman and said, "You did a great job at the Phila Temple." Then she took out a Rubik's Cube-like block with many colors on each face. She challenged, "Do you have enough skill to solve this puzzle? This is a riddle game of the wise man. It's known as one of the 3 hardest puzzles in the Magic Tower. So far, the highest record for solving it was 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 7 seconds. She proudly said, "If you use more magic power, the difficulty will increase." Even Marcello took over 10 days to solve it. Granville waved his hand, reversing the spell. The Rubik's Cube returned to its original state. The group screamed in frustration. "Oh my god!" A new record was set. Li Hoyan paused for a moment. "Congratulations!" Running down the stairs, a system notification appeared, convincing most of the 20 high-level 7th magicians. He secretly rejoiced. 7 more. At this rate, it will be done soon. Just as he was staring at the notification, a bright light suddenly shone in his face. It was from his phone. Granville looked up at the enthusiastic crowd below and stepped out. Granville stood still, looking down at the crowd of reporters with hundreds of question marks on their faces. The reporters below held up their phones and microphones. Li Hoyan was one of them. One person raised his microphone and asked loudly for us to ask if you really defeated the evil master in the islands alone. Another asked, "There are rumors that you only claimed credit from others." He continued, "Currently, there is a lot of debate about this. Can you give the public an explanation?" Both Granville and Li Hoyan were surprised by the information they had just received. Clearly, neither knew about the rumors surrounding them. Li Hoyan wondered, "What kind of debate is this?" Granville's face turned serious as he said something that shocked everyone. "You people are really disrespectful. I have no obligation to answer those who don't know how to behave." Before Li Hoyan could recover from Granville's words, a group of magicians rushed over from behind. "He's here!" The magicians bombarded him with questions one after another. "Hey, explorer friend, we have a question about the magical impression. Was it really first-level magic light you created?" The person who asked that even held up a doll of Granville, clearly a fan of heat. An old magician asked, "Did you only use magic skills in the lab? We've studied magic all our lives, but have never achieved what you did." Li Hoyan clung to the Englishman and shouted, "Oh my god, what's going on here?" Behind the chaos, another commotion in front. Some suspect Harkin was the one who made the final decision. Plus, did Scar really show up? Li Hoyan is getting more and more panicked. This is it. "Behind us, a group of mages saved us, adventurers too." That sentence, buddy, in front there are journalists. Li Hoyan. Li Hoyan, worried. "This isn't good. I want to cry my eyes out. How did we end up like a fish caught in a net? What do we do now? Is there any way to escape this trap?" Suddenly, an unusual magical aura appeared, making Li Hoyan wonder. "Huh?" Li Hoyan follows the magic and realizes it's coming from beside him, surprised. "What is that?" It's a beautiful pink magical flow coming from the wall next to Li Hoyan. The mana flow on the wall suddenly changed. A red-haired person, maybe a streamer, holding a phone reaches out to Li Hoyan. "Hey, Hoyan, just one word." Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Hoyan decides he doesn't know, then quickly ducks into the mana-emitting wall, leaving journalists and mages shocked. The journalist from before is wide-eyed. "Oh, him." Everyone looks at the wall. "What's this?" A mage holding a Granville doll exclaims. "Adventurer friend." The old mage is still surprised. "Huh, my magic tower?" Other journalists ask each other on their phones. "Mr. Li Hoyan, where did he go? Did he disappear?" On the other side of the wall is a room. A beautiful lady sitting at a table with her long white legs crossed, creating a stunning scene. She looks up at the newcomer. She folds her book. Astonished, she exclaims, "Truly surprised. The woman places both hands on the table. Light from the window beside illuminates the romantic scene. As I opened the door, you saw through me and stepped in here. Just as predicted, you are the one who penetrated the illusion magic of the Tower Master. Only now does Li Huoyan realize she is the woman he met at Valet Palace this morning. Granville recognized from her words. Opening the door means she helped me, right? I admit it, at that moment I only felt the wall's magic was being interfered with. Similarly, when I sensed the Tower Master's illusion magic, I felt the wall's mana fluctuating in space. Then I just tried to find the magical power of the wall that had changed and return it to its original state before interference. This magic is too simple. She looks at him, then suddenly covers her mouth with a clear smile. After that, she no longer hides, laughs loudly, making Li Huoyan blush in confusion. What's this? What tone is that? Why are you laughing like that? Or does she want me to thank her for helping me? She doesn't laugh but speaks. Indeed, if underestimated and wanted to. Hearing this, Li Huoyan really wants to burst with rage and die on the spot. She keeps going. High praise, prove it then. Li Huoyan feels mortified. Oh, how did she know that line? The girl in front isn't joking anymore. She's serious. Explorer Li Ho, strong. She places her hand on his face calmly. Maybe you're the only wizard here. Calling the Tower Master's illusion magic is simple. Well, it's a bit late to greet now, isn't it? She straightens and gently nods her head. I'm Billy Usia, a high-level wizard from the healing school. She stops, looking directly into his eyes. By Master Wizard Marcello's decision, I hereby recognize Li Huoyan as a co-researcher for new magic studies. The system notification pops up, convincing 8 out of 20 high-level wizards. Granville is surprised by the changing numbers on the system screen. Back home at 8 a.m., Li Huoyan scrolls through hot news on his phone. The top story is finally not about Li Huoyan catching the island's villain. The 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th posts are mixed reviews of him. Li Huoyan raises an eyebrow. What do they want me to explain? He continues scrolling through the news. Please don't tease me like this. I think Gain and Busker are explaining this. Comments below justify his actions, saying he did catch that monster. I saw it too. More comments support him. If you weren't there, just shut up. A few still doubt. Honestly, if I watch the video now, I'd believe everything. The more he reads, the stranger it gets. I'm surprised. What are they doing? Now Li Huoyan has another issue to worry about. He watches a tall man finish cleaning and then lift weights. But why? I haven't figured it out yet. The system notification sounds, training your weak body 500 times. He cries at the screen, can't sleep now. Does Grenfell have no concept of work-life balance? Li Huoyan looks at his self-assessment from the system. His strength is up to level 226. He silently notes that, due to daily task repetition, he's gained muscle strength and agility as rewards, totaling 33 points. 35 points, compared to other players of the same level. I'm ahead by 10 to 20 points. Li Huoyan likes Grenfell's diligence. I just repeat daily tasks, but the gap is so large, truly amazing. Grenfell quickly slices carrots beside him, a monotonous task. Meanwhile, Li Huoyan remains enthusiastic. Of course, for a demon hunter, strength and agility aren't much help. Without close combat skills or broad battlefield tactics, some minor advantages are better at completing small tasks. He wipes his nose, silently accepting the truth. At least I get more magic points too. Li Huoyan sits next to Grenfell, like how Grenfell's talent allows him to learn spells quickly, even though it doesn't relate to his demon hunter role. It would be great if he could show some combat skills. He watches Grenfell meditate on the vegetables, like hack and sword technique. There's something different about it. Grenfell suddenly stops, closing his eyes as he thinks of Haken's fluid sword movements. Something feels off. This feeling is like floating. Not realizing, the area around him is filled with green magical auras. Water rises too. Li Huoyan stares at Grenfell's knife suddenly extending as he slices carrots. A powerful force cuts through the entire kitchen. Water and carrots float into the sky. Even the brick wall cracks open. Water bursts out, creating a rainbow on the sky. Lee Hoi-on's eyes widen in amazement. What is this? One cut while slicing, learning a new magical sword technique too. Beyond the wall, water creates a large rainbow in the sky. Below, a child points at the rainbow to his mother. "Mom, look, water is shooting out there." A distant figure clapped his hands and approached, marveling. The rainbow is so beautiful. Only two people stared at the large hole in the wall in amazement, whispering to each other. What's going on? Despite being soaked, Hoyin was now facing a shock right before his eyes. All he could do was marvel. He must be crazy. Now, the whole scene is surreal. As Hoyin thought about it, Grenville held a kitchen knife emitting green energy in a similar state to when he awakened the sword spirit. Hoyin ended his surprise at a rather terrible sight. A large hole had been drilled through the wall, with water gushing out and forming a rainbow. Passersby stopped to whisper about the scene. What's going on? Oh my, there's water spouting over there. The rainbow is truly beautiful. Meanwhile, on the island of Eustra, Berserker headquarters was under construction. Bellucci wore construction clothes and held a phone in her hands. She intently looked at something with an intense expression. Ben Lucci's two subordinates noticed her staring at the phone with a scary look and felt worried. He whispered to him, "Why is our chairman there? And she keeps looking things up on YouTube." He took out his phone reluctantly. "I don't know." Back to Ben Lucci. On her screen, a reporter was defending someone named Scar in the incident that occurred on Eustra Island. So, the words Scar said were handled by him and the Night Order. He hoped everyone could understand because he couldn't answer all the disputes, so he switched to another video. This time it was streamer Wei Gang praising Hoyon's greatness. Of course, Lee Hoi-on single-handedly defeated the monsters. I saw it myself. It almost turned into a big incident. Because when the Great Sin appeared, everyone froze out of fear. Hoi-on might have been too loud, so she switched to another video. Another anonymous streamer was defending Scar again, saying that the top player is Scar who handled it. In front of such a mysterious phenomenon, people almost died from shock. It's hard to believe an unknown player like Lee Hoi-on could defeat the Great Sin on his own. Only Scar could do it. Ben Lucci couldn't take it anymore. She angrily threw her phone down with such force that pieces scattered everywhere. Damn! What are these people talking about? Ben Lucci's subordinates saw their boss go crazy and reacted differently. He looked at her worriedly. Her true nature. Where would such a mouthy attitude be used? I wonder silently. Why did she break the phone that was fine just now? He seemed accustomed to this and calmly picked up a can of water, answering, "For fighting against other guilds, right?" The new pink-haired girl was surprised, but happy to ask Ben Lucci for the reason. "Oh my god, my love, why are you mad again?" Just as he reacted to her question. Indeed, it's okay to be so hot when fighting against other guilds. Ben Lucci seemed a bit mad talking to the smiling girl, unsure if she meant, those trash always bring up the Great Sin and say nonsense. It was true that Lee Ho-jian did it alone. What does just eating leftovers mean? And the knights didn't know anything. While she was still mumbling about him, the pink-haired girl suddenly understood and asked a question. "Oh my god, so now I'm defending Hoi-on." Hearing her question, Ben Lucci's face turned red in panic. "And?" She quickly denied it non-stop. "How could that be? Why would I do that? Am I crazy? I just simply..." Because he helped complete the first mission and this one too. That's right. He helped, that's why. The pink-haired girl saw Ben Lucci making excuses and just laughed in confirmation. She still wouldn't admit it even when angry about Lee Hoi-on. She kept insisting it wasn't her fault. "I told you it wasn't me." Two of Ben Lucci's subordinates started teasing her too. He held a can of soda, smiled, and spoke. The chairman was about to get involved in this love affair. He pretended to be pitiful, but still agreed with them. "You really are something. What did Hoyin do wrong to deserve such punishment?" Immediately after that, the two subordinates were buried under a pile of dirt by Ben Lucci. The pink-haired girl left with her and consoled her sincerely. "Calm down, sister. Those worthless men won't bother us for long. They'll be quiet soon. Don't do that anymore." let's go chat about something fun. The pink-haired girl suddenly remembered something and reminded Ben Lucci of the title issue. Do you remember when we played Arcana before? When her country's influence grew stronger, she was granted that title. Hearing this, the girl began to recall. Calmly recounting after rebuilding the Shattered Kingdom, the pink-haired girl continued, I will also receive influence points and my relationship with Eustra will increase as a reward, right? The kingdom of Eustra has friendly relations and high influence. The pink-haired girl went on to say that she was granted titles and given a fiefdom. Even the mines and hunting grounds in the kingdom had to pay homage to her. Recalling Ben Lucci's description, he remembered how he gloated when Lux and Shred were forced to bow. She started smiling contentedly. Seeing that Ben Lucci wasn't angry anymore, she asked, so you're laughing now? When discovered, she blushed and denied it. No way! Ignoring Ben Lucci's shy expression, the pink-haired girl continued to be cheerful. Our beloved sister looks cuter when she smiles. Regardless of the two men still buried under dirt, they kept playing around. The pink-haired girl excitedly kept stroking and pinching her cheeks. Ben Lucci struggled, trying to get her to stop. One pinch, while being pinched, she started thinking. The task of rebuilding the kingdom of Eustra was definitely a good opportunity. Thinking about the abundant resources, Bellucci had some thoughts. An island full of natural treasures could provide Akana with rare materials without entering the space rift. Not to mention the title, just getting mining rights would be incredibly valuable. But this opportunity would make anyone greedy. So why did he give it to us? Just thinking about it, she remembered when Hoyan proposed to Hakuna. After a while of pondering, she couldn't come up with an answer. Lucy took a deep breath and concluded, so she owes him again. When can I have tea with him again? She stroked her hair and wondered if the pink-haired girl couldn't hear. She was curious. Huh? She didn't plan to say anything, just replied casually. Nothing much. While they were chopping wood, Granville walked by the city wall with a cool attitude. He received a message from his landlord while walking. Granville opened the notification and saw a complaint from his landlord. I let you rent my house because you live honestly and quietly, keeping it clean. But what do we do about this damage to the house? He calmly replied to the landlord, who was upset. It's my fault for using uncontrolled power recklessly. I'll just keep paying for repairs. The landlord, seeing Granville wasn't sincere enough, exploded. What are you saying? After sending a message to the landlord, Granville looked at his phone and thought about the time. I'm dead. Luckily, my spirit energy awakened, but almost had a big problem because I couldn't control the power. Hoyle remembered how Granville wielded kitchen knife with surging spirit energy, sweating profusely as he desperately tried to reduce its intensity. Thinking about how Granville's blood purification nearly left him bedridden for 6 days due to using spirit energy, he could only scream in despair, his stamina decreasing over time. Granville walked while thinking, even if I search online for spirit energy, it's all about novels. First, I ended up on the Eustra Island by surprise, but I don't know if Harkin taught me any. As soon as he arrived, a guard stopped him. Hold on, please stop here. From this point, it's under the command of the Eustra Kingdom. Granville was stunned and said, huh? Then the guard explained that during the kingdom's recovery process, no one is allowed to enter without permission. The guard asked for his residency or entry permit. Do you have an Eustra resident card or a recognized entry permit? Granville calmly replied he didn't have any, and he sighed. It seems they already set up a good system here. The guard's eyes lit up when he heard the answer and said to Granville, then you can't enter. I'm sorry, please leave. Looking at his smiling face, Granville thought, Akana people have moved to Eustra Kingdom. His face was so cute. Despite being denied entry, Granville asked the guard, I came to see Harkin. Is there no way? The guard looked strange when he heard Kingsguard's name and asked, you're talking about Harkin Kingsguard Yuthu. Granville felt uncomfortable as the guard looked at him with disdain. However, he still tried to ask the guard to pass on a message. If so, I can tell Hakan or Hakuna. Before Granville could finish, Guardgat laughed and rejected him. No way, this guy is really ridiculous. He looked down at both of them and said, Where do you dare call the king's name and his majesty casually? Do you think just because we're friendly, I'll let you off? Did you think I only met a couple of adventurers like you? Who is your benefactor? Lolly Hoyan all talk. While the guard was still criticizing Granville loudly, Hakuna ran out excitedly to meet him. He ran over and waved happily, calling his name. Lord Hoyan. Granville was startled by Hakuna's friendly greeting, but he just grunted. Calling his name, Hakuna, the guard looked at Granville with wide eyes in shock. A notification appeared showing the relationship between Granville and the Ustra kingdom, shocking him to shiver. Outside, Granville remained calm while inside Hoyan was surprised by the new information. If I knew his name, this effect would activate. Hakuna arrived and held Granville's hand warmly, asking, Lord Benefactor, why are you in Ustra? Granville replied that he came to talk with Hakon, but seemed like a permit was needed. The guard's face turned pale out of fear. Hakuna, hearing Granville, was surprised and asked, Permit? What do you mean? Your benefactor is someone equally powerful in the Ustra kingdom. The guard got even more scared. He continued to affirm his position by asking, Have you ever seen a king visit his own kingdom and need a permit? Granville imagined himself as a high-ranking soldier asked to show identification by a new guard and calmly replied, Yeah, I just received it. Ignoring the still scared guard, Granville started to realize his position and power was greater than he thought. After receiving the answer, he tried to understand why he was here. But you came to see Harkin for personal matters. Hakuna was still curious as Granville recounted the story. While they were talking on the beach, the Knights of Leonhood were training vigorously. As the trainer, Bright loudly pointed out everyone's mistakes. Their stances were messy. Stand up straight and raise your sword higher. How can you defeat demons in your homeland like this? Shout louder. He yelled at the soldiers while swinging his sword. Seeing their voices still too weak, Brett continued to shout louder. Inside the tent, Kingscott and Granville were sipping tea as they discussed matters. After hearing the story, he asked back, Do you want to learn spirit energy? How so? Not really. Outside, Bright's scolding continued. Number 16 formation. Outer formation. The soldiers reprimanded by Bright could only sigh. Whenever someone made a mistake, they would be mercilessly scolded. This name, raise your sword higher. Thus, the mournful cries echoed again. While Hoyle was calmly sipping his tea to answer Kingscott's question, he wanted to know how to control the light on his sword. Hearing what he said, Granville hesitated and replied, It's only now that I see that light. Even after 10 years of training, without innate talent, you can't even feel it. Every day is a surprise to me. Just as Kingscott sighed in amazement, Granville, with his tea strainer in hand, answered confidently, There's nothing surprising about that. Seeing Granville boasting like that, Hoyle was slightly concerned. He doesn't know when to be modest. This name! Looking at him with such confidence, Kingscott only sighed in refusal. But you can't do that. Even a skilled swordsman, spirit energy isn't something you can learn just by wanting it, and besides, aren't you a mage? You might see the spirit energy, but at least you need to train for 10 years before awakening. Before Kingscott could finish speaking, Granville interrupted confidently, We have already awakened. Kingscott looked bewildered. Lord Hoyan, what are you saying now? Hoyan calmly repeated, I said that I have already awakened. Hoyle seriously made the request. What we want to know is how to control spirit energy. Lord Hakon. Oh, Kingscott heard him and got nervous. Then he immediately called out. Jessica, when she suddenly heard Kingscott call her, was slightly startled. Yes, sir. He looked expectantly at her. Bring the sword and the lion's oath here. Upon receiving the order, Bright hesitated to respond to Kingsguard. Yes, I understand. While Hoyan was calmly sipping his tea, after a while, a large stone-lined tablet was brought in front of him and the knights. He picked it up. As Hoyan observed the giant lion tablet, he worriedly realized, What is this? It's iron. Lauren looked at the tablet with Brett, puzzled about the lion's oath. Why? She hesitantly answered him. I don't know. How am I supposed to know what the commander thinks? Kingscott proudly introduced. That iron wall is called the Lion's Oath. a relic passed down through generations of the Leo Knights. It's made of metal with the nickname iron that doesn't exist in this world. Its strength is also powerful enough to match the absolute unbreakable vow. One of the two sword marks on the lion's face belongs to the first knight commander, and the other is the one I made. Granville was slightly surprised upon hearing his words. Kingskit raised his sword and asked him, "What's that, Mr. Hoyle?" He offered his own sword to pose a challenge. If you can awaken the true sword spirit, try becoming the third wielder of this blade. Granville looked at Kingskit's sword with a strange expression. Lauren immediately stopped him. "Squad leader, how could we let an outsider?" Before he finished speaking, Bright interrupted him. "Stay still. There's no way an adventurer would have that ability. He must have thought it through back then." But regarding the squad leader's sword, Lauren was about to protest when Granville silently smiled. He told Kingskit they couldn't hold that sword. The two of them were surprised by Granville's response. All three wondered what they had planned, while he just stepped forward and took the practice swords from Lee, saying to borrow this one instead. Kingskit and Lauren looked worried, choosing a training sword for practice. The blade wouldn't even be able to hold up when chopping. Both of them thought the same as Granville held the sword. Lauren and Bright were stunned by the sword spirit manifestation. Kingskit's eyes widened too. All the soldiers were so shocked they dropped their jaws. They witnessed him using a powerful stream of sword spirit to cut through the lion's oath. Lauren was speechless. At this scale, all he could think about was panic. It's absurd, such strong sword spirit. How can a mage do that? Granville calmly ended with a question. Enough, right, while he was nearly sucked dry by the blood loss. Kingskit handed over his sword to pose the challenge. "How about you, Hoyen? Can you become the third wielder of this blade?" He hesitated as he looked at the sword in Mr. Hoyle's hand. Because the sword was made from the same type of iron as the lion's oath, Granville confirmed in his mind that V limit was 600. He pretended to smile and declined. "I can't hold that sword." His heart knew the reason. "Because my V is still too low." The three of them looked at Granville inquisitively while he stepped towards Leon's practice swords and picked one, saying instead to borrow this one. "Instead, lend me this sword." A notice appeared. Lloyd Hurd's Knight Training Sword. V limit 200. Then Granville held the sword in front of the iron plate. The powerful sword spirit startled Lauren and Bright. Why a training sword? Even the blade couldn't hold up against that iron plate. Kingskit's eyes widened at the sword spirit Granville emitted. The soldiers were gaping in shock. Impossible! That sword is just a child's toy. Yet he can release the sword spirit. Contrary to his impressive display with the sword, all he could think was how heavy this child's plaything is. Granville's hands trembled as he held up the sword emitting sword spirit, his heart filled with panic. "Oh my god, what's happening? I can't control it." In Hoyle's mind, he shouted and slashed at the iron plate, causing it to crack. Lauren and Bright were so shocked they dropped their jaws. He acted coolly and ended with a statement, "That's enough." Meanwhile, his soul was desperately calling out as the blood level dropped. Kingskit smiled approvingly at him. "Hoyen truly surprises me every time. Now I'm even more curious about your potential. Now then, for practice," he declared while looking at Granville's trembling hand. "It seems he's moved by the opportunity to absorb new knowledge." Kingskit addressed both of them. "Alright, Jessica and Enoch, he'll train with you guys." While his hands were still shaking, Bright and Lauren quickly responded to him. Kingskit explained to Grenfell that they would start from the basics of swordsmanship. Both Jessica and Enoch are excellent swordsmen and experts in sword energy. So train with them first. However, you mustn't use a sword unless permitted. Hearing this, he was so happy he almost cried. He knew what he needed. Harkin is the best. Grenfell calmly replied, "Just do it like that." Then the training continued with his participation. Lauren looked at Grenfell thoughtfully. He's a mage who wants to learn swordsmanship. It is favored by the captain. But refusing the captain's sword means respecting the commander. Swansea made a decision. If that's the case, even if I don't want to, I must act properly. Bright introduced himself. "I'm Jessica Bright, your instructor for this training session." Remember, the Leo Knight's training is very harsh. Go change into your training uniform now. Lauren thought differently. Even with sword energy, he's still a mage. If his stamina isn't strong enough, he can't apply sword energy in real combat. I'll make you half alive and half dead. The incompetent mage. But seeing Grenfell's fit body, Bright immediately bit her lip and salivated, staring at him with desire. Oh my, such a fine physique. Women love it. Lauren spoke to her. Jessica, did you just hear me swallow? Bright tried to suppress herself and ordered, let's start training now. The most basic in swordsmanship is the grip position. While holding the sword up, she commanded everyone to raise their swords. Lauren observed the soldiers' postures and pointed out Grenfell was leaning too far forward. Place your left hand at your navel and slightly forward. Bright loudly corrected the soldiers. Keep your thumb tight. Don't spread your right foot outward. He continued instructing the soldiers, use your right hand only for attacks, all in one vertical slash. Lauren secretly admired her passion, while Grenfell followed instructions, wondering how Harkin holds a sword. Pressure, quick and strong. As Kingskit's swinging sword image came to mind, he focused on raising his sword high, instantly opening his eyes. Like this? He seemed to have figured it out, slashing down the sword, causing stones to scatter everywhere. Lauren and Bright were speechless witnessing this scene. His and hers hair stood up like they had just been electrocuted. Lauren approached Grenfell while fixing her hair. Hold on a moment. Hoy Horn, how can you? He replied. I tried to mimic Lord Harkon's technique. Doubting, he asked again. Mimicking his role, ridiculous. That is the Commander Haken's swordsmanship technique. It's the final level that all Liar Knights aim for. That was Bright's thought when recalling Kingscourt's swordsmanship. But observing him, she began to hesitate. He can perfectly recreate it after seeing it just a few times. With such powerful sword energy, I thought he was just an unusual mage, but never have I seen a genius like him. That's what Bright concluded after witnessing Grenfell's performance. He only held the sword happily evaluating. This is good. Kingskit from afar confirmed. Sure enough, he's a born talent who can surpass me. What a pity, such a person is a mage. He smiled proudly and decided to train him well so that Hoyen wouldn't be taken by the magic users. Then Hakuna approached and called out. Captain Harkin. Hearing his call, Kingskit responded, at your service. Hakuna observed everything and said to him, I heard our benefactor wants to learn swordsmanship, so I came here to see. But, Hakuna happily assessed, this beach has too much sand. I'm afraid it will affect the health of our benefactor. Hearing that, Harkon's face flushed. His eyes turned serious, looking at those behind him, shocking them. Everyone quickly grabbed tools and started cleaning frantically as ordered. They're afraid Hoyen might get sick. No dust should be left behind. Sweep it all away. Hakuna kept talking idly. Only now did he notice the lighting here was quite pleasant too. Wonder if our benefactor is fainting from heat? Grasping the key point, Haken's intense gaze made everyone fear him. Follow orders and bring all the trees in the forest to plant on the beach for Hoyen's shade. Everyone worked like oxen without stopping, each carrying a large tree with great vigor to carry out their mission. After finishing, Ha Kong praised Hakuna wholeheartedly. His attention to detail today is truly inspiring for the villagers. Praised, he grinned widely. What? Haken's energy was high. I can't believe your majesty cares so much. As team leader, I can't just stand by. Jessica, Enoch. Hearing their names, both responded in unison. Seeing Hakuna confused, Haken happily threw off his armor. Seems like I've been too idle. I'll join the training too. Don't feel pressured because I'm your superior. Treat me just like other students. Enoch was sweating profusely out of fear. What? The commander just said that? Jessica's face wasn't any better. Pressure multiplied by 100. She tried to stop him. Commander, please calm down first. Students, we need to follow the students' opinions. Everyone echoed in unison. Right, right, right. Haken confidently approached Grenfell and asked if he could join the training too. Hoylan? Enix and Jessica's intense aura focused on him, making him reconsider. If I agree, it seems like I'll become a serious criminal. Evil people often live well. Granville appeared calm on the outside. Of course, you're always welcome. But internally, he was secretly delighted and didn't care. Commander Harkin, I've finished training. Can you train with Jessica and Enoch? Seeing his enthusiasm, Hacken agreed easily. Great idea, Hoyland. Good suggestion. Jessica, Enoch, get ready. Unlike Harkin, now Jessica and Enoch were extremely agitated. That bastard. Orders rang out. Let's start now. Attack until you're satisfied. A loud, clear voice echoed. And so, the most inconvenient training session began with team leader Harkin. Everyone was seriously training. At the same time, in a huge and ominous tower, a hand kept knocking on the door. The voice of the person inside replied, "Go in, Mathis's Magic Tower Laboratory." Inside the room, a man was busy with his work when another person dressed all in black entered. The man focused on his work. Senior Dark Mage from the Maddie Stinkard Coven, who elevated the Dark Coven to its current position, previously considered a sect. If not Marcello, this person would have become the head of the Magic Tower. Maddie's coldly looked at the person who just arrived. What's going on? The man wrapped in a cloak brought some items. I came because some of Hoyan's requested items for the inspection are here. There are a few things related to dark magic. Mattis was curious. Lee Hoyan, are you talking about the combined traveler Marcello? Looking at the items on the table, Mattis pondered. Indeed, these aren't easy to obtain. Pure essence crystal, carb silk, and especially the vampire's 3-tier portal. A regular person wouldn't be able to get these items easily. Who is this Lee Hoyan? After some thought, with a grim face, Mattis ordered someone to send a message to Lee Hoyan, and he would inspect these items himself. As night fell, the training on Yuzra Island ended. The warriors were all exhausted, like famished ghosts, collapsing. They lay on their beds crying and moaning for their mothers. But one hand was still practicing vigorously without stopping. System notification. Physical training complete. 20 kilometers run completed. 1,000 push-ups completed. 500 pull-ups completed. 465 out of 500. 300 burpees completed. Granville was still diligently training outside, but Hoyan's spirit was exhausted to the point where his blood was screaming for rest. Granville, muscles sore, almost dead. I've reached my limit with Harkon's 3-day workout. Thinking of the morning, Harkin made everyone train like madmen. It feels great after such a long time to train. Great, let's do another 100 laps. System notification. 20 kilometers run completed feels better than before. Always welcome. Hoyan's spirit was gasping for breath in frustration. Hakong, the damned old man. Be a little considerate and go away. The system appeared as usual. You've exceeded your training limit. You have met the conditions. You will receive the standard reward. Hoyan's spirit was surprised. Standard reward conditions. Before you, there is a body index chart endurance 35, agility 37, mana 126, luck 3. Everything made him feel like he was floating in the clouds. Seeing the numbers increase made all his fatigue disappear. But Granville, I really need to sleep now. At this moment, Granville noticed a bird carrying a scroll flying towards him. The scroll opened and a voice introduced itself. Hello, I am Senior Mage Maddie Stinkard of the Demon Tower. I am here to report the inspection results of the items to Lee Hoyan. Granville and Hoyan's spirit were somewhat surprised. You remind me, didn't I leave the items at the Demon Tower for inspection? Granville looked serious and said, please proceed. Maddie's presented the results. First, the vampire 3-tier portal, limited to level 400, a ball filled with vampire blood that when it explodes deals damage to the opponent. The Countess Vampire's portal is a tool used by demons and is a rare item. I want to rent it for research purposes. Hoyan's spirit calculated cunningly. Its level limit is 400, so we can't use it anyway. We could use it later to reclaim the metal. That would be better. Granville coldly exchanged. I allow you to rent it. What about the other items? Maddie's continued. The pure essence crystal of level 1 rarity, no level limit, maintains the purity of the jade pill. As inspection results show, Its effect recovery when shot is confirmed and can be used as jewelry. Island treasure, carp scales, level 1 rarity, no level limit. When used for crafting items, it applies effects that increase consistency with attribute enhancement, unlocking aesthetic index. Similarly, it can also be used to create items. Can I rent the carp scales again? Hearing this, Granville crossed his arms and thought, aesthetic index? I've never heard of it before. What is that index? Hoyle's spirit pondered deeply, curious indeed. One must verify it personally. After a moment of pretense, Granville came to a conclusion. I can't rent you dragon scale silk. I want to use refractive crystals for jewelry and silk for handkerchiefs. Maddie's remained expressionless upon hearing this. I understand now. However, if you want to produce in bulk, you can make a substantial profit. Hoyle's spirit wore an air of grandeur. Resolute, using the negotiation technique I learned as a corporate employee. It's my first order after all. I need to see the quality before deciding, and since I don't know the capabilities of the magic tower, please produce in the most effective way to showcase your abilities. Granville suddenly grabbed the scroll named Maddie's Dinkard, surprising him. He put on his coolest expression, smiling without really smiling. I want to achieve the best results no matter how bad the conditions are. This made Hoyle's spirit furious, distorting its form. Who asked you anyway? Even knowing that Granville is ultra-rich, Maddie's eyes sparkled with thought. The best results, no matter how bad the conditions are. He smiled and continued thinking, Li Hoyan, this person indeed stands out among those Marcelo chose. Fascinating. After some consideration, Maddie's softly said, I understand now. Hoyle's spirit was drained, looking like a 90-year-old man. Good. Let's end this conversation here. I can't do it anymore. It's time to go to bed. Hoyle's spirit lay on the quiet bed, snoring softly with Granville as Maddie's continued talking alone. So, when he realized Hoyan, Maddie's was bitter and angry. Damn it, you're counting on me being asleep now. Don't disturb your sleep. He left, leaving a message appearing slowly on the scroll. I will wait for you in the Sky Garden. The entire message read, I will wait for you in the Sky Garden. Please come and discuss with me. Senior Mage of the Dark Magic School, Mathis Dinkard. At dawn on the Eustra Island, when everyone was still asleep, everyone still deep in their slumber, a figure was diligently jogging along the beach. It was Granville. You've done an excellent job with your physical training exercises. Huion was happy. Now we're used to this task. Suddenly, a hawk flew down from above, carrying a piece of paper and landing nearby. It called out, Hoyan. The paper had an animated face like a real person. It was Ernest. I'm a bit worried because I haven't heard anything from you since last night, so I came here. If this message is bothering you, please let me know. Huion was surprised. What kind of message? Granville quietly asked. Message. It turns out there was a message sent to you early in the morning. Granville Tietzen. I didn't see it. The message included a message of encouragement. I will wait for you in the Sky Garden. Please come and discuss with me. Senior Mage of the Dark Magic School, Mathis Dinkard. Mathis from the other side of the scroll transmitted back. Fortunately, you haven't read it yet. There's a change in our schedule. But I sincerely invite you to meet me at our rooftop garden tomorrow afternoon. Granville coldly declined. It's tough. Maddie's looked a bit flustered. You're busy, right? So what if it's not tomorrow? Granville still held his ground with the same answer. Still difficult. He sighed in admiration. Oh my! Of course your buried head and eyes deep into rebuilding the kingdom, right? So what about morning then? You interrupted. Still tough. It seemed Maddie's had come to some realization. Got it. He pondered for a moment. This is a test, Li Hoyan, the first research associate of a high-ranking mage working at the Demon Tower. He's challenging your courtesy and grace as a high-ranking mage. The high-ranking mage took a step back. If so, Granville didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He gave his answer immediately to difficult. He explained that now he needs to focus on refining his sword skills and doesn't have time for secret meetings like these. Maddie's was in a dilemma. When will it get easier, anyway? I'm always ready to welcome you, Hoyle. Granville pondered. If it's the morning of that day, an hour should be enough. Hearing this, Maddie's took a light breath. Finally, thank you very much. Hoyle looked at Granville helplessly. I had already planned to come to the Demon Tower for further research around that time. What generosity is that? The owl carried the paper and flew away. Mattis, the high-ranking midge, reminded him. So we'll meet again on that day. I'll be waiting for you. Nearby a tree, Harkin observed everything. He smiled slightly. During the morning training session at Yuzra Island, everyone focused on refining their sword skills. Instructor Enoch corrected his students, insisting that the tip of the sword must not move. Putting all their effort into their arms and attacks, the students responded accordingly. At a corner of the training ground, Harkin slowly approached Granville. He wondered, what's going on? Harkin explained that I'll say this again, I can't teach you, Hoyen. Granville asked curiously, so what does that mean? Harkin calmly replied, precisely, the level of Hoyen has reached enlightenment through practical combat. Granville was confused and asked, practical combat? Hearing this, Hoyen's mind trembled. What did he mean by practical combat? I've only learned for one day. Well, Granville, his face looking very tense, countered the question. Do you really think so? Ha Kong encouraged him. Hoyle, you're undervaluing your own abilities. Would you like to test that skill with a sword yourself? Granville remained cold. Fine. Inside, he was thinking, I wonder what he's thinking. But if I can't control it like yesterday, I'll exhaust myself instantly. So I need to be really focused. Granville suddenly realized something only now. What is Chi Sword energy? It's different from skills. It's like magic we learned before. Anyone can learn Chi Sword energy, regardless of their profession. Following that thought, you seem to have discovered a truth. I can feel it, a flow distinct from mana entering my body. So if I can control this flow, then it's like mana. Harkin smiled broadly. Indeed, he guessed right. Granville is completely unlike ordinary people. With a snap, Granville's sword emitted a bright green light. That's Chi Sword energy. Seeing this, Hoyen understood. Got it. Chi Sword energy is also a type of magical power. After combining the exploration and intervention processes, Chi Sword energy will become stable. Harkin approached to add and explain further. Stable sword skills come from hard work. Even though you missed yesterday's training session, you practiced on your own this morning. There's no reason why you can't control Chi Sword energy. Saying that, he suddenly grabbed Granville's shoulder, his face unusually excited. Still, talking about Chi Sword energy is quite lengthy. Indeed, you are a born swordsman. The more Harkin approached Granville, the less in control he was. What do you think, Hoyle? Do you want to join my endless journey as a swordsman? Hoyle's heart trembled. He looked terrifying. He immediately turned away. His inner resistance was strong. He had to leave quickly. Harkin regretted Granville's refusal. I apologize, but I have no intention of dedicating my life to just one sword. If the sword is sharp and determined on the path I must take, then that will be my path. Hearing these words from myself, it truly feels shameful and embarrassing. Hearing this, Harkin suddenly became happy again. Granville did not disappoint his expectations. He waved goodbye to Hoyle with a smile, hoping to meet him at the end of that journey. Granville turned away, time to change clothes and go. The other members practicing sword skills overheard their conversation. The key to high-level swordsmanship is hard work. Suddenly, they were all invigorated, everyone more energetic than ever. This made the two trainers, Enoch and Jessica, feel very helpless. It seems like they misunderstood something. But let it be for now. Jessica lowered her head, many worries in her heart. By the way, I've never heard of anyone controlling Chi Sword energy within a day before. Indeed, Hoyle is a genius of a different class than us. She was more worried. Their strength was so far beyond reach that even running to break their limbs wouldn't help. She resolved not to let worry consume her. The flame of passion in her burned brightly. No, I'm also a respectable female swordsman. I will definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with them one day. Jessica and Enoch had the same thoughts. Hoyle is too far out of reach. Even running to break their limbs wouldn't help. But as fellow swordsmen, they all carried pride and self-respect. Like Jessica, his determination burned brightly. I'm also a respectable female swordsman. I will definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with them one day. Seeing everyone's spirited scene, Harkin smiled in relief. He closed his eyes. He felt relaxed all over. Everyone was encouraged and motivated. A genius spreading excitement throughout the world. I haven't seen this for a long time. My heart is burning with such enthusiasm. Now, Granville is wandering aimlessly in the forest. Hoyle anxiously looked around. He thought that Harkin said they could train here, but it just feels so ominous. Are there any low-level monsters here to test new skills? Like a level 10 demon deer, for example? Suddenly, Granville sensed danger approaching. He immediately heightened his vigilance. A white wolf appeared from the bushes. Its body had black spots like ink stains. Its eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood. It was a platinum white wolf at level 300. Hoyen immediately used his skill, but since no demons were detected, his enemy-specific ability didn't activate. He was startled. "Your fall. I said it would be fake news." He turned to look at Grenfell, who was only level 226. He felt hopeless. Level 70 for and counting. Are you guys crazy? However, fear didn't seem to be in Grenfell's vocabulary. He coldly taunted the beast, showing off his white teeth. He immediately drew his sword, activating the sword spirit, and at the same time, the noble pride mode was activated. He would teach this creature a lesson. The situation unfolded unexpectedly. Hoyen panicked, wondering what strange skill he had just used. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, monster corpses lay scattered on the ground, their blood staining the path red. All those ugly monsters were killed by one person. That person was Kitch, the leader of a 10-member dark mercenary team, with 9 members missing. Now she had to search for her teammates. Where did everyone go? Kitch looked around. Why are there so many monsters here? Did we take the wrong path? Suddenly, she noticed Grenfell talking with a large monster on the other side. She hid to observe the situation. Kitch realized it was a platinum white wolf and someone using sword spirit. Looking at Grenfell, she cursed, "Damn it, things would be better if he knew how to use sword spirit." This is a promising traveler, but the opponent is a platinum white wolf. It's a creature from the Eustra Island region. Seeing the situation wasn't favorable. Kitch made a decision. Forget it. She would jump into battle to face the white wolf. So we slowed down. The best thing is for her to reach the kingdom quickly while this guy deals with the monster. Kitch smiled. "Sorry, traveler, I have a promise to keep with my teammates." She remembered that promise. She had told her dark mercenary team to gather at Eustra in 3 days. After being summoned from Arcana to Earth, our miserable lives are over. We will start anew in the gold mine of Eustra. Seeing an advantage, she ran happily, singing as she went. "I can return to nobility if I claim a territory on Eustra. Wait for me, noble life. It's not far away." On the other side, Hoyen was in trouble. He was frustrated and agitated. His inner despair was overwhelming. "My life is over." Even with sword spirit, his combat level is 74. Unlike the Major Sin case, he couldn't activate enemy-specific this time. He groaned. "Akuna, please come back and open as a Major Sin again." Now he had to be extra cautious. Any careless move could get him hit. Grenfell and Hoyen were tense, but they couldn't wait any longer. While it was better than before, sword spirit still provided too much resistance. Suddenly, his intuition flared up. That's right. Like a phoenix hawk, if he used magic to block its attack path. Realizing this, Grenfell immediately made up his mind. There was no time for hesitation anymore. This is the time to test what we've been taught. So take this sword of justice, feel a bit sad inside, your heart bleeding, but if you don't say that phrase, who will kill Mr. Ha? The platinum reporter zooms in on the white-haired boy in front of him. He's ready to fry them. Here we are. Although Grenfell was prepared for battle, Hoyen hesitated. "No way! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Oh my god, even like this, can't get the insurance money back?" Hoyen cries bitterly. "Mommy! Daddy! Ladies! Sorry, everyone. This ugly Hoyan has been here before. Surprise! He stops, taking in the situation. Why is that? Right in front of us, the bear was instantly defeated by Grenfell. He suddenly realizes a bear. Why is it so slow like a turtle? Standing before the dead bear, Hoyan doesn't activate his natural enemy at level 74, but only one-dimensionally. He recognizes this as the power of sword energy. After defeating a tough opponent, Grenfell looks cool and confident, but it's not enough to heat up. Watching his energy drop significantly, Hoyan holds back. That's some scary strength. Needs a break. At the scheduled meeting with Matthias in the Sky Garden, Mathis is waiting for his distinguished guest. He worries Li Hoyan, the recognized traveler by Marcello, hoping to understand who he really is. Someone's coming. It's Grenfell. He limps, looking very heavy. The solemn Mathis asks, "Are you Senior Midge Matty Stinkard?" The Midge immediately replies, "Yes, I am Matty Stinkard, a senior dark magic Midge. You must be Li Hoyan." Matty secretly evaluates him. It feels like the earth trembles with each step of his. Grenfell politely responds to his greeting. "Yes, very honored to meet you, Mr. Mathis Dinklage." Though he appears calm on the surface, inside he's raging from exhaustion. Recalling the frenzied battle just fought, Hoyle feels his energy plummeting like a cliff. Muscles are screaming in pain from overusing sword swings and releasing too much sword energy. Now his body is trembling so badly he can barely stand. Using all his strength to suppress the pain, he limps forward. "So, what do you need from me?" Mattis formally invites his guest to sit and chat. "Please have a seat first." Suddenly, the black ring on his hand emits an eerie black light. Mattis is startled by this strange situation. The ring measures sensitivity to dark magic. It's pitch black in an instant. Moreover, I've never seen such a deep shade of black before. He wonders, what kind of hidden darkness does this person possess? Grenfell looks puzzled while Hoyan, his soul nearly spent from exhaustion, struggles to hold on. Why is he looking at me like that? Just sit down already, otherwise I'm going to faint. Mathis recalls his past when he had no achievements. He even got tripped by a classmate who maliciously pushed him, the classmate hanging upside down. "Oh no, Mathis, sorry so much." Regardless of him lying on the ground, enduring the humiliation, those contemptible classmates loudly mock him. "Why didn't you be more careful? Don't tell me you're going to throw away all that precious material. Why are you so obsessed with this primitive curse magic? Even my dog could use that kind of magic. What a foolish spell." However, Mattis didn't lose his mind over it. He was determined to create something, a common spell and unique curses like these, but they're being ridiculed. Would a true scholar boldly deny its existence? I'll prove the real value of this magic to those fools. One day in the Academy Hall, Mathis was presenting his research on dark shadow magic. He explained theories while demonstrating with magic to support his arguments. After using a sufficient amount of magic, people could make an animal move as if it were alive, because it uses a different kind of magic that current spells can't solve. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by a loud shout. The voice came from the senior professors at the front row. They were extremely angry. "What kind of weird thing is this in our holy academy? How dare you bring such disgusting magic to the conference? Get him out! Go away!" Mattis must be losing his mind with all these experiments. Hearing this, Han tried to explain, "Don't just dismiss it impulsively, look at its essence. With the current magic we can't solve, we'll have enough capability to address the worldview intersection." Seeing Mattis still trying what his opponents deemed insane, they immediately turned hostile. "You don't need to listen anymore, sir. Please make a decision. No matter how much you value diversity, this is unacceptable. Ignore the advice." The old headmaster only smiled gently. "Mattis, what did you name that magic?" The opponents anxiously shouted, "Headmaster Dory." Mattis was surprised too. Among all the opponents, only the headmaster listened to him. "Sir!" He regained his composure. Now he's very excited to talk about his spiritual child. "From now on, I'll call it dark shadow magic." After that, other mages started using dark shadow magic too, but its glory didn't last long. Mattis was extremely frustrated. He felt helpless and hopeless. Damn, I thought dark shadow magic could change the worldview intersection. A year passed, yet no progress in research. Finally, a year later, Mothap appeared on Earth due to the worldview intersection. Seeing the changing times, Mattis seemed trapped. He wanted to change. He wanted breakthroughs. Clearly, there's some ability that can stop this intersection. But I can't do it alone. It turns out I'm just sinking in hopelessness and self-destructs because I can't stop the worldview intersection. Now seeing Granville, he suddenly realized, but beyond Arcana, I didn't expect to find someone with such a massive amount of dark magic. He brightened up with hope. With him, we'll have the capability to break all limits in researching dark shadow magic. I can spend an hour with you, sorry for the inconvenience. Matty seemed to realize his mistake too. He apologized, blaming himself. These rings measure sensitivity to dark magic. In other words, it measures your dark magic talent. However, this is the first time it shows such a deep black color. Granville was surprised. Dark shadow magic sounded familiar. Mattis explained that it's different from the usual magic you use. He immediately demonstrated the practice right there to make it clear if magic is about expressing power through discovery and intervention with the subject's magical power. Then, dark shadow magic uses darkness as a source of magical power. So, dark shadow magic utilizes the inner darkness as a form of magical strength. It's like a strange source of energy. He looks at Granville. This dark magic is created by the influence in the subject's mind, especially their past. The deeper and darker the subject's past, the stronger the dark magic becomes. Mathis immediately realized something. He shudders as if he's sensitive to dark magic like that. It's Hoyle's past. I'm too scared to even imagine it. Granville speaks slowly, the darkness within him. The past, Hoyle shouts loudly. You know now. He talks about his own dark past. It's shameful. This is what societal judgment entails. Hold on a moment. Hoyle realizes. No! Could it be due to Granville's setup? Hoyle thinks for a moment, but this feeling, as Granville adds, is really uncomfortable. You raise an eyebrow, you delve into someone else's past on your first meeting. Is that how you conduct yourself? Mathis sincerely asks for forgiveness. I apologize. I was too disrespectful to you due to carelessness and made such a reckless action. He proposes, I will report this to the Elders' Council for formal disciplinary action. Granville pauses. He went a bit overboard there. Suddenly, Granville's acceptance of Mathis's apology surprises him greatly. I accept your apology. He smiles. The spirit of research is the virtue of a true scholar. I don't despise a scholar loyal to dark magic like that. Mathis is taken aback. This is the first time someone has spoken to him like this. Additionally, Granville's interest in the dark magic aspect surprises him as well. He seems curious. But if dark magic uses a different form of magical power than existing spells, could we use dark magic when mana runs out? Hearing that, Mathis can't help but grab Granville's shoulder and urges him. Are you interested in dark magic? Do you want to join me on this path of research? Granville is momentarily speechless. This feeling, this situation. Hold on, where have I seen this before? In the past, Harkin also asked you something similar. Do you want to join me on my endless journey as a swordsman? Suddenly, an announcement of his capability appears. 9 high-ranking mages were convinced. This is completely out of his expectations. The number of acknowledged mages increased from 8 to 9. Could it be that Mathis immediately turns and leaves? I'm out of time. I'll contact you another day. Your inner thoughts. Hoyen takes a deep breath. All right, mission accomplished. Leave now. If we stay any longer, we might be caught and imprisoned in the tower. Hearing Granville say this, Mathis doesn't feel like keeping him here anymore. He sends a message. Thanks, Hoyen. At the Midge Tower, Lee Hoyen's research room. Granville continues working diligently. It seems he hasn't decided to rest yet, but Hoyen is already tired. But I still have to share my body with him. As soon as I got back, I opened the book and started reading. I'm so exhausted. Suddenly, you got a new message. It was from other high-level mages. They all wanted to express their goodwill and welcome me to the Mage Tower. The mission to conquer high-level mages has been completed. Hoyle immediately became excited again. All the high-level mages, including Menace, have acknowledged themselves. Sure enough, Menace is a person with significant influence. The system notification continued to appear. I will receive a reward. At the same time, my relationship and influence with the Mage Tower increased significantly, also activating new features in the Mage Tower. Hoyle couldn't contain himself anymore. He was extremely happy. The Mage Tower, a national-level influential place, where my relationships and influence have increased significantly. After Ustra Kingdom, now even the Mage Tower is under my control. Huh? Granville coldly threw the message into the trash. What's the difference anyway? This made Hoyle directly angry. We can't be happy at the same time, right? I'm a bit curious about the reward I just received. By the way, what are these new features? Looking at the information panel, Hoyle said, Huh? This is... On the news bulletin, the announcer announced that Akana's national investment in the Ustra Kingdom exceeded our imagination. The nearby and Berserker guilds are also heavily investing in the Ustra Kingdom. What does this expert think about it? This experienced expert said that this is indeed a wise decision for the future. I can summarize like this. In fact, the future isn't far away from us. At this moment, John Min and Tai Min are watching the news bulletin together. They heard the expert comment that nearby has risen to 3rd place in the guild ranking. Tai Min consulted his brother's opinion. What do you think? John Min pondered. What did you say? How can we repay Hoyle? That's all I could think of. Tai Min agreed. Indeed, it was thanks to Hoyle that we are where we are today. He recalled the terrifying memories with his brother. If not for Hoyle's help, my brother wouldn't be here now. Moreover, it was Hoyle who suggested nearby invest in the Ustra Kingdom. Temin looked at the constantly updated news, mostly about the Ustra Kingdom and Granville. They were talking about Hoyle all the time. Temin resolved, good, we will complete the mission to rebuild the Ustra Kingdom as Hoyle expected us to. Brother, we can't owe him anything. Look at my brother. He seems distracted. You should remind him. Brother. John Min stared intently at the news bulletin. Although nearby has risen from 5th place to 3rd, this is indeed something to be happy about. But the comments mentioned that nearby isn't cooperating with the Mythology Guild anymore. This seems to have caused him concern. Temin noticed the anomaly as well. What else? Are those Mythology again trying to stir up trouble? Isn't playing around with the media enough? Do they think it's not enough? John Min agreed. Just like you said, Mythology's dirty tricks are no longer new. But this time, they even involved the Parliament. Temin wondered, members of the Parliament can't do much. However, it wouldn't be very difficult to transfer parliamentary members with financial power alone. John Min replied, right, this time it might even exceed our imagination. He was extremely puzzled, but how could Mythology have managed to get into the Parliament? In another place, a golden badge gleamed with beautiful yellow light. But unfortunately, that badge was on the jacket of a man who was spitting bubbles. I have no idea what his condition is. This plump man's body is emitting strange purple energy. On the other side of that purple energy is a beautiful lady. She is the president of the Mythology Club, Beck Jijin. Jijin picked up her phone to call her secretary. Secretary Kim. The other end answered. Yes. She continued speaking. Cancel all plans for tomorrow. Secretary Kim was surprised. Why the flag? The secretary tried to explain, but reminded that their boss had a meeting with Senator Choi the next day. Ji Seon didn't respond. On her phone, she saw Grunfeld's image. Seeing her boss not responding, the secretary knew she couldn't change Ji Seon's mind anymore. I understand now. Does my boss want me to send a message to Senator Choi? Ji Seon licked her lips. She blinked and her hair turned into beautiful platinum blonde. On top of that, she had two very cute horns on her head. Zizian smiled seductively and told him she needed to go to the kingdom of Ustra. There was someone she really wanted to meet. At the wizard tower, sunlight shone through. revealing a new notification. A new feature had been unlocked in the Wizard Tower. Looking at the notifications on his screen, Hoyle curiously peeked behind Granville. A new feature, huh? Suddenly, the phone rang loudly and Granville looked over with a start. The phone continued to ring, creating sounds that distracted him. Hoyle felt uncomfortable. Who keeps calling? Looking at the notifications on his screen, it's her. What is this now? Granville, with a cold expression, took a sip of tea. His eyes didn't leave the phone. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew in front of Grenville. He finally looked away from his phone. Holding the strange paper, Grenville wondered where it came from. The paper suddenly spoke up. "Greetings, Hoylon," which surprised Grenville. The paper hovered in midair and continued to speak. "I am Maiha, the head wizard, contacting you through messages. I apologize for sending this letter. I haven't heard back from you yet. Please forgive me." Hearing these words, Grenville's face showed a hint of disgust. Without giving Grenville time to respond, the letter continued. The letter went on and on. "I am contacting you to inform you that as a fellow head wizard, you are essentially on par with me. I have prepared an oath for this." Suddenly, the tone of the letter changed. "Adventurer Lai Hoan, it's great to meet you. My name is Vangry Tom. I have a small gift for you to welcome your rival. Adventurer Li Hoan. Greetings, I am Natharo. Adventurer Li Hoan. Greetings, Adventurer Li Hoan." Hearing the continuous words from the letter, Hoan felt dizzy. His face turned dark. "Oh, weird, huh?" In this situation, Hoyle's subconscious pops up to remind him, "Just run away. Staying here will just make you exhausted." Granville looks sharp and turns his back, running as fast as he can, leaving behind countless letters rushing towards him with a risky smile. The scene changes in the Eustra Archipelago Palace. A luxurious golden palace shines under the sun. Hakuna laughs happily. He laughs while looking at Granville. "Did you come here just for some peace and quiet? You must have had it tough, right?" Hearing this, Granville can only take a sip of tea. Helplessly, he replies, "Yes," still confused. Hakura pretends to be serious. But how does it feel to work with such a headmage? Seeing Granville remain silent, Hakura tries to advise. "That's just the sincere expression of high-level mages towards you. Don't take it personally." Granville, with no emotion on his face and still holding a warm teacup, replies, "I didn't accept bribes, especially not under such genuine pretenses." Hearing this, Hakuna chuckles back, leaning back. "That's why greed fell to you. That's the reason." "Alright, have you watched Yerim's video? The clear scene of you defeating the demon." Granville's face changes as he asks, "The video?" Cutting off Granville's question is a phone call. It's his sister calling. Granville looks slightly confused. Hoyan appears, looking at the screen in confusion. "Alright, I forgot to reply to my sister's message." "What happened?" Granville turns to Hakura and says, "Sorry for the interruption. Send me a letter of apology." The call connects. "Sister?" Yerim's face on the screen is full of anger. She shouts, "Enough." Seeing his sister's angry expression, Granville looks helpless but doesn't pay attention to her. "Move," he thinks. Yerim continues, "Your family isn't greedy or a cardinal sinner. Wake up, the last king of the Yuzra kingdom." On the screen, Rang's smiling face appears. "Hey there," on high calls from behind. "Aring, don't climb on anything. It's time to make amends." All three in the call shout loudly. Even Yerim holds up her phone, comparing Granville's expression with hers. After a well-coordinated act, Yerim laughs triumphantly. "Caught you before Wai Chang, didn't we?" I can't help but agree. "Your match was awesome, over 1 million views on YouTube." Hearing this, Granville's face shows resignation. Thanks to the clouds, he thinks, the other side is still making appreciative sounds. "Hey, you could defeat greed alone like that." Without letting them finish their sentence, Granville swipes his phone and ends the call. Granville puts down the phone. Hakura holds it with one hand. The atmosphere becomes quiet. Suddenly, Granville looks very dejected. In a low voice, he asks Hakura, "Can I rest somewhere?" Hakura agrees happily and says, "Of course. Do you want to have a position here too? Thinking about giving him the title of a duke for his contributions or just some privileges for an area? Granville looks helpless. Just a room is enough, he thinks. Hoyle can't take it either. I'm done. In a wooden house in the forest, sunlight filters through the fresh air. Granville opens the door with one hand, letting the sunlight pour inside. For a moment, his suit is neatly hung on the closet. He hurriedly loosens the collar of his shirt. Tea bags fall and scatter on the floor, stacked up. Granville quickly sits on a nearby sofa, still holding his phone. His eyes don't leave it for a second, a heavy, embarrassed expression. Why so many views? Granville looks extremely uncomfortable at the search results on his phone. Who allowed those guys to post my video without permission? I should sue them for unauthorized filming. Suddenly, something stops Granville's thoughts. Outside, grass and trees bask in sunlight. The space is incredibly peaceful. Granville sits still like a statue, wide eyes trying to analyze. What is it? Something. What is it? I felt this way before around Granville. There seems to be something in the air. The window suddenly flew open, and Granville was wearing a mask that appeared out of nowhere. His hair looked messy. He mumbled under his breath about dust. Hoyen also showed up, scratching his head awkwardly, saying he hadn't cleaned anything here. At the Ustra Archipelago construction site, everyone seems very busy. In a red tent that looks important, two bodyguards are standing guard outside. Tim's expression was extremely serious. His face was marked with veins. He pointed a trembling finger forward and stared at the constantly moving lines on his phone, looking like he was about to faint or pee himself. What's wrong with our stocks? He shouted towards John Mean, who was leaning back and humming softly. It's because the Mythology Club has been spreading these rumors too. Upon hearing this, Timon was surprised. What? Why do those bastards always treat us like this? Since being backed by the Parliament, they've been acting this way. Send me the link to the article. Timon's frustrated voice echoed through the room. In contrast to his noisy demeanor, Tim was quiet. Chanman covered his mouth and sighed. I think their idea is to share the reconstruction rewards of the OSRA before they exploit us further. As he spoke, he ran through countless questions in his mind. When did the Mythology Club gain such influence? Timon's voice echoed again from a small speaker. The club almost merged with the Mythology Club. What kind of crazy idea is this? Like that, why would the content be about Nam Timon having feelings for Mythology Begzishan as the club president? Following and proposing marriage, a pair of legs approached the tent entrance. Catching the bodyguard's attention, they tried to stop her. Hold on, why are you here? Timon's voice still echoed from inside the tent. I could spread rumors like this too. Nam Timon hates Jizian so much because of her big hairy butt. As he spoke, Timon raised his hand to the sky. His face was flushed with anger. Where did Jizian come from? She hugged Timon's strong body tightly. Oh my god, is that true? How did you hear that? Her sudden appearance made the two people nearby jump in surprise. Timon's anger had subsided. He stared at the woman who just appeared, and John Mean stood up straight out of shock. Becky Zizian, Isio ran a hand through her hair with a smile that held a hint of mockery. She knew things about me even I didn't know. You like me this much? Timon seemed uneasy, but didn't answer. Sweat started to form on his body. How did you find out? My people are guarding outside. John Mean seemed to realize something and ran quickly towards the tent entrance. Could it be? He frantically pulled at the red cloth covering the tent. The scene before him made John Mean blush, standing frozen by the tent door. In front of the tent, 3 bodyguards were lying unconscious on the ground after a heavy beating. John Mean looked serious and entered the tent. Ms. Beck Gizon, do you understand what attacking our members means? In response to John Mean's threatening words, Gizon denied everything. What kind of attack was that? I didn't do anything. They just fell asleep. As she spoke, her expression turned cold. From her gaze, something attacked John Mean, making him widen his eyes again. John Mean's eyes began to show signs of panic. This uncomfortable feeling is familiar. Looking at Zizian, who was smugly smiling in front of him, he thought, Beck Zizian, the top financier of South Korea, daughter of the mythology group, that also president of the mythology club. She brought the mythology club to 41st place when it was just a small club before. Timon pointed at Zizian on the other side, the tone full of anger. Hey, Beck Zizian, what are you up to? Do you know you're overstepping your limits? Zizian just stood there without responding. Jeonmin's body was trembling as cold sweat broke out. Recently, she has been supported by the Parliament Council. I wonder how she managed to do that. It turns out it's mind control. Gizon is dangerous right in front of us. On his face, a sense of satisfaction showed as he thought. His forehead was drenched with sweat. Fear still lingered in his eyes. Thoughts were intertwining in his mind. It doesn't work on new players, so I need to warn Nam, but I can't move. Zizian's face clearly showed confidence. No need for a fight. Suddenly, an evil-looking demon appeared, and thoughts kept flooding Jeonmin's mind, just like when he was possessed. Following that, the image of the demon escaping through the boundary in the shape of Jeonmin, with a smug smile on its face. He was being held by a sharp-fingered hand, his face filled with terror. Outside, Granville's shadow appeared. He saw the guards lying on the ground and realized something was wrong. Granville loosened his collar and took a deep breath. Tammin and Zizian both looked in the same direction. Tammin's face showed surprise. He still pointed his finger at Zizian, hovering midair. Granville entered from the tent entrance, removed his mask, and spoke with some irritation. Just cleaned up, but I can't relax for a moment. It's unbearable. Seeing Granville getting closer, Tammin finally reacted, Hoyin. He looked straight at Zizian's shocked face and said, You're a demon. His eyes were like sharp knives, piercing the person in front of him. The unedited video footage of Granville with the secret title, Hoyle's Great Sin Mission. With a determined look, he turned to the screen and said together, It's time to correct your mistakes. Holding his phone, Granville replayed the video, his eyes full of anger. She is indeed a demon, enjoying the shame she inflicts on AI. Faced with this situation, Timon couldn't process it and stood there dumbfounded. Zizian also looked puzzled. In response to Granville's sudden questioning, Timon was at a loss for words. His face was covered in sweat. His mouth moved involuntarily. The video? Oh, that thing. That thing. Granville still held the phone screen steady. His face showed no intention of letting Timon go. Looking at the situation in front of her, Zizian's lips twitched as she began to form sinister thoughts. Who will see who coming? I was planning to get information from earlier, but didn't expect him to come here on his own, seemingly not sensing anyone watching him. Granville's expression showed no guard, while Timon hurriedly explained the video nearby. Well, we just wanted everyone to know how good he is. We had no bad intentions. Looking at Granville, who seemed ordinary in front of her, Gideon couldn't help but feel doubts. They call him the Light of Yusra, but meeting him in person makes him seem so ordinary. Did he really defeat the Great Sin on his own? With that thought, she turned towards Grenfell and spoke. Hey, you just said your name is Li Hoyon, right? Grenfell turned to look at her as she called out. In Zizian's thoughts, there was a hint of disdain, so the Great Sin isn't that scary after all. With that thought, she continued towards Grenfell, fixing him with a seductive gaze. I'm Beck Zizian. As Zizian approached Grenfell, her hands caressed his thigh. Haven't you heard about me? You must have, right? I sense something special in you, she said as her eyes lifted with anticipation, contrasting with her outward demeanor. Gideon's thoughts had some resistance, but it was for his own benefit after all. I could easily take Eustace on my own. Before the thought could finish, Grenfell's hand cut him off. His face showed no expression. Ignoring Gideon behind her, who didn't understand what happened, standing there dumbfounded, staring at his red and swollen hand, Grenfell turned directly towards the two people nearby. Temmin's expression froze. He turned to Jonan. The male president of Temmin went stiff. You explain it yourself. Listen to what Grenfell says. Johnmin finally realized. How? All right. John Bean's face showed discomfort. Turning towards Grenfell, there has been a false rumor spreading recently about him. Some articles say he only grants privileges to the guilds he is close with. We can't just stand by and let these malicious rumors spread, so we posted this video. He paused. His voice was filled with affection. I'm sorry. I did this only to clear up any misunderstandings for you, but maybe I didn't think it through enough. Hearing Jeonmin's explanation, Granville's eyebrows furrowed as he crossed his arms, looking very contemplative. It seems like he understood the good intentions of Jeonmin. Granville replied that the false rumors have been cleared by the mythology and other guilds. Suddenly, a voice cut across his words. Gizin seemed to have broken free from his momentum. Lee Hoyon, this guy. How could you treat me like that? I didn't think it was proper etiquette. As she said, her hand ran through her curly hair. Her eyes showed madness. I should understand what your actions mean now. Hearing Gizin's outrageous words, Granville's face showed discomfort. So you know about proper etiquette too. Big Gizin! His cold gaze swept over her. I was talking to Grenfell. Who taught you to interrupt someone else's conversation like that? Gizin's entire body exuded a murderous aura. She retorted without hesitation. Oh, actually, it should be you who cut off our conversation with Grenfell. As she spoke, she silently admired herself. You're stiff too. No argument can beat that. Well, alright then. People are just prey for succubus like me. Zizian's eyes gradually turned red with malice as he thought. Invisible power surged towards him following his thoughts. Even Lee Hoyon wouldn't be able to resist its pull. She placed a hand on Granville and stroked his face. She asked back, You don't think so? Suddenly, text appeared on the screen. Activate enemy skill. Following that, another message popped up. Combat skills would significantly increase when facing a demon. Granville's eyes widened in surprise at the information before him. A myriad of questions ran through his mind. An enemy was a demon. Gizin's eyes had changed now. Her black eyes looked like those of a snake. With one hand, she stroked Granville's head. Her body emitted purple light and her eyes were full of sharpness. Facing this situation, Granville kept thinking, but that was too strange. Suddenly, a loud shout cut through his thoughts. Over there, people rushed towards the tent. They all held cameras in their hands. The nearby tent. Start filming. Quickly record. They charged into the tent, holding up their cameras, talking non-stop. These outsiders are members of our nearby guild, Heaven and Earth. It's Baek Ji-seon. One person waved at the screen continuously. Yes, everyone, we're in front of the nearby guild tent. Another person couldn't hide his excitement. He is that one. As they entered, chaos ensued. Hey, Majika, Doko. Suddenly a message appeared on the screen. The Story Museum has gifted 500,000 Vietnamese dong. Oh, it really is him. They immediately understood what was happening. Thanks for the 500,000. Zizian's face turned pale at this scene. Huh? Behind Jeonmin, he laughed triumphantly. He raised his hand to tap his glasses. Finally here. Without pausing to assess the situation, Zizian was startled. What? Jeonmin waved his middle finger at her in a friendly manner as he tapped his glasses. His eyes were full of mischief. A smile crept onto his lips. Hey, Ms. Big Zizian, did you think only you knew how to manipulate the media, buying all information sources and printing companies won't work anymore? You don't know that today's media actually gets the most attention on YouTube. Suddenly, it's clear, still petty, following every word he says. The faces of those holding cameras in front of him were filled with eager anticipation. They are Big Zizian and Lee Hoyon. Goon, is this real? George Ford always has a high number of viewers. What happened inside the Goon Guild tent? Shocked, money donations kept flowing into their pockets. They began to focus on Zizian. Miss Big Gizin, what reason made you leave the Berserker Guild and only deal with the Jin Guild? Why are you targeting Lee Hoyon now? Looking at the scene before him, Hoyon was a bit surprised. What is this? Has the enemy skill really been activated? Looking at the camera people in front of her, Granville forced out an expression of disgust on his face. Gizin stood behind and side. Gizin put her hand to her mouth, mumbling something unconsciously. Hearing the sound, Granville slightly jumped and turned around. Seeing him looking at her, Jijin gently pushed back his hair with her hand. Well, things are getting serious now. I can't continue this conversation with you anymore. Let's go somewhere quieter instead. As she said, her hand lightly placed on Granville's shoulder. Her eyes became more affectionate. Lee Hoyen, at that moment, Granville was still thinking about the sound just now. What did she whisper? She pondered for a while. Granville only replied coldly, "No!" Granville's response made everyone present freeze. Zizian's eyes widened in surprise. Unconsciously, some soft sounds escaped from Zizian's mouth. Realizing something, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with panic. Granville's gaze was firm. "I don't have time for people who haven't made an appointment in advance." He took a deep breath and said, "If you want to continue, come see me after you learn the rules of behavior again." This scene shocked everyone around them. What? Was Zizian just rejected by Bic? Oh my, look at her face. Damn it, that's great content. They burst into laughter. Baek Ji-seon, the daughter of Korea's largest conglomerate, Mythology, and the president of the Mythology Guild. She has over 10 million followers on Instagram. She is the most famous person in this era. Whatever she wears, drinks, holds, or wears becomes a trend and sells out within minutes. She is the reason behind the Mythology Guild's brand, and now she is a legend in the Korean Hunter Association. Everyone likes her. Everyone wants to gain her recognition. Everyone wants her. Then why? A video titled Baek Zizian vs. Lee Hoyen. Who will win? The screen shows no comments mocking Zizian. Looking at the screen, Gizin slammed her hand on the table, her eyes filled with hatred, unable to forgive him. Her mind kept replaying why his charm didn't work on Lee Hoyen. Choking curses echoed in the dark room. "I can't forgive him. I can't forgive him. I can't forgive him. Lee Hoyen, bastard. Did he dare to make me a laughingstock? Bastard, bastard, I'll kill you. Lee Hoyen, Lee Hoyen, Lee Hoyen, Lee Hoyen." Suddenly, Zizian's voice was completely different from the chaos just now. "Stop it, the mirror in front of me has been shattered." Her eyes were full of fear. Zizian's reflection suddenly looked up. Her eyes were bloodshot. Zizian's reflection showed a very dissatisfied expression. "Shut up. Big Zizian, you begged me to help you. And now, you want to play the master of your body?" A hand with sharp nails appeared, followed by a pitiful voice. "Would you like me to help you?" Memories flashed back in a dark place behind incomplete figures. The gory hand holding Gizin said, "You asked for my help. You asked me to save you. Do you want the money now?" Then that face leaned close to hers, her eyes full of blood. "You told me you would take revenge on those who despised and hated you. You said you'd do anything." As each word was spoken, EZDM's tearful, resigned face appeared, but voices kept echoing. "I've done everything you wanted. What's the problem?" Suddenly, Zizian was looking at herself in the mirror, answering her own question. "I never wished for that." She stepped on the scattered broken mirrors with her high heels. "Huh? Not Lee Hoyen. You're the one who should die." The other personality in Gizin's body began to take over, running a hand through her disheveled hair. "What are you talking about? Do you think you've come this far because of yourself? Even your father called you a mistake, a cursed brat. You should be grateful." Just as she said that, a piece of glass flew towards her. Gizin stabbed herself in the neck with the broken mirror, blood gushing out. Fresh blood splattered everywhere on the floor. The other personality of Gizin kept questioning. "Huh? My body is moving by itself. What's La Baek Gizin doing? How can she do that? Is she crazy? Stabbing herself in the neck, huh?" She clutched her bleeding wrist with her other hand. The madwoman La Baek Gizin, who was trying to resist. Her trembling hand still held the glass close to her throat. Fear began to show in her eyes. "You should know when to stop." She almost did it just now. Realizing something, she said. Gizin was stunned for a moment. Could it be? She kicked the ground hard. "Stop questioning. Are you joking with me?" La Baek Gizin. "Why? Is there anything missing? I gave you wealth and fame. I've given you everything you wanted to ensure no one could bring you down." The other personality tried to continue, but the real Gizin appeared, saying that was what she did. Her eyes began to show fear. Is Gizin still calm? She pushed hard against the hands holding the glass. I can get everything you have because I'm the daughter of the president of the mythology guild. That's why you're so afraid. It wouldn't matter if you possessed someone else, but you know you'd be nothing without me. Because you fear being alone. The other personality was shocked. This is dangerous. I've lost too much blood. I'm losing power. She screamed. What are you talking about? Stop or we'll both die. Her scream echoed in the room. Zizian stabbed herself with the broken mirror on her neck. Blood splattered from her body. She screamed crazily. But we don't. Suddenly, the image of her hand on Grenfell's face appeared. He looked straight at her. Zizian's eyes widened as well. In Grenfell's eyes, a woman's figure could be faintly seen. The image of Zizian seducing Grenfell after the other personality emerged flashed. Her eyes widened as if she had realized something. He saw my true form. He looked at me, not a person. Memories appeared and Grenfell turned to leave, waving his hand towards Zizian's true form. Goodbye, back Zizian. Back in reality, Gizen's other personality was holding her neck wound with one hand while the name Li Huoyan flashed in her mind. I'm going to die. No way. I have to warn Li Huoyan. As she thought this, her body staggered forward. At the moment her bloody hand grabbed the door handle, thoughts flooded her mind. Why are humans so weak? I can't recover. I don't have enough strength. I need to absorb something. Anything will do. Gizen pushed open the door and stepped out. There was a guard beside her. Seeing her bloodied body, he seemed startled. Miss, blood, stone cold. I need to go to the hospital. The sentence barely finished. On the wall, a shadow of a demon approaching the guard appeared. At the wooden house from earlier, everything fell silent. Grenfell held a steaming teacup in his hand. The system screen flashed, activating the Predator's skill. He was slightly surprised. This? Grenfell's sharp eyes glanced over. Damn it! Coming at this time without permission is unacceptable. She really is as crude as rumors say. He still sat in his chair. Grenfell gently placed the teacup on the table in front of him. Come in, demon! His cold face turned to her. A smile was hidden there. The person is not the guest we were expecting, but I will treat you nicely. The teacup continued to emit steam, carrying a faint scent into the air. A long hand held the teacup gracefully, her voice calm and composed. Come in, demon. Grenfell's sharp gaze said, even though she is not the guest I was expecting, I will still treat you nicely. Li Huoyan behind her swallowed hard, avoiding his gaze. She turned away from the mirror, sighing with relief as if released from a prison, thinking it's good that demons have to sleep on time too. Gizen appeared by the window under the moonlight, arms crossed, leaning against the wall in a casual posture, her voice neither heavy nor light. You're more perceptive than I thought. Huoyan just exhaled and her heart was racing. She quickly put her hand on her chest, eyes wide with fright. She screamed, there, window, looking like a scared cat. Grenfell's expression remained unchanged as he turned his head slightly. A deep voice, breaking into someone else's room through the window at this hour of night. Is that how you do things? Huoyan felt lucky to be alive because of Grenfell. Zizian walked straight down from the floor towards him. She's in a casual stance. A challenge, with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, right. Ethics. Are you reminding me of human ethics? Auntie. The sharpness around her is getting stronger. She lightly touches her thin lips, wearing a seductive smile, with the eyes of a devil, speaking madly. What should I do now, though? I've forgotten that too. You secretly guess you can't see any trace of Gizen in her current self anymore. Grenfell is slightly doubtful now. What happened? She must have fallen asleep again. I don't see Gizen anywhere. Her red eyes mockingly show the ridicule on her face. Almost out of breath. What did you say? I'm right here. You keep Huoyan in front of her, and Huoyan's eyes widen with worry. She's dead. Suddenly, she grabs a knife and stabs herself. She must be shocked and confused. After that, I couldn't feel any life left in her. Zizian covers half of her face, but the obvious madness can still be seen. Well, what else could I do then? She mocks the foolish sleeper. Does it matter if she thinks like that? Huoyan's forehead is now covered in sweat. Gizen is dead. Why are you looking at yourself? She advances closer. Do you want to hear a joke? Gizin stands next to Granville, shorter by a head, with one arm crossed in front of her broad chest, mocking and taunting that her death was caused by herself. She, with red eyes, glaring, long smile, disdainful. She keeps saying nonsense, that you're the only one who looks at her like that. A tall figure with long hair places a hand on Granville's head, behind which Gizin stands in shock. It whispers to Granville that she is the daughter of the chairman's mistress. He was pushed into the center of public opinion. His information kept leaking out nonstop. The public opinion waves split into different factions, causing intense debates on social media. A fleeting scene shows a woman kneeling, gently wiping off a little girl's face. These articles were published when Gizin was only 8 years old. The innocent girl with her radiant smile now hides behind the malicious posts in autumn, teasing those piercing, judgmental eyes. Even without doing anything, her face still appears everywhere on the internet. At school she's bullied, at home called trash by neighbors. Finally, when her mother collapsed from depression, only then did her father speak up. He held a script carefully prepared for a press conference. Even though she was an unwanted child, I couldn't leave her alone, so I'll raise her. She laughs maniacally in front of Granville. Her voice gets higher, several years after waking up as a player. That guy only made her run around to conquer waterfalls. The crucial thing is whether she dies or not, and she still listens. Why though? Because she wants her father's recognition. A picture of Mr. Jusian, smiling slyly next to a laughing Gizin. He acknowledges her as his proud daughter. For those who ignored and despised me, meet Gizin, daughter of Bok Jusian. Gizin's hoarse, angry voice. I will proudly take revenge on all those who killed my mother. You look twisted right now. Zizian approached Granville softly, but with a heavy tone. But in the end, it did nothing. Zizian continued, unbelievable that he once said they would make them pay. It's childish really, sounds foolish, and ended up dying for nothing. His anger has erupted now. A lowly demon dared to speak to me. Arrogant much? Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. Player Lai Zizian noticed you. Your mental strength is very low. She began to tremble with fear. Sweat dripped down her face more and more. But how? What kind of pressure is this? This feeling? How can a human being do that? The system notified again. You are extremely afraid. Recognizing an unusual situation. Fear. His shadow covered her. A low, grumbly voice. Step aside. I don't like talking to disrespectful scum. Hoyen sensed Granville's aura. He was slightly taken aback. Huh? What is this? Is the ritual of defiance starting? Strange. I don't have a son. Why then? The surroundings changed, and he was standing in a castle where a noble boy, possibly Grunfeld, stood. That boy had a very pure smile. He suddenly realized this was Granville's subconscious world. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, hugging his chest with pain on his face. What is happening? My heart suddenly, as if someone is squeezing it tightly. Granville's subconscious changed again. He was now tall. The building turned dark and ominous. He stepped closer to look down at the grand hall. A horrifying scene unfolded. A chaotic pile of corpses. Blood splattered everywhere. Hoyen was stunned. Is this his game? No, it's a memory. These are Grenville's past feelings. As I merged with Grenville, I can feel these as my own emotions. His mind echoed a decision. He would destroy all demons for the rest of his life. Outside, Grenville's body seemed to lose control. Anger flared up. Zizian's human form widened its eyes, pupils constricting. How dare a demon insult the great human race? With maximum energy, Grenville's hand shot out. She didn't lose her pride despite the lowly tactics of the person. And that person dared to mock the noble sacrifice made to fulfill her faith. At this moment, hundreds of light swords, controlled by Grenville, were aimed at her. Gizin Jun-jae, how dare she provoke someone like him? Again daring to cause trouble with a person like him, Grenville said softly, for this foolish sin, she will fall into hell. Dune was extremely frightened. I'll settle that rude offense with her death. After the verdict, his anger dissipated. The Emperor's expression vanished. Grenville returned to his cold demeanor. He quickly spoke again. Did you hear me? Zizian! As Grenfell helped Zizian up, he couldn't help but express his admiration with a light sigh. Look at that proud cry. I saw it clearly. You did very well. Her face lifted, her eyes filled with tears. Hoyan thought to himself, oh my, she seems to have gone through a lot. She should go home and rest. Grenfell said, it's late, it's better to go home and cry. As he spoke, he thought, never mind, understanding what I meant is enough. Huh? Jijin fainted, and he had no choice but to reluctantly support her. He thought, oh, only now did he remember. Oh, she stabbed herself. First of all, there was no visible wound, but fainting is normal. Let her lie down here and sleep. Suddenly, a voice called out. Bright, in full armor, loudly entered the room with his soldiers. She reported seriously. We were patrolling Eustra when it seemed like a demon appeared. We came to check if Hoyan was still safe. Bright was startled. Oh my god! His face turned red and he blushed. Seeing him helping Zizian, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. We didn't know your girlfriend was here. Raphael replied immediately. You misunderstood. He was speechless. She seemed not to hear and continued. We didn't realize you were about to set the leg for her. I was putting a bandage on her leg. But it's even stranger that someone as handsome as Hoyan doesn't have a girlfriend, right? No, he thought, why would he suddenly attack people like this? Enoch behind Bright blushed red while she was sweating profusely. Anyway, sorry for disturbing you, we're leaving now. Unable to bear it anymore, he ran out crying, Hoyan is a fool. Bright and Hoyan's faces turned pale. Wait, Enoch, what is this? Let's go together. Grenfell was sitting on the chair. He felt extremely tired. It feels like an eternity has passed since morning. Too much. Hunting major criminals is even simpler. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Professional duty task. His eyebrows furrowed more. Huh? What kind of mission is this suddenly? For some reason, I have a bad feeling about it. Yukai Nonhan Kwok building. No, employees are buzzing about the new announcement. Hello, this is Arcana. A new land is coming soon. New area. Northern City. Frost has been added to the group. Impossible. Jun excitedly shouted at Gilaum. That's amazing. Frost is a big city in Arcana. More shops and blacksmiths to check out. You're looking at the comments section. Right, I know. I'm feeling more relieved about this update. Wagons Like channel is visibly excited. Have you guys heard about the Frost update? Finally, an important city has been updated. There will be lots of interesting content to watch. The comments section is full of varied opinions. Over here, the reporter happily announced, today on Akana emergency broadcast. There's news that Frost in the northern area will be updated soon. In the comments, all players are reacting strongly. This marks the beginning of humanity's counterattack. It's getting more and more like Arcana. Update quickly. Get it out fast. We can't wait any longer. On the other side, Hoi-an is reading the announcement. This is Demon King Sanguine. The evil claws of the Demon King are starting to appear. The last hunter will have to act to stop the Demon King's power. There's a Demon King in Frost. Hoyan is a demon, more accurately a spirit lord, green-faced ghost, his face shocked at the system messages, muttering curses, damn it. A Demon King in the middle of the city. It can't be that the lord is also a Demon King. That's very rare. He held his phone and typed Lian Hui. I have to inform everyone. Comment on Arcana's main page or something. Grenfell, do it now. Grenfell calmly sat in a chair sipping tea. A Demon King that reminds us of a Kazan. His nostalgia surfaced. A ruler once said that Demon Kings are the eternal enemies of hunters. In those days when Akana was still a training game, he ominously spoke about powerful Demon Kings. After some contemplation, he continued. Not only strong, but extremely so. And there are many more. They also have their own ranking system. Grenfell still listened to him under the stone steps, recounting how few hunters survived encounters with lower Demon Kings. Suddenly, he handed him a leather-bound book. Outside, colorful markers were visible. He was taken aback by this situation. He continued speaking, "You should prepare thoroughly. This is the names of the demon kings we know and have recorded about them." His voice raised slightly. "Remember, Granful Cloudy." The system announcement appeared again. "Learn knowledge on how to defeat demon kings. I'll check back in 2 hours." Hoyan was discouraged when he thought of that book. "It's been too long since I last thought about that book. We had to spend 10 hours memorizing all that continuously before." Granful sighed softly. "But this time, it was a meaningful period that helped us gain valuable knowledge and experience." Hoyle muttered inwardly. "At least it's starting to pay off now. As they say, man plans but God disposes." The phone buzzed with a notification. "New comment." "Huh? Yeah." Clicking on the notification, community post appeared. A short message. "Make sure to prepare thoroughly before entering Frost. There's a threat from the King of Demons waiting for us. Remember to be wary of NPCs too." What does the King of Demons signal tower say? Idiot! The debate began to flare up. He thought you can find anything online nowadays. Hoy's face was serene, throwing the phone aside. "It doesn't matter." He leaped onto his bed and drew a relaxed expression. "Well, Frost is just a city. Nothing big will happen there. Even if the King of Demons wanted to, he couldn't do it anyway. Ming Han has updated something new. The restaurants in Frost are great too. Maybe I should send it over and check it out." Granful was still sitting quietly by the signal tower. Hoyan crossed his legs, resting his hands behind his head. I should review the items I requested from the Wizard Tower first." "Hold on, the Wizard Tower charges a high price for custom orders, but it will be fine. It's late, I should go to bed now." Suddenly, he thought, "This is not good at all. That stupid post is making it hard for me to sleep." Hoyan started tossing and turning. Why do they have to say such harsh words? Meanwhile, a small bird approached Granful. He was slightly shocked. "Huh?" A cute little bird with a look of discomfort on its face. "Delivery from the Wizard Tower? Are you high on?" "Yeah." He took the package, his voice low and grumpy as most people now buy things online. "It's been quite troublesome. Goodbye." Granful sighed inwardly. The delivery guy is really slow, thinking to himself while opening the package. "Anyway, those are the items I requested. Just in time. No need to go straight to the Wizard Tower anymore. Let's see how they do it." A ring with a plain green stone inside a delicate box. The message appeared. "Pure emerald ring. Created using a unique method, maximizing the effect of the emerald." Perfect. No other conditions, just that when attacked, life will regenerate automatically. Just as expected from the Wizard Tower, they've created an amazing item. Hoyong was still agitated, sweating profusely, biting his nails. It must be expensive. Right. I think healing items with similar conditions have already been priced at $1 billion or something. How much is it for custom orders, I wonder? I need to check my account balance first. Let's see what's left. Granful picks up the remaining items and inspects them. A masterpiece. Dragon-draped handkerchief. This item is imbued with extraordinary effects, surpassing its inherent power by a lot of extremely rare materials. Priceless. Its light was blinding, startling Hoyon, who jumped back in alarm while he stood still. "Extremely shocking, I just got dizzy. You know, maybe I just saw a masterpiece. Must be mistaken, right? A masterpiece is an item of perfect quality, its value incalculable. Even master craftsmen would wish to create such items. The value could be in the billions or even hundreds of billions." Thinking about what Granful said, money isn't a problem. I just want it to work at its best. He widened his eyes, trembling from head to toe as he held out the payment for the product. I'm in trouble now. What if I can't afford it? Will they reclaim these items then? The notification appeared. My aesthetic index has been unlocked at a low current level. Huh? Unlocking an index? Granful's face was cold. He felt excited. Upon hearing the notification, the dragon-draped handkerchief became your possession. Aesthetics, I quite like it. Hoi-on looked helpless. Well, Granful likes it that much. I know what to do now. The system grade display appeared. He flicked through it. I'll use all the points from cleansing the succubus-possessed Zizian. I saved them for a rainy day, but in the end, he boosted his luck stat. The only thing left is to hope this works. Hoi-on's face turned pleading. Please, oh lucky god, please. Granville over there looks a bit surprised. Oh, it opened up a suit set. It matches the handkerchief well. I'm having good luck today. Hoi-on is screaming? That's not the kind of luck I want. Another notification popped up from the system. Why again? Granville's face turned pale. Hold on, there's an unfinished mission at the Inazuma headquarters in Japan. Kazuma is enduring the wrath of the Inazuma Association. A pile of documents hit him. One edge of a paper slipped by, leaving a bright red mark on his stern face. On the other side, a high-pitched voice, still cursing loudly. We're barely hanging on in the ranking of the association. What's more humiliating than this? Kazuma frowned slightly. It feels like self-humiliation. Hisagi Kazuma, I'll definitely help us recover after we get to Frost. He pointed at you angrily. If you fail again, learn how to commit suicide on your own. Do you understand? Yes. Your subordinate is worried behind the scenes. Your guild leader is here. You cut in. The entrance to Frost has appeared near Hokkaido's coast. He hurriedly apologized. It's still a secret, so don't reveal it to anyone outside the Inazuma Guild. Continue. The Japanese government will try to stop us. Elevate our influence in our relationship by conquering Frost. He panicked. Are we going to prevent other players from approaching that? We still don't know if Frost is safe yet. That goes against. Kazuma reached out and punched the wall behind his subordinate, making him pale and drop his glasses. You're turning red. Frost is a city for commoners, and Nantemen of your guild is a top-tier commoner too. Kazuma took his subordinate's glasses. He spoke. We nearly lost before in Ascora's territory and Yuzura. There won't be another chance. We'll defeat them at Frost. He trembled. All right. Fine. You turned around, instructed. All right. Gather all guild members to Hokkaido. Oh, by the way, Kazuma pointed to a wound on his face, speaking softly but chillingly. Sir, if you don't cut open your own stomach and commit suicide for me, watch out for your life. Everyone should act normal because they're not responsible for this. He had regained some color but was still scared of him. I'll remember that. He got up to take his phone and typed a few messages. Frost has appeared near Hokkaido's coast. The other party responded. Thank you. We'll send the money after verification. When will you come back to help me? At the port, someone was running over with news. We have a report from Inazuma. Post it and leave immediately. Where is it? He quickly took out his computer to post the update. Hokkaido. Hurry up. I'm sure he's sending it to others too. NBS news about Frost's entrance near Hokkaido's coast. Monsters have appeared near Hokkaido's coastline. Let's go. We're heading to the airport now. On the other side, Dimitri received a comrade's message. Lux, we just got a call from the analyst. Got it. Hurry up. Let's go right away. The guild requests action. Gather everyone. A group of people is making noise. She'll freeze to death if she only carries swimsuits. She's acting silly. We're going to bring snowboarding gear. You've lost it. You're emotional. Everyone listen up. They've all gathered in Hokkaido. Check the comments below. Today looks cute. What about Boss Hoi-on? No nose hair today. In Frost City to the north, where you can find wild psychics, that's still Arcana's main base and it's a game. There are blacksmiths, NPCs, and various shops fitting for an urban city. It's no wonder everyone is excited and calls it the starting point of humanity's return. If the city looks like in the game, it would be incredibly useful for players. Timon arrived with a serious expression, carrying a large sword behind him. He shouted at someone behind him. Huh? What's going on here? Did you guys lose your minds? What happened? Timon! A bunch of armed soldiers rushed out to block them. He shouted, sounding a bit panicked. Hey, they're asking for passports. I've never been asked for a passport since becoming a player. Johnman stood in front of him, waving his hand. There must be some mistake. Hello, my name is Namchin. The soldiers interrupted. Sorry, but you need a passport to enter. He seemed shocked by the request. Huh? The armed soldiers started lining up. By now, he shouted loudly, "They're not letting anyone through." They simply sealed everything off. In front of the snow-covered forest, not just us but everyone, Kazuma and his group rushed down as some people were sliding. He urged them on. "Hurry up! We don't have time! We need to be there in 10 minutes. Alright, I can see the frost gate ahead." Kazuma was sweating but wore a victorious smile. Finally, not long after stopping, he and his group stood motionless before what they saw. Large sharp gears pierced through each person. Kazuma recoiled in horror. "This is Frost too. Hisagi, this is..." He turned to his teammates and shouted, "Avoid it." Huh? But it's too late. Something had already pierced through him. Blood started oozing out. No chance of survival. A large dark figure appeared. It had an odd shape, with forests and fangs. They ran and screamed in chaos. One demon! Run! That shadow humiliated Kazuma. He stared at what was in front of him, stunned. No words came out. Everyone was panicking. "Run! Run! Save me!" The red-eyed demon. Hung Han charged towards him. Damn it. This situation, self-inflicted suicide isn't an issue anymore. The tall and gruesome figure of the demon was pounding Kazuma. That has never been Hakiri's problem. And earlier, at Hoi-On's house on the Yuzura Islands, Zizian was still asleep. Perhaps she had a nightmare. She recalled part of her past memory and woke up abruptly. Gizan jolted awake. "I'm still alive. When did this happen? Hopefully, I didn't do anything embarrassing." Looking at Grenfell straight back in front of her, her heart screamed, "Oh my god, how awkward. He just finished talking and I collapsed crying. I owe him a life-saving favor, but am causing trouble now too." Grenfell didn't notice she was awake. He was still lost in the system's announcement. Grenfell wondered if the King of Demons had started acting. Professional mission, reclaim Frost and eliminate the Demon King. Please complete the mission. Reclaim Frost, which the Demon King has occupied. Failure if you can't stop the Demon King. How? So there's a mission now. He waved his hand, slightly furrowed his brow. Could it be appearing only here? "We need to go." Zizian stood behind, red-faced. Now he remembered her. She had already woken up Zizian. Grenfell's face was cold. She woke up, right? Hoyen escaped. After the psychological trauma, he screamed, "Say something." Her face turned red. "First of all, thank you. I'm truly sorry. You saved my life, and I've caused more trouble for you." Gizan fidgeted and blushed, covering her face with her hands. I'll do anything to repay the favor. Really, whatever you want if you need it. I can offer my life in return. Not even my dignity." Hoyen choked when she said that, thinking of what happened just now. Is it really? Gizan? No, not like that. Grenfell spoke up. He pulled out a bookshelf. Anything, right? Hoyen's eyes widened in shock. The bookshelf has items? Hoyen laughed maniacally, remembering how desperately she had begged before. Right. Give me a little more time. This prayer department is really strange. Fortune is here. He takes out a fee slip and reads it. Production fees are free. The Wizard Tower doesn't have enough fees for a senior wizard to exchange for higher level research from them. Free, huh? He's shocked. A spark of thought flashes through his mind. Could that feature be? The Wizard Tower has activated a new feature. Marcello, I really admire you. Grenfell looks indifferent while Jijin is still shy. Hold on, we don't know what to ask for. Maybe we should take some high-end tea bags instead? There's a knock at the door. I'm Hoon, that's my song. Come in. A man with blonde hair, wearing glasses and dressed formally is standing by the door. Do you have guests? He rushes forward with a smile, whispering, "It seems that Enoch's tears after being rejected were real. It made me pale, I rubbed my sore head." Let's get to the point. Hoan looks bewildered. What nonsense is this? Behind King Hagu, a disheveled face appears. King Hagu will personally handle that matter with you. The king speaks. I have something to discuss with my benefactor. The knights escorted me here. Iazian thinks, why are more people appearing? Zizian steps forward from behind. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry for the late introduction. Hoan silently evaluates, but his expression changes. She has changed from being shy to confident. I am Zizian from the Arcane Guild. May I meet King Ha-gu and Commander Haken? She says with a diplomatic face. Does that mean I have multiple personalities? Haken stands there with his soldiers. The commander continues. So you're Zizian. I've heard of her before. Indeed, she's a beauty. Ha-gu smiles. More importantly, Hakuna's face still shows a pleasant smile. But Enoch really dislikes her. My benefactor. I know it's too late to apologize, but I want your opinion. You ask, what is it? She stands there blushing as she thinks. What now? Queen Yuzura personally came to visit and asked for Tayu's advice. Hoan has more influence than we thought. Hakuna approaches Granville and laughs, patting his shoulder. Recently, someone from Arcana arrived in the Yuzura Kingdom, but their behavior while in Arcana was suspicious. They didn't seem friendly towards us. So, benefactor, can I entrust this person to you? The king's expression clearly shows his intent. He glances at Zizian and says if it's okay, he'll bring the person here for you. The guest is arriving in our kingdom tonight. He might understand what we're talking about. He turned around, realizing everything. Zizian indeed intruded into Yuzura? That's why Hagu came here. Zizian! Strange. She blushed so hard she could barely speak. So embarrassed. Speak up. Granville put his hand in his pocket, looking like he was giving orders. Go home. Draft a document declaring the Mythical Society's support for the Kingdom of Yustra. Bring it next time you meet. Yes, I understand now. Just mulling things over. The notification appeared. This somewhat compensates for Hagu and his kingdom. She blushed, holding the document like this. Next time is, will you meet me again? Gizzen looked up. He seemed very shocked. Granville hurriedly put on a coat and walked away. Hagu, please forgive me. I have urgent matters to attend to now. Behind her, she sobbed silently. Sorry for the misunderstanding with you. The king and commander rushed over. What's going on? Where are you rushing off to so quickly? Frost replied bluntly, Granville. Granville glared at him. Frost, what happened there suddenly? Speak up. Granville coldly threw a remark back to the people behind. The king is right there. The notification appeared again. The quest objective was to reclaim Frost and defeat the king. Someone started heading towards Frost. The mission began. Only half of the survivors remained. Currently, Hokkaido in front of the Frost stream, an ominous atmosphere enveloped everything. Timon's face flushed with anger, slamming his fist on the table. I told you to stay back. Things are not going well. The soldiers still advised him to retreat, but he shouted, there's trouble. Do you know who Isagi is? They've been inside for a while now. He was so angry he lunged at the soldiers, holding up their phones. But checking the guild rankings, they were still the same. Their positions haven't changed no matter what I say. They're still blocking the way. Jumping back, scratching his head. I didn't want to get involved because of shyness, but now my intuition isn't good. He smirked. Do you know this violates the agreement of the Falls Awakening Society? If things go wrong, it could affect international relations. I'll deal with it later. Can you handle it? Timon's mouth dropped open. Sweat poured down his face. A U.S. soldier. Right now, the soldiers received a call. Not sure what happened. He started stuttering. Huh? That thing? Yes. One of the leading soldiers began giving orders. Everyone withdrew. We'll leave. Fall back in formation quickly. Yes. He found it hard to understand why those armed soldiers retreated. What's going on? Why are everyone leaving? Could it be because of American power after all? Someone ran up and shouted loudly. We got footage from the drone. His face turned pale, seeing that huge monster sweeping away those in front of it. This is Azuma and Akui guilds. Kazuma held his weapon. His expression showed how dire the situation was. Extremely dangerous. Hisagi, the government is preparing to bomb. Tell them not to interfere. Don't get in the way of the players here. Add a few more sinister looks. The crack isn't an impenetrable place. We can use modern weapons, but we'd have to risk our lives too. Damn it! Want to play like this? Something flashed past him. Kazuma was shocked. He shouted loudly, Kojiro! No! He's got a firm grip. Standing on red snow. Can't believe what I'm seeing. No! The voice echoed again. Master Hisagi, save me. That terrifying monster rushing towards you destruction? Just then, a powerful force rushed in. It was Granful. He called out Temen's name and brought him back to consciousness. In front of Kazuma, the monster had been torn apart. Granful gasped for breath. I'm alive. How did you? He grabbed Kazuma by the collar. Coward. Timon laughed mockingly. You've already been punished for being a coward before. Scoundrel, I was going to ignore it, but now, thank Hoyon. He couldn't believe it. What? Then Kazuma looked back at someone on the higher ground. Hoyon, on the mountain wall. He stood there. Behind him was a whole army of Moas. What's going on? Is anyone here? Up on the mountain wall, right? The rescue force. Who is it? Hoyon looked down from above. Go on. Someone was looking up. Threshold. It's Hoyon. Those who came with him are from the mountain wall. They're knights. Lie on Ichi. They charged down, aiming for the monster and slashing at it. He looked down from above. Like a widespread massacre. This is what people call ancient monsters. It seems Granful is trying hard to control his emotions. These monsters dare to insult the citizens. They say there's a king of demons here. The English start emitting a stench. People gradually turn red. What a ridiculous arrogance. You will definitely have a fitting end for what you've done. Amidst the battle atmosphere, soldiers are dumbfounded as one raises their phone to take photos. Huh? Is it Hoyan? Behind him is the Liar Knights team, right? A tall figure stands with arms crossed, seemingly leading a powerful army. Are they here to help? Hako looks tense. I also believe there's a king of demons in Frost because Hoyan said so himself. But I didn't expect the situation in the city to be this severe. The intense battle between soldiers and large monsters is going on, with them being scratched fiercely. Harkin looks tense at Granful. Did Hoyle know this would happen, but still tried to save Frost by himself? Granful remains silent. I guessed when the number of survivors suddenly dropped, but if I came alone, I would definitely be in trouble. Granful raises his hand to his face, looking around with a red aura. The arrogance of people makes me laugh. I will surely give you an appropriate death. If not careful, it could be us who die. Granful looks worried at Harkin. Luckily, Harkin is here too. A few hours ago in Li Hoyan's house on the Eustra Islands at night, Hakuna raises his hand to his face seriously, not accepting any thanks. I have no doubt about your abilities, but the King of Demons is very dangerous. I can't let you go alone. I will send soldiers with you. Don't rush off. Harkin agrees. Your Majesty said right. Hoyan, your life would be in danger if. Granful looks tense. My life, the demons must be exterminated. What is this life worth? Harkin looks surprised by his words and his eyes light up as he looks at Granful. You are serious. I have to defeat the demons. There's no other way. Harkin smiles slightly, saying the same before. So I can't let you go alone. The system appears. Number of survivors left. Failure if we don't stop the King of Demons. Suddenly, Granful tightly clamps his lips and narrows his eyes. Let me go. The more I say, the fewer people survive. Hagen puts his hand on his sword. I promise to kill all evil demons in the world before returning to your Majesty and becoming your sword that will always accompany you through any difficulties. Hagen sheathes his sword into the ground. You have made my resolve even firmer. Just ask and I'll be your sword in these battles. Hakuna smiles. Good. When Harkin is with us, we can rest easy. Granful looks puzzled at Hakuna, but wonders who will protect his Majesty then. Suddenly, a dark figure appears and a woman. Let me do it. Isio crosses his arms and bows his head. I have bothered Yuzura and Hoyan. Please give me the chance to make amends. Granful glances. Bok Isio. Hakuna laughs softly. Alright then. I'll pray for your safety. Send my greetings to the hunters there. Granful raises his hand and smiles. Fine, I'll respect your wishes. Go on, place your hand on Harkon's shoulder. Suddenly, the system reports that the number of survivors is decreasing. Granville looks at Harkon with a sweat-drenched face. We need to act quickly. Please, switch to present time in Frost, Southgate area. A map of the castle appears, showing only the northern, western, eastern, and southern parts. Inazuma is near Hoyin and Hakon at the south gate. Kazuma turns his back and looks up. He glances at Timon. Nam Timon, are you saying I should be grateful to Li Hoyin? Timon questions. Huh? Yeah, that's right. When he arrived here, the top priority was to rescue those who were still alive. He said so. Kazuma looks up at the slope. Temi reminds him. We also want to get used to his good side. Rescuing people isn't bad either. So I have no reason not to follow his orders. At this moment, Kazuma slumps down and covers his face with his hands. Even though we're trying to save Frost and our own homeland, that's foolish. We are rivals of him. Why? Grenville looks down solemnly from above. Sure enough, they are the Leonith Knights. They quickly cleared out the demons at the gate. No wonder they're called the strongest knights in the kingdom. Thanks to them, we can easily enter the gate. Grenville stands with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Harkon notices him now. Suddenly, a pale hand extends and creates a green light. A soldier is suddenly thrown back. Camilla questions. Rick, the map of the castle reappears, showing everyone their current position. What's this? A soldier gasps for breath. Lux, where are we going? We've already passed through the castle gate. Lux sighs heavily. I once saw an interesting post on Arcana. Some trivial Frost-related stories got only a few views, but he still posted it. A scene of the castle appears in a snowstorm. Lux continues. Usually, I would ignore that. But today, someone said exactly what was written in that post as soon as they left the gate. There's a king demon, and suddenly Granville comes down with an extremely angry face. In Frost, those who want to escape should go now. Those staying to fight, prioritize saving people first. With a snap of his fingers, Wei Gang runs very fast towards them, crying as he goes. I'm sorry everyone, I was so anxious that I stayed up all night studying Frost. Wei Gang looks up at Sun Sparkles with confusion. Sun Sparkles, give me a blanket. What's this? Lux looked up. Previously, I really thought Li Hoyan wasn't as good as me. It seems I was way off. Everyone looked up in surprise. Magic, light. There are many green glowing bubbles floating everywhere. Granville reached out his hand at the back of his head and looked down, intersecting beams of light. A surprised soldier, not just one. Water too. Oh, Granville's arm started casting spells. The pool transformed. Wei Gang still stared up in surprise. Everyone was talking excitedly, all amazed. A stream of water froze the castle, causing it to be encased in ice. There's a small mage with golden hair. This guy is really handsome. Too bad I can't take a picture. I guess everyone watching the mages sees this too. The darkness deepened on his face. I was wrong. Li Hoyan, that bastard, he's a monster. Boom, the castle gate echoed loudly as if about to be destroyed. Everyone screamed in terror. The city gates are opening. The system appeared before everyone's eyes. Harkon looked down curiously. System, regional mission. We capture Frost. Frost has fallen into the king's hands. Let's recapture Frost. The common will go to the brave. Current contribution ratio. No! The soldiers are all in place. Lux chuckled. Regional mission. I knew it. Just as that post said. Lux, so you went through the castle gate for this too. Yes, the best place to earn contribution points is at the city gates. Li Hoyan is already at the southern gate, so we don't have a chance. We must hurry to the western gate. Clear said, the snowy landscape round looks very cold. At Granville's side, Han Conjuang, heavens, the gates are collapsed. You always surprise me. I've never seen an encirclement attack like this before. If you order the attack, I'll be on the front line. Granville's face suddenly turned angry. No! Dark energy became denser after the gates were destroyed. There must be something inside. Granville looked at the collapsed gate, He seemed to sense something terrible from within. Timon shouted loudly, "And Huan, just give the order and we'll charge in. Don't worry, I'll give you all the contribution points." Granville suddenly became scared. "Hold on, Timon." "No! Step back." "What's wrong?" "It's full of demons inside." Timon questioned, "What's wrong?" "What?" Timon didn't notice the demons rushing towards him. The roar of monsters charging at us makes Timon step back. Timon doesn't understand what's happening, he just keeps singing. "Oh, Auntie!" He grabs a monster's hand that clutches his face tightly. Timon is stunned and can't react in time. The monsters pull him back amidst the shouts of his teammates. Granville is huge and wide. All Knight's hope. At this rate, they'll drag him inside the castle. Jessica rushes forward, grabs her weapon, and slashes through the monster's arms. The limbs are severed, blood splattering everywhere. Timon's face is blank. No more blood. Many monsters have been decimated. Jessica sheathes her sword. "Let us handle it from here." Timon glances at her curiously. "What?" "The sword technique. It seems like a berserker's technique." Jessica looks worried behind her. Granville stands beside her, looking concerned. "No, they're still there." Jessica and Granville shout, raising their hands to prepare an attack. Above them, thousands of monsters with sharp claws are rushing towards Jessica and Timon. They ambush the two unprepared. Now, Granville notices something is wrong behind him. A strong gust of wind approaches. It's Kichiko, the leader of the dark mercenary team, angry, summoning a magical portal near where he goes. A magical portal appears with people stepping out, Ankari and Lockheed. Granville looks puzzled. Who are these people? Where did they come from? They ignore him as they continue their mission. "It's done. Let's go in." Lockheed? "Okay." Lockheed blows a strong gust of air to form a magical circle. Granville remains puzzled. Not from the Midge Tower, but they opened a portal here too. The purple magic circle hovers in midair. A bright light shoots down as if someone is falling through it. With a thud, the noise draws everyone's attention. Sure enough, someone lands with a large tremor. Everyone sees this too. The portal is safe to use since it points downwards. Granville raises his hand to shield his face as Harkin rushes in strongly. "All right, let's go in." Now, Granville starts directing the knights following Harkin, though he's secretly scared. "If I go through that portal, I might fall and break my neck. Better not to risk it." All soldiers rush into battle with the monsters, each fighting fiercely. The system reports that Kichi, Lockheed, and Ankari's team from the Dark Tax Collectors have no combat points. Granville is surprised. They're giving their combat points to him. Why? Now, Kichi steps forward with a confident smile. Kichi greets Harkin cheerfully. "Nice to meet you." Hakuner turns around in confusion. "You're the commander here, right? We've come to support as per King Hakuna's orders. I hope we can fight together. I'm the commander of the Shadow Mercenaries team. My name is Kichi." The three of them introduced themselves one by one. Hakun smiled appreciatively. "Oh, so His Majesty sent reinforcements here? That's good then. But I'm not the commander here." Kichi was surprised. "How? It's Li Hoi-an over there who is the commander." Kichi glanced suspiciously at him. "Lucky. Does everyone know that Li Hoi-an is the one in charge here? Alright, if we can get along with him here, it might help us with Yuzra." Granville frowned as she recalled what she had ignored before. He frowned. Kichi suddenly remembered and fell to the ground. "Enemy!" Granville crossed her arms and watched the information system. "Oh! 35,000 combat points next time. I wonder if that's high or low. It increased because I successfully opened Gate U and changed scenes to the eastern gate of the city. The information team is reporting on the situation. Yes, today is a Khan's special day, Frost City. Currently, the United World Alliance, ranked second, is at the eastern gate of the city. The map shows their current position in the United World Alliance. Information system, regional mission. Frost City has fallen into the hands of a demon king. Recapture Frost City. Courageous recapture of Frost City will be rewarded with regular points. The recapture mission for Frost City will start as soon as we enter Frost City. For guilds at the four gates of Frost City are fighting fiercely. The commentator is still cheering and encouraging everyone to fight. Liu Zhangxuan shouted, "Load ammo. You're the 14th ranked player in the United World Alliance Guild. Fire!" A large explosion, monsters hit by the shots fell down below the city walls. The battle commentator continued to comment enthusiastically. Zhangxuan lowered her head and laughed triumphantly. 1812. That day, a player with the highest combat points revealed their own combat points to us. Will this attack change the rankings of the guilds? Zhangxuan stood firm amidst countless cannons firing at her. A siege attack! I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The guild might be better when fighting individually, but in terms of surprise attacks, they're definitely one step below us. Look at how many points we have here. No one has ever accumulated so many points in a single surprise attack before. Jin Shan laughed triumphantly. With this many points, I'll become the Lord of Frost City. Keep fighting, attacking, and continue to attack. The world lies at our feet. Granville's combat points are still increasing, he sighed, not bothering with Zhangxuan. At the southern gate of Frost City, Granville and everyone were slowly advancing inside. He crossed his arms and stood watching. I was worried there might be a trap here, but it's good that the Shadow Mercenaries team volunteered to use the magic portal to check this place first. Hakan walked alongside Kichi, who looked frightened. Didn't he recognize me? He didn't hate me before his head, did he? Granville glanced behind him and remembered the new group of Shadow Mercenaries. It's a small team led by Commander Kichi, gathering some elite mercenaries. They will complete any mission they receive at all costs, and everyone knows that their moral code isn't part of their dictionary when accepting missions. I think these are the people Hakuna mentioned earlier. Hoyle stayed calm. There are signs of a demon summoning ritual. Someone is here. A demon has been summoned here. Timon couldn't believe his ears, trembling in anger as he witnessed his teammates and townspeople dying painfully. The Granville group was both scared and angry, with Colt having signs of a demon summoning ritual. Someone has summoned a demon here. System, you've entered Frost, turning into hell. Everyone gathered to clean the bodies, placing them on mats. Kichi's eyes widened in shock. What? Gather the dead Ash. He lost it, didn't he? Right now, Ash. We don't know when the king's army will ambush us. Ankri remained calm. That's why we need to be vigilant, Kichi growled. Be on your guard. We have to hurry and eliminate all the demons so we can go home. It's such a waste of time. Ankri, what have we done to make Hakun hate us? Why do I feel like he's always acting that way? Ankri laughed brightly. If you look at the signs of magic here, you wouldn't say that. Ankri's eyes were sinister. Just stay calm and wait. We'll know then. What's your gentleman's plan? Granville was visibly shaken. Suddenly, a dead Ash of the Guard appeared, holding his sword in battle stance. Grant seemed calm on the outside, but Hoyen inside was terrified. He died while guarding the gate. Terrified to death, the soldiers shouted out. There's a way through here too. Yes, sir. Jessica approached. Hoyen, he looked at her. Jessica, thank you for allowing us to collect the bodies. These soldiers come from the Frost City, including me. Thanks. I don't know how to repay this debt. Hoyle thought seriously. Jessica's hometown is Frost too. How can I comfort her? Even though this isn't her home, ignoring the soldiers who sacrificed to protect the city is not right. Jessica was surprised and moved by his words. Hoyle remained cold. I'm just upholding the honor of a knight, even if it means it could be dangerous for me here. Jessica blushed as she looked at him, thinking about honor. Granville showed an indifferent expression. So I didn't do this specially for you. Don't worry about it. Hoyen angrily grabbed his throat. What the heck are you doing? Talking like that, really? The system appeared. Your contribution points have increased to 41.5 to 1 now. Granville looked pleased. My contribution points have gone up. Why is that? Are the mercenaries of the Shadow Army fighting? The system continues to increase my points. No, if they did, they would have said it already. A soldier hurriedly reported, Sir Hoyle, we found an underground plaza while collecting bodies from the opposite road. Follow me. The underground plaza. This way. Grenville's sharp gaze seemed to see something terrifying. What they saw was a pillar covered in many holy symbols, but all drenched in blood. As they ventured deeper, they found more bodies nailed to it, soldiers becoming anxious. Jessica said, this is. We checked all other paths and they were the same. Grenville gritted his teeth, saying this was a blood circle summoning created by death and sacrifice. Jessica looked puzzled. What? Sacrifices are needed to summon the king of demons just as for exorcism rituals. All these summoning circles from the entrances and these bodies are connected like a ritual to summon the king of demons. That's why collecting bodies increases contribution points because we've retrieved the king of demons sacrificial offering. Grenville's face turned cold with tension. Where was Ha that day? The spirit soldier looked at him. We reported back to her, so she'll quickly gather with us. Suddenly, many large and small rocks fell down, sounding like an earthquake. Jessica gasped in shock. An earthquake? All three of them were worried. No, it's not an earthquake. The tremors grew more intense. Grenville glanced around. Prepare for battle. Horses' hooves can be heard. Then many monsters on horseback with swords charged in. He shouted loudly, we're ambushed. The demons are charging fiercely. How dare you touch the king of demons sacrificial offering? Die, you humans! Jessica drew her sword to fight. There are too many of them. Be careful. Follow orders. Grenville was stunned. Huh? Hold on. These guys. They're not ambushing us, but they are being pursued. Timon and Hacken appear, very angry, chasing after a group of demons. The demons run in fear. Just wait there. Humans, you'll all die. Poof, they ran past the three others quickly. Jessica is surprised. Captain, Lauren says. Captain Hacken. Grenville stands still. Hoyle thinks to himself, oh, my heart. About to shoot out. Hacken and Timon rush over. Mr. Hoyle, are you all right? Mr. Hoyle, these corpses here. Grenville remains calm. I know now. They're sacrificial offerings to summon the Demon King. Hacken and Timon are alarmed. Did you know? Those bodies over there. Grenville's face turned serious. Those demons weren't elite troops. Probably just came to check on the summoning circle since the corpses were scattered. Elite troops will arrive soon. At least they might be demon generals. Not to mention, a demon commander from the deep abyss appeared behind Grenville and jumped over Hoyle's head. That's right. Hoyle turns around in surprise. Where did he come from? Hacken and Timon are worried. Captain Hoyon, Mr. Hoyon, dang it! A loud noise causes the ground to shake. He lands on a horse. He raises a weapon made from sharp, blood-stained bones. He glances round. What is that? Roque! An interesting spell. Grenville stands with his hands folded silently below. Hacken's eyes glow with anger. Who are you? Commander of the demon army from the Western Valley. How dare you? Hacken draws his sword and leaps to attack him, but he dodges quickly from behind. Are you the small knight captain from decades ago? You think? We can't read his movements. I've heard that your kind have a very short lifespan. Why do you still look the same? Even now, it seems much weaker. Hacken is angry. Decades? That's absurd. Just a few years ago. He keeps cutting in. Ah, right. I've heard of it. For days in Akana is just one day here. What happened then? You, who have only been trained for a few years since then, compared to us, those who have trained over for times as long and grown stronger through continuous wars. Who will be the stronger one? Round the castle, countless energy red lights spread everywhere. The Kichiko and Ankari factions are in chaos. What's happening? Why is it shaking so much? Soldiers are panicking all over. Hisagi! Yeah, I see it. The entire castle. Everything is being lifted up by the immense power of that fierce demon. The castle itself is being lifted into the air. He soars up and raises his hand to create a massive pink energy source. I don't have time to argue with someone as weak as you. Suddenly, it explodes, sending out rays of light in all directions, brightening the sky. He continues challenging the group. Revenge, come find me if you can. Then I'll personally greet you. He shows his sharp teeth in it. The system appears updating my professional mission task. Professional mission task. Eliminate all awakened demon generals throughout the Frost City. Granville still stands with his arms crossed. His eyes suddenly brighten with hope. Continue fighting. The demon slowly disappears in a red light. Everyone is alarmed. He disappeared? But Granville still stands motionless. The castle seems to be collapsing. The cave is collapsing. Harkin is furious. Damn you! You're running away, right? Jessica shouts loudly. Wounded? The exit has been blocked. The entire city is shaking. Harkin grits his teeth. Damn it! The cave is collapsing rapidly. Granville still doesn't move. The only way out is through the hole in the ceiling, right? Temin exclaims loudly. We and Jessica can jump out, but the underground passage connects to the entire city. If the cave collapses, the ground will be heavily affected too. The volcanoes are breaking apart and collapsing onto the castle. In the worst-case scenario, the whole city could sink and collapse. Then the demon army could simply retake Frost City. Harkin raises his hand to his face. Oh my god! How can we stop this cave from collapsing? Granville advances with a sharp, determined gaze. Temin exclaims loudly. Lord Hoy Horn! It's very dangerous. We need to leave here immediately. He raises his hand and creates green flames. I know this is very dangerous. I can't keep the whole cave safe with my current mana. I might get crushed by a falling rock. But he lifted the stone and threw it up, surprising everyone. He controlled the broken stones with a worried call. On Day Hoi On, a blue light shone from the castle tower, causing worry among people. Was that Li Hoyan? Everyone was surprised to see him there. A child tugged at his sleeve curiously. Mom, look! The mother called out urgently. Don't, honey! Close the door quickly, or the demons will notice. Even the villagers were curious. What is that man? Those who survived are in danger now. A loud call. Cough! The river cough tribe has arrived. We've been scouting outside. All the demons guarding the southern gate have fallen. They're fake adventurers. Fake adventurers returned to save our city. Grenville's hand rose with strong light. Harkin, Jessica, and Temin looked on in horror. Impossible. Hard to believe. How could it be? Grenville was still worried. I know this magic isn't enough to prevent the disaster, but I won't run away. With determined eyes, he cast a spell to save everyone. The system now reports and activates stats. Aesthetics and visual effects will affect all targets. Stones flew high due to Hoyon's noble magic, which Grenville could see the statues through. Giant statues used shields to protect against the collapse. They are Frost warriors. Grenville was resolute. A warrior's honor always wants to defend their homeland. We will inherit their spirit and protect Frost until our last breath, even if we die here. After the chaos subsided, everything returned to calm. Hoyon's soul looked pale. The spell is gone. I can't continue anymore. I used all my mana for this construction. Luckily, I succeeded. Otherwise, without the amulet, I would have recovered only 10% of my energy. Thankfully, I completed those statues. If overexerted, I might have died. It's hard to believe I created such majestic statues myself. I guess they turned into complete statues due to aesthetics. I thought it would be much harder. After completion, the structure and finish of the statue improved. With practice, I might not need to use so much mana. The rock turned into a large statue, but this is a skill for creating better items or equipment, right? When should I use it? He rested his hand on his chin in thought. Hong Kong stood and admired the statues for a while. A day here equals for days in Arcana. Frost City might not be like this if we had defeated him years ago. I've met him again, and he still escaped my grasp. I have no face to meet your highness. Suddenly, something large appeared in the sky. What's going on? A shadow. Temin was startled. It fell. The demons emerged from the red light, flying in all directions towards the army. The soldiers shouted. They came because they were attracted by that light earlier. They didn't just fall normally. Get ready for battle. Don't panic. Although there are many of them, they're very weak. Stay calm. Take them down one by one. Granville raised his eyebrows at the falling creatures. This isn't good. Something is coming. The system activated. A demon has triggered its natural enemy skill nearby. Your combat strength will increase when facing demons. Professional mission. Eliminate all the awakened demon generals in Frost City. 0 out of 10. Granville's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. A large bird-like creature with golden eyes and feathered body, a human. System, Halberd, Demon General Kupiken LV500. Granville stared at it. Damn, this is bad. The halberd opened its sharp beak to eat me. I'm just standing here with no energy left for fighting. A ray of light hit the halberd, enveloping its body in green light. Granville's expression turned grim as he stepped down onto the ground. Jessie, a level 4 player, raised her hat and smiled. I tried my best, but I still can't create a spell as beautiful as yours. But what do you think about that one? Granville stood there with his arms crossed, indifferent, but he was grateful to her for saving me. Granville remained cold on the outside. That's terrible. There are too many spells to cast in one go. It's not like before. You focus too much on one target without paying attention to your surroundings. Jessie is tall. Hold on, let me record this first. The others were stunned. The falling creatures as well. Meanwhile, at the mercenaries' camp, 3 people sat down by the gate. Kichi crossed his arms over his chest. Hey, old man, we haven't heard anything from anyone else yet. Do you think they've forgotten us? What benefits do we have here? Ankari was angry. Shut up, I need to redraw the magic circle before I forget. They were still arguing. After the earthquake, the tower rose from the ground with a lot of light and debris. But no one told us what's happening. Can we follow them next time? Shut up. Lakit spoke slowly. Commander, I think we're surrounded. Many shadows of hidden demons surround them. Kichi was shocked. They disappeared. Everyone get ready to fight. They're coming over. The ghost shadows are preparing to attack them fiercely. Then those people approached and stared at them like strange creatures. They looked intently and asked, Humans, that's right. They're not ghosts. Just a human. Who are these guys? After hearing their explanation, she finally relaxed. A barbarian person, one of them asked, Was the light just now caused by you guys? Over there, columns with warriors standing proudly in the blazing red sky. Nearby, a group of people were standing and looking at the monster remains. Suddenly, a mission notification appeared. Eliminate all demon generals throughout Frost City. It also showed that 10 needed to be eliminated. Granville crossed his arms and looked at the notification, thinking Jessie's defeated ghost might count too. Looks like I don't need to personally kill the demon general. She was on one side carefully recording everything. Too many unnecessary actions, too much magic usage. Timon called and Hoyle. We've handled the bodies in your hideout. Sarko continued, but I think the survivors you mentioned aren't here. The analysis team also used drones to search around, but finding underground areas would be difficult. Granfeld replied, I understand now. He looked at the notification and thought he could still see surviving people on the system window. Elder Ankari appeared through the magical portal gate. I can create a magic portal even inside the castle. He said he needed to report something to you. The barbarian guy pushed him aside. You're the leader here, right? The blonde-haired guy continued. Did you also cause the light just now? He asked Granfeld. Temin looked at him. He recognized immediately the barbarian. After a while, R stepped through the magical portal gate. Nam Temin. Others of his kind were also standing nearby, looking on in confusion. Temin approached excitedly. Rs, he's still alive. He replied. It's really you, little barbarian. They talked animatedly. You were over 180 centimeters back then. Your attitude hasn't changed much either. 2 other barbarians from Granfell came to sniff the air. They're adventurers, right? He just stood there with his arms crossed. Ars patted Temin's head. Well, you're still alive. Karen would be so happy if he saw you. You know how much he likes you. Timon was surprised. Is Karen still alive? He replied, of course, kid, you're alive too. Hyo-jeon on the other side repeated it. Karen, two other comrades also came to assess him. The smell is very strong, like Karen's. He turned to Hoyin, right? Are you the leader? It's really impressive over there. Timon next to Jun whispered. He talked directly with Hoyin. He tried to explain on their behalf. That won't work. The barbarian PC characters don't know how to speak politely at all. Explain it. I'll do it. They didn't mean any disrespect. Granfeld smiled. No problem. I understand barbarian culture. He called me chief. You add, I knew they were respecting me. Ours burst into laughter. The chief is different from other adventurers. Other tribesmen also sensed the scent of Kingit, the Arcana's scent. Only Jesse could smell them. Can you use sense to distinguish? Ours confided. Luckily, our chief is very capable. For decades, he secretly surveyed the city and evacuated survivors. He's Karen, the father of all barbarians. He recounted their history. Our barbarian tribe lived in the nearby forest, trading and cooperating with Frost City. But one day, we saw a large fire at Frost City. A terrible smell and an evil aura followed the wind towards us, leading us straight to Frost City. Then, what we witnessed was horrifying. Ours recalled, it was a horrific scene with the city's ruins and birds flying in the red sky. The demonic generals were mocking them as they carried Frost City soldiers like toys, while the demonic beasts boasted about killing Frost City residents. The bloody scene appeared, people being cut from above, stabbed through, or crushed under wheels. Hearing this, Kingit's face darkened. Runful noticed him. Ours continued. We fought demons to evacuate survivors, but there were too many of them. They were too strong. Most of our comrades died. Karen was severely injured. We then searched for survivors in Frost City and protected them for decades. But the situation worsened. Images of starving and freezing families and demonic forms appeared. We couldn't even light fires because demons were very sensitive to light. Survivors slowly starved and froze to death. Everyone grew exhausted and lost hope until a ray of light appeared and a little girl opened the window. The child said to her mother, "Mom, look at that light." But instead, her mother panicked. "No. Close the window quickly. Child, if demons see it." She paused, puzzled, asking, "What is that light?" Everyone in the room looked towards where she pointed. All survivors of Frost City should be here. Ars and his team also looked at the ray of light. Ars narrated, a beam of light appeared. The blue light shot up into the sky, illuminating the area. Ars continued, in this dark city. Returning to now, he smiled and thanked. "Thank you, adventurer." Hoyle and Kingit, who were nearby, listened intently as other adventurers recounted their battles with him. He explained, "I came here to pass on these words as a representative of all barbarians and Frost City residents." Ars placed his hand on his chest, the adventurer chief. "If you plan to destroy the Demon King, both me and my comrades will fight alongside you." His companions nodded in agreement. Ars shared some knowledge. The Demon King ruling here is Dekra, a winged creature with a rat's tail, accompanied by ominous crows. One of the 72 demon kings, he's the leader of the bird demons. Ars proudly said, "Barbarians only fight underground, so it's hard for us to battle enemies who can fly. But even if we have to build a tower from our corpses, we will definitely help everyone get closer to the enemy." Hearing this, the atmosphere became silent. Granville said, "I understand, but I decline your offer." Kingit was surprised. Everyone asked him again. Kingit said, "Lord Hoyin." Temin also said, "Lord Hoyin." Ars did too. They all declined. "Do you mean you won't fight, or is it because we're useless?" Granville replied, "No, I will destroy the demons, and I'm glad you're willing to help. However, I don't enjoy collecting kills." Ars listened silently and instructed Ankri. "There are a few priorities. Ankri, here I am." Granville ordered, "Move all survivors to the Ayusha kingdom. Ask King Hakuna for food and a warm place for them. Your portal should be able to do that." He nodded, "I'll try my best." Hoyin called again, and the male guildmaster Temin. He replied, "What's up?" Granville said, "Go with them. If you and your nearby guild can protect them during evacuation, it would be better. Besides, I think you care about the barbarians you know." Temin was surprised. "Hoyon, thank you." Ankari opened the magical portal and asked Hoyon, "Aren't you coming with us?" Hoyon thought for a moment. "Oh!" Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed in the sky. Granville seemed to sense the presence of the strange birds behind him. There's something that needs to be resolved. The leading bird is one of the powerful bird demons. It has a level 500 strength. Kupiken's trail ends here then disappears. Is it you? Speak up. Granville activated his ability. A blue flame appeared in his palm. Hurry and leave this place. He blocked the magical portal to allow everyone to escape. A purple magical flame appeared in midair. In the room where the people of Frost Town were hiding, the magical portal opened. A voice echoed. "Who are you?" Ars called out to the townspeople. "Everyone, get ready to leave." The townspeople asked Ars and adventurers, "What's going on?" Ankari glanced and said, "I'll open a portal to Auser." Ars called them again. "I'll explain later. Go now." One of the townspeople recognized where they were heading. Auser. "You mean the legendary island? Are we saved?" Temin smiled in relief on one side. Then he noticed the system board and the barbarian's professional task. He was shocked. "Oh my god! Professional task. Only one person per profession can receive a professional task. Why now?" Temin seemed to realize something. His eyes widened in horror. Temin asked, "Ars, where's Karen?" Ars heard a sound. He guessed that Karen was scouting and didn't hear the whole thing before Temin rushed out. Ars looked after him in surprise. He called out, "Nam Temin, where are you going? Going out alone is very dangerous." But he ignored it and rushed off anyway. As he ran, he struggled with his inner thoughts. "No way! I can't believe this." The desolate streets filled with bloodstains appeared in front of him. Temin whispered to himself, "Karen, memories from long ago surfaced." Karen looked at him. The man said, "It's the mark of a barbarian. Do you want something like that?" Temin was surprised then. "So it's real?" But Karen stroked his chin in thought. "What now? Should I teach you, huh?" He became more conflicted. "Can you teach me?" The man laughed loudly. "You're still too young. Wait another 40 years. Temin roared in anger. 40 years. Temin followed the man pouting. "That's way too long. Teach me right away." He still smiled. "No way." Returning to reality, Temin found where Karen's body was pierced through. "Is that Karen?" "Correct. That is indeed Karen." Temin trembled in disbelief. "Karen, you figured it out." "Since Karen died, the mission has been assigned to me." A pair of wings appeared on the back of his heart. It nodded when it saw him. The monster said, "What is this?" "It was referring to you. There's still a beast roaming in the wildlands." Temin heard the voice just now. He glared with hatred and tears. The notification board displayed specific information. "The leader has passed away. Young new leader. Prove your wild nature." On the Hoyon side, he jumped in surprise. Kingsguard was worried. "Hoyon, are you all right? You don't look well." He replied, "I'm fine," but his heart felt otherwise. What was that feeling of worry just now? "I feel something's not right." They are facing a strange bird-like demon general now. The lower-level monsters flew up and looked at them before the general. Kingsguard suggested, with so many enemies, they must be demon generals. "If you can create a ladder for us like last time, we'll handle them." He declined. "No!" Granville explained as he looked at the monsters. "This is our playing field. I will make them fall down from the sky." The demon general boasted, "Do you think a lowly earth beast like you can pull us down to the ground?" Kingsguard shouted, "They're attacking." Hoyon also looked alert at them. He deduced that if they moved towards the light, it proved their sensitivity to the light. His hand still created a blue flame. Granville tried making the flame bigger and pushed it towards them. The monsters immediately closed their eyes and stopped attacking. The system notification appeared. The demon general and bird-like demons had been hit multiple times. Jesse saw that scene. So he only used light magic to weaken them? He'll reduce the flame size. It worked! Next, he transformed the flame. I need to pull them down to the ground. This way, the knights can fight against them. Jesse's lightning magic from before. Granville realized that this was how it went. The bird-like demons were simultaneously pulled by lightning and suffered intense pain. The system also notified him of his highest contribution in defeating the demon general. Jesse stared at the scene in amazement. Just one strike, he saw them fall down one after another. Hoyin looked bewildered at his hand. I didn't think it would be this easy to kill them. When did I get so strong? Or is it because those demons are weak and just dragging their feet? You're shining bright praising her. No wonder Hoyin's so good. That was really perfect. I learned a lot from that. The mission notification appears again. The professional task is to eliminate all the demon generals in Frost 6 City within 10 minutes. Now there are only 4 left. Jesse keeps going strong. Amazing! You're so cool! Hoyle looks at the flying island far away. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Hoping Tammin is okay. A magic portal suddenly appears behind him. Granville nods. Pay attention to it. He calls out angrily, pointing at Ars. We've evacuated the civilians, but what about the barbarians? Ars cuts in. Tammin still hasn't returned. He reports he went alone to find Karen, but hasn't come back yet. Hoyin repeats alone. He continues. Karen has never been on a reconnaissance mission for so long before. He must have encountered something that day. Anchory shrugs. You saw it yourself. They were a bit reckless. Granville asks slowly, which direction is Tammin going? On the side of Tammin, he was lifted up by the demon general Hurricane. One of Granville's feet isn't wearing shoes. Blood flows freely. That demon general squeezed his neck. He laughs. Do you want to fight me alone? How arrogant and foolish. He says, I can't touch him. Tammin looks angrily at it. How strong is that demon general? Damn, I didn't think they would be this powerful. That demon general reveals his monstrous bird face. Will you beg for mercy like your fellow earth beasts or not? Or maybe I'll use something on you if you do. Granville stubbornly smiles. Dream on. A barbarian will never beg for mercy. We fight to the death. The black demon general laughs. You're so weak yet have quite an ego. You're as foolish as expected from a creature beneath the earth. Horicon mentions Karen. Well, I guess that wild dog over there is like him too. Tammin looks at him. Karen the demon continues. He's so foolish to charge into a battle he knows he'll lose. He acts just like a pig. He says, don't mock Karen. He laughs at those weak ones who should be running away, begging for their lives and saying things like, please forgive me. That's why he met that fate. Tammin clenches his fists. I said, don't mock Karen. The warrior fought to the death. Hen, kip, Nam Tammin, move your hand. Granville glances at his hand and bites his lower lip hard, cursing the demon that dared say Karen was foolish. You must kill it. The devil is telling stories. Can you guess what this foolish one said before dying? His words froze me in my tracks. Just before Karen's death, he still held his sword and laughed strongly. He's in big trouble now. Someone will come. A very foolish someone will seek him out soon. Hurricane is curious. Oh, he keeps going. I can smell it from the wind. Has it been a while? That kid is very reckless. I've chosen him as my successor for a long time. A new leader who surpasses me will come soon. He raised his spear, almost dead but still boasting. He always talked about Barion's secret technique, saying he would keep that defiant smile even to the end. His final words were, I'm sure he'll like it. Tammin heard and shed tears of blood, not believing what he heard. The demon general Horicon smirked, so I wondered how such a powerful figure was coming here. Wait, is he human? Granville's hand was torn to shreds. Could this be the one he mentioned? His eyes are like those of an animal. He was arrogant and contemptuous, but something flashed past him. It was Tammin. He quickly bit his left hand, leaving no time for reaction. Granville gritted his teeth harder. Damn you, Horicon, feel the pain. What are you? Go away. He looked in horror at his severed left arm. My strength, my strength. He whimpered in fear. Tammin slowly stood up. I warned you. Stand there and mock me. His eyes blazed with anger. still biting his severed left arm. Huracan is now scared. What's your appearance? You don't look any different from an animal. Granville, you're on fire. Karen knows I'm here. The system screen appeared. Profession skills, Barian's secret technique. You've met the conditions. You've received a reward. You've received an exclusive profession skill. The call from the wild. Huracan summoned his sword. No matter how hard you struggle, you're just a lowly beast. Don't worry, you'll reunite with him in my stomach. Temin didn't care to shout. System notification. Activate the exclusive profession skill. Call from the wild. Awaken true savagery. Greatly increased stats. They charged into battle. Temin leaped up in flames while Huracan wielded his sword with dark magic. Then Temin successfully attacked him barehanded. He was hit. He looked at the blood spewing from his chest. His movements were different now. What's this pressure? He looked down at Temin on the ground. It will catch me if I get too close. I have to fight as far away as possible. Before he could finish his thoughts, he couldn't find him anymore. Suddenly, Granville said from behind him, "Those wings are troublesome." Hori should be shocked. His wing strings were grabbed, and he forcefully pulled them, severing his wings in two. The crazy guy let go. Temin sat on his back. He continued tearing apart his wings, his eyes still glistening with blood. Huracan was desperate. King hell. I can't hold out much longer. Then Temin got impaled. It's the Amicon monster. It held a spear and stabbed him while looking at Huracan. What is this? Huracan, how could he be hit like that by someone? That guy pushed him hard. Huracan quickly explained. No, not really. I just lost my guard for a moment. Temin fell heavily to the ground. The Amicon monster called out to him. Something's wrong. Deal with this and leave. Temin still had some consciousness. Is this the end of me? Sorry, Karen, I guess I'm not worthy of being a leader yet. His eyes closed gradually. Far away were two demon generals who must have caused trouble for Hoyin already. I want to apologize to him. I am his brother too, and it hurts me. This worries me a lot. Suddenly, he saw someone's legs in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and recognized them. Hoyin, how did you get here? Temin sat up to see Hoyin standing there stunned. Huracan gritted his teeth. Amicon asked directly, "What's this?" He spoke up. I heard about everything that happened. Granville looked at them cautiously. Amidst the smoke, Temin lay there, surprised to see Granville standing in front of him with a stern look and loosened his robe. He stood there, his perfect face, broad shoulders capable of shielding all drama. Temin asked in surprise, Hoyin, how did you get here? His body was drained, blood and sweat mixed like a hot pot. Lying on the cold ground, his head spinning, Temin berated himself. Here I am. He's someone who values etiquette and proper conduct more than anyone else, while I fight like a wild animal. Temin said, I feel so ashamed. Hakan and others rushed over quickly. Hakan shouted out, Lord Hoyin, Ma'am Temin, are you okay? A familiar voice echoed. Temin reflexively looked towards the source of that sound. I already knew roughly what happened. John Main from Vietnam was very worried about this. The two demons were now smugly mocking each other. Look, aren't they just animals walking on land? Now we don't need to waste effort looking for you guys anymore. Granville responded sternly. Shut up. The Amicon monster angrily said. What? Instantly, a bright light shot up like fireworks. It hit the head of the flying Amicon monster above them. Boom, his head exploded like an egg in a microwave. The Huracan namelessly screamed. No, a bright flash of light appeared, sharp like a sashimi knife, causing the Huracan bird's arrow to fly away like falling leaves. Before it could react, its body tilted 45 degrees and fell freely as if unhooked from flight. The Huracan bird arrow fell straight in front of the main character, like a free gift from the sky, dust flying everywhere, covering his face with white powder. The Huracan namelessly groaned as he struggled to rise. How dare this land creature? Granville complained, creature or human, how dare you talk out of turn without knowing your place? Let's see who is truly the beast. In Granville's hand, a cold blue light emitted. The hurricane bird was now unable to fight, trembling in fear before Granville's threats. He continued, "Let me teach you a lesson." Elsewhere, the air was icy and still, trees bare and dry as if long dead, covered with white snow. The sky was red, dark light filtering through thick clouds. Above, a vast land hung motionless in midair, full of threat despite its stillness. The level 500 ghost bird attacked wherever it could, leaving many injured. Then suddenly, it shot up into the sky. Dmitri shouted, "That thing is flying again." With his blood-stained armor, Dmitri helplessly said, "When he flies, none of our attacks can hit him." Camilla nearby was also fighting hard and said, "I'll let Lord Locks handle it." Standing in the white snow, her red hair fluttered like fire in the cold wind. Her strong arms stretched the bowstring, 3 silver arrows pointing straight at the red sky as a signal. "Let me assist you, my lord." The 3 arrows flew towards the hurricane bird. Camilla shouted, "My lord, now!" The hurricane bird easily dodged the arrows. Kinkan said, "These ordinary arrows, I just need to dodge them." But he didn't know that Locks had cut the bird in half from above with a slash. Locks landed steadily and praised, "Good job, Camilla." Why did the hurricane bird fall? Dmitri doubted. "We killed it, right?" "Yes, we did." "Right." Locks asked around, "Are everyone okay? How are you all doing?" Camilla stood in the snow and said to the fallen creature, "This is how a demon general looks." Dmitri sighed tiredly. "Will there be more like this later?" Locks continued, "What about casualties?" The wizard's response was 8 seriously injured, 2 lightly injured. People were still calling out around them. On the other side, a reporter excitedly reported, "Yes, this is a Confronting special report today," the wizard said from over there. Everything was recorded by a drone camera. Over here, the reporter happily announced, "Indeed, this is today's special report of a Confronting. Just now, Locks of Sinning defeated a demon general. This battle caused 10 casualties. Will the Sinning Guild retreat?" The news director behind the reporter thought deeply into his phone. His incredulous face pondered. Strange indeed. What's happening now? Until now. Among the participating guilds, Sinning clearly led, and we have exclusive footage of defeating the demon general. The phone screen showed something that caught his attention. His eyes widened as he thought, "What's the reaction in the live chat?" Over 8,000 people were chatting wildly. "Did you see just now? That intense defeat of the demon general, right? You mean the bright column? No, it was Li Hoi on the flag." The name Li Hian appeared in his mind. He asked, "What's this?" Then he continued reading comments. The live chat kept going. "What about Li Hian? And where is he?" Everyone needs to watch Park Guangdai's live stream. Right now, Li Hian is playing with the demon general. The director couldn't believe what he read and exclaimed in disbelief. "Huh? Is the demon general really that scared again?" Wei Gang's livestream has over 6 million viewers watching Granville stepping on Amikern, 1 foot pressing down on its head while it lies motionless on the ground. The whole body is trembling. No resistance left. His eyes are calm and not angry. But the power of this sentence is already decided and being exclusively broadcasted on E-Gang TV. Amiken's hand was shaking, trying to grab something, but then suddenly let go. Horican flinched when Granville's eyes pointed towards him. No need for threats. The silence and pressure from Granville made him plead desperately. "Don't come closer. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Horican retreated in fear as he saw the green light emitting from Granville's palm. "Keep begging, please, please, forgive me," Granville coldly replied. "Shut up." The hurricane demon bird is trembling and pleading, "If I beg like this, please forgive me. I promise never to do it again." Not even a sentence was finished when Granville cut in. "I'm not talking to pray." At the same time, the body of the demon bird was covered by that green light, suffering from lack of power and only managed to utter one despairing cry. Wei Gang witnessed everything nearby. The livestream has increased to over 7 million viewers. Wei Gang commented, "Can everyone see this? Granville has defeated 8 demon generals already." Well, Granville stands there. Where did the demon bird disappear to? The comments section exploded. "So handsome! 3 times as handsome!" Some comments spamming Granville's line. I'm not talking to prey. Granville sighed in relief, his heart pounding like he was having a secret meeting. He thought, could demon generals have different powers? It didn't die, so I had to try many ways to kill it and almost ran out of magic power. But still looks cool, as if he never knew fear. Commenter, did you play with it before killing it? Jesse rushed over to Granville and began admiring him. Hooray, amazing! He interrupted a spell to use it in different ways, as if they were completely separate spells. Following Hoi-on was the right choice. I learned so much from him. Timon stumbled and Granville noticed. Glue it on! Timon was brought closer to where Granville stood by Harkin. Timon struggled to call out, Mr. Hoi-on, please speak up. Timon, can you move? Timon hesitated and replied, yes, thanks to you, Arthur. I'm very sorry for abandoning the evacuation mission of survivors. And showing such a shameful appearance, Granville said confidently, Timon, I don't hate those who fight to uphold their pride. I've seen your pride already. Now return to the hidden place and join the knights. Everyone's status notification suddenly appeared on screen. Granville announced, this is, on the screen, the mission area has changed to the final Frost Demon General who fell down. In another area, a man in Chinese general armor laughed excitedly. The system notified, Chairman of the United Heaven Federation, Liu Zhengshuan contributed 11,850 to PT for this siege. Zhengshuan encouraged, we have defeated one demon general. I'm proud of you all. He stood on top of the Frost Lord's corpse and continued, the position of the Frost Lord is within our reach now. Coronation ceremony, prepare for the coronation. Soldiers around thought, he was indeed a wise and straightforward person. The system notified, Li Hoi-on contributed 471,990 to PT for the siege. Granville saw the system notification and thought, to demon generals were killed by other guilds. While he was lost in thought, Harkin suddenly noticed something. Someone approached. Harkin shouted, beware, it's the Syrian scythe. The scythe with her once elegant outfit now tattered and dirty, her face tired and pale, heavy eyes due to a wounded left arm, quickly passed through the torn ragged clothes. Harkin ran up and asked, how could this be? Lady TPC, my lord is still alive. Syrian weakly replied, Sir Harkin, are you really Sir Harkin? Syrian's face was happy as tears fell from his eyes. He continued, I didn't expect Sir Harkin to come here. The king and the empire haven't given up on us yet. I've also seen the brave actions of that explorer. He is truly outstanding. Syrian approached Granville warmly and shook his hand, saying, welcome, the hero who has come to rescue Frost Castle. I am Syrian, the Lord of Frost Castle. Timon exclaimed, my lord, I've entered Frost Castle many times, but have never met you. Why are you here in this state? Granville smiled and said, my lord. He then spoke seriously, don't pretend anymore. The system warning is red. Activate your skill, Predator. Your combat strength has significantly increased when facing demons. Granville emphasized, King of Demons, Syrian's expression right now is quite strange. The bright red eyes indicate something not good. An exclamation echoed with surprise. YGANG's livestream views have now surpassed 10 million. The screen had to pause as the streamer's voice rang out. Everyone, girl, what is this? The internet community was curious. Crazy. Lord Siri-Yoon, guys, what's going on? Egang now wore a red cam. His mouth dropped in shock. The room seemed to be about to explode with questions. A myriad of question marks appeared. She was furious at Siri-Yoon. Is this the real deal, guys? It's really him, isn't it? Impossible. Siri-Yoon is still alive? The Arcana director and reporter were also caught off guard by this. The Arcana reporter asked, hey, why are you watching a different stream instead of ours? Granville's face was taut but still looked handsome. Comments asked, Granville's expression looks unusual. Why is his expression like that? Granville continued, alright, let's get this over with, King. Comments urged, I can't hear you, come closer and speak up. Harkin stood there puzzled, asking, King, what do you mean? Hoyin and Temin also said in confusion, King, This person must be the Lord of Frost Castle. There must be a misunderstanding. Sirian smiled slightly and lowered his head, saying, King, that's right. Yes, I can't blame you for thinking that. Sirian put his hand up in disappointment, blaming himself. As the Lord, I couldn't protect my people while standing here watching them fight like this. I truly failed. Harkon rebutted, that's not your fault. Sirian denied, no, I have failed to fulfill my duty as a lord. However, from the ground, sharp wooden stakes suddenly rose up like monster claws. Sirian couldn't react in time. His body was pierced by vicious spikes. His eyes widened in shock. The look of absolute surprise froze on his face, and blood oozed out in a disturbing manner. Wei Gang witnessed the entire scene in disbelief, not believing what he saw. Internet users were also stunned, going crazy. What's happening? How? Lord Cerealan, Granville must have his own reasons. He probably tried to assassinate the Lord. At Arcana, both the director and reporter were equally shocked. Hakon rushed forward shouting, Lady Cerealan. Temmin followed. Hoyin. Granville stood in front of the sharp stakes that pierced Sirian's body, lifting him off the ground, hovering midair. Harkon ran to scold. Hoyin, why did you do this? Jesse remained silent until he finally laughed. You're still alive. Harkon heard but didn't understand, then replied, Huh? But behind us, the bodies of our respected three-tiered beings are emitting dark, ominous energy. Sirian suddenly chuckled. The system interface appeared. Your opponent has activated their elemental anti-soil innate ability. Sirian spoke up. Isn't it a bit too much when we're talking? Hey, friend, the system continues to announce that an earth elemental attack didn't affect the target. Granville pondered, anti-soil resistance, trouble ahead. Sirian's shadow grew larger, everything became silent. He slowly said, Look closely, I am Sirian. Round Sirian was thick darkness. Strange eyes sprouted on his bloody face, moving erratically as they stared into the void. Each breath exhaled black smoke that billowed and swirled. Inside the dimness, some eyes widened slowly, blinking as if aware of their surroundings. Sirian continued, The Frost Lord you've always been searching for. Granville stiffened like a board, as if coated with super glue from head to toe. Sweat poured down his face, eyes wide in shock, lips trembling. He could only mutter one thing, King Hell. Harkon couldn't hold back and charged at Sirian. Devil, you dare use the body of a noble like that? The tip of Harkon's sword sliced through those strange eyes. Temmin nervously asked, Did we kill him? Granville stood calmly beside him, but was internally worried. Better to speak first and act later. The black smoke that had been pierced in the middle suddenly recovered strongly, transforming into a jet stream piercing the vast floating land above. Temmin exclaimed, He's done it. Granville sighed, See, I told you so. The darkness clung to the floating land like sticky glue, spreading rapidly to cover its surface. Harkon was shocked. Impossible. It's merging with the Frost City itself. Those far away looked up at the sky in disbelief at what was happening. What's that? Is something happening round the Frost Castle? Enoch had similar thoughts. He wondered, what strange thing is he doing, combining his power with the city's strength? Someone asked anxiously, Ars, do you know if Temmin and our adventurer team leader are alright? At the northern gate of Frost Castle, people were still fighting endlessly against the demons. Leon stabbed his hands directly into the monster's eyes. His two subordinates were also struggling with the monsters. One said, Why are there so many of them? The number of enemies didn't decrease at all. The other replied, Stop talking and save your energy for casting spells. A fierce monster was lunging to attack the female warrior with its claws. She seemed tired. Fortunately, she managed to dodge that claw strike. Suddenly, the monster stopped moving. It turned and looked in a different direction. She thought, Why did it suddenly stop? The monster mumbled something. King of Demons! Calling. She didn't understand. That angry creature suddenly flapped its wings and flew away, leaving her in confusion. Other monsters also left the battlefield. Two of Leon's subordinates said simultaneously, What? The demons are retreating. Lenny was also doubtful. Why did they suddenly retreat? Why now? Lenny looked up at the sky. Her eyes were calm at first, but a moment later her pupils dilated, her breath caught, and she went from surprise to panic. The sky was blood red. Dozens of demons were flying in one direction. Lenny widened her eyes and asked, "What's happening?" Even on the side of Jinshan, they were equally startled. Jinshan said, "Huh? Where did all those demons go?" The system alert appeared. King Decarabia was about to reveal his true form. Nox's group also saw the notification and looked in the same direction. Camilla said, "King of Demons." That thing, the Frostland now resembles a giant lighthouse attracting hundreds of demons to fly closer. Lux sensed something amiss. He whispered, "No, if it awakens, Japan will be." Oh no, people nearby also saw that strange phenomenon. Lux continued, "The world will be destroyed." Harkin called out, "We must stop it. Behind you are the last loyal comrades." Suddenly, Harkin shouted back. The system alert showed a cold message. The ritual has begun. Granville still stood there, his pupils constricted with tension. Temin helplessly said, "Impossible." Harkin cried in despair. "Have we gathered all the sacrificial items for the ritual?" Syrian had transformed into a thick cloud of red eyes now. He mocked and said, "You fools. There's no law saying the sacrifices have to be humans." The storm winds rose, Temin said. "That thing, it looked like a pillar under Frost City." Suddenly, the flying creatures in the sky accelerated. They rushed into that magical circle and disintegrated into pieces. Temin continued, "They're sacrificing themselves to complete the five-pointed star." Granville paled. He thought, "Damn it. No way. Big trouble ahead. We have to stop it." A demon appeared right in front of Granville. Its eyes stared intently at him and said, "It's futile. You can't stop me." Granville was stunned as the demon, with angel-like wings, had viciously stabbed through his body. Granville's face turned pale. He stood there, and the demon took advantage to stab him with its sharp hands. Harkin behind him could only call out in helplessness, "Kuon!" Suddenly, two hands emerged from the blood puddle under Harkon's feet. And Q? ? I don't know what that weird thing is. Then a voice made him shudder. "Commander!" "Sorry." Harkin looked around, surrounded by his own soldiers who had turned into monsters and hugged him, saying, "Commander! Harkin! Save! Do it! Mercy! Go!" He stood frozen. Suddenly, Granville's loud scream echoed. "Harkin!" Granville stood behind him and patted Harkon's shoulder, saying, "It's an illusion. Wake up quickly." When he woke up from the hallucination, everyone looked at the demon. Temin seemed relieved, saying, "They're gone now." Harkin turned to ask Granville, "Kuon, did that demon attack me?" Granville replied, "It's your fear." The demon gloated and said, "Breaking my illusion shows you have some talent, but it's too late. The artifact has been offered up." Then he was sucked into the magical circle and said his final words, "I'll rise soon." Jesse sighed in relief. Now there are no demons left. Timon is worried and says, "Look over here. It's absorbing the summoning circle, see?" In Hokkaido town right now, despite warnings, people aren't out in the streets gossiping. Pay attention. Emergency situation. Hokkaido is in a dangerous area. So at 8 a.m. today, the whole city will be sealed off. People should evacuate immediately. I'll repeat, Hokkaido is currently. A soldier asks, "What do we do with our master?" Answer, "Retreat and go back to provide support." The soldier asks again, "What about the Frost Siege?" Timon's master angrily says, "Is that a problem now?" The monster continues absorbing the magic circle and smugly says, "Have you still not realized how dangerous this is after seeing it with your own eyes? Do you think I can handle it?" A voice from Timon's phone says, "We can't do anything alone." Timon sweatily responds, "What?" The man on the walkie-talkie panics and says, "South Korea just issued an order for all players in Hokkaido to return home. They're preparing to seal off Hokkaido. John Hathongyu and other guilds are already retreating." Timon asks again, "What's going on?" The voice from the phone says, "If you stay there, you'll die." Granville becomes more determined and says, "It's extremely dangerous. We must eliminate it before it wakes up." Temin is powerless and frozen in place when Granville says this. He can only say, "Oh well." He pulls out a necklace and says, "Exorcism ritual. This is the chosen turtle amulet to be used as an offering." It appears as a very scary demon. He says, "We meet again." Granville's face turns pale when he suddenly calls up sharp stakes around himself. Granville curses, "Damn it," during the exorcism ritual. The real body will become weak. Granville sighs and taunts him. "Do you think you can hide behind that rock?" He says, "I'll still be in danger unless I deal with this guy first." The demon smugly replies, "Then I'll just pierce through that rock." As he says this, he charges at Grenfell but is surprised when Harkin appears to block the attack. He says, "Harkin, turns out you're not dead after all." Harkin points his sword and says, "A day here equals for days in a Connor. That makes me sad. Because of my weakness, it made the Emperor wait." Then Harkin performs his sword technique and laughs. This kid's sword energy is quite full. Turning to Granville, he says, "Oh well, you go first. Just hand him over to me." Granville replies, "As you wish, I believe it." The demon then says, "Interesting. Fine, I'll use my sword to greet you too." Hakon confidently says with his power, "Let Hakon fulfill the final command given by the Emperor in Akana." Both of them charge at each other with immense strength. Meanwhile, Granville pulls out a necklace and says, "Now it's my turn. The chosen turtle amulet has activated the exorcism ritual." Just as he finishes, an unknown voice makes Granville pale. "Are you sure?" He turns to face the giant demon. Everyone else is alarmed too, and someone says something is being revived. "Hold on, it's the commander of the monster army." Temin shouts, "There are 10 in total. They're the ones I defeated before." Harkin, hearing this, says with tension, "When our proximity fades, could they have been absorbed into that egg?" Granville turns green as the voice continues. During exorcism rituals, those without resistance face commanders of monster armies. "I don't have enough people. What do we do now? I know they're different from the others. They possess strong exorcism skills." Many eyes appear in front of Granville, staring directly at him. He thinks to himself, he knows about the exorcism ritual. He continued, "All right, I'll enter here. This time it's even deeper." A red aura started filling his chest. That's the possessive state effect starting. He said again, "Can your mind withstand this pressure?" Granville paled and sweat poured down as he said, "No, it's embedding itself deeply into my mind." Granville couldn't do anything now. All he could think about was his life and the eyes staring at him. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Disappear!" A mysterious man appeared to save Granville from certain death, and the possession attempt failed, leaving only the monster in shock, unable to speak. You are." Granville cast a spell and the unusual state was cancelled. He raised his hand towards the monster and clutched it. A loud explosion echoed. Everyone below could only hug their hands to reduce the volume. The monster said in surprise, "Impossible. You, an ordinary human, but how can you have such power?" Hoyon also said in shock. "Grandfather," the monster raised its eyes and continued speaking. "This is absurd. You, exactly what are you?" Grandfather said coldly. "Infinite calamity and darkness." He stared at the monster with wide eyes. He began to fear and a storm of winds rose. Hoyon looked up and said, "No, he ran away." "Did he?" The monster was now terrified and stammered. "Dangerous! That name is dangerous. I must have a stronger body." Then he strained his body. King Decaravia appeared in its true form. Solney said below, "It has been born." Wei Gang clung to the stone as the monster's power was terrifying. He still wasn't afraid and said, "That's right, it's a king of demons." The audience saw Solney comment to Wei Gang, "Run away, oh my god." He continued in surprise, "It's too big." Granville was using his magic with the summoning thread and said, "Damn monkey, it's trying to escape. Please don't let it get away." He began to recreate the summoning ritual. The king's necklace was chosen as the sacrificial item. The devil's treasure chest was chosen for sacrifice. The demon binding rope was selected for sacrifice. Many sacrificial items greatly enhanced the effectiveness of the summoning ritual. Hoyin went deep inside the monster, then saw its true form and said, I see him now. He started to fear when he realized he could appear here and said, no, don't come here, don't come here. Human, don't come here. Go away, you sky creature. A series of flying monsters appeared. Timon shouted, the army of demons is moving. The monster was too scared to look at Granville and said, my soldiers, protect me, him. He's dangerous, dangerous. Hurry up. The monsters seemed not to hear. They only destroyed everything around them. Timon and Jessa covered their faces, saying, just a little more. The soldiers saw this and shouted, the flames of battle have reached here. Retreat quickly. Someone yelled, the king of demons is moving again. He started flying towards Granville and asked, exactly what are you? No human can contain the king of demons in an exorcism ritual without their mind collapsing. How could a person do this? Exactly what are you? That damn name. Why am I scared of him? Jessa noticed something and said, wait, one of the flying demon commanders has disappeared. Timon only heard 3 dots in his head and didn't know what to say. Without further ado, he appeared before Granville and asked, human, as he was about to attack with its beak and tentacles from its mouth, a voice shouted, Hoyin. A spear flew straight towards him, piercing his throat in surprise of Timon. After defeating the monster, he said, Inazuma Hisagi, don't let your guard down, 2 more are coming. Kazuma finished talking when another monster appeared, but before it could attack, Lox jumped behind and stabbed it with a sword from behind its neck, killing it instantly. Then Kazuma said to Camilla, Camilla, the chance is here, and she took out her summoned chain blade and illuminated to monsters. On the other side, Lox asked curiously, why isn't Hoyin moving? He's just standing there. Jesse answered this silly question. He's using a mental skill. That's why he's not moving. Why are you here, Lox? Lox replied, I just chose the side with the highest survival chances. Camilla, illuminating to monsters, said to Lox, Lox, we can't hold out much longer. Jesse added, now that the potential world-destroying disaster has woken up, no matter where we hide, we'll all die. Do you think so too, Kazuma? Kazuma was speechless and just remained silent, his mind racing. Locke continued, that's why we're here to help. We believe Hoyle will somehow handle everything. Behind them, a voice echoed, we'll fight alongside everyone. I'm Useless Grace. This time, the Second Solar Union will also participate in the battle. A member of the Union thought, come on, shouldn't we just run away? Kazuma said, believe me, I hope you won't be scared and run away. I'll fight until the end. Temin angrily said, Kazuma, Sir Esh, stop bickering and unite to fight together. Before he could finish his sentence, someone hit him on the head. He turned around to see who dared to hit him and said, Brother John Min, are you mad? Didn't you call me? Do you want me to worry about dying? Timon scratched his head and laughed, saying, sorry, John Min. Here's a big sword I found in the warehouse. Use it for now. The Sun Union group is joining the fight. The Kazuma family has joined the Gun Union. The Sinning family has joined as well. The number of members has reached its maximum limit. The system automatically switched to punishment mode. More monsters are starting to appear. Locke said with determination, don't let them get close to Hoyin. We'll deal with the monster leader. Granville was still focused. He smiled and asked, what are you afraid of when facing me? His face was covered in sweat, and he looked very scared. He continued, it's this. No matter how desperate the situation is, everyone always unites to fight against evil. That's human pride. Granville glared at the monster flying above. Flames appeared from West England and surrounded him, if trying to devour something. Human pride. The monster looked straight at Granville, his voice hoarse in response. Pride, don't mock me, it's just an illusion. All of it is just a foolish emotion. The demon commander from the valley attacked Harkon, who couldn't block the attack. Blood spewed out as his attack hit Harkon's vital point. Seeing this, he gloated to Hakon, I've inflicted a fatal wound. Resisting just makes people suffer more. Hakon saw him gloating and stood up with a look of anger in his eyes. He used the little strength he had to attack him unexpectedly. leaving him no time to react. What? What's going on? He didn't expect Haken to still have enough strength to counterattack. Haken's strike cut through his body, surprising him. Why can he still hold the sword after that hit? He looked at the attacker and was surprised that he could still stand after such a blow. How is he still strong enough to wield a sword? Wounded, he fell down, clutching his wound as he looked at Haken with trembling voice. He can still move like this, losing so much blood. He should have died long ago. Haken struggled to stand up and heard the demon commander's words. Why doesn't he surrender? He shouted angrily. Ignoring the demon commander, Haken raised his sword coldly. No way! He realized something and was surprised. Looking around, he noticed a strange green aura surrounding Haken. Even unconscious, Haken coldly looked at the confused demon commander before killing him with one strike. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated. He continued fighting. Haken raised his sword and chopped off the commander's head. The system confirmed the action. The Demon King's commander fell down. The Demon King's army's willpower declined severely. The Demon King's power weakened. Temin saw this message and was momentarily stunned. His golden-haired boyfriend beside him looked pale, deep in thought, almost breathless. After recovering from his surprise, he happily picked up his sword and ran forward to announce good news to everyone. Ha! We did it! Let's go! The boy beside Temin responded with enthusiasm. Yeah, let's just keep running forward. We won't pay attention to Suresh, who is chasing us. The scene changed as a giant Kupiken monster was felled by a sword. The system announced, Commander of the army, the giant Kupiken has fallen. The Demon King's power weakened. Hearing this, Hisachi shouted excitedly to those around him, we can't lose. He defeated the Beast Lord and ran towards where the giant bird monster stood. They attacked Mikan without a word, leaving him no time to resist. He fell dead on the spot. The system announced, Commander of the army, the giant Amikin has fallen. The Demon King's power weakened. Hurricane saw his troops being defeated and was terrified by their defeat. Impossible! You were beaten so badly. Why didn't you just leave? We are the Demon King's army. Hurricane watched each of his soldiers fall one by one in fear and said, this can't be happening. Looking at the people slowly approaching him, he continued, such fear shouldn't make you retreat. That is impossible. Timon's words seemed to have hit a sensitive spot. He became angry, remembering his own appearance then. He attacked the monster that was scared and running away with a fatal blow. The system announced, Commander of the army, the giant hurricane has fallen. The Demon King's power weakened. The Demon King felt each of his subordinates being defeated by those he despised most. He clutched his head in fear and panic. No way! Our commanders are failing before these lowly humans. Hurricane heard the panicked commander's despair and remained cold. As the system announcements continued, he transformed into his true form. A terrifying monster appeared with many red eyes growing on its head and back. It was furious, breaking everything around it. Inside him, he was tearing himself apart. Hurricane saw this and became worried. He thought about escaping the powerful summoning ritual that consumed all his strength. The longer it continued, the harder it was to maintain. He looked at the Demon King suffering in pain and fell down. Suddenly, he became angry, glaring with gritted teeth. You! Again! Dare challenge me, you miserable human! The Demon King roared. Enraged, it destroyed everything around him, creating white smoke. Those nearby quickly found cover. Impossible, everyone! It seems the Demon King is trying to escape. Hurricane was still worried when he suddenly realized something. I understand now. It must be due to the summoning ritual. He wanted to escape his own ritual and became furious. The system announced, the summoning ritual has been invalidated. Hearing this, Hurricane was terrified and said, no way, damn it. Helpless, he watched as the Demon King escaped from the ritual. Suddenly, Hurricane saw something. I got it. It must be due to the summoning ritual. He wants to escape his own ritual. As he thought this, he saw the Demon King struggling to break free from the ritual despite the pain. The Demon King's true form had unconsciously fled. Those nearby screamed in fear. PD! Nim, where did that monster go? That way! Both of them looked towards a distant direction where the Demon King was desperately running towards the city, causing panic and fear among the citizens. No, if it escapes, disaster will surely follow. I must focus on the summoning ritual to control it. Hurricane clenched his teeth in worry. Suddenly, the system announced something that made him jump in fear and realize he was running out of power. Huh? The system announced again, the summoning ritual has been invalidated. Hearing this, Hurricane said in horror, No way, damn it, motherfucker. Helpless, he watched as the Demon King escaped from the ritual. Suddenly, Hurricane saw a long-haired boy behind him standing solemnly and saying, "You still have magic power." Suddenly, he remembered a quote by Matisse about using dark inner essence as a source of power. He seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up like he had found a truth. Granville raised his hand and used his dark magic to pull the Demon King towards him. If this was dark magic, he thought while looking at the Demon King surrounded by dark arts just now. Suddenly, he frowned and tried harder to use dark magic on the Demon King. The pain from the Demon King intensified. This dark energy is impossible. It's human. Wei Gang stopped, slightly panicking as he looked into the distance without noticing the chaos around him. Lox and Temin were equally confused as they looked up at the sky where the Demon King stood. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared on the rocky mountain looking down at his position. For people stood on top of the rocky mountain. The leader was a girl with short orange hair reaching her shoulders. Lenny looked towards Granville and pondered. I plan to carry him away if things got too dangerous here, but it looks like we don't need to worry about that anymore. System notification. The Demon King Decorabia has been defeated. The mission to reclaim Frost was successful. Back to the northern city, Frost hopes for peace. The sky brightened up. It returned to its usual clear blue. He stood still and looked at the sky with a light heart. News of the city of Frost regaining peace was broadcasted widely, attracting attention from all over. Discussions about rebuilding the city and filling the vacant leadership position were hot topics. The news sparked excitement and discussions among everyone. Hey, have you watched the video? North saying VKI, tension, yeah, I've seen it. That video must have over 200 million views, right? In a room where someone was watching a video about the recent battle at the place where Decorabia was defeated. The smoke from the fire kept rising for days. After finishing the video, he put his phone down and sighed tiredly. Granville lay on the bed happily, feeling relieved. Home is the best place. His eyes fell as if thinking about something. After defeating Decorabia, thick smoke rose from the ruins. Suddenly, the system notification appeared again, and a new mission popped up immediately. The treasure of Ackerson, the light of life, has been scattered everywhere. The last demon hunter. Recover what was stolen by the demons. The treasure of Ackerson. Granville lay on the bed and pondered over the mission again. The treasure of Ackerson. Could it be related to Grandef in my subconscious? As he thought, he remembered a man with long white hair. I can't be sure anymore. The Demon King's last words before dying are worth pondering. The man with white hair had a cold and sharp gaze, looking at something. Darkness is not something humans can possess. A few days after Frost was reclaimed, the ranking of the recent battle was announced, surprising many people. Hello, Akuna here, announcing the total score rankings for reclaiming Frost on October 29th. Top 1 Li Hoyan with 999,999 points. System error. We apologize for this delay. There was a system error while calculating scores, causing issues in award distribution. Rewards will be sent once the issue is resolved. Thank you. Yusra Islands, an island with lush green trees and a bamboo house standing out. Sorry, student, it's time for your checkup now. A voice came from behind the door. Opening the door was a girl with a very attractive body and long black hair. Behind her stood a doctor. How do you feel? She paused for a moment. Both she and the doctor behind her were startled by what they saw. In front of them, Hacken was doing push-ups with his injured body bandaged up. Mr. Hacken, surprised and worried, he remained calm. Oh, it's little Zizian. Zizian hurriedly ran over. I told you to rest already. Even with healing magic, Such severe injuries are hard to treat. The doctor helplessly said, "Don't give me any more trouble, okay?" Seeing those to act so panicked, as if they lost their rice records, Zizian tried to comfort them. "I'm fine now." Zizian helplessly reached out to support the tired person. "If I can't cure you, what gives me the right to approach Hoyon?" Suddenly, a muscular man appeared behind her. "It's great that he's recovered." "Hey there!" Hakuna's unexpected appearance made Zizian shout in surprise. His sudden appearance was so shocking that even Hakan and Zizian were taken aback. Your Majesty, Hakuna." Seeing them react like that, Hakuna calmly replied, "Oh, just relax, I'm only delivering something on behalf of the Savior." Hakan was surprised by this response. "Hoi on kun." Hakuna handed out a black feather, an unusual bird's item, to Zizian. The commander dropped this when his comrades were unconscious. "He asked me to give it to you because you defeated the monster. He said that you'll need this proof of completing your mission when you meet Emperor Akuna again." Receiving such a rare item, Zizian was taken aback. He tightly held onto the item and wondered if he had thought about it. Hoyon-kun is indeed thoughtful, but the room was so quiet that you could hear the waves outside. Where did he go? A few days after King Decoravia's defeat, life quickly returned to normal, but many things had changed. The young man forcefully slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Damn it, that old man threw all my documents onto the floor and ranted." Hisagi Hazuma and all other members of the Inazuma Club bowed to Grand Fell to express their gratitude. This fool couldn't get a top position, even losing to the Koreans. "Don't you see how big a problem your actions have caused us? Why did they make it so easy for them?" The man with black hair silently waited until the old man finished speaking, trying to suppress something in his heart. It seemed he couldn't hold back and lowered his voice, speaking in a chilling tone that made the person opposite him shiver with fear. "Can I really let all the people of Hokkaido sacrifice themselves? What?" Before the old man could think, Kazuma immediately used his strength to break the table. His eyes still full of intensity. If he lost control, Kazuma could take someone's life right away. If others had arrived later, everyone would have died. "You miserable old men, you're truly despicable." The old man was intimidated by the intensity, but couldn't speak. "What? How dare you? Who do you think I am?" His teacher reminded him of what the old man had just said. "How could I dare? That's exactly what I want to ask you. How dare you?" Kazuma's eyes still full of intensity, wanting to devour the old man in front of him. Hisagi Kazuma, a magic archer ranked 6th. The old man was so intimidated that he couldn't say anything. Hisagi Kazuma and the Inazuma Club turned their backs on Japan. After dealing with that old man, they were walking outside the hallway discussing something. "Hisagi-san, what are you planning? We've turned our back on our homeland. No one will welcome us now. I don't know what's going to happen." He calmly replied, "How much money do we need to move to the Eustra Kingdom?" They had taken refuge in the Eustra Islands and operated there as an independent guild. "We're going to be busy soon." The Inazuma Club was on a plane, enjoying their precious moments of relaxation. The Japanese government was furious, but couldn't do anything theoretically. They were the ones who forced top players out of their own country. But Wei Gang has become famous for his streaming career and received numerous collaboration offers from all over. In his office, Wei Gang is busy dealing with a flood of collaboration invitations. "Huh? You're the CEO of YouTube? Huh? Do you want to sign a contract with me? Do you want to date me? Huh? No, I'm still single." His sudden fame has surprised even those in the frame. He announced he would temporarily stop streaming until Hoyon returned because there were too many calls, but people wouldn't watch his streams without Hoyon anyway, so it wasn't a big issue. Shrag from Solaris to try to boost his guild's ranking through the Frost event. He seems to be struggling to recover after the incident in USA. In an interview, Shrag proudly talked about his achievements, scratching his head and looking into the camera. "No, I didn't go there hoping for a reward or anything. I went there to maintain world peace." As he approached, everyone was talking about Nan Timon's professional mission. Standing in the interview made him nervous and confused by the questions from the reporters. Are you going to bring the surviving barbarians back here? Don't the barbarians belong in Florian? Yeah, Jeonmin has nothing left to say. The face of Nam Jeonmin at the press conference became a friendly symbol for everyone. Wow! A new shocking news broke out. Jessie Haynes announced her withdrawal from sinning. Show the person calmly drinking tea on the tablet screen their computer. What do you think of this article? I always knew you never really cared about the guild, but I didn't expect you to leave like this. Jessie calmly replied that she had never said she would leave. Suddenly, Lox called her by name, Jessie Haynes. If you really want to go, I won't accept any reason except for Li Hoyan. Despite his anger, she calmly drank her tea. Why are you so angry? Anyway, Hoyan has already left. I disappeared Neswan in a book-filled space. Somewhere on the world, I've been investigating clues for a new professional mission for many days. But no progress was made. Granville thought helplessly about what had happened over these days. System panel, the Axon Legacy quest, the Lighthouse of Survival, has been passed down. Oh, Hunter, retrieve the long-lost legacy from our world. Helpless, Granville lay on the chair, helpless about his dead-end mission. Does this legacy really exist? Suddenly, someone called him. He had to stop and reject the call as Hoyle's phone kept buzzing, making him notice it. So many messages and calls. Just when I finish one, another strange number calls. He tiredly picked up the phone. So tired. Maybe I should turn it off completely. The situation is worse. We have to fight too. I went through the library of the Tower of Arcane, but I'm also scared to go out again. Hoyan was discouraged. No progress at all. No rewards either. And the rejection from the Demon King. Granville remembered what the Demon King said before vanishing. Darkness is not something you can possess. I always thought that somehow I was different from other players, even if it's just a little. Sensing with in-game characters, I feel like my personality won't change much either. Moreover, the Granville I saw during the exorcism ritual, I searched to see if other players could see their own characters, but found no information. It might be a skill exclusive for the last remaining hunter. And if it's a hunter exclusive skill, why can I see Grenfell's past? Hoyle rubbed his head in frustration. He might find clues about Grenfell if he could locate Ashun's legacy. Suddenly, a notification popped up, rewarding him for leading the event to reclaim Frost Castle. System notifications kept popping up, making Hoyan quite startled. You've leveled up. He looked at his stats in surprise. I gained 30 levels all at once? That's too many. One surprise after another. Your loot has been automatically added to your storage due to your high contribution. The pentagram of the technique is sealed with point G. Punishment seal. All effects are sealed by the Devil's Curse. You need to purify it first to see more, including the item. This item made Hoyan extremely happy. Your relationship with Frost Castle is at its maximum. Your influence stats with Frost Castle are maxed out. Powers and abilities have been activated in Frost Castle, and even more powers. Right. Suddenly he remembered something. The power in Yalzur is already good enough, but now it's also at Frost Castle. While Granville was very calm outside, inside Hoyle was ready to scream. He suddenly noticed something. What is this? The appearance before him surprised and alarmed Granville. Everyone else received new missions as well. A star has risen in Frost Castle attending the investiture ceremony for the new lord. Seeing such a mission, Timon curiously asked about the investiture of the new lord. Jeonmin was equally bewildered. I have a bad feeling about this. The sinning group also received that notification and naturally had no idea what it meant. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about this. What? Why didn't they tell me anything when organizing the investiture for me? Zanchun lay on the bed, bandaged all over, in discomfort said. His subordinate asked him, "Is it for you? Please stay calm." Granville couldn't remain calm seeing the system notification that he was now the lord of Frost Castle. He shouted in utter surprise and confusion. Li Hoyan, a mansion suddenly appeared in Frost Castle. What? And you are now the new Lord of Frost. You have been added to the list of Frost Castle leaders in the system. A notification about a special guest appeared, surprising Hoyan and making him look in shock. Another notification popped up. You are now the Lord Frost, making him scream with frustration. Girl, what? Granville's proud face appeared behind Hoyle's dazed one as he held a floating piece of paper. The investiture ceremony began in Frost. An MC and cameraman appeared on screen. Then a professional-looking person holding the camera appeared. We are sure to meet Lee Hoyle today. Have you chosen your spot? Someone was busy setting up. They said we should be in the second floor of the dormitory near the gate. Some were leaning against a red wall. No waiting. Today is the investiture ceremony for the new lord. What? He asked. Where? What's going on? Of course, it's at Ford. I've told you there are a lot of people here. A well-dressed man with an impressive demeanor asks the person in front of him. There were already quite a few reporters here. Will Lee Hoyan really be appointed as the new Lord of Fox? The person in front, wearing a blue hat and looking very serious. I guess so. Who else could it be? A man in a suit with an excited expression. Could it be Harkin or Loxney, or maybe Namtemin, or another NPC? The person wearing the hat looks visibly uncomfortable. Don't you see the queue evaluating their contributions during the Frost Siege? Stop talking nonsense. He suddenly noticed something and frowned with a haughty expression. He shouted loudly, "My camera!" The person in front points to someone. Over there. A door opens and everyone watches intently, both directly and via live TV. He's coming out. It's amazing. With a calm face, he steps out exuding power. That's Lee Hoyan. Everyone is watching him and shouting his name. Lee Hoyan! Lee Hoyan! On the other side, someone is reminding and yelling at the important cameraman to start filming. Hurry up and film! Are you filming? The shouts continue without stopping. Lee Hoyan! The cameraman on Lee's side looks visibly uncomfortable. I don't know how. Another figure with red hair is shaking among the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Live comments are all about the camera and Granville being appointed as the new Lord of Foshwagon. My camera broke. We can only see light now, just light. Oh my god, he really is the new Frost Lord. Meanwhile, Granville steps out silently while people are discussing him enthusiastically in the comments. Wow, look at his eyes. He looks like a celebrity. Is he still scheming now? That's crazy. Scheming? Just say it, he looks hot. Hoyan, with a blank and confused face, wonders to himself, who are these people? I was just researching the mission in Frost Castle Library. A notification appears. You are now the Lord of Frost. His face is puzzled by this reality. When it said I would become the Lord of Frost, I was tired of everything and went out to calm down. More notifications keep appearing. The number and presence of people here are sufficient. All requirements for the inauguration ceremony have been met. The new Lord's inauguration ceremony will begin now. Lee Hoyan! Lee Hoyan, the hero of Frost, the light of Yule's Raw. And Grenville wonders something in his mind. But what's an inauguration? Damn it! I've been going crazy with this new mission and all these trivial matters. As those looking at him cheering suddenly show his leg turning towards him. Lee Hoyan! Lee Hoyan! Lee Hoyan. That leg belongs to Timon, beside whom is John Min. Then Timon puts a hand on the spot, probably checking something. What's going on? I arrived as soon as the notification window appeared. The crowd today is really huge. This is an event mission, so there won't be any rewards. Jong Min smiles. You said that, but you still came anyway. Timon looks at John Min with a nod of confirmation. What? Of course I would come. This is Lee Hoyan's inauguration, John Min says softly. Then the image of King Scott appears in his armor, making him look even more powerful. Beside him is Jessica. So both of you came? John Min smiles warmly. Now let's call the next one. Temin, who looks excited and pleased. Miss Jessica. Temin reaches out his hand towards King Scott. What do you think? Has your wound healed yet? He laughs when he sees that. I'm fine. Then suddenly the enthusiastic crowd in front turns silent and looks surprised, making King Scott and Temin notice. It seems like something is about to start. What's he saying? Granville's grim face appears as he leans on his hand. The camera crew and everyone paying close attention see the comments appearing more frequently as they discuss this. At that moment, Grenville with a serious expression prepares to announce something. "I will not become the Lord," causing everyone to be shocked and taken aback by what he just said. Kingskit and Temmin are no exception. Temmin's mouth drops when he hears this while Kingskit looks puzzled. What's wrong with him? On the other side, viewers watching live on their devices were also surprised by this. Everyone is talking excitedly. Even those in the chat room are no less surprised and asking a series of questions. Back to Grenville, he remains calm despite everyone's chatter about his decision. Everything has its procedure and formality. Frost is part of the Arcana Empire, so it would be better if we follow the Empire's rules and get appointed by the king. An appointment without the king's consent is against the law. Jessica listens with the agreeing expression, but perhaps she wants more than to argue back. That's right. But Granville next to her also hears him say this with concern on his face. But without a lord, Frost will. Those witnessing this can't help feeling disappointed and let down. Grenville might have finished announcing, but didn't. However, an announcement appears, indicating the activation of power. Grenville's image appears with his confident tone. "I can appoint a new lord that everyone has been hoping for, someone who can meet current demands. So I hereby appoint Harkin Kingskit as the new Lord of Frost. Before we can recover from the consequences brought by the king to the people of Frost, whose world was changed, more announcements keep appearing. The inauguration ceremony ends with power." An announcement about the new lord's homepage disappears as Grenville steps down the stairs towards Kingskit. "I believe this day will be a new hope for this land." Kingskit looks surprised but doesn't say anything. Grenville looks at him with hopeful and expectant eyes. Then Kingskit seems to move as if he's about to speak. The scene changes to a magnificent castle. On top of it is a flag. Kingskit says in agreement, "I understand your intentions, Mr. Li Huiyan. Although we couldn't protect Frost before, this time, I will ensure the safety of this city." The image of a midge tower appears. Li Huiyan's lab. Huiyan's image appears with an expression as if just released and secretly happy inside. "I've overcome it." Frost's potential and position are truly amazing. But Frost's condition is very critical right now. It would be foolish to try and restore it. And most importantly, imagine someone like me, not even an Arcanian, running around as a lord. Who knows, people might oppose me someday. Managing finances will be headache-inducing. Suddenly, something made Grenville notice and look. It's Marcello's voice coming from outside the door. "Lord Hoyle, it's Marcello. Can I come in to speak with you?" Before he answers, his heart speaks. "I really want a break, but listening for a bit won't hurt." He thought that and did it immediately. "Come in." The door opened slowly. Grenville was sitting at his desk, looking towards the door. "This will take some time." Marcello entered with a face like he hadn't slept. "I heard about it. They said you handled the uprising of the king in Frost, and gave up half a day to an Arcanian for his position as lord. As another Arcanian and headmage of the tower, I'm ashamed. I can only thank you." Hearing that, he thought, "This is strange. Usually, the tower wouldn't interfere in external matters. Why did he mention this here? And his tone, what was it?" I feel like he wanted to say, "I really wanted to go, but couldn't." Marcello continued, "I came today to express my gratitude. I hope you'll accept my sincere words today." Grenville smiled. "I understand everyone has situations they can't speak about." Then Hoyle's heart spoke, looking at the other man. Mages of the tower always don't want to appear outside. So many things they can't act on directly. Marcello disagreed, but couldn't say it outright. Grenville gestured for Marcello to sit. "I understand your pain." Suddenly, a research mission notification appeared for Marcello and some other task completions. Grenville looked at Marcello. "Have some tea." Marcello listened but stayed silent. As Marcello sat down, Grenville's thoughts about their current research mission surfaced. Grenville looked to his left. "I only have green and roasted rice tea." He thought further. This is the last part of a task related to mages in the tower. If resolved, it might mean the whole tower and mages start interfering in external affairs. With Marcello's gloomy face, the truth is, I have an offer. Somewhere else, Grenfell's thoughts continued about the tower being Arcania's strongest military force. Another notification appeared, repeating the previous one to prove his skills. Completed strength as a leader. A picture flashed when Grenfell held two sausages in his hands. Tell me. Hoyle looked at Marcello and smiled. This could be a great opportunity to gain an ally. In the building, a PA announcement sounded. There was a shocking incident. I'm sure all our listeners at home know about it. A young reporter announced during Frost's Lord inauguration ceremony. Grenfell appointed Harold as Frost's new lord. Ben Luco, from the top 100 of the guild and its president, tried to switch channels. TV was still broadcasting. According to procedure, player Hoyen transferred a position he claimed for Haken, the leader of Leonid Knights. On another channel, Hoyen's player level is estimated to be at least 600. That means he's higher up than Locks from Sinning Sound Guild. Yes, and it turns out Locks made a similar comment too. Again, I won't become the Lord. Everyone was surprised by Grenfell's announcement. She got so angry she broke the controller, repeatedly shouting his name, Hoyle, 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 every day just Hoyle. Why did you break the controller? Her subordinate, slightly intimidated by her temper, she continued yelling, damn it. Are you insulting our viewers? You don't care about anything else because watching Hoyle increases your views, right? Forget it, Guildmaster. Another one of her subordinates, while Ben Lugo was fuming, suggested she had read this article yet. Grenfell thanked the guild for fighting alongside him against the Frost Demon army, so he proposed that guild masters who fought with him should have tea together. She got so mad she pinched his beak hard. He was looking at himself in a mirror. Calmly, she was angry about it. The others were enjoying the tea where he was, but she didn't get anything just because she was behind. Oh, with that uncomfortable beak, and him still grooming his hair, green tea isn't expensive. Why doesn't he give us a little bit? Right, yes. He turned to pet the fox. Hey, where are you going? What's that outfit? He held up a paper bag. Oh, I'm heading to the Mage Tower. Hand over your right hand with the paper. Today is the last submission day for the Academic Mage Guild to verify initial drafts. I'll go to Topaz. The annual Mage Tower event is a significant occasion for mages to present their research results at the Gemstone Village. And so, the initial verification has begun. Path of Truth. There are many people gathered here. He stepped out and looked around. Too many people. Ben Luco's subordinate is checking everything. Let's take a look. Where do I queue for verification? You see a bunch of people vomiting on the hallway. It looks very gloomy. His face turned pale. What? Is this a funeral? Did they fail their interview? No! Even so, is it really that bad? Ben Luco's subordinate approached the door. A mage offered his hand to invite him in. I guess they're just as sensitive. Why do they get so dejected over a few unpleasant truths? You came from the human guild, right? Your turn now. You can go in. Okay. He confidently stepped inside, still feeling proud. This time I'm confident about my research work. I just need to dazzle the old mages at the Mage Tower with my brilliant presentation skills. Grenfell sat on a chair, his face cold and hands intertwined. He sneered when he saw him. Grenfell was neither harsh nor mild. Sit down. Here we are again. He looks gloomy as he sits on the chair. Grenfell hasn't changed much. He's scared. Why am I scared? Why is Hoyle here? What for? Suddenly, he kicks the table. But he keeps thinking, this is Marcello's task as the top wizard. Back then, it was a mission to verify research files for an academic conference. Grenfell's face darkens slightly. His pupils constrict. He's telling me that he intends to present this research at the academic meeting. He's drenched in sweat. Yes. He points to a paper on the first page and from the 4th to the 12th. All he did was skillfully rewrite existing literature. Do you really think this document only contains your own research? Now he's trembling like a leaf. You're too confident for someone so lazy. Or do you have an idea to bring down the academic society of the Wizard Tower? Granville radiates under pressure. His courage is truly commendable. Now, disappear. He runs out into streams of tears. The wizard outside doesn't forget to wish him a good day. Inside, he sighs, feeling frustrated. I thought I could turn the entire wizard tower into allies if I handled Marcello's request. So I'm okay with dealing with any requests from that time. But why do I have to review the academic papers of the wizard tower when I haven't even reached level 300? Hoyen feels frustrated too. It's real, especially this stubborn guy. Granville, continue. The door opens slightly. Cree steps in. She gasps and covers her mouth when she sees him. Yes. Hello, I'm Cree, a trained wizard from the Healing Academy. Her voice is shaky. Sir Hoyen, you're still the same. Please sit down. Cree fidgets with her hands and feet. Yes, I'm Cree, a trained wizard from the Healing Academy. A direct test with Sir Hoyen? So my research is about developing secret herbs. You take it seriously. If successful, it will be very beneficial for potion brewing. She starts to fear and tears start falling. It's difficult to develop. It's worth it. Klee steps out of the room in a daze. Yusia, a healer sister from the Healing Academy, stands outside with an air of confidence. She seems not well rated. Yusia, a healer sister from the Healing Academy, stands there confidently while Glee jumps up like a child. It's an important research field. I'm through. Ayusha stops in her tracks. Really? That's impossible. Secret herb cultivation is more about pharmaceuticals and production than magic. She stands there while Glee jumps up like a child. It's an important research field, but I think it will be hard to pass the screening. What did Marcello say back then? Nothing. Nothing. The examiner is. Yusia was surprised and touched when he heard the judge's name, Hoyle, Cree. His limbs were trembling, his face flushed. He said it was an interesting approach, but didn't ask any more questions. He immediately mentioned that he looked forward to meeting me at the regular academic conference. It only started to sound interesting. This means he's not just familiar with healing, but also very skilled in pharmaceuticals and production. Eusebio closed his book and squinted his eyes. Truly, it's embarrassing. I'm starting to envy Marcello now. I should have had his assistance earlier. Marcello is uncomfortable. He scratched his ear with a finger. Granville was uncomfortable too. What's wrong, Mr. Marcello? He jumped in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his ear. Someone must be talking about me behind my back. A medicinal plant surrounded by light. We heard that you only reviewed one paper, and it was about secret herbal cultivation. Is it really a rare ingredient that can be used in production? Granville's expression softened when he heard this. His lips curved into a smile. Yes, if the cultivation is successful, it will greatly benefit magical innovation and reduce research costs. Hoyen thought to himself that it would also help his wallet. Marcello was slightly uneasy. I understand now. I didn't know you had production skills. I'm always amazed by your magical knowledge. Sorry, Hoyen. He turned the chair and closed the book, speculating. This man must have visited many times just to mutter a few words before getting straight to the point. Hand sighed. You've noticed me then. I guess there's nothing I can hide from you. The system notification popped up. Approach Marcello's research paradox task. Granville looked at the notification. Paradox. Huh. He took it seriously. I want you to examine the barriers that appear in the real world, or, more specifically, spatial rifts. When Marcello practiced with the orange-yellow energy source, he remembered how we created the fire bridge during the last academic conference. It's a perfect blend of magic and science, to completely different concepts. We decided to name this new form of magic paradox. Hoyle's soul was still attentive. He continued, I want you to help me verify the paradox. That's it. But what does that have to do with studying spatial rifts? Granville seemed to realize something. Space is distorted? Yes. A paradox is a perfect combination of two incompatible concepts, time and space. Rifts are spaces within the real world, and Arcana serves as proof of this. He gently placed the book on the table. So we can understand quite a bit from that. I understand your intention, Marcello. You're cunning, sharp eyes. I might even be able to learn more about Granville's assimilation with myself. Alright, how do you want me to assist in the research? Acquire Enbach Tower. That's a mysterious tower appearing across the continent. A flock of birds circles around it. No NPCs know about it. On a large mountain, faintly visible is the silhouette of the tower, an enigmatic structure with its entrance yet to be discovered. He gently placed his teacup on the table, which was now updated as a new water source. Granville stood up. Marcello asked me to investigate this place. We need to prepare thoroughly. Hoyle felt that even as a soul, he could leave with recommended level for conquest. A level 400 crack. His arm glides through the system at level 295. It's a bit too ambitious to conquer it himself. Hoyle feels so scared he's biting his nails. Granville remains expressionless beside him. I need to fill this gap with equipment, no matter how. A pile of items, if used like holy powder in exorcism rituals, they'll be cleansed and restored. Turn them back into normal items. If so, the items that were cleansed during Santa Caravier. He's panicking, biting his nails and sweating, hoping something useful will appear right away. This is Duke Swollen's favorite treasure item. Unique, limited to level 250, enhancing mana recovery when equipped, with a bit of aesthetics too. He happily takes it out and asks Granville to wear it. Granville looks unsatisfied. Even without limits, it still boosts mana recovery. It's amazing! Plus, there are 2 useful responses. Nice touch. Top notch! Granville, best of the best. Put it on quickly. What? What kind of reaction is that? You frown and pout, not liking its color. Hoyle continues, put it on. This picky guy! Looking at the pile of items, a unique poison-infused box charm that can be cut to release warmth over time. It will transfer warmth into the item. A normal poison-infused chain, 1 normal chain after the ritual is cleansed. An elite poison-infused chain, 1 valuable chain after the ritual is cleansed. The final work of an anonymous blacksmith, a unique poison-infused sword to see if there's anything else. Hoyle smiles and bends down. Chains are just for sale, but this charm has potential, can enhance jewelry, warm and cozy, useful later on. He picks up the sword, more so. This purification sword dropped after defeating Tekharavir. A powerful aura from the magic sword envelops him, though not as good as a drop from a demon lord. It's still very useful now. It feels just right without needing to grip tightly. He smiles and looks at it. Maybe he can use this sword more skillfully. He looks at himself in the mirror. Hoyle remembers smiling before. Synchronizing with Granville makes him feel disoriented. Granville still has an unchanged expression, but now winter season, no longer strange to him. Granville stands in front of the mirror, reflecting his image, both his persona and his dark past. But it no longer embarrasses or surprises him anymore. They smile at each other. He turns away confidently. Now, this is me. A majestic castle, golden chains, the Eustra Archipelago. An announcement board, welcoming Eustra's entry inspection area. Please line up according to staff instructions for safety and order. People are recording at the entry point. Hoyle feels confident as he sees the queue suddenly freeze. Why is this so long? Granville uncomfortably pushes through. Why did a crack appear right in Eustrasier? I'll go that way. Suddenly, people form to lines. They stand solemnly and salute. All members of Inazuma bow respectfully. Both look puzzled. Why is Inazuma greeting us? Kazuma, level 381, top 6 player. Magic Master of the Magic Guild. He stands up, slightly bowing. A slight nod and a respectful greeting. It's an honor to meet you again. Granville calmly replies, heard he ran over to Eustra. Alright, to be more precise, he laughed and said, not that I've sought asylum, but rather that I'm seeking asylum, on De Hoyan. Someone shouted down from the wall, are you still in good health today? Heart level 375, player rank 11, minister. He laughed loudly, excitedly. Hold on a moment, I'll come to pick you up right away. Kazuma held his head. The people below were bustling. I will take you to the Mecha Tower quickly and safely. Top, what's this? He really is seeking asylum, still looking healthy, huh? Inside the vast forest, 3 people walk together, with Hart-in continuously talking. So instead of Lord Hakan, the person temporarily holding the title of Lord, our guild will temporarily take on the position of rearguard for Prince Kazuma. Alright, that's good news. Granville turned back and asked. He combed his hair and said, "Hey, are you still seeking asylum?" "Yes, that's right." Kazuma laughed. "I had already submitted the application before, but due to Hakan being busy and then the river appearing, Prince Hakuna didn't have any time to handle it." Hart-in was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. "So now I'm replacing the Liang-held Knight Guild and its associated tasks." "That's right, Hakuna must be grateful too. Hisagi, this guy always talks differently in front of me. Good luck with your tower. Hoping for a good outcome. Thank you for your concern. I truly appreciate your attention. Don't be fooled. Hoyan, this guy is two-faced. You step forward. The lever Mecha Tower recommends for 100 progress at a 0.1% collapse rate. We've arrived. No need to worry about Hoyan." The two looked around. This is inside the Quairenbach Mecha Tower, with complex gears interwoven with useless scenery. It's truly bizarre. They observed and evaluated. This is indeed the Quairenbach Mecha Tower. I'm entering for the first time, but it seems emptier than expected. Many players have been here before. The belt dropped down. The ground was lowering. A trap. Anyway, things are always bustling around here. Hart-in. In front of Hoyan appeared an ancient machine with sharp gears. Impossible. I've never seen such a large trap before. Something glowing on top. What is that on top? It looks like a portal device. The water looked at it. It's a contraption made using items, although the way it operates is different. Like a portal of equal magical level, and all these traps are constructed from Aurum. These large machines aren't for humans, but designed to eliminate demons. The system notification popped up. Where exactly are we? Mission: break the trap, avoid the intricate snares, and reach the portal device. Rewards will be based on current rank. Rank 2 for minutes and 42 seconds. Rank 3, 5 minutes and 10 seconds is the mission. Hart-in was perplexed. It seems the rewards are determined by the rank when reaching the portal device. Lord Hoyan also received the mission after this. Yeah, 2 at once. The mission to avoid intricate snares and reach the portal device will be given based on current rank. The Legacy Profession mission of the Extreme Mountain Fire Survival has been firmly passed down. Ode to the Last Demon Hunter, restore the destroyed legacy. I strengthen my frail body. Repeat, investigate the ultimate weapon of the Mecha Tower. He confidently stepped in. He didn't expect it to be linked with his profession mission. Just as I thought, there must be something. Let's go. Your intention is walk into a trap, huh? He laughed confidently and looked like this was some kind of trap to jump out of. But he walked through the trap boldly. It didn't work. Granville stepped through the trap. All these traps here are operated by finely designed magical contraptions. In other words, they function based on the intervention mechanism of the magical contraption if that process is interrupted. The traps passed by, his hair flying. He still stood tall. What if I'm detected? He easily did it, recognizing the weakness of all the traps completely. Hoyan arrived at the portal transfer site without breaking a sweat. The two behind him were so exhausted they fainted on the spot. He approached the portal and announced his new rank, 101st, within 101 seconds. Alright then, let's go. Grenfell was surrounded by blue light sources as images of Grenfell appeared. Alright then, let's go. A notification popped up. The task is to disable the traps, avoid all the traps, and reach the portal transfer area. Rewards will be given based on rank. Current ranking is being calculated. Grenfell and Hoyle looked around them. Grenfell was in a room below him, surrounded by complex components with blue lights possibly representing magic. This is... More notifications appeared. Disable the traps. Calculate results. Mission completed. Team will be ranked based on achieved rank. Hoyan couldn't help but peek at his notification while Grenfell was puzzled and wondering what this was about. Isn't disabling the traps enough? So we'll be in a team with Hisagi and Timon. The notification appeared. Final result, you ranked first. Grenfell's thoughts resurfaced. But where are they? Hoyan thought to himself, thought it would be solo. Turns out it's a team battle. That's too much. More notifications appeared. You've set an overwhelming record. Based on your rank and record, your team member is one person. Hoyan saw this and thought to himself, what the heck? Team battle with just me. Could I be going solo? Not to mention, this is PvP. The system notification. We are now searching for a suitable opponent. Then an image of a man streaming live appeared with a cheerful face waving at everyone. Hello everyone. Today I send my greetings from the Quirenbach Mecha Tower. New content has been released in this node. The tournament is ongoing. Here fierce battles are taking place among players. The rules of the tournament are simple. The team that captures the central Arwen gold before anyone else wins. Everyone pay attention. Suddenly a hand appeared and grabbed the central Arwen gold. An excited voice echoed, got it. As soon as he held it, notification appeared. Successful in receiving golden equipment. Team, Origin, win, 3 points added. Fireworks were set off to celebrate. Lux was clearly happy. Meanwhile, behind him, a member of the opposing team looked disappointed. His teammate comforted him with a gentle voice and a wizard-like hat. It's okay. More notifications appeared. Lux's current team score, 12. While the winning team was chatting, directly above them, a flycam of Lux praised his teammate for grabbing the central Arwen gold. Agwin's gold made his teammate laugh in joy, and the streamer's excited voice continued. As soon as I said it, Team Lux quickly won. Comments flooded in, but mostly about Li Hoyan. He scratched his head, awkwardly waving his hand. We really want to see Li Hoyan play too, but this time, we can only broadcast through the drone of our guild, which has a contract with us, but they still requested to stream Li Hoyan in the room. Images of Lux and his teammates appeared as they stood on something moving. The streamer got excited and commented on their movement. At this moment, the stage was rising. This is the system where the winner will step up each step. Will we ever meet Li Hoyan? As soon as I said that, a new opponent from across the arena started climbing. Who will be the next opponent for Team Lux, which currently has 12 points? The image of the opposing team gradually becomes clearer as it moves to the top of the Lux team. It's Temin with his mischievous face leaning on his hand. Next is Hisagi with a calm expression. Then the voice of the streamer enthusiastically announcing the next players, Nam Temin, Hisagi, and Kazuma. And there's no data for him, but an additional player from the class of Explorer. The current score of Team Nam Temin and Hisagi shows their third teammate. Hi gang, trembling and shy. Hello! Everyone was excited when they saw his level 220 status in the chat room, thinking he would be a carry player. On the other side, he's putting his hand on his chin and looking at them. This is an unexpected combination. They have nothing in common. Their personalities are completely opposite. So the teams will be paired based on points and average character level. The flycam's voice joins the streamer's commentary. The yellow team buff is being created. Team Lux is led by Lux, a player ranked 2nd. Team Namtemin and Hisagi are ranked 6th and 11th respectively, followed by High Gang with his weak appearance. That person is... The streamer excitedly predicts this will be an evenly matched battle. Who will win? Meanwhile, Lux reminds his team to pay attention to Hisagi's speed and try to dodge Namtemin's first attack at all costs. Otherwise, they'll crush their own teammate with a serious expression. Yes, the streamer excitedly announces that the match has begun. Suddenly, Timon and Heechul start fighting, shocking High Gang who is behind them. The streamer was also surprised by this unexpected scene. Oh! Their arguments are heard. Timon with a reproachful tone, because of you, we missed Hoyan, damn it. Heechul with his calmness. From the start, Timon dodged right before entering, but even sitting down he couldn't miss Timon's anger and determination not to hold back. You also dodged? Heechul with his nonchalant attitude. Is it my fault for the stage drop? High Gang agrees. Yes, comments are flooding in. Then a familiar hand grabs the buff immediately. A message appears showing Team Lux's victory. The streamer is excited. Team Locks win an easy victory. The chat room is in chaos. The streamer continues with enthusiasm. Now, the winning stage will rise while the losing team's stage will lower. A message appears searching for an opponent, and the points of Team Locks appear below as their winning rank starts to rise. Then, the streamer poses a question to the viewers. So who will be the next opponent for the winners, Locks? Suddenly, a message appears that no opponents could be found due to lack of availability, surprising Locks. The streamer who was commenting is also surprised. Huh? It's Grenfell, the one moving up in rank for Team England. The opponent facing England is Haigang, Timon, and Hisagi, with the streamer showing surprise. Who are they? Lee Hoi-an's team points appear on screen. No, excitedly, that's Lee Hoi-an. Moreover, he came alone. Comments flood in as everyone is surprised. The Locks side is also shocked. What's this? Thinking to himself. Alone. The streamer excitedly announces, it seems the next opponent for Nam Temin has appeared, right now. We will live stream on Arcana today. Haigang sees Grenfell as his opponent and looks shocked and surprised, like he's lost his soul. I can't believe it. The opponent of Hoi-an is still with Timon. He keeps asking himself, why is Hoi-an alone? Grenfell suddenly smiles. With a scary expression, he thinks to himself, so they are our opponents. I've been waiting for this. Line break. Timon and Hisagi appear, clearly showing fear. Then we see Grenfell's scene. His presence exudes a menacing aura that makes people shudder even before he appears. Thoughts flash across the screen without pause. The first battle is solo. Moreover, he fights alone with no teammates. This menace, does he not find it unsatisfactory to fight against such insignificant opponents like us? Meanwhile, Grenfell looks tired and complains inwardly. It took 2 hours just for the first match. I'm about to fall asleep. Hold on, in the first battle Nam, Timon, and Heechul are there too. The host announces unexpectedly as the team appears from a different direction. Who will win? Then Timon and Heechul get ready while Grenfell is still lost in thought. I'm level 290 with no opponent to pair up for this match. It seems the system paired me with the highest scoring opponent. It doesn't matter. Ice blocks appear, resembling tall walls. Hisagi and Timon are there followed by Haigang. Timon is surprised at what he sees. What? What is this? This wall? Meanwhile, Grenfell quickly grabs the boulders before them despite the harsh weather with strong winds and possibly rain. The host looks shocked as his eyes widen in surprise. Huh? Everyone in the room is also surprised and worried about this. Grenfell holds the boulders confidently, thinking to himself that his body has completed its preparation during the wait for pairing. He enters the tower with a smug tone. The chat room still doesn't believe him. A notification appears as he won Hoyle and gloatingly raises his hand. Just the use of stone alone is worth dozens of times its value. Without Grenfell, no one would dare dream of such precision. Grenfell's image moves to Locks' team and stands in front of them. A notification appears confirming the match pairing and Grenfell's current score. Before he can do anything, Locks raises his hands above his shoulders, surrendering. At least now there's a way to win. Another notification pops up as the opponent team has given up on the match. Current score. A series of similar notifications about opponents giving up and current scores make Grenfell worry, always pushing hard against the water. This is indeed a situation. It's fun in another way too. Moreover, this tower belongs to Axon? I wonder what will happen if we uncover all these secrets. Another notification appears, level 100 of Kempo Tower. Grenfell stares at it intently while Hoyle looks excited with his thoughts. Finally, here we are. What's on the top floor? Suddenly something surprises him and he looks. It's the sight of burning houses and towers. A massive disaster is unfolding before his eyes. He wonders as he watches. What kind of scene is this? While I was in the tower, did demons appear at Eustradial? Hold on, that's not it. A waterway, retreat to where reality and Arcana intersect. I'm seeing the Arcana continent. A new mission notification appears along with a completed task message. Grenfell looks out at the devastated scene before him. He stands on a sturdy tower in stark contrast to the chaos around, with demons flying towards the city. Now, Grenfell realizes that while he was in the tower, demons appeared in Yusra. Hold on, that's not it. A grotesque demon face is magnified and Grenfell thinks through the waterway retreat where reality and arcana blend. The chaotic scene with signs of collapse followed by flames everywhere. Amidst this chaos, his affirmation, "I'm seeing the arcana continent." Green energy surrounds Grenfell's body. Meanwhile above, the system displays a notification. Marcella's research approaches the device, setting up and witnessing the arcana continent. Complete! Suddenly, a demon appears from behind where Grenfell stands. Hoyle turned around, his face showing shock. Grenfell quickly turned to block a hit from the demon hovering in his mind. Damn! Grenfell swung his hand, creating a green light sphere before the demon. He soon realized something was wrong. Grenfell's expression hardened as he charged forward with determination. He aimed directly at the powerful energy source, still hovering in his mind. Confused by why his attack was being deflected, the demonic figure became clear. It had all four limbs like a normal person, but its flesh was covered in intricate spiral patterns. One of its eyes glowed intensely and its kind began to approach from afar. Grenfell grumbled, "Damn it. It seems the connection is back." But where we stand is inside the machine tower's water channel, making it hard to intervene from outside. He turned his head behind him and thought, if so? Grenfell winced in pain as he realized he could only watch. Grenfell stood on the tower, looking down at the chaos below, then pondered the horrific scene. Grenfell frowned deeply, questioning himself. Is this powerlessness? Suddenly, a machine heart appeared beside Grenfell, startling him. This made Grenfell turn and question aloud. What? He realized something was wrong, feeling pain like a heartbeat, familiar agony echoing from within his chest. Grenfell's face darkened as his left eye glowed with certainty. I know this feeling. The chaotic scene began to shake violently, Grenfell's thoughts becoming clearer about the sensation, and he decided on anger and powerlessness. Lux, the blonde girl and a black-haired person turned towards the tower and said, "What? Something is shaking suddenly." Timon and his black-haired friend also looked at the tower, confirming that it was indeed shaking. Hakuna sat on the throne, holding an empty hand, worriedly looking into the distance. The entire tower began to shift, enveloped in a bright purple energy. Hoyin stood inside, looking up as the tower shook violently. He realized the tower was screaming. Hoyin raised his hand helplessly and pondered his theory. I can't do anything against these demons. Is it resonating with Grenfell's rage? But there is still a way out. Hoyle seemed to realize something amidst his jealousy. Hold on, we're in the withdrawal and can't intervene externally. However, he quickly realized a truth and posed a question towards solving their current situation. Withdrawal lies between reality and arcana. So, what about Justin Bach's machine tower itself? Grenfell abruptly snapped out of his thoughts, decisively performing actions on the system. Yes, that's it. The mission system led him here for a reason, showing a message confirming his task. A blue energy field surrounded Grenfell as he closed his eyes and thought about Askin, the ultimate weapon of the demon hunters, Justin Bach's machine tower. In other words, the tower was designed to only be activated by a demon hunter. Grenfell opened his eyes, smiled, yes, I'm the last demon hunter. Then he said, start, let's go. The system quickly displayed Grenfell's mission notification. A purple light enveloped the tower, causing confusion and discussion among people. An unmanned drone hovered in the shaking scene and emitted a sound. This was Grenfell extending his hand and commanding, show yourself, your pride as the ultimate weapon. You've waited for a demon hunter to activate you for a long time. The system showed Grenfell's activation skill, Gumi Ritual. Let the rage you could only observe erupt. Grenfell's command reaching the machine heart causing it to shake while he stood, still watching. Grenfell smiled and said, there we go. The system displayed a message. Justin Bach's machine tower chosen as the sacrificial offering. The machine heart was now filled with blue energy. Grenfell asked, that is your pride, human. At that moment, the entire tower turned green. The system announced ultimate weapon, Justin Box Machine Tower initiating startup. The demons looked at the tower in confusion and made some sounds of alarm. Green beams spread everywhere, wiping out the demons, causing them to cry out in pain. The system displayed two messages: experience gained for ultimate weapon, Justin Box Machine Tower; reputation gained for ultimate weapon, Justin Box Machine Tower. Granville smiled satisfied. You're done, the system announced. Withdrawal complete. Justin Box Machine Tower. Lox and his friend also received 3 messages from the system. They all looked bewildered. Suddenly, a loud noise. What? The 3 messages appeared in order. You have completed withdrawal, Justin Box Machine Tower. Someone has solved the mystery of Justin Box Machine Tower. The ultimate weapon of Justin Box Machine Tower begins counterattacking. The machine tower starts emitting bright purple energy. A question from 3 system notifications echoes simultaneously. What is this? This message is from the journalist, who looks bewildered and says, unusual tremors are occurring. So, what exactly happened up there? Temin looks at the tower and says, the waterfall is disappearing. His black-haired friend asks, is it done already? Two comments appear with doubts. What is this? Already finished, right? So quickly? Benlucci and the red-haired man check the system while asking if the tower has counterattacked. What does that mean? The machine tower gradually reveals its shape. The green energy source continues to project, and the affirmation echoes. The water gap is complete. Granville stands on the tower looking down at it, thinking silently, how long until the space there closes along with the water gap? When the shock stops and vision returns, I'll open my eyes in reality. Granville turns his head back and thinks, but he's not doubting that. Granville looks towards the tower that was just destroyed and now is restored to its original state. He asserts further, the machine tower activated by Tan Bo will continue hunting demons on Arcana until the end. Arcana, after being destroyed and reduced to rubble, returns to its peaceful form. The AAU Korea branch building stands proudly in Russia. But despite its grand appearance, the employees inside look exhausted, drained to the core. Even Hein Jun is holding scissors, cutting the phone line connection. He holds the scissors while looking at his work and laughs a few times, making even the exhausted people notice. His mobile phone rings with an incoming call notification. This makes Hein Jun go crazy. He screams in pain and Jiam has to shout back. Hein Jun regains his composure. Hein Jun's face turns red. His hair is messy as he yells, "Senior predecessor, I'm going crazy." The phone keeps ringing, disturbing the machine tower of Tanbo. Huh? So what should I do now? I don't know either. Huh? You don't know either? Ask the headmaster's car. Gilaum taps a coffee bottle on Hein Jun's head helplessly and says, alright, I understand now. Calm down. Hein Jun continues to scream. Can this even be a question now? Who is it? Do we have to ask who it is too? Who else could it be? It's definitely Li Hoyan. Li Hoyan. At the same time, the system displays two messages. Someone has decoded the secret of Justin Box Machine Tower. The ultimate weapon of the machine tower, Justin Bach, begins to counterattack. Now, a message notification appears on the screen. Who is that person? Answer quickly. Gilaum reluctantly responds. Alright. Hein Jun continues screaming while Gilaum helplessly looks at his phone and listens to his groans. And it's starting a counterattack. What does that mean? I'm the most curious here. Gilaum smiles tiredly, thinking, starting a counterattack. This is definitely an unusual notification, but the system never lies. Gilaum continues to think about the machine tower. In the Arcana continent, an almost hellish reality, an unprecedented counterattack has begun, recognized by the system. For the first time, both real and Arcana worlds are connected. The Russian branch building stands proudly in a peaceful space. Granville looks at the notification screen while Hoyle screams frantically. What? This is... The system notification sounds. Experience points accumulate. Ultimate weapon. The mechanical tower is very captivating. Reputations accumulate into the ultimate weapon. The mechanical tower is very captivating. You've earned benefits from experience and accumulated reputation. Hoyle exclaimed. Really? Granville glared at the system notification board. But in his heart, Hoi-on was screaming in panic. The scene of the mechanical tower of emotional wind sweeping away strange monsters with its powerful green energy and 3 system notifications replayed through his memories. Accompanied by thoughts, the mechanical tower of emotional wind has started up, accumulating experience and reputation. Is it collecting all these things? But the tower will continue to hunt demons on Akanama continent. So does all this experience and reputation belong to me? Granville trembled at the system notification and his own thoughts. Hoyle smiled in agreement with that reality. He thought about his future self becoming the leader of the game. How awesome will I be? Great! That's his current happy thought. But Granville quickly interrupted. Benefits are just benefits. It's too early to celebrate. Hoyle replied, I know. Hoyle smiled and continued checking the system notifications while silently rebutting Granville. This isn't about receiving it, but having the right to receive it. But in any case, he will get it, like a savings account. Just need to find ways to collect it gradually. That's enough reason to be happy. A vintage scroll slowly floated down and called out to him. Mr. Hoi-on. The scroll spoke with the voice of an ordinary person. I heard you've returned. Granville responded. Marcello. The black-haired mage named Marcello was wiping his magic wand while chatting with Granville on the left side of the paper. You must have guessed that already. The tower is built using dwarven technology. What do you think? Granville folded his arms and smiled, replying calmly. Despite his inner screaming, Granville kept a composed face in response to Marcello. I didn't know that. This is the answer he gave to the great mage. That's an amazing level of technology. Marcello replied happily. Right. The floating paper continued. The dwarven technology has reached its peak. It can rival magic. For example, the magic gate. Meanwhile, Hoi-on was sweating and thinking, dwarves? Did they create it? Dwarves? Red text appeared indicating another mystery of this world, an image of a large, muscular man with messy hair tightly gripping an anvil. One of his eyes glowed, and he made some affirmations like these. From the time Akana was just a game to now, no one has ever seen them erase. That is nothing but legend. Perhaps this will be followed by a small interview about dwarves. A red-haired mage looked up at the sky. He folded his arms and pondered. Dwarves? If considering their technology that rivals magic, another blacksmith was asked to rub his chin and reply. They say the strongest weapons today are only on par with dwarven common weapons. Then came a statement about the purpose of this interview. Unfounded rumors spread among players only. Hoyle rubbed his chin, thinking about this issue. This is the first time an NPC mentioned them. So these intricate and strange structures, they were made by dwarves, right? That's correct. As Axon, the best welfare is just 3 steamed buns a day. The NPC guy gestured to a room with terrible facilities and said, from now on this will be where you'll come often. Hoyen screamed at the top of his lungs. How did they get the dwarves' technology? The smiling paper took Marcello's place to explain further. Just like magic. It's just a way to approach it. Their desire for that technology and their relentless pursuit makes sense now. Granville held his hands together, staring at the paper as he said, so this is how it is. Marcello asked him, can I ask about what happened inside the machine tower? Granville hesitated, thinking deeply. He recalled the chaotic scene before activating the tower, when a system message appeared, revealing Marcello's research on kinship, approaching it, observing the Arcana continent, and its success. He told Marcello about the secret he had pursued. Through watermarks, he saw the Arcana continent, full of demons no matter where you looked. Grenville's words left the Mage Lord speechless. Marcello sadly replied, just as I thought. He muttered dejectedly, unable to do anything, even knowing it in advance. His words made Grenville pause in thought while Hio-en was startled. He realized another truth and confirmed it through his thoughts. Indeed, you can't interfere with the watermarks no matter how much you want to, that's certain. Marcello was disappointed and angry. Grenfell continued thinking but wondered why even a leader like Marcello would be affected. He said to the black-haired midge, "I also saw another possibility. By activating the machine tower impulsively, I could interfere with the Arcana continent." This made Marcello jump in surprise. "Hooray! What? Is that true? How is that possible?" Grenfell replied indifferently, as expected. The impulsively activated machine tower is Axon's ultimate weapon. It will continue hunting demons until its mission ends. This made Marcello realize something. Suddenly, a call was heard. "Hoi on Nim! There's an urgent message from Frost." Hearing this, Grenfell told the trembling Marcello, holding his communicator, "Guests are here. Let's finish discussing this now." "What is it?" Marcello clutched the paper so tightly it shook. Axon, a Keek son, Marcello saw Mizoon, Thinker. Machine Tower Impulse activation is Axon's weapon. Hoyon has activated this ultimate weapon to save the Arcana continent. So Hoyon is a demon hunter. Grenfell appeared with a fierce expression and glowing eyes, wielding powerful energy. Marcello slammed his hands on the table hard. He shouted loudly, "Axon, in the Holy War, you owe someone an unpayable debt. Now you owe Hoyon again." The crystal ball lit up brightly. Marcello asked it with a bitter cry. "Tower Master, how long must we remain silent?" He cried out desperately at the crystal ball. "Where have you gone to? Tower Master, please appear and answer us." The crystal ball glowed brightly, reflecting the Mage Lord's surging emotions. He pleaded helplessly, "If you recall the final Hunter's challenge in history, Hoyon, please do." In Hokkaido, Frost was covered by a white winter snowstorm. In the elegant yet cozy guest hall of Frost, the new lord spoke to Grenfell while sipping tea. "Everything has come as a surprise, but thank you for coming so quickly, Hoi On Kyung, this title of lord. For someone who only knows wielding a sword, it's not easy." Grenfell replied indifferently, "So be it. But get used to it soon. You'll have to help me with many things." Grenfell's words made Harkin Kingskit sit up straight and ask again, "Why do your words sound so heavy? What happened?" Harkon's reaction is unexpected. Oni is impressed. "Wow, it's really Heron. That's sharp." Grenfell sets down a teacup and responds to him. We can see the Arcana continent inside Ruddle. Hakon looks intently into Harkon's eyes and speaks. The scene is even more horrific than before. Frost. His words shock the new lord of the land mentioned. He rubs his chin in thought. So, if demons flood through the waterway, there might be another Frost or two. Hoyon's words mean we can no longer hesitate or fear anymore. Oni feels Hakon is overreacting to the situation. He thinks he didn't go that far in his explanation. Grenfell softly replies, "If it were Kyung, they would have done better." Suddenly, a hand with a stone appears and throws it towards the window of the fortress. A black-haired man who threw the stone aims at the window and shouts, "Get out!" Outside, others are noisily protesting. Grenfell and Hoyon are surprised by this. The crowd outside holds signs with vulgar messages. They shout angrily, "Hokkaido is Japanese land. Get the refugees out. The government must immediately expel them. Expel all the refugees. Take back our land." Grenfell stands up and looks outside, asking, "What's this noise?" Harkin covers one side of his face and says, "This is hard to accept." Jessica Bright, who has been in the reception room since the beginning, comments, "The crowd outside is becoming more outrageous." It seems Grenfell asks the Frost Lord about the situation with the angry protesters. As known, Frost isn't part of Hokkaido. It appears the local population strongly opposes this. Heron explains that initially, many people came saying they wanted to help, but then, for some reason, things turned out like this. "I tried talking to a so-called politician from here, but there's no way to resolve it." The angry crowd continues throwing stones at the fortress. Grenfell observes and thinks, can the Japanese government ignore this? That can't be right. This is a serious violation of our international agreements. We can't ignore such protests. The fortress is under intense attack, and Grenfell continues his thoughts. Moreover, this isn't just a protest, it's almost pure malice. It's marred by the red of crime and hatred. Grenville opens his eyes wide and calls out to Harkin. The Frost Lord is shocked and replies, "Yes." Grenville firmly confirms, then the system message appears. Skills, Predator Relations, are activated. He exclaims a shocking truth. They are being controlled. As if by that, a well-dressed man with white hair in black and red appears Maeda. The Frost Lord is bewildered. But that's the Japanese politician we spoke to. Meanwhile, Grenville activates some energy. He shouts, "Earl Oni." Observing the green flame from his power, he thinks it only emits low-level Akma energy, but is so well hidden that even Harkin didn't notice. When Big Zizian was possessed, I felt this too. The Akmas are becoming more sophisticated. They absorb negative human energy. Learning through malice, the image of a woman with long hair, one side innocent and pure, the other vicious and cruel, appears. Grenville steps out from his energy portal to Maeda and thinks. Maeda smiles at him and says, who is this? The hero of Frost, right? You are quite famous in Gale Hoyle, aren't you? It's just the right moment. Let's put aside these strangers. As modern humans, we should talk frankly. We, the modern people, should speak openly. Grenville's face darkened as he waved his hand. Human kindness is being devoured. The system notification appeared. Exorcism skills and rituals were activated. The atmosphere around the evil suddenly changed, making him curious. The system notified that without an offering, only basic effects would activate. Maeda winced as he looked at his burning hand and asked, "What? Where are we?" He shouted in desperation, hugging himself. "It's hot. Too hot. It hurts so much." He raised his burned hand in front of him and screamed, "What did you do to me? Huh?" Grenville only responded with a groan. "I've been shouting. It's burning into the body." The system notification appeared again. While the exorcism skill was activated, only demons took damage from the hunter's attack. Grenville stepped forward and said to him, "I don't need to identify a lowly demon like you, nor do I need to stitch up the wounds of the Frost residents who just healed." Grenville looked down at him with contempt and anger. He confirmed that the fire would slowly burn, extinguishing all human kindness until it was completely gone. Maeda transformed into a two-horned demon with sharp teeth in his mouth. He screamed in pain and agony. "Suffer this endless pain and disappear." The two guards of the senator looked at him and shouted, "Senator, are you okay?" Senator Maeda. The evil demon lay sprawled on the ground. He was lying in a position as if he had fallen from a high place. The guards were shocked and shouted at each other, "Call an ambulance, Senator! Wake up, Senator!" The crowd that just rioted is now fully alert. Some people even rubbed their heads and asked, "Why am I here? Huh?" Clearly, we came here to deliver aid supplies to the Frost residents. They were bewildered by everything that happened. The crowd questioned each other. "Huh? What's with this sign? And what is this signboard? First, we need to clean up." Some people noticed the evil senator. "Oh, Senator Maeda." Grenville's face darkened as he clenched his vats and walked away. Harkin widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "A demon! That's right!" He forced a helpless smile and said to Grenville, "A demon was in front of me, and yet I didn't recognize it. If not for you, who knows what would happen? I still lack experience." Grenville just closed his eyes and calmly sipped his tea. He replied, "They are becoming more sophisticated. The demons capture humans very skillfully, so we must prepare even better." Meanwhile, the image of a demon impersonating a well-dressed man with a red eye glowing appeared. Grenville looked at Frost Lord and said, "Now that the protest issue is resolved, let's get back to the main topic." He said, "There was something I need to see." Hacken responded, "Yes. It's better you should see it yourself. Jessica, prepare." He looked at Jessica. She bowed slightly and received the command. The snow covered Frost in a blanket of white. Harkin led Grenville while recounting memories to him. "Do you remember where you defeated King Dekarabia? Can you recall the smoke never ceasing to rise?" The terrifying image of King Dekarabia burning in violet flames appeared vividly in Grenville's mind. He thought, yes, even after Dekarabia's body was burned, that is where the living lighthouse resides. Is that right? He glanced at Harkin and replied, "Yes." The system now displayed a mission notification. The Asgard legacy, the surviving lighthouse, has been transferred clearly. O hunter of demons, retrieve your lost heritage from evil's grasp. Harkin reached out to support the swaying tree. He looked at Grenfell and said, "But recently, the smoke has disappeared and something else appeared." Grenfell asked back, "What?" Jessica spoke up, "We've arrived." The sight before Grenfell surprised him. Amidst the white snow, a vividly red-black stain stood out, resembling a network of tiny water channels. Emitting from a central glowing point, the red light seemed to be spewing dangerous energy, contrasting starkly with the surrounding coldness. Harkin explained to the stunned Grenfell about the unusual state of the water stain. "The light has not disappeared for days now. So we investigated and found an item, but it's not entirely stationary. That means we don't have the right to take it. Since you personally defeated the king, I think you can retrieve it." Right in the middle of the water stain was a strange symbol glowing brightly. A star with sharp curved wings encircled by a wilted garland like blood chain. In the center of the star, a cat-like entity. Black and imprisoned, it looked like a rotten heart or a suffering creature. Grenfell recalled, similar to the item I received after defeating Crabia. From his memories, Hoyen's happy face appeared, along with system notifications. Though Grenfell held up the strange symbol, its power radiating everywhere, turning his white hair. At that moment, Grenfell confirmed in his mind another war trophy left by Decarabia. In the Midge Tower, Hoyle held a terrifying item, and system notifications appeared again. He thought, "This is an epic-level item. A king indeed drops the highest-level loot." He recalled a past moment when he received another valuable item along with the image of the noble king under his feet, and the king's mouth emitted strange light in his palm. Hoyle thought, "Until now, the only epic-level item I have is Usur's broken mouthpiece. Its effect was Usur's authority." At that moment, 3 system notifications appeared simultaneously. Your reputation in the kingdom of Ustra has reached its peak. Your influence on the kingdom of Ustra has reached its maximum. The functions and authority have been activated in the kingdom of Ustra, and he surmised this must have similar power. He thinks of Maddie Stinkard, that dark and gloomy midge. Should he give it to the Midge Tower for purification, even if it takes time? It really looks ominous, just like something Maddie's would enjoy. At the same time, he imagines a red-dyed midge with messy hair glaring at him enviously. "Let's rent it out. Please lend us this item." Hoyle leans back in his chair and looks up to the ceiling as he continues to think. If they perform an exorcism ritual, it would be done instantly. "I'm curious about the effect of the purification item. Who knows what demon might jump out?" Suddenly, his phone lights up. The screen shows a call from his aunt. Hoyle jumps. A system notification pops up. "Skill. The hunting relationship has been activated. Your combat strength is significantly reduced when facing your sister." He thinks to himself, "And why are you calling suddenly?" Hoyle quickly answers the call. Answering the call, "Yes, aunt. What's up?" And Hoyon frowns and speaks sternly. "Hey." Lee Yerim turns her head and asks a bit awkwardly, "Are you dating anyone?" Round her are his elder sister hiding her laughter and his younger sister. Her question makes him pause. "Where's the question mark?" He asks back, "What did you say?" Lee Yerim laughs happily and says, "The news is all over the gossip magazines now." Suddenly, a series of questions about him dating famous girls like Jessie Hines and Big Iron start appearing. "Hoyon, is it Jessie or Big Iron?" His younger sister adds, "Dad has saved all the articles already." Ho-on thinks, "Who writes this kind of news?" Grenfell takes the phone and gently answers, "It's a misunderstanding. Girls, there's no such thing." They continue to tease him. Lee Hoyen's skill is really wild. "Do you see them often? If you marry Big Iron, you'll try the conglomerate flower strategy." Hoyle interrupts with a green-faced statement, "I'm hanging up now." Lee Yerim notices his action. She says, "Huh, he really hung up. That brat, I bet he doesn't even know today is my birthday." How would he know? If he knew, he'd be here already. Hoyen's mother enters. "Auntie Graft, this girl, Don't bother the boy who's busy now. She smiles happily and holds up a thick roll of paper. The kids are just gathering to chat. How could he not know his mother's birthday? Look at this. He sent a letter to mom yesterday. Lee Yerim is shocked. She yells, "The letter!" From Lee Hoyen. Her younger sister questions, "How many guys are there?" while her elder sister continues to secretly praise. Oh my, Hoyen is really a filial son. He was carefully cutting and frying newspapers while softly speaking. He said he was too busy to come back. And he apologized and sent gifts as well. He sent a lot of meat patties, saying they are very good for health. Yerim scoffed at this. Meat patties, huh? That kid has plenty of money. Why didn't he send ginseng or something better instead of just meat patties? Jian chimed in too. He's really cheap. Their mother glanced at the two daughters judging her son. She explained that she had never heard of this type of tea before. What is it anyway? It's clover soup and peyaka herbs. The image of a black book appears, with an elegant design and the name Eliseps, along with its characteristics and research details. Granville's slender hand slides over it. He thinks Eliseps, a basic ingredient in medicine and elixirs. While drinking tea, he wonders that even ordinary people can heal minor wounds and illnesses just by drinking it like tea. Please stay healthy. The communication paper appears. It reminds him of something. Captain Lee Hoyan. The annual academic conference is about to start. Granville stands up and adjusts his attire. He thinks, wait a minute, isn't it Marcello? To clarify his question, he asks the paper, did Marcello go ahead of me? The paper answers that Marcello is attending the Round Table Conference. This year's academic conference will be chaired solely by him. Captain Lee Hoyan. He adjusts his tie and responds, I understand now, but in his heart, Hoyan stands still, stiff like glue, as if he can't believe what he just heard. Hoyle shouts, it's not the time to talk. I get it now. Me? Alone? Grenville calmly asks back. Hold on, what is a round table conference? His question makes Hoyle even more flustered. This isn't the first question you should be asking. The paper answers that all we can say is that only the high priests, elders, and head magicians are allowed to attend. As for other details, lower-ranking members like us cannot know them. Granville responds, I understand. The paper continues, Marcello is very grateful because he was asked to chair this conference, which made it possible for him to attend the roundtable discussion. Granville replies, I understand now, but Hoyan looks dejected. I already accepted this task. The paper continues, Hoyan said that day would bring good news. Granville listens and opens the door. I'll do my best. Hoyan can only accept, so it must be me. Suddenly before him is Marcello gasping for breath. It's Hoyan, Granville exclaims. Captain Marcello, he's relieved. Ah, here you are. He pants heavily and announces the bad news. The Round Table Conference has been postponed. It's a disappearance case. The High Magician Bangris Tom's magic couldn't find it anywhere. Those words made Granville tense up. At the Fale Grand Hall, where the academic conference is held, a place of great splendor and magnificence, grand and glorious. The magicians are discussing very enthusiastically. They are having a lively discussion. Belucia fiddled with her nails while speaking, saying the host is running late. This means our Talbek's explanation is fading as time passes. The just-named Klee was visibly trembling, pale face. She stammered, I've memorized everything from the presentation. Memorized? Did I really remember it all? Did I? Dark Professor Mattis Dinkard offered his opinion on Granville's delay. Something doesn't add up. He wasn't late without a reason. Granville stormed into the conference room with a serious expression. He announced the academic meeting is temporarily postponed. His announcement left everyone in shock. Lally Hoyle spoke next. Postpone? Nah, slow. The host couldn't contain his anger and cursed loudly. Damn it! He harshly criticized Grenville's behavior. What happened? Lee Hoyan, not only did you show up late, but you also postponed the academic meeting. Do you understand how important this academic meeting is for the Midge Tower? His junior had to hug him tightly. He's overreacting. Senior Naslo, please calm down. Senior Naslo, you're being too crude. Grenfell glared at the blonde-haired man. He said, Senior Naslo, you're getting too rough. His remark scared Naslo speechless. He just stared at Grenfell silently. Turning back to announce, Elder Bangrit Tom has disappeared. His presentation was scheduled for today's meeting, so the meeting will continue once he appears and steps onto the stage. That's all. Disperse. His announcement caused a commotion among everyone. Everyone started gossiping. The headmage has gone missing. Jesse Hydesney's magic hat spoke up. The headmage transmuter vanished inside the tower, right? My disciple, this is unprecedented. And the blonde-haired mage, the one wearing that hat, also added something. Yes, if a mage from the tower doesn't have permission from higher-ups, they can't leave the tower. Magic hat nonsense. It seems this is a serious issue. If even you say so, there must be some dangerous situation happening. Despite hesitating to speak, don't get involved if it's beyond your capabilities. The head dark mage of the Dark Tower, an entity far beyond human comprehension. If someone like that disappears, a force beyond our understanding must be involved. A powerful and talented mage standing before the immense power of the Dark Tower appeared in his mind. Eusebius commented, with this meeting postponed, Marcello won't discover anything today. Thinker proposed that he might have disappeared outside the Tower of Exchange. The image of the Dark Tower's staircase appeared before their eyes. Marcello and Grenfell raced up the long staircase. Marcello said, even if you die, magical traces will remain in your body for a while. However, if no magic traces are found, Grenfell continued, that's right. Senior Face said, meaning Elder Bangris is in an abnormal space, possibly a temporal rift. But it's strange. Isn't the basic rule that a mage cannot be involved with the outside world? Marcello replied bitterly upon hearing this. Yes, but Senior Bangris is somehow connected to the outside. Or watermarks, he couldn't have done it alone. This is a hidden truth of magic. The system displayed notifications, missions, and the truths about the Wizard Tower. There's a contradiction within the Wizard Tower. Discover that contradiction and illuminate both the tower and the concealed truth. Search for grid and table. Grenfell was surprised to learn someone was involved in the leadership conflict of the Wizard Tower. As he chased Marcello, he thought about discovering the contradiction and revealing the truth. Could completing this mission change the situation within the tower? He imagined a future scene. This means that in the future, wizards from the tower will be able to work outside. Then they can provide support for themselves. Meanwhile, images of Marcello, Dinkirk, Usia, and the Maw Tower appeared vividly and mysteriously. Nearby, a panicked voice suddenly shouted out, "What?" He pulled down his sleeve while raising an eyebrow. A great mage from the Maw Tower has gone missing, right? Nam Chon Min was alarmed to announce, "Yes, this is a report from a member who attended the conference." Nam Chon Min slowly responded, "But mages from the Maw Tower are not allowed to leave, right?" "Right. Could this be related to recent summoning events?" Nam Chon Min was a bit confused. "Summoning," he replied. "Yes, from the Korean branch of the association, but something's off." Nam Chon Min became more worried. "A new water fisher, but today isn't an update day." He answered without hesitation. "Indeed, that makes this very suspicious." John Min was concerned, sensing something wasn't right at the moment. The builders stepped away slowly, and the guide reminded them to be careful. "Watch your step. Follow the path." The two of them were shocked by what they saw, their voices trembling as they asked, "What?" Before them was a large water fisher emitting red energy. "Is this a water fisher?" He hesitantly reported, "The shape and location don't match anything in the update logs." He urged them to hurry, measure its level, and assess the collapse risk. Hearing that, he became alarmed and asked, "What's going on? Why is it like this? Is it broken?" Instantly, he activated his signal detector. "Show me," he asked, "but how about collaborating with the major guild leaders?" He trembled as he reported that Bank and Blossom had already left. His expression changed. "Alright then, let's act quickly. Have civilians evacuate and request aid to the main headquarters of players." His pupils constricted in shock at his own words. The signal detector showed a red message. Unmeasurable power. This water fissure must be level 1000 or higher. At the Ma Tower's Cloud Garden, Granfell looked around, pondering. Isn't this where we're searching for the missing midge? Marcello extended his hand to Bangrit Tom. Despite his considerable abilities, he had low self-esteem and a passive nature. A green energy burst surprised Granfell. Someone like that wouldn't break the Ma Tower's rules on their own. Hoyle was impressed by this. So you're trying to hide him, right? Outside, a source of green energy appeared, spreading throughout the city. It spread to where passers-by were, even enveloping the entire Earth. He closed his eyes to sense and immediately spoke up. We've pinpointed the location of all waterways on this planet, but we don't know which one Bangrish the Midge is in. Hoyen was surprised upon hearing this. He had determined the locations of all the waterways worldwide instantly. I knew you were a monster, but this goes beyond imagination. Granville frowned slightly and pondered. We've located the Gridden faction's position. He immediately turned with an astonished expression. How did you find him? He fell silent on the spot. Seeing this, he questioned. Could it be that Hoyen can sense magic within the waterways? What method of search and intervention did you use? Granville stared blankly without replying. No, I just received a message from Nam Chan Min. He adjusted his tie while turning away to walk off. Anyway, we now know the location. I'll set out right away. I'll contact you once Bangritong is secured. Marcello looked worried and quickly intervened. Hold on, are you sure you'll be okay going alone? Hoyen reminded him. No! Instead, Granville suggested that the disappearance of Master Bangrit was an internal issue for the Magic Tower. I concluded there's no benefit in seeking external help. Hearing this, he was surprised. Immediately after, he leaned forward and expressed, I owe you so much it can't be repaid anymore, yet Hoyen still thinks about the Magic Tower's honor. Granville was puzzled by his words and silently pondered what debt there could be. Yeah, I'm not sure either, but if it's for the Magic Tower's mission reward, this is fine. He replied, don't worry about it. Marcello sighed and revealed, I'll go with you. Hoyen was so impressed he almost dropped his jaw. What? At the waterway now. She stroked her chin in deep thought. A level 1000 waterway appeared outside the update schedule. It seems someone intentionally tore it open, causing chaos among the waterways. He glanced at her and mentioned the missing senior midge from the Magic Tower. If the monster that opened this waterway is him, everything makes sense now. She calmly explained, according to what I heard, a senior midge failed in controlling magic during an experiment, and an island in Akuna disappeared. He nodded slightly in surprise. Oh, that rumor. I heard it's a whole continent. Anyway, it was still a disaster. Jeonmin expressed concern. It's not good. We can't look inside the waterway now. Our exploration equipment seems to be blocked by something. He sighed and said, it looks like our only choice is to go in ourselves. Jeonmin questioned, are you crazy? The recommended level is 1000. 1000. This isn't something we can handle on our own. Even if we gather the top 10 strongest guilds, we only have a slim chance. That voice replied calmly. So what? Are we just going to sit here and wait? If this waterway collapses suddenly, all of us will die. Hearing that, the construction soldiers froze. Huh? Jeonmin immediately spoke up. No, I mean we need a plan. At least until Hoyle arrives. We should. We must. Two people are walking from the store. They're Li Hoyan and Granville with raised eyebrows. Everyone step back. Both of them slowly approach. This water fissure will be handled by the Magic Towers. The construction soldier is in shock, mouth wide open. He furrows his brow. Mr. Hoyan, reconsider setting her on fire. That midge is Marcello. Isn't that right? It seems he still can't believe what he's seeing and loudly exclaims, Senior, the great midge of the Magic Tower just stepped into this fissure and is walking with Li Hoyan, the key figure of the Magic Tower, who has never left it under any circumstances, speaks up to remind him, Jun, call me HOMN. This water fissure is a level 1000 spatial collapse warning. He steps in and collapses onto the ground. He bites his finger so hard that blood spurts out. We need to find him. Both step out of the water fissure. Marcelo looks around. This is quite a desolate place. Are all the water fissures like this? Granville starts observing and answers. Strange spacetime. No water fissure has ever been this severe. He glances at that light, pondering its unstable distortion. Clearly, this is different from the previous ones. Not even any monsters are here. He exclaims, "I see a light over there." Hearing this, he rushes over in alarm. That's Bungreed Sr.'s magic. Granville is surprised upon hearing this. The person on the ground using Gritton. He wakes up to someone calling his name and looks up. Seeing them in front of him surprises him a bit. Oh, Great Mage Marcelo and Deputy Great Mage Li Hoyan. How did you two get here? He calms him down. Bungreed, stay calm. We're not here to interrogate you. Bungreed stammers. Great Mage Marcelo, I'm okay now. Just tell us what happened. A thought pops up. Fortunately, he doesn't seem hostile. He observes carefully. But the magic circle behind him? No, that's not a magic circle. He softly calls out. Bungreed Tom, what are you hiding behind you? An evocation ray for summoning demon tribes. Granville rushes forward in surprise to Marcelo. Seeing this, he panics and wakes up. I'm sorry, Mr. Hoheel, I can't let this opportunity slip away. A large amount of power is released. Mr. Hoyan, Marcelo anxiously asks, Hoyan, are you okay? Granville doesn't respond, but his inner voice is screaming. No, if not for Master Truskett's protective magic. I'm dead. Mr. Trusket, this is the power of Bangridong, a pure magic theorist. He said, I apologize, but you two must leave now. Mr. Tham thought, far from his frail appearance, pure magic's destructive force is so powerful it can destroy terrain. He spoke up, the sage mage told me that what I seek lies here. His pupils constricted in shock. Sage mage, he emphatically said, if I grasp this truth, no one will dare look down on me again. He was slightly surprised. Is this a mind wipe? Granville lowered his head and shouted loudly, by grit. Step back. Behind him appeared a large eye approaching. A demon is nearby. Skill Scent Tracker activated. Granville gritted his teeth. Could he not have noticed the anomaly? He's completely mind wiped. Marcello was surprised. That's a demon. Granville lunged forward and cast magic. Tom launched an attack, a massive surge of power heading towards them. Marcello called out, Master Hoyle, you were bracing yourself for the previous strike. Pure magic to destroy demons. He retracted his hand. How should I intervene to control it? While he hesitated in a corner, Tom's attack was gradually dissipating. He understood. I know now. Then he looked at the bubble to deflect their power surge. Marcello's eyes widened. This is basic pure magic. Light. In that moment, he restructured Banriff's magic and activated it. Granville tried to comment on Bangridtim, his anger subsiding. If the demon fully overcame him, he wouldn't be able to control it. Instead, his face darkened. Was that called rage? Our reason for coming here is for people like him. His eyes glowed red. Born into a prestigious magic family across the empire, Marcello was gifted with talent and magic. The puddle grew wider. And you, an adventurer who could resist my pure magic with necromancer magic, Li Hoyan. They watched in concern as that scene unfolded. Tun went mad. If I had been born with your talents, I wouldn't need to be here. From the puddle, the demon used its hand to expand further. Granville's face darkened more, his self-doubt growing. The more Bungreed's emotions surged, the wider the space rift opened. This energy is greater than even King Decorabia, meaning the splashes from the puddle could be a great demon, one of the 7 deadly sins, envy. For it to cross this space would be very dangerous. He advanced. Bungreed Tong, what are you trying to prove? That question made him step back in shock. Even if he gave his body to the demon for power, it would help him gain the recognition he desired. The great demon's hand reached out towards him. He was surprised. His body emitted blue flames. Why do you desire such recognition so much? held by the great demon. He struggled to answer. That matter. He remembers. Wizards in a house decorated in ancient style are discussing. Pure magic theory, huh? He didn't present anything at the academy meeting. Right. I heard he sent a letter to try to cling to that day. They said, Senior Bangris, what's being said about you makes sense. What can we learn from school when we have such an incompetent senior? The other to warn them to be careful with their words. Stay calm. If we fight, it will only make Senior Bangris look worse. They start causing trouble and leave. Parasites just drain the magic tower's budget. You stand in the hand of a big blue demon, upset about your own incompetence. I made them say those things. How pitiful. What did I do? It's too late to run now. The demon wriggles out of the water stain. System notification. The spatial rift is about to collapse. Granville still advances. You can still escape. Ice grid. The system reappears. The 5-star star, chosen as a sacrifice by the corrupted knowledge, is sealed. Take out the 5-star star. Senior Wizard Bangrit Tom, theorist of pure magic. His absence from the meeting will be decided by this match. He covers his face in shock. Remember, the meeting hasn't ended yet. He raises the star and activates the magic, skills, exorcism rituals. Invite your opponent into the ritual. The demon steps out. Exorcism ritual, a hunter of demons. It's too late. The spatial rift is starting to expand. Temin on the other side looks at the rift in shock. What the heck is this? System notification. The spatial crack is violently shaking, showing the expanding scene of the rift. Rift. Multidimensional rifts are breaking down. 1,000 cracks. Multidimensional rifts are breaking down at level 1.100. Rift. Multidimensional rifts are breaking down at level 1.200. The level of the rift is increasing. Marcelo struggles to raise his hand. That's a big demon. Can we fight it if things get worse? I'll bring Mr. Hoyle and the Greed group through one portal and stay here alone to seal off this entire place. Granville covers his face as the magical storm from the rift is terrifying. If I approach the ritual like this, I might be crushed by the pressure of magic. Suddenly, rays of light emit from the big demon's hand. Granville looks around. That's magical light. The magical pressure immediately disappears. The big demon laughs mockingly. I caught a struggling mouse. That was his last action. How pitiful! But he smiles. He intervened with magic from the rift and restructured it using magical shadow. Now we can seal it off. You praise him. Well done. Greed shot. Start the exorcism ritual. The system board appears. Flames rise from his body. He's in another space now. Quite quiet. Where did the demon go? He looks around. It's right behind him. Tried to trap me in a ritual. That's foolish. However, we must admit that we were taken by surprise. We thought all demon hunters had been eradicated in the Holy War. It sat there laughing. You conjure a magic trap and advance with it. Holy War. No need for idle chatter. I don't talk to my prey. The demon stands up too. Many of Axon's subordinates said the same. They lost their minds after trapping us in their exorcism ritual. To see how long you can endure. Granville suddenly paused. What is it? Outside. System alert. The demon breaks free from the spatial barrier. Begins to unleash its power. It fiercely bursts out of the water fissure. The spatial water fissure trembles even more violently. Marcelo cries out. The light magic is fading away. Granville stands still with his eyes closed, his mind in another dimension. Senior Bangris mana is running low. After using the exorcism ritual, Granville can no longer defend himself. The circles of light gradually disappear. At this rate, both will be in danger. There's no choice now. I'll take Ho on and stay behind. Then Granville suddenly stops him. Ho on, he looks up. In another dimension, that demon is shocked. Who are you? Even after releasing your power, can you still counterattack? He looks at the golden magic circles in front of him. And what kind of magic is this? My wounds cannot heal. Granville approaches with something glowing in his hand. Hold on. Stop. You've been pierced by the inner circles of the spell. He cries out in pain. How can this happen? It's impossible. I just stand there watching. A magic ray, created by adapting light magic techniques from Bangris. It may not suit Bangris level, but all rays are deadly. Inside the exorcism ritual, even aesthetic ratings are heightened. The system alerts aesthetic ratings have been activated. Automatic spells gain aesthetic effects. The trash demons of Axon must be dead. Those glowing spheres represent pure fear to the demon race. Shouldn't they have been eradicated in the Holy War? Thousands of Axon's people pierced the magic circle and stabbed the great demon. Outside, he hugs himself. The ground suddenly shifts. Marcello looks worried at his feet. The spatial fissure is closing. Is someone trying to escape? Only now does it loosen its grip to reveal Tom, the senior grid. Marcello conjures countless chains to bind its hands. They thought I would let him catch you. The great demon struggles to say, "Let go, release me. Don't look at me like that," Ho-On says. You're about to stare directly into it. The fissure closes, but the demon's hand is still outside. Granville grits his teeth and cuts off his own hand before fleeing like a lizard. Marcello realizes something. No, this isn't over yet. It's still alive. The demon's severed hand raised up. Tom is still in its palm. The demon is in the water stream. It hurts so much. A severed arm can't regenerate. But this is the best choice. He's very dangerous. The injured man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. After all, he couldn't chase to the other side of the dimensional space. Grenville appeared in front of him. Where do you plan to run off to? The demon was taken aback. He fled. How could that be possible? How did he manage to cross the dimensional space? Grenville stood there, closely observing him. Could it be the machine tower just started up was his doing, wasn't it? It thought about activating the machine tower while fearing at the same time, meaning he can freely traverse dimensional spaces. He watched as it ran away. The demon's consciousness is fading. If he fully crosses into another dimension, the exorcism ritual won't continue. I can't follow him anymore, he said, addressing the fallen demon with its right arm missing. I'll remember this, he said menacingly, making the demon flinch. Outside, a sudden gust of wind blew into the water stream. He said, he ran away. Marcello wondered, huh? He continued, it's just to distract you. Like a lizard's tail that keeps moving even after being cut off when it runs away. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm vanished. Tom fell down. Marcello rushed up. Bungrid, are you all right? It's me, Marcello. Wake up, he said. He shook Tom awake. He thought that in the exorcism ritual, his fear had transferred to the demon. He feared that his existence would vanish like his non-regenerating arm. Then he looked at the vanishing arm, the fear of Grenville remembering his existence. As long as this fear persists, the image of him running away will keep appearing, and he'll never be able to return to the real world. Suddenly, Grenville appeared beside him, announcing a mission about the truth behind Bangrit Dom's control, and the Great Mage's connection with the leadership of the Demon Tower. Halfway through. What? He opened the water bottle lid. Halfway done? What is this? Still no breakthrough on the cause? Is there anything left unresolved? He took a sip of water. Marcello was still worried about Tom. How's Bangrit today? The elder headmage clearly said he came here for that day. Tom frantically touched his chin. Yes, on Karim Cheva's day, the truth was clearly revealed. That day, he even personally prepared a document to leave the tower for me. But when I arrived, some unclear feeling controlled me. But why would Master Karim Jever summon a demon? You wonder. He answers. He's a devil worshipper. Both of you are surprised. There are humans who still act as servants to summon demons. I've seen traces of them in Frost. If you recall the blood rune array on the wall before, go back to the tower, he says to both of them. I must meet the Grand Sage, the one who calls Karim Jever. He turns away. The quest board appears. Quest, the truth about magic possession in Bangratom. The Great Sage is involved in the leadership of the Demon Tower, pursuing devil worshippers among the Grand Sages. In another place, at the highest level of the Demon Tower, there are 3 seats that no one knows about. It seems summoning the demon failed. Karim Jever speaks up. He stands up, We didn't expect anything from that Bangris fellow to begin with. It's hilarious. Even his soul couldn't make him die properly. Another one says, what do we do now? Kareem Jeva, what if he confesses everything? He laughs, before this happens, I must act first. Didn't you understand that just now? He opens a magical portal and summons all the high-ranking mages of the Demon Tower. It's time to punish those foolish ones who broke the tower's rules. Later, he glances at his side with a sweat-soaked face. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Grandfath, what are you going to do with Kareem Jeva? What can we do after meeting him? He's one of the Grand Sages. He shakes Grandfath continuously. You've seen Bangris Bim already, right? If a high-ranking mage is that strong, what about the Grand Sages? Marcelo uses magic to say, this is an entirely separate space from outside. It might not be possible to create a portal from within. As soon as I step out of the water stream, I'll open a portal to the Demon Tower. Marcelo steps out. He shouts, no, I don't want to go. I'm scared. At least give me some time to plan something. Suddenly, he sees a strange purple magical line. He exclaims, oh no, sir, please don't go. This situation. He turns around. There will be a compulsion spell that will activate as soon as you step out of the water stream. He is surprised. What? A compulsion summoning spell? Magic from outside suddenly envelops him. Where are we going to end up? The destination gradually appears as Dinkari. He's casting the compulsion spell. The scene in front shows high-ranking mages gathered at the hall. He looks at that. All high-ranking mages have gathered. Moreover, those behind are Tom and Marcelo with their hands on their chests, respectfully bowing. 5 bright stars, the most honored mages paying homage to the Grand Sage. A voice resounds, high-ranking mage Bangrit Tom, a young star of the tower, who left the tower without permission, disrupting the order of the tower. The mages there also look at them. The rules of the Demon Tower cannot be changed. Therefore, I declare you will be sent to the dungeons. He grimaces, dungeons. Tom quickly pleads, please wait a moment. It's all a misunderstanding. Master Kareem Jeva sent me there himself. The paper is still from the tower. Suddenly, mages there point their magic at him. Kareem Jeva laughs. You sent it to Tom. That permit was issued because the speaker wanted to seek truth outside the tower. Tom held the permit, his face turning pale. Suddenly, something flashed in his eyes. But didn't you perform the demon summoning ritual? He was startled. Demon or you? He pointed at him. How do you know a demon summoning ritual happened in that stream? He released his magic. You're Kareem Jeva, he said with fiery eyes looking at him. The entire hall fell silent as everyone stared at him. People started to stir, talking about the demon summoning ritual. Bangris is a worshipper of demons? But his eyes lit up. Oh, foolish adventurer. It seems you were deceived by the false words of Maj Bangris. You believe in those lies just because he was punished for them? I'll overlook your rudeness this time. He didn't care about him. I ask again. The magicians inside the tower can't leave without half of the elders' approval. The magicians there listened to his words. The elders approved Bangris leaving the tower. Kareem Jeva. Who else besides Skin? He frowned. Another elder tried to calm him down. You're really arrogant. You dare doubt us. As I said, we approved because Bangris wanted to seek truth outside the tower. Another elder spoke up. So, that's strange. For a magician from the Demon Tower to leave, isn't it supposed to be decided by a meeting of 5 senior magicians? She continued. The 2 just now were shocked and turned around. EU is thinking, but I had no idea about this. Is that so? Zinyo's. He nodded. He laughed. Now the truth is revealed clearly. Stop hiding now. Show your face. You demons worshippers. The elder shouted again. Ridiculous. Laughable. What are you standing there for? Your star is being insulted. Lock up that adventurer immediately. The other magicians remained silent. Maddie spoke. The magicians will make their own judgment and bear the responsibility. He couldn't believe it. Then the magicians pointed their magic in the opposite direction they did before. This surprised the 2 elders. So if this decision is wrong, we'll bear the consequences to the end. Maddie's continued. The just-seen elder was gritting his teeth. Guys, he's laughing while covering his mouth. The one who just looked at him is Kareem Jever. He said, "It seems the one who must enter the interstice has changed. We have to leave here right away." You jumped. What? Then he cast a spell that surprised everyone in the hall. Tom looked at it. Instant teleportation. This conference room's teleportation can't be used now. Marcello adjusted. No, that's not a teleport spell. He thinks that the compulsion summoning spell will activate when certain conditions are met. Kareem Jever said, "Li Hoyan, I'll definitely remember this name. See you later." He disappeared. You watched the magic dissipate. Suddenly, the system announced a task and the truth about the wizard tower, confirming one of the elder wizards as a demon worshipper. A series of confirmations for completing conditions and benefits kept appearing. Li Hoyan screamed continuously. Her influence increased again. The trickster spoke up, another wizard elder. It seems this escape has confirmed the suspicion. EU wizard elder E.U. spoke calmly. From now on, only Carrie Medjeva and the two elders who approved Bangris's departure are dismissed. The other two will be permanently imprisoned in Mugen. The meeting ends here. Then she softly asked Marcello, "Can I entrust you with further tasks?" Marcello respectfully bowed while Hoyle stood beside him. "Yes, my lord." At that moment, the game system suddenly displayed a new task related to rebuilding the tower from its foundation. Li Hoyan panicked again. Another wizard tower task B. He pushed back with his authority. "I've already utilized a lot from this tower." Confusion was evident on her face. If you build more relationships and influence now, how much can you leverage? Hoyle's face suddenly became more confident. But right now, something else is more important. He clicked to select a series of body training activities, repeatable tasks. Ranville ran around the park vigorously. He returned home with his mind filled with thoughts. This time, there are two significant benefits: a substantial increase in relationships and influence with the Wizard Tower, and purification rewards from the Carabia exorcism ritual. He suddenly remembered one of the items called Pure Intellectual Trash, containing information on all types of plants and crystals in Arcana. Granville dried his wet hair while looking at the green stone. "I was expecting something amazing because this is a top-tier epic item, but it surpasses expectations even more. Along with knowledge on thousands of herbs, it will also enhance the effectiveness of magic in detecting minerals." His eyes became sharper and what remained from Decker Ibia's ruins. Hoyle held the treasures, recalling what just happened, the hidden pure trash. He glanced at the item emitting green light on his left hand, a teleportation portal to level 250 scenting area when used. The scenting area includes all smellers from across the region, a place of ceaseless combat. Monsters continuously slaughter each other in an endless massacre. Granville thought, though brutal, the real value here is tightening his tie to quickly advance levels. He put on the vest with countless monsters, experience gains skyrocketed, and level 250 seems like the perfect difficulty. Determination surged. This is a golden opportunity. Hoyle tightened the item. The night is bustling. The system just announced that players have entered the hunting swamp. There's an eerie atmosphere here, with insect sounds echoing through the thick fog and dense forest. Suddenly, a battle between a horse beetle and a pack of wild dogs disrupts the scenery. Just when it seemed critical, a huge brown bear roars from behind, catching everyone off guard and causing fear. The bear swiftly kills them all in one swift move. A voice rings out, making the bear turn around. Oh my god! Someone slowly approaches the beast. Indeed, it looks like a person. Granville chuckles coldly. His sword emits a blinding green light. Not very polite, I see. Raise your sword and let me teach you manners. Granville charges at the bear, which roars and tries to claw him with its sharp claws. In the chamber of Magi, in Elder Magus Uguis's laboratory, Marcello stands before a tea table reporting the two former elders are now imprisoned in the dungeon beneath the tower. He continues, but we still haven't found Kareem Jeva, who escaped Elder Magus EU. Wittard, I understand. Well done. Marcello. He hesitates slightly. Sir, you. Wittard and Sinuos, the only remaining elders in the tower, so I want to make a request. He pleads, please allow the magicians to operate outside the tower. Marcello quickly explains that even among us, there are those who worship demons. We can't just stand by and do nothing anymore. We've committed unforgivable sins against demon hunters and Axon. He tries to persuade Yuguiz as she hesitates. At least let us start repaying our debt to Hoyin. Marcello's final words surprise Yuguiz. Of course, the Tower Master would agree too. Elder Magus Xenios speaks up. Elder Magus Xenios, agree with this proposal. Elder Magus Yuguiz follows suit. Well, it seems we can't refuse now. Yuguiz, will also accept this proposal. Marcello is surprised that his request was granted so easily. But before he could celebrate long, the head elder interrupts. However, there's a condition. Back at Hoyin, Granville fiercely battles and defeats the fierce wild bear. The system immediately announces an experience gain. He continuously defeats beasts in the swamp. His level keeps increasing. Suddenly, Granville looks up to see a swarm of arrows heading his way. Without hesitation, he uses his burning technique on all of them. The game system again upgrades his level. He takes a deep breath, opens the water bottle, and sees defeated monsters piled around him. Bringing the water bottle to his lips, Granville thinks, it's tough, but who said it would be easy? Luckily, I brought herbal tea. After drinking some of the herbal tea, Hoyin's body regains vitality for 3 hours. Looking around the swamp, Granville thinks to himself, maybe because this is a swamp, there are many trees here. It would be great if I could find some rare herbs. Suddenly, Granville stops. That's a subtle hint. He gets excited when he sees a transparent flower growing on a tall tree. They're tricky. This is a rare herb that can increase stats by 4 points. If not for the pentagram ray, I would have missed it. Holding this treasure in his hands, Hoyin's inner self screams, increasing his stats by 4 points is like gaining 4 levels. Truly a big surprise. Something doesn't seem right. The flower in his hand suddenly made a noise. What is this? That person? I'm feeling very sleepy. Let me down. Hoyin was taken aback. No, don't tell me it's... He glared. A spirit. The flower grew impatient. I said let me down. Do you want to be punished? Only a few humans can see spirits without a contract. That requires an extremely high magical sensitivity and a pure mind. A thought popped up in Hoyle's head. So, grandfather has a pure enough mind to see souls? He stared at the spirit in his hand. I'll harvest the essence from where this person sleeps as bed. The small spirit immediately objected. HMPH, no way. My mana is very low right now. It hugged the flower. For some reason, he lost connection with the forest. I can only restore my magic by absorbing energy from this essence. Hoyin realized, so this area is temporarily disconnected from Akana continent due to the rift, which prevents spirits from communicating with the forest. Hoyin asked softly, is there no other way to recover mana? The lazy spirit replied, maybe make a contract with humans and share magic, but I won't sign it with anyone. Hearing this, Hoyin stood still. Spirit contract. Wait, could it be? Soul spirits belong to the Arcana world, and when the rift is gone, they'll return to Arcana. After imagining this, Hoyin wondered, but if we make a contract, we can summon them through another rift. He had found his answer. Means we can gather information from Akana. Hoyin spoke slowly. I am the one with a contract with the Great Flame Spirit, the Fire Dragon. The spirit was extremely surprised and quickly opened its eyes. He continued, Advanced Soulmage, Fian Rother. The spirit hurriedly asked, are you Fian Rother? Hoyin replied immediately, and even more so, I am the lead researcher Marcello. The little spirit stammered, even higher. Hoyin solemnly said, I co-researched with him, Li Hoyin. I want to make a contract with you. Do you have the qualifications? Hearing this, the spirit quickly bowed down to Hoyin. It showed great respect towards Hoyin. I am a minor forest spirit, the Plow Maiden. Suddenly, it wondered, But can I ask one question? Li Hoyan, you are the co-lead researcher at Marcelo's magic school. He was still at the Enrorov Cafe, the one who made a contract with the Great Flame Spirit, Fire Dragon. Hoyan thought to himself, this is too long, but he answered anyway. So, just as the spirit was confused, why would someone like you want to make a contract with someone like me? A sudden snake-like creature appeared with its mouth wide open. In an instant, it swallowed Hoyan and the little spirit whole. Inside the monster's stomach, Hoyan tried to hug the little spirit tightly. Granfell and the little spirit were trapped in the monster's throat. The space around them was narrow and dark. He wondered, what is this? A snake? Everything will be melted by it. No, I've struggled to get this precious herb. I won't let any snake take it away. Spirit, perform the contract ritual. The little spirit cried out. What? Right here? Granfell urged continuously. Hurry! Before they were swallowed, the little spirit hesitated. But it's too hard for me. He didn't understand. Hard? What conditions are needed to perform the contract ritual? The spirit stammered. No, not that. It admitted softly. Just as a child, I once dreamed of making a contract with a handsome human in an open field, whispering the promise while giving her a ring made from the herb. There's no time to think, Granfell ordered. Let's do it! In Granfell's mind, the idea echoed. Maybe we should just ignore her and go. At this moment, the spirit shouted, wait, I'm starting now. As soon as he spoke, the spirit suddenly glowed with a bright light. The system announced that the spirit contract ritual was being performed. Granfell was surprised. The NIMPH form is changing. Watching the spirit transform, he thought, the nature of the fate contract has a great impact on the spirit. That's why her appearance and personality will change based on my influence. The little spirit spoke up. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Lesser, the Green Forest Spirit, a nymph. Before the fate contract with Hoyan, I swear eternal loyalty. By the name of the Green Forest King, Jayat, I vow. Inside Hoyan's mind, he shouted loudly. Wow, it's transformed into a super cute noble spirit. After confirming his situation as an illusion, the spirit spoke up. However, this place doesn't seem very suitable for our first meeting, Lord Hoyan. If you agree, please allow me to escort you out. Granville wondered why the cultivation flower was glowing so brightly when he saw it. With a loud sound, the belly of the giant snake was torn open by a large branch. The system notified Granville that he had defeated the anaconda predator monster. You have leveled up. Granville and the spirit escaped from the snake's belly, looking at the huge trees around him, wondering if this tree is the cultivation flower before. Lesser gently explained to Grenfell, this is the innate power of our blessed spirits. Any plant we bless can sprout and grow anywhere. Granville excitedly thought, anything, anywhere must be extremely useful for research and cultivating herbs. However, on the surface, he calmly asked, so this is a different power from mana, natural power. Suddenly, Granville realized something, but this spirit. Internally, he screamed, she's naturally draining my mana completely. Lesser didn't care and was excited. The abundant power of the illusion contract. No matter how much I use, it always remains full. Little tree, grow strong. With this power, I will make the forest even denser. Granville sighed. Yeah, he's big enough now. The system reported that the spirit contract had been successfully established and the blessings spread throughout the bee swamp. Granville realized that the spirit contract also received these effects. I don't know exactly what Riyadh's blessing is, but I just need to rest to recover my mana now. The system continued reporting increased experience point and item drop rates from the bee swamp. Time remaining 59 minutes 59 seconds. Granville was cold-faced. It's time to go hunting. He couldn't help thinking, looking at the drop rate made his hands itch. Looking at the beautiful flower in front of him, he thought, first, I'll harvest the cultivation flower and head towards the area with more monsters. This new item can grant knowledge about minerals and plants on the Arcana continent to players. Granville immediately felt that the knowledge flowed into his brain naturally. So Lesser spoke as she looked at the monster area below. That's the center of the beast swamp. The endless battles of the beasts all took place there. Granville noticed something else. No, not a monster. What I saw in the middle, could it be? Granville had an idea when he saw a glowing huge tree, possibly the world seed. He asked Lizard, NIMPH, can you bless this world seed with your power? The spirit was slightly surprised. You mean the world tree, the heart of the continent, the source of all plant life in Arcana? I've never tried it before. But looking at the monster circling a stone, Granville thought, right? The pure essence from the 5 radiance crystal told me that although it looked like stone, it's definitely the world seed. Why is the world seed here? At this moment, all players received the world quest notification. Even Wyon, who was on a rare Lotus mission, got a system notification, filling everyone with questions. On this side, Ranville and Lesser seriously looked at the quest information. Ranville suddenly understood. The essence from the 5 radiance crystal is demonic energy. In the Arcana continent, demons once used their power to threaten the world tree. Feeling the danger, the world tree dispersed its seeds across the continent. This must be one of them. He quickly activated his essence and spoke. Prepare your minds. NIMPH. Lesser didn't understand what was happening and could only say, how? As the trees kept stretching to attack the monsters, Granville widened his stance. We will make the world tree bloom. He thought, we will make the world tree bloom. This body's growth is as easy as eating porridge. The trees stretched powerfully and tightly bound the surrounding monsters. Granville held his sword and quickly descended to the beast pack below, remembering Ryat's blessing and experience points increasing by 20%. With his quick thinking and decisiveness, Granville swiftly defeated the monsters in his sights. The display shows you've leveled up. After dealing with the beasts, Granville held a herbal tea bottle and looked around, thinking that using his sword had drained all his stamina. Without this herb, he would have surely died. He sipped while looking at the world seed underground, then thought about the last herbal tea he carried. He had conserved mana as much as possible during combat, hoping it was enough to make the world seed sprout. Suddenly, Granville felt a sense of danger around him and became tense. Lesser also sensed something amiss in this presence. From underground, a giant stone turtle emerged right in front of Granville. Lesser shouted, Master of the Forest. Looking at the terrifying turtle before him, Granville cursed silently, back to the green forest, damn it. What's its mission, protecting the seed or something? Of course, no world scale quest would be this easy. Granville couldn't help but worry inside. This is going to be tough. He must conserve his mana. His hand gripped the sword tightly. There was no other choice. Granville's mind was made up. He would fight with this sword. He immediately assumed a fighting stance and shouted, challenge anyone who swallows the lion, it's me. Granville thought to himself, the ultimate finishing move before Harkon style. However, the Green Forest Guardian didn't react at all. Granville was surprised by its lack of response. Facing the Green Forest Guardian, Granville felt uncertain as the turtle showed no signs of attacking. Lesser flew beside Granville to explain that as a guardian of the nearby forest, it always admired individuals with extraordinary and noble souls. She looked at the giant stone turtle and sighed softly. Sadly, it had long exceeded its natural lifespan but clung to life. Her voice was gentle, as if guarding something for a very long time. Granville hesitated, wondering if it was protecting the world seed from the evil monsters here. He called out to the turtle, Green Forest Guardian, his voice soft and kind. I humbly request to inherit your pride you've guarded for so long. Hearing this, the Green Forest Guardian's entire body emitted a golden light. Granville recognized that the mana was being drawn into the world seed. The Guardian was sacrificing itself as nourishment for the world tree. He turned to Lesser, Nymph, that soul is the world seed, use your blessing. The nymph exclaimed, that's right, I understand now. Lesser immediately flew up and cast a blessing on the Green Forest Guardian. Golden rays shone, illuminating the swamp area. The world seed cracked open, and a small sprout emerged. Granville stood still, his eyes wide with wonder at the miraculous scene before him. He exclaimed excitedly, this is the world tree. The system then announced, You have entered Rifid, the secret garden of the World Tree. A new World Tree has sprouted on the Arcana continent. Granville glanced at the display in front of him. Meanwhile, other players received a message welcoming the newly born World Tree to the Arcana continent. On Wyung's side, after receiving information about the life force spreading across the Arcana continent, he buried his head in his hands. What is this? World Tree. Some players commented that while Wyung was searching for the Lotus, someone else had found the World Tree. John and Grenfell hugged each other. It must be Lee Grenfell again. On Grenfell's side, he stood still after completing Rift. Grenfell confirmed that the mire had disappeared. He turned to Lesser and said loudly, "Go check on Arcana and report back to me. The mechanical tower will be your base." Lesser softly replied, "I'll fulfill Hoyle's trust." Grenfell returned to his room. He thought that little nymph really is. Recalling Lesser casting the spell, he wondered how naturally she used other people's mana. Grenfell froze on the spot. His achievements were renowned across the Arcana continent. The system had unlocked a title for him. The system announced, "You have received the title Last Malignant Imposter." Suddenly, everything went pitch black. Grenfell suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around. Where am I? This place, is it a house? Did I oversleep? Was this all just a dream? Hoyen's spirit checked the character information panel. His gaze stopped at the title Last Fake Adventurer. Hoyen was extremely excited. This isn't a dream, it's real. I got a title in the super hard Arcana quest. He immediately tapped on the screen out of curiosity. Last Fake Adventurer. What effect does this have? A green parrot with a hat appeared on the screen and started shouting. Lead researcher Lee Hoyen. Hoyen was shocked, barely managing to open his mouth. What in the world? The parrot continued its rant. You must be here then. I'm here to inform you about the regular meeting. Grenfell was confused and pondering. Regular meeting. But he remembered, right, it had been postponed when the grief committee went missing. I need to continue with my mission. He asked the bird, when is it? The parrot replied immediately, yes, in 2 hours. The parrot reported, Sir has been gone for 3 days. We are very worried, but he's fine. Hearing this, Grenfell was internally seething while remaining calm on the outside. Grenfell replied to the bird as he brushed his teeth. Got it. I'll be there right away. The parrot immediately raised its hand solemnly. Yes, he wondered. How long have I been unconscious? That little spirit. It's too costly. Cut to the meeting scene. The Grist committee is speaking to everyone. The presentation has ended. He looked up at everyone. This is all my presentation. Thank you. Amidst the applause, Eusebius asked Matisse, did Bangrist really prepare this? What about Claire? Marcello praised Bangrist as he returned to his seat. Good job, Bangrist. Bangrist replied confidently. Thank you. Grenfell sat beside him holding a stack of papers and spoke up. Next, the Magic Circle School. Kiko Amin. Everyone got excited at this point. Magic Circle Studies? Someone asked curiously. The black hole of the Magic Tower. Magic Circle Studies? Hoyen's mind couldn't help but wonder. What's going on here? Spellcraft. It is rare, but calling it the black hole of the Arcane Tower is apt. A pair of legs step onto the stage while Hoyen keeps pondering. Even the older mages are not exempt from the golden porcelain scrutiny. I don't know what will happen next. A girl in glasses with purple hair emerges, looking quite eerie. I am a chthonic being. Grenfell is speechless as Marcello calls for someone. Oh no, the paranoia is delusional egg again. She doesn't seem like she'll finish her presentation. Just bring her back to her place. Paranoia screams as two mages drag her away. I am the black hole that drains wealth from the tower. I am the purifier. Purifier. The left mage consoles. Calm down. Senior Kiko. The right one is clear too. Senior Kiko, let's go back. Kiko's voice still echoes. Half an hour. Marcello closes the documents. This is the last presentation. This concludes today's meeting. Thank you all. Hoyen looks disdainful. So they really consider this a success, huh? Suddenly, someone calls Grenfell. Mr. Hoyen. Marcello smiles warmly. Shall we have some tea? I have good news for you. Hoyen is curious. Good news! What is it? Grenfell answers. Of course. I also have something to say. Cut to the arcane tower. At the flying garden, Marcello spits out his tea. He hurriedly asks, "The world tree?" Grenfell answers calmly, "Yes." Marcello keeps asking rapidly, and even received information about the Arcana continent, and Tuzin confirms, "Yes." Grenfell takes a sip of tea, thinking about the world tree system info, just one among many seeds. But I told Marcello, life energy will resist extinction. Marcello can't hide his worry. The world tree is a legendary entity ruling over Arcana. When it disappears, demons grew stronger. But with the new seed Ho-On planted, the power balance will change again. He scratches his head and laughs falsely. Really, really good news. I don't know how to repay you. Inside Hoyan's mind, he thinks, is it really that wonderful? Grenfell asked him, you said you have good news for me, right? As Grenfell and Hoyan's inner self were about to take a sip of hot tea, Marcello spoke up. It's nothing compared to the news you have, but... He spoke quickly. Wizards no longer need permission from elders to leave the tower. Ransfell outside paid slowly, but Hoyle's soul inside had already paid off all the spicy seasoning. Marcello continued reporting, of course, it's currently only for those related to Kareem Jever, but after everything is completely resolved with the help of Senior Wizard, the tower will start allowing freedom. He revealed more. Naturally, it would include you and Hoyan as Senior Wizards together. Hoyan's inner self's eyes sparkled in joy. They were crazy, saying it was just a detour. But this is basically free for me, meaning I can enter any of the Magic Tower's waterways. Crazy enough. We're done. Thank you. Grenfell asked with a bright face. Stars, have you found Kareem Jever's location? Hoyan's soul's veins stood out. Is that all? Marcello clapped his hands together. There was no news because the two tower elders didn't say anything when they caught them, but no one could endure Mugen prison. We'll know soon enough. Grenfell recalled Mugen. I heard of it once. He asked, what is Mugen? At that moment, someone interrupted the conversation loudly, interrupting Marcello's report. A young male wizard panted as he reported, sorry to cut in, but this is an emergency. Two elders were caught at Mugen. Hearing this news, Grenfell and Marcello were shocked. The scene switched to the magic tower built from countless layers of magic. Below it lies the origin of all magic. Over centuries, a place where everything is almost eternal, timeless, or time eternal, also called Mugen. Grenfell and Marcello entered the gloomy Mugen Tower, guided by the young male wizard. Grenfell observed around and thought, this must be Mugen, just the entrance, but even a second feels like an eternity. Hoyan's inner self was filled with curiosity. This isn't like the soul room and time after all. The young male wizard panicked and shouted, look. Before them were two burning corpses being consumed by fierce flames. Marcello hesitated. Are you saying these are elders? What's going on here? The young male wizard was also terrified. I don't know. I sensed unusual magic and came to see this. Observing the situation, Grenfell speculated. They tried to escape but failed, right? Humans can't use mana in Mugen, but it's just the entrance here. Looking at the raging flames before him, he pondered. They couldn't easily hide here. So why is this happening? Suddenly, a pillar of fire surged up, surprising all three. Marcello rushed forward and shouted, where did this come from? I'll raise the magic shield. As he spoke, a green shield appeared to block the flames. However, the flames instantly broke through the newly raised barrier. Grenfell was shocked. It melted Marcello's barrier too. Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared and struck the ground forcefully. A powerful stream of magic shot out, extinguishing the fierce flames immediately. Grenfell was amazed. Just one strike and the flames vanished instantly. And now it's cold. The young male wizard next to him stood wide-eyed in silence. He exclaimed loudly, Sir Sinews, a man with a hood, holding a staff. His powerful yet gentle magic voice spoke. This is Kareem Jever's magic. His eyes revealed a mysterious green hue as he smiled lightly. He tried to kill the two before his secret was exposed. It seems he underestimated the tower by leaving this trap behind. Grenfell recalled standing in front of the council, Remembering the man with the hood was him at that time, he thought, this is the first time I've seen a senior wizard act. Marcello and the young male wizard next to him quickly bowed. Sir Sinews, I sincerely apologize. You entrusted me with the prisoner. Yet I failed and let this happen. Zinnios replied, pausing to look up. Marcello, how can you face Cream Jeva's cunning? His mana traces will vanish. Following his trail will be tough. He suddenly changed direction. Hey, Hoyen, he continued speaking. There's something I want to ask you. Can we have a private conversation? The system notification appeared. This mission is Zinnios' request. Zinnios brought Granville to a private room. Pseudo spoke up. Cream Jeva was the reason for my joining the magic tower. An image of a powerful mage engulfed in flames, an elder mage once called Flame Dragon. Zinnios continued his story. As someone seeking the pinnacle of frost magic, he is the one I must surpass to prove myself. A voice from the fire mage echoed, I want to freeze this flame. Granville was intensely focused on Zinnios' tale. We kept moving forward with that goal in mind, and eventually, we reached his level, an elder mage. The moment when Zinnios turned away from Cream Jeva flashed back, but still, I couldn't surpass him. Shanhua admitted, honestly, I never thought it was possible. But now things are like this. All I can do is regret. He spoke seriously, making Granville tense. Hoyen, he said slowly, only you can do what I want. Elsewhere, the surroundings were desolate and engulfed in flames. A mage was fully encased in red aura standing amidst them. He grinned maliciously amid the blazing fire. The image of the earth covered by blood-red magic appeared in his laughter. Finally, everything was ready. Cream Jeva chuckled heavily. He raised both hands to summon a dark spell. A ritual concluded and the King of Demons was summoned. In that terrifying scene, a voice echoed, I finally achieved enlightenment. At this moment, the game staff were alarmed. What? What's going on? Someone shouted loudly. All, you staff. Return immediately. Sound the alarm. Emergency situation. Emergency situation. This is an emergency. Head back to Zinnios and Granville. He asked him, will you accept my request? Granville remained silent without answering. The light from the windows illuminated Granville's strong figure. As he walked, he pondered Zinnios' request. Granville recalled standing solemnly before Zinnios and his mission to rebuild the magic tower and kill Cream Jeva. He understood that it was part of the task rather than a responsibility or urgency to protect the tower. Granville opened the door and stepped into the room, thinking inwardly. It felt like the exhilaration after fulfilling a wish, a sense of liberation. He sat down on a chair in thought. More importantly, the elder mage of the tower, Flame Dragon, Cream Jeva. There was little information. He was an uncommon NPC, but everyone who met him said the same thing. His flames could burn anything. Do I have to fight that monster? Hoyen's face turned blue, his expression filled with fear. The one with fire magic could burn through Marcello's defenses. He thought about what he possessed. She pondered, even if I upgraded my hunting pack, it wouldn't compare to an elder mage. And none of the items I received are usable. No matter how prepared we were, this is what we managed in these circumstances. While lost in thought, my phone showed a text message. He asked Nam Chonman. He sent 15 photos or something. After clicking on the photo from the text, it revealed KSP news like Arctic on fire, ghost reporters from Hyrule River. Dark clouds cover the sky. Scientists have no answers yet. Mr. Ho-Ho asked, what is this? The next bulletin is about unusual observations in inaccessible areas of the Arctic. Lava flows down from ice mountains. All spy planes are shot down, and this can't be a natural phenomenon. While staring at the news on my phone and still agitated by the information, suddenly there was a loud scream, eek. Marcello with a frightened face ran out shouting through his license, magic mana anomaly detected in the Arctic. Please go to the Jade Palace immediately. At the Magic Tower's Jade Palace, some mages were discussing something when suddenly a red-haired mage with a panicked expression shouted, this mana. It's clearly that of an ancient high-level mage, a fire dragon, Cream Jeva. This mana, beyond what I thought, Matisse nailed it. It comes from a fire demon mage, so it must be correct. Bangry Tom just said, but what about the other mana mixed in? We saw similar mana at Cream Jeva's house during our investigation. It used to be a demon's dwelling, but this time, there's an even darker feeling, something bigger, his voice wavering. Granville entered with Marcelo and explained that Cream Jeva was trying to create a rift. Dimitri was surprised by the sudden appearance of both. He continued, Cream Jeva's letter aims to summon a high-level demon king. The blonde mage was quite shocked. A high-level demon king? The blue-haired mage objected, but what does a rift have to do with a demon king? He pointed Granville's shadow, calmly responding, because sacrifices are needed. Sacrifices for summoning demons require human life. In other words, killing and doing it simultaneously worldwide is through the collapsing water rifts. To do that, Cream Jeva created 11 abnormal water rifts around the world. The rift will be complete in about 13 hours, Granville said as he slammed on the photo. The mage's discussions were intense. Indeed, Cream Jeva is with the demon faction, 11 red flags. And that rectangular thing, it's a great magic spell, like looking directly at it. What kind of magic is this? Granville thought to himself, it's a small cloud projection. I borrowed Gorn and continued talking about the main issue. He said we don't have much time now. So I'll divide everyone into teams against Cream Jeva and make plans. When the water rifts explode, senior mages including Marcelo will be assigned to a rift according to rank. As Granville was about to speak further, suddenly someone interrupted him. Sorry. Ben Williams suggested that Cream Jeva is an enemy of the Magic Tower. Of course, we senior mages must punish him. But honestly, I want to avoid this. Granville approached and said, Senior Fire Mage, Benj William. William responded hesitantly, it's not that I'm scared or anything. As a Fire Mage, if I join the battle. William's face was shocked by Granville's words. He calmly explained, I understand. Fire magic has strict levels. Flames are always consumed by stronger ones. The moment my flame meets Cream Jeva only makes him stronger. With all mages looking bewildered, Granville continued to explain. However, there isn't much who can completely overcome elemental disadvantages. Discussions heated up even more. Can one mage resist an elemental disadvantage? Who is it? Marcel Lossel, perhaps Senior Mattis, interrupted the lively discussion. Granville said, that's right, a spellcaster of incantation magic. Kiko Amin. She was shocked to be mentioned. Everyone looked at her. They were stunned by Granville's announcement. Kiko, why did you use the Magic Tower's black money? Crazy Kiko? Is it Kiko? Scared Kiko? Yes. Granville sneered. Kiko Amin, your presentation at the meeting was a failure. But I read the whole thing. She panicked knowing she would be publicly read out. She trembled in fear but was dragged away. I am a parasite of the tower. A leech. A pig. A black hole is using the Magic Tower's funds. I am Jace. Jace frowns. Granville continues to present his opinion. And that's the key to defeating Cream Jeva. Now, we'll read Kiko Amin's thaumaturgy thesis along with her personal research notebook, Kiko Amin Hahak Mom. It's called The Way to Kill Someone from Within. In the Arctic, red lights from the water fissures appear as Cream Jeva stands above them, unreachable. The demon Akim-Padam kneels under Cream Jeva, shaking on the ice mountain. Isn't it magnificent, Sir Cream Jeva? Hearing this, he asks, Akim-Padam? He responds with a sinister smile, if you keep releasing mana like that, the Magic Tower will notice soon. Cream Jeva grins, I don't care, the Magic Tower minions won't go anywhere. More importantly, this sacrifice is necessary for me to achieve the truth, right? Akim-Padam continues to laugh. Of course, that day will be very fun. Let's see if we have 11 fissures around the world. His face turns pale as something happens. The demon Akim-Padam notices too. What is it? Sir Cream Jeva responds, just now. One of the 11 fissures has disappeared. The worried demon asks, what? Impossible. Adventurer, those wretched people can't interfere with an unformed fissure. Cream Jeva is still unsure about what's happening. He thinks to himself, so it must be the tower. They wouldn't dare do that. but not many can interfere with my mana. Cream Jabber realizes this. They're destroying them one by one. The demon responds in surprise. What? Suddenly, a light appears in the sky. Everyone turns to look at the source of the light. Akim Padam says that's a portal. Maxello is startled. People gather round the portal and see Cream Jabber through it. The voice from the Grab's platform echoes. We found Cream Jabber. Granville praises, good job. Bungreed gets the device ready. Hearing this, Bungreed replies quickly, yes. Cream Jabber observes what's happening. He and Akim Padam watch. Cream Jabber asks, what is that? Pure mana light. Granville continues his commands. Maddie's turns to give orders to the next person. Kiko. Alo O, alarmed, pulls out her magic pen and opens her notebook. Will it work? Green and pink rays surround Kiko's notebook as she flips through its pages. Cream Jabber suddenly sees something. Granville explains that normally, enchanting items with dark magic is involved in the thaumaturgy thesis. Following the light, black fire magic appears. However, they're combining. What if we could combine this dark magic into another spell? Meanwhile, Marcello performs his own magic and green lights surround him. The magic is stable and well-maintained without issues. Line 60 to maintain the exact count. Use Marcello's theoretical magic as a base. The essence is Bangrit's pure mana. We're embedding simple magic into Matiss's complex magic. When she's in shock, wide-eyed and crying, Granville continues to instruct Nardoli next. Then the mana of other senior mages follows. Upon Granville's command, Nardoli replies, yes, as he embeds magic that creates powerful energy flows. Next, Fayan Ruther. Then Bellilucier. Finally, if we duplicate it with fire magic, combined with a huge amount of other extremely powerful magic, Granville orders the final strike on Bence William. Hearing this, Bence quickly answers, yes, as Cream Jabber looks horrified at what's happening before him. Even his fire magic might not be enough. The combined light from the mages creates a powerful energy that heads straight for Cream Jabber and his demon. A spark of light around turns into a strong violet beam hitting where Cream Jabber is. Randfell understands he can't avoid this. In the white smoke rising up, Cream Jabber rushes out with eyes full of hatred and fire that could burn everything. He shouts, how amusing. Looking at the faces of the mages through the shifting portal, they are extremely frightened. Is he okay? The mages attack Cream Jabber with their maximum flames. Bangris and Marcello use all their strength to resist Cream Jabber's immense fire magic. Bangris sighs, exhausted, the fire is too terrible, the shield can't handle it. Marcello replies, indeed, it's dragon fire. The entire tower is engulfed in flames as the voice warns. At this rate, the whole magical tower will melt away. Cream Jabber laughs triumphantly with a sly smile on his face. He makes the power stronger through the portal gate. We understand you're just playing tricks in the magic tower. Let's see how long you can hold out against my magic. Sharp ice shards from the other side retaliate against Cream Jabber's attack. He is surprised by this. Suddenly, a figure appears on the other side of the portal gate while Cream Jabber remains in his magical stance. Everyone shouts, be careful, seniors. Xenios smiles calmly and threatens, you rogue, Cream Jabber, he's too arrogant now. Cream Jabber is enraged with fire. People discuss quietly. Lord Xenios has entered the waterway. Senior Grand Focao, Marcello, and other mages are also involved in this battle. I will accompany Lord Xenios, Marcello responds fearfully. Don't tell me that only two of you are facing Cream Jabber. Marcello tries to stop him. No, it's too dangerous. Granville reassures, knowing each mage has a specific task. Senior Marcello will take the rest of the campaign. He steps through the portal gate, leaving everyone worried. Wait, only two of them are facing Cream Jabber. Shouldn't we help? But our mission from Hoi On's leader is still important. Marcello tries to stop him again. No way, it's too risky. Granville reassures, each of us has a specific task here. Marcello takes over the rest of the campaign. He steps through the portal gate, leaving everyone worried. People keep saying, wait, only two of them are facing Cream Jabber. Shouldn't we help? But our mission from Hoi-On's leader is still important. First, seal off the tower gates to prevent other players from getting involved. In the real world, a blonde-haired girl and a man in glasses are surprised by something. What's this? Other players are shocked as the tower gate is sealed with golden chains and sealed. The tower gates are locked. What's happening inside the tower? In the raging fire, Cream Jeva laughs mockingly, shouting, "Xenios, did you bring a young adventurer with you? Aren't you curious about the truth I'm holding?" Granville and Xenios walked boldly without fear of Cream Jeva's brutality. Xenios mocked, calling Cream Jeva a traitor. "Your arrogance has gone too far, Cream Jeva." The anger in Cream Jeva made his teeth grind as he retorted. Xenios spoke straight and taunted, "People call you the Fire Dragon. Do you really think you've become one? You had to trade your soul for the so-called omnipotent power." Cream Jeva, the anger in Cream Jeva made him smoke. His rage created a blazing red flame that shot up into the sky, forming large whirlwinds. With his red eyes wanting to devour the opponent, he whispered, "I thought you, unlike others, would understand me, but I was wrong. Xenios, so in the end, you're just a petty man. Then I won't be lenient with you anymore. Dominant power is the only true reality. I will help you and that old young adventurer see what real magic truly is." Granville looked anxiously at his computer screen. An unusual mana sign appeared again. That's a stream of water. Streams of water are appearing simultaneously all over the world. Granville observed and thought around him. The space-time was being distorted. Everything around was becoming twisted. Announce. System error. You've entered a broken stream of water. Cream Jeva ordered. Akim Padam, open the door. With a sinister smile, he replied, "Yes, Sir Cream Jeva." The darkly glowing doors gradually opened. Granville glanced around while Xenios ordered, "Li Hoyan, can I hand this over to you?" Hearing that, Granville responded, "No problem." He activated his skills. Hostile enemy skill activated. His combat ability against the demon enemies greatly increased. He cast spells and flipped several demons off their horses. Cream Jeva, enraged, cursed, "You scoundrel." He swung his attacks into blazing fireballs. The flames fiercely approached Granville. Xenios angrily shouted at the green sparks, "You evil bastard, my opponent is me, Cream Jeva." With a sinister smile, he advanced and cast spells. Cream Jeva laughed mockingly. "Xenios, do you think you're worthy to fight me? Fire and ice are natural enemies. How could you stop me with your ice spell that melted before it froze?" Granville's face was filled with worry, but his eyes were sharp as he continued fighting. "I can't pinpoint where Cream Jeva is in the thick mist. Thinking about it, the thick mist obscured my view of Cream Jeva." Suddenly, Akim Padam's fireball hit Granville from behind. The fire seemed to burn him. Akim Padam laughed mockingly. "Human scum, you're done for now." Before he could counterattack, he was already reduced to ashes. "Fighting you is boring." Just as he spoke, a familiar hand reached out and grabbed Akim Padam's head. It seemed the fight had ended, but Granville whispered, "I wasn't unable to retaliate. It's just that I didn't need to do so." And the army of demons moved forward. "Hurry to support Sir Kareem Javadi." Suddenly, Granville's hand grabbed Akim Padam's head and whispered, "It's not that I couldn't retaliate. It's just that I didn't need to." The demon was sweating in fear as it replied, How are you okay after being burned by my Akim Padam?" He sneered and replied, "A fire demon like you. Not enough to scratch me. I've had many predecessors who gave me fire resistance." In the blazing flames, Cream Jeva woke up, glanced around, and a thought flashed through his mind. Akim Padam got hit? He was serious. That kid isn't an ordinary new recruit. But it's over now. Xenios, the company car manager, yelled loudly, drawing everyone's attention. "The water gaps will collapse soon and the king of demons will be reborn. The rate of collapse is increasing rapidly. At this pace, the collapse will happen sooner or later." System notifications kept appearing, making it harder for Xenios to breathe as Cream Jeva squeezed his throat. Demons kept rushing through the portal. Cream Jeva declared, "Soon, I'll have the truth and power I desire. You will never defeat me." One red-haired guy was continuously trying to open the door. Damn it! Open the door! The water gaps are about to collapse. You miserable tower of demons. What are you doing? At least let us use the portal for evacuation. I don't care if I die. At least let me die on the battlefield. Cream Jever continued squeezing Sinew's throat with his hands, showing no intention of letting go. Sinews was struggling to hold on. Sinews tried to explain with his last strength. I'm sorry, Cream Jever, I never intended to defeat you in this battle. Cream Jever's eyes stared at Sinews in confusion. The car's computer screen showed shattered spatial fragments, and he seemed shocked by the situation. Everyone watched as he announced that the water gaps had been conquered. He ordered Marcelo to instruct the other mages on how to handle this urgent situation. Split into pairs and disperse. Each team enter a water gap. We will follow Hoyon's leader's instructions. Team Grief and Maya will go through water gap 1497. They responded in unison. Team Maudis and Benz, water gap 1498. They echoed his command. Senior Marcelo, Senior Bellio and I will go through water gap 1500. System notifications kept appearing, and Cream Jeva's anger continued to burn brighter. But Xenios remained unbothered, taunting him. To show you one last good thing you don't want to see. Water columns suddenly descended from the sky, surprising Jever. A faint figure appeared in the water. Xenios' shadow gradually became clearer, enveloping Jever with a water column. This move left Jever struggling, that dragon's breath. Is this his dirty trick? He exhaled a red aura, causing Granville on the side to notice. It's futile. That red light binding him caught Granville's attention. His eyes turned cold and sharp, full of thoughts. He started acting, no room for his thoughts. Demons appeared from the red light, all looking fierce. Seeing this, Granville could only smirk. They're moving. Don't let him get inside my head. The demons also emerged from the red light. All of them looked menacing. Granville could only shrug. Tight. There are thoughts in my head too. The demons here are starting to act. Everyone rises at once as he raises his hand straight up to the sky, power radiating continuously. With Granville's quick movements, one strike felled countless demons. Thoughts raced through his mind. We don't have time to fight each one individually. This is not good. As soon as I stop, this stream will break apart. We need to help Xenios immediately or he'll lose. These thoughts made his expression more serious. On the other side, Xavier began her counterattack. Amidst the sparks in the air, she couldn't resist taunting him. You are truly pitiful, Xenios. Do you think a little ice can freeze me? As he spoke, he continuously attacked his opponent. Fortunately, Xenios' quick movements helped him avoid many attacks. Seeing this, Jever grew more excited, his mouth exhaling hot breath, testing to see if it would only melt before my fire. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, filled with questions and steam. What is happening? But this can't be happening in the midst of all this fire. His ice should have melted by now. No, this feeling is strange. The sea of flames made Jever more bewildered. His hand still tightly covering his mouth, eyes wide with fear at something. This cold sensation comes from deep within my body. This chill just made Butcher June shiver. Xenios had been standing behind him all along, speaking slowly. If ice magic was only to blind the eye. What's really freezing is my breath. I've inhaled it since the beginning. So their organs are now frozen too, with satisfaction on Xenios' face. Only now did Jever realize he had fallen into a trap, eyes filled with hatred turning towards the back. You will be affected by this magic as well. Despite his stubbornness, thoughts kept running through his mind. Damn it! I thought everything would be easy to defeat him like this. Turns out he's using a different kind of magic to trick me. Cold air enveloped the space around them. Gusty winds blew in waves. Xenios' voice echoed loudly. I've said it before. I had no intention of winning this battle. Jeva's body began to freeze, struggling to speak a few words. Man, the image of Xenios in front made him realize something. His intent is. Memories from before flashed as Granville carefully looked at the paper being brought forward. The voice of the person opposite echoed steadily. This is a magic scroll I've admired for centuries after joining the Tower of Arcane Knowledge. It's powerful enough to destroy an entire large space. As Zenio spoke, his gaze went out towards the door. Granville was puzzled by this. "Why are you giving me this?" Zenio smiled slightly. "But my magic is the worst to counter Karamjeva's fire because his ice can be controlled by his infernal flames. At most, we'll just have a firefight. Even then, my failure rate is high. If things go badly, use it without hesitation." As he spoke, he turned towards Grenfell. He tightly gripped the scroll, hesitant. "Your intent to kill both of us is..." Without letting him finish, Xenios called out directly, "Rogue Liwion." This made his eyes widen in surprise. Ignoring Grenfell, Xenios spoke indifferently. "As I said before, I've lived for hundreds of years. I feel my time is running out." This is the wish of a dying old man. Back in reality, Xavier was using her shaking arm to point at the person in front. He had prepared to die in this battle. Genius couldn't help taunting as he felt the bone-chilling coldness that paralyzed every sense of his body, like Kareem Jeva's. The image of him faded from Jeva's eyes, making him unable to accept the truth. "My movements have become stiff. The cold has seeped into my bones. Am I about to die? How can that be possible?" On the other side, Xenio's eyes also grew dull. "I did it." His breathing slowed down. "He's being frozen." Karen Jever, Fire Dragon, let us sink into eternal slumber under this thick layer of snow with its silence. Following his thoughts, two large ice blocks appeared on the ground. Suddenly, Jever roared loudly, his eyes glowing red. "How can I allow that to happen?" Immediately after, a dragon formed from flames, struggling mightily in midair, radiating immense power. This scene left Xenios astonished. He had to shield his eyes with one hand. Seeing Jeva's entire body engulfed by fire, he shouted bluntly, "Karen Jeva, you're burning your internal organs to melt the ice, right?" In response, Jever displayed a show of power. "I am Karen Jever, Eternal Fire Dragon." Meanwhile, at Granfell, demons fell one after another, leaving him shocked. "All the demons have fallen. What's happening?" This is the life force and magic of the demons. As he thought this, he looked up at the red streaks flying away. They flew straight towards Jever. "They are being absorbed by Kareem Jever." Jever continued shouting loudly, "I am a demigod. I am called the Immortal Fire Dragon." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Xenios urgently warned, "Stop, Kareem Jeva, you'll go mad." The Jeva on the other side had taken on a dragon form. His entire body was engulfed in flames. He kept repeating, "I am Kareem Jever." This scene left Xenios powerless. "No! I no longer have the strength to fight." Suddenly, a hand landed on his back from behind. The power followed suit. This made Xenios slightly startled. Granville had been behind all along. His eyes were resolute. Sorry for being late. He glanced back at Julian. But then realizing, he shouted loudly, "It's dangerous. Move back." In response, Xenios gave him a determined look. "Yes, I'm sure this battle is dangerous. I don't have enough magic to fight a demigod." Thinking about it, a smile crept onto his lips. Granfell was enveloped by a surge of power. He looked incredibly confident. With the demon energy absorbed, things will be different. Immediately after, notifications began streaming in, activating enemy natural abilities. Your combat strength will significantly increase when fighting demons. Thus, he launched an attack towards Jeva. "I'll fight with my last strength." Xavier was covered by Granfell's strike. He emitted painful cries from his mouth. He was enveloped in layers of ice, denying the burning sensation. "No, you, Brett!" Soon, all the mumbling stopped. At this moment, Xavier was just a cold block of ice. Suddenly, Xenios coughed loudly. His vitality followed suit, alarming Granfell immensely. "Are you alright, Xenios?" He looked at the reddened wounds on Xenios' arm and couldn't help but sigh. He's been severely burned down there too. He has used up too much strength. Xenios struggled to speak each word carefully. "Priest, Master, Hoyon, use a scroll of magic paper." Those words made him jump in surprise. He looked at Jeva, who was silent before him. Granville turned in. That name had completely frozen over. Xenios didn't let him hesitate. I can only slightly control his movements. Use the scroll when you leave. Kenneth, my vitality won't last another minute. It's a pity that I couldn't fulfill my lifelong wish with my own hands. But as he spoke, his face showed contentment. Granville immediately interrupted him. His eyes revealed regret. Don't say it like that. You are the greatest mage of ice magic from the Tower of Demons. Xenios fell to the ground, his voice filled with regret. If I could reach the absolute zero ice magic level, perhaps I could freeze Han forever, but that's impossible. I need an eternal kingdom and all magic to activate such a spell. However, being able to freeze the fire dragon even just a little is thanks to you, Maj Hoyan. I don't regret using this life to freeze him. Granville removed the magical scroll without hesitation. In this case, if you're determined like that, I'll bring your eternal kingdom here. Xenios' eyes widened in surprise at these words. What? The magic scroll was opened by him, emitting green light continuously, interfering with time and space, materializing the magic power. Even if it would be difficult to perform this magic only with my own magic, but with this scroll and Xenios' accumulated magic inside, I can bring the eternal kingdom here. All three of them seemed to enter another spatial region. Xenios pointed his trembling hands forward. So you fulfilled my lifelong wish. How should I repay you now? Let's disappear, Kareem Jever. Immediately after his words, a phoenix encompassed the frozen Jever. They returned to their previous conversation. Xenios pointed the scroll at Granville, causing him some hesitation. But this is something not everyone can do. Why did you say only I could do this for you? As he spoke, a happy family image of Xenios appeared. Marcello and the other children couldn't do it. They would cry and beg us not to die. Everyone would hesitate over an old man's life and eventually all die when Kareem Jever wakes up. Happy memories kept flashing back. Now, Xenios turned to face Granville directly. So you will be the perfect candidate for using this magic scroll. I know it's a lot to ask, but can you do it? This is a request, not as an old mage, but as an anxious grandfather worried about his grandchildren from Inharnate. His face showed sadness. In this situation, Granville hesitated for a long time before replying. I can. Xenios' joyous smile was exactly what he hoped for. At the funeral in the Grand Church, his voice still echoed with gratitude. Thank you. High crime. During his battle with Kareem Jever, Eternal Ice Mage Xenios Bong fell. The service that day was secretly held. Everyone felt sorry for him. Bangrit Tom felt the loss deeply. He deserved a grand funeral, not this humble one. Maddie said there was nothing more they could do. Only senior and higher-ranked mages can do it. Bangrit Tom bit his lip, blaming himself. If I had been tricked by that demon worshipper, Master Xenios wouldn't have fallen. He closed his eyes and wept loudly. Granville approached and said, stopping to look up, his face stern. Everyone exclaimed, Explorers of Hoyan. As he spoke, he continued walking. The grand funeral broke the solemnity, and Marcello stepped back to let him pass. Bangrit Tom looked thoughtful as Marcello's voice startled him. That day must have been the most emotional for Marcello, but he remained calm. Marcello rubbed his head. Clearly, he was suppressing his emotions. Now that the tower is gone, he realized he couldn't be swayed. Granville spoke softly. Finally, Xenios, he smiled. He proved his pride by accepting the sacrifice alongside the enemy. At that moment, he showed no regret. Let everyone keep their past pain in their hearts. Now think about what you can do. What must the Moth app do? Marcello's face darkened. The tower had suffered an irreparable wound. But from that, they all knew who the true enemy of the Moth app was. Please let us lead in purging the demons with you. Excitedly, Marcello placed his hand on his chest. Granville closed his eyes and smiled without saying a word, seeming satisfied. He walked away. Hoyle felt exhausted inside. Now we really must take responsibility for the Moth app. Reports of the battle scene, Granville interviewed under the name Hoyle. A hand tightly squeezed the glass, voice full of anger. Damn it, so who was the one blocking the entrance to the Moth app then? The scene flashed back. People surrounding the door. Shouts echoed, open the door. Water is about to collapse. What are you demons in the Moth app doing? At least let us use the portal gate. It's beating on the door continuously. You placed your hand on your head. Your hand was still trembling. They must have thought that our efforts were ineffective in this battle, and this time we couldn't help either. Joelman approached, startling Tim in a bit. But are you going to sit there and be disappointed? It's okay. From now on, let's work hard together to become useful. Joelman held the documents with a radiant smile. Timon softly said, "My brother. System notification. Scheduled update is in progress. All players received this notice. A new area is approaching you. The Goddess Church, a major religion on the Akina continent with significant influence. Despite its strict doctrines, over 1/3 of the continent's population are believers, and the holy site of the church, Muan, it has now been added to your world. The new holy site of the Goddess Church, Menace, is being added." Player reactions were overwhelmingly positive. Comments felt like a boost in strength. Hoyon's voice, "Clearly this is good for the people." But why? Why would the Goddess Church attack players? He shouted desperately while Granville calmly sipped his tea. People ran away from the main gate in panic. A masked person's eyes glowed with red light. Just a few hours ago, at Menace's main gate, someone called Weaver was calling out. He turned around to see reporters taking photos as one interviewed Weaver upon the update of Menace. Bohemian's first attack. Can you share why you acted so quickly and what your goal is? He placed his hand on the opposite side. We are a 4th-tier guild in EU. Recently, we haven't been doing much and we haven't met everyone's expectations. But this time, it's different. Weaver struck hard on the opposite side. He confidently said, "My profession is a knight. We had the closest connection with the temple of the gods. This time, I will surpass everyone." The people there clapped in approval. Weaver immersed himself in the applause, thinking, "That's right. Until now, I only knew standing behind Li Hoyan and watching his achievements. But this time, knights will be the pioneers. This is my stage." Weaver! He couldn't boast for long. He was stunned. Standing before the main gate, he looked up in shock thinking, "Is something wrong here?" A knight under Weaver asks, "Is Master sure this place is still friendly in Akina's time?" The atmosphere is too tense to even greet. Knights are welcoming us from afar. Weaver is panicking inside but tries to say politely, "Greetings, members of the Light Keepers. I am a knight, Weaver. We came to support you." Just as he says, an arrow flies straight into his face. Leaving a scratch, Weaver's eyes widen in shock. The red-eyed church shouts, "Us. We are waiting for Judgment Day at the Holy Temple. All of this is Freya's city's order. We don't need help." Weaver shivers. Master calms down. Even the reporters are surprised. The master continues. "So anyone approaching Muon will be punished in the name of the gods, just as he says." Arrows rain down. The reporter interviews while running. Muon has launched an attack. "We'll face danger too." A loud shout echoes throughout the temple. At Us Korean Company, 3 people watch the news. The middle one puts his hand on his head and announces that Muon's territory declared war. Behind him, Su Hyong types away. He silently taps the keys continuously. A call comes in, declaration. "I brought the satellite image of rain on here." Jun rushes to report. He says something's wrong. The number of paladins is terrifying. He shows the picture. They've built this place perfectly for self-sufficiency inside. Just like that, they were prepared for today from the start. Could there really be Freya's city's plan? A strong wave of doubt? No, Jun pales and asks, "Huh?" He thinks aloud, rubbing his chin. "I heard the paladins on the radio and searched for information about Freya's city. If someone created her, it would have to show up in your database." His face turns pale with fear. But then, the supposed creator of Saint Freya yielded no results. On this side, Granville says coldly, "A demon." Hoyan goes crazy, covering Granville's mouth and shouting, "Is Muon's saint a demon? Do you know how powerful the Goddess Church is? Are you trying to get arrested for shooting her? Shut up." Meanwhile, Granville looks at the system screen. He tries to speak but can't find words. It's marked as a green-black amethyst, not a spring maiden. The system shows a quest for character class elimination of Osgard. Eliminate Osgard and the last demon hunters, uncovering the truth behind the Holy War. Strengthen your body repeatedly to confirm physical attributes related to the ongoing Holy War facing the Goddess Society's saints. Hoyle is shocked and terrified beyond measure. This bastard just for this reason. Granville frowns, better get intelligence from inside Akina. He orders, go observe the situation in Akina and report back to me. The spirit replies, I won't let you down, Master Hoyan. Granville sternly sends a nymph contract. Looking up at the slowly falling sparkling crystals like snowflakes, he can't look away from their beauty. With bright eyes, Klee exclaims happily. Amidst the ruins lies a water stream from the dungeon. Like gaining new knowledge, Klee exclaims in surprise, turns out the spring looks like this. Lines 41 to 60 are repeated as they exceed the 60-line limit. Please adjust or remove any unnecessary lines to fit exactly 60 lines. While Klee was busy exploring around, Granville suddenly sternly reminded her. Focusing on Gris O'Day, she immediately heard. She hurried to respond. Yes, sir. Looking at Grenfell's impressive back, Gris felt she had no outstanding qualities. She began wondering, why did the leader Grenfell bring her along? I remember someone who once cried and complained. Why didn't we let him go that day? He also wanted to enter the water. Gris sighed again. Everyone applied for distant service. Yet, on that day, they rejected a senior mage like Pence and only brought along a skilled mage like her. She gradually lost confidence in her own abilities. Plus, Belly once thought Grenfell highly valued her, fearing she might become delusional. Klee replied, I don't know, Miss Belia. To avoid negative emotions overwhelming her, she had to try and comfort herself. Shaking her head vigorously, Klee thought, no, she needed to focus on the task at hand. The leader wanted her to gather herbs. Continuing her search for the glowing white herb, Klee felt like a wish had come true. She looked at the bright white herb in awe. Overjoyed, Klee rushed towards the herb and exclaimed, found it. Not wanting to waste time, Klee quickly reached out to pick the herbs. However, just as she picked a few, Granville stopped her, telling her to pause. Skilled mage Creodia, perhaps Granville's warning came too late. At this moment, the mercenaries' ghosts gradually appeared. They continuously surrounded Klee, who was frozen with fear. Determined not to give the ghosts a chance to attack Klee, Hoyan immediately used an effect to confuse and disorient them. The ghosts were completely subdued, terrified beyond measure. Klee couldn't help but shiver as she exclaimed, ghosts, more importantly, frost magic similar to Zenio's herb. Seeing that Klee's condition was no longer concerning, now Granville began slowly explaining, witnessing such a level, I had no choice but to chase after it. It wasn't perfect, but I've learned how to do it. Regarding the glowing white herb that constantly emits an ethereal magic aura, Granville explained that the herbs she held were called easy magic. They only grow near rare iron magic, which often attracts souls and ghosts. Hearing this, Klee blushed in embarrassment. She suppressed her fear inside. Shaking, she apologized. I understand now. I should have been more careful. My lack of experience caused you trouble. Not showing any blame. Granville cut off Kree's words. You called? Kree O'Day. Without waiting for Klee to respond, Granville asked why she was in the water channel. At a loss for an appropriate answer, Klee replied honestly, gathering herbs for research. Never having been treated this way before, she felt a sense of devaluation. Looking at Granville with a harsh gaze, Klee said, just focus on that. Turning to leave, Granville still looked forward to her. I'll freeze any ghost that dares approach you. But now, unlike Granville's solemn demeanor, Hoyle began scheming, using this opportunity to refine herb cultivation methods and mass-produce them. A magic drug factory sounded appealing. Losing control more and more, Klee couldn't help but feel moved by Granville like a deity. Feeling empowered, Klee stood up determinedly. I'll try my best. I won't disappoint you. It seems mana has run out. At this moment, both Granville and Hoyle became serious. His face darkened as he replied, just consider the frozen monsters as training experience. As promised, now Klee began focusing on her training under Granville's and Hoyle's supervision. She continuously cast fire magic at the frozen mercenaries. Impressed by Collie's abilities, Hoyle exclaimed, "Magic truly is different, like discovering a precious gem." Hoyle exclaimed with emotion. A skilled mage specializing in healing, who just defeated a level 560 monster taking her along, was definitely the right decision. Thinking alike, Granville echoed in agreement. Not bad. Hoyle got so excited thinking about old times, and we've been living half dead with just herbal tea. Remembering what needs to be done, Hoyle started mulling over his thoughts. Klee might be able to gather easy mana on her own. It's time to deal with the bigger reason he's here. Quickly getting back to their initial plan, Granville casually used hand gestures for magic, summoning effortlessly. As soon as the summons were made, the fairy spirit immediately appeared, responding to the master's signal. Unable to hide her joy, Lesser happily held the floating teacup in midair and said softly, "Relying on our pact." I answered Hoyle's call, stepping out from Lesser's murmurs. Hoyle muttered to himself, "Why do I feel worse now?" Ignoring it, Lesser proudly flicked her hair. "Indeed, you noticed. I've learned how to behave like a noble and refined person." Lesser's possessiveness is annoying, Hoyle sternly reminded. "Don't learn such things anymore." Meanwhile, focusing on the current situation of Arcana Continent, Granville slowly asked, "What's the state of affairs there?" Hearing that, Lesser felt she hadn't done enough. She replied sheepishly, "Alas, I haven't figured anything out yet." However, round the Queen Book Tower he activated, recounting the chaos from that day. Now, the tower is surrounded both in the air and on the ground. While there are advanced airships up above, below there are hungry monsters raging with fury. Not forgetting to mention the unexpected appearance of dwarves. Lesser hurriedly detailed, the dwarves and their airships have gathered to fight against them. Seeing Hoyle and Grenfell interested in this information, Lesser continued, "Yes, they seem to sense the tower's activation and are gathering. Thanks to that, the demons suffered heavy losses." Before she could finish, Grenfell coldly interrupted, "We want to go there now, straight into Arcana." Looking at Grenfell, Hoyle sighed, feeling like a hunter but wondering if he needed to act so serious. In the end, whether by accident or on purpose, Hoyle also mimicked Grenfell's stance as if not noticing. He thought about it and this time felt similar to Grenfell. The tower fighting demons means thinking of potentially claiming all rewards upon completion. A sinister smile emerged. Anticipating the celebration early, Hoy unexcitedly nudged Grenfell. "Let's head to Arcana now. Get some experience and meet the dwarves too." Regardless of his commotion, Grenfell turned back to Lesser. "What about the temple?" Unable to hide her disappointment, Lesser replied, "Well, there's no news on the temple." Noticing Lesser's mood seemed bad, Grenfell didn't want to make things difficult. He responded mildly, "I understand. Something feels off." Hoyon secretly suspected. A large group like the temple disappearing, and there's no news in Akanayu. Definitely suspicious. Seeing nothing more, Lesser proactively spoke up. "That's all the information I could gather. Do you have any requests?" Having everything planned out, Grenfell stood and ordered, "Let's head to the end of the waterfall." Hearing that, Lesser quickly replied, following orders gladly. Surprised by Grenfell's sudden decision, suddenly remembering something, Hoyle unexpectedly thought, "Wait, the boss in this waterfall will be." Knowing what Hoyle was thinking, Grenfell adjusted his clothes and said, "Now that we have gathered intel, let's head back quickly." Meanwhile, at the second underground mine, a man was suffering terrible attacks, as if his internal organs were shattered with no strength to resist. He could only give up. It turned out, what attacked him from start to finish wasn't human, but a huge monster boss. Not just this man. At the moment, it was sweeping away all other teammates too. Looking at the scene before him, Spring couldn't care less, despite someone offering to withdraw and help. "The boss is too strong, you should consider retreating." He showed no mercy and firmly said no. Remembering Jesse's triumphant stance on top of his success, Zanshan smiled resolutely, thinking that now that Jesse Hins was shining, They had to conquer this water gap first and improve their ranking. Still overestimating himself, Zanshan became increasingly selfish. He continued foolishly giving orders. Even if it meant killing them, he still had to live on. Without seeing the coffin, Zanshan only hid cowardly from afar and shouted loudly, "No matter what happens, we must defeat that iron block." Meanwhile, at a different time, in the 660-level treacherous mine, not long into this place. At this moment, Hoyon still stood with his arms crossed. No subject or predicate needed here. He looked at the move and calmly said to it, "Emperor." Looking at the boss in front of him, Hoyon called out, "This timid one," instantly heard. The monster responded hoarsely, "A noble with infinite potential. I've always been waiting for someone like you." Showed interest. Both Hoyon and Grenfell silently watched it, readying themselves for the fierce battle. Its eyes suddenly shone brightly, having grown tired of its invincible role in the dungeon. The boss cluster seemed a bit urgent. "Please take me to the peak you aspire to." As the monster hoped, Grenfell began transferring mana outside. Soon, that magical light transformed into a mineral stone. Staring at the mysterious stone Grenfell held, Hoyon was bewildered. "This is Guan Yu's true form. Smaller than I thought," Grenfell explained. "Demon steel is material for a self-aware soul sword." Through many PC rumors, it said that demon steel appears in the guise of adamantine to test those who challenge it. If this is true, perhaps we found an answer. Grenfell tried transforming the mineral stone into a sharp sword and concluded it wasn't defeating the iron block, but showcasing powerful sword energy. Gripping the sword tightly, Grenfell gradually affirmed that the hidden path to absorb demon steel might be real. Impressed by Grenfell's strength, Hoyle sighed. "Lucky me, I'm out of mana, so I can disappear if we have to fight." Grenfell confidently replied, "I don't lose to anyone." Suddenly, the system alerts sounded continuously. Besides conquering the dungeon, it warned about the impending collapse of the mine. Quickly escape through the watermarks. At this moment, Grenfell, Hoyle, and Glee were fully focused. Seeing Grenfell and Hoyle, Glee was relieved, meaning they had conquered the water gap. "I just finished gathering and am going to find you now." Not reacting too enthusiastically, he adjusted his outfit after the battle. Grenfell replied, "Yeah, I got a big harvest." Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Hoyon, over here." It was Transon and the rest of the guild. He arrogantly asked, "Looks like you've conquered the treacherous mine too?" Not knowing how terrible his appearance looked, Transon continued to act big, but felt humiliated this time. "Our guild conquered first, so I don't care much." Hoyle thought privately. He thought it was a bit late to gather both easy demons and demon steel. With each victory, Transon grew more excited, then shouted loudly, "This time, our guild will be the star, but I haven't finished my sentence yet." At this moment, the reporters swarmed like bees. They rushed towards Grenfell and Hoyle, shouting, "Lally Hoyle over here," moving their cameras quickly. Driven by the swarm of reporters, Transon couldn't help feeling dizzy. He kept spinning, looking at his pitiful state. Hoyon sympathetically thought, "He looks a bit sad." At this moment, the reporters started making noise again. "Lord Hoyon, I have a question for you." "Don't push me, let me go first." Looking at the noisy reporters, Hoyon grew increasingly annoyed. He uncomfortably thought but noticed there were more reporters than usual. No signs of letting up, they continued to holler loudly. Player Lai Hoyon, congratulations on conquering the water gap. But when he heard another question, "Did you personally give orders to resolve the matter in the current reign on fiefdom?" Hoyon was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. He muttered to himself, like being shocked into madness. Hoyon roared angrily, "What are they talking about?" Meanwhile, at the same time, outside the entrance of the Reign on Square, despite still bleeding wounds and temporary bandages, Weaver, the female knight, was extremely panicked as she asked, "What in the world is going on here? What's happening? What do you want to do, knights?" Unable to accept the humiliating submission of other knights, Weaver angrily shouted, "Why are you bowing your heads?" Despite not wanting to surrender, Weaver insisted. One of the knights trembled and spoke, "We apologize. We didn't recognize your highness's presence and acted rudely. Seeing the fear in the knights, Marcello slowly removed his cloak and hat. He calmly replied, "Look up, it's not me who should be showing seriousness, but the chief mage Li Huoyan." Dumbfounded by Marcello's shocking appearance, Huoyan frantically rubbed his head as he panicked inside. Why is he there? As he removed his hood, Marcello said, "Please stop looking up. This person deserves respect. Not me, but Chief Mage Li Huoyan." Regardless, Cello continued, "According to the rules, you must present valid identification. If you truly believe in the goddess's church and its doctrine of charity, there's no reason for you to be here. You're acting strangely. For that reason, the Magic Tower requires a one-on-one meeting between Chief Mage Li Huoyan and this saint lady." Han Shen and Gong thought the situation was suspicious because Huoyan could recognize evil as long as he met the saint lady. He would surely see through the church's lies. Not long after, in Rain On, inside a hidden chamber, an unusual voice echoed, "Please come in. I must bow and request to meet the saint lady." Skipping formalities, she immediately said, "Stop looking up. This person deserves respect. Why are you obeying my orders and opening Rain On's gate?" He apologized, "Your Holiness. But a mage from the Magic Tower came to find us. Can they destroy our sanctuary with just one wave of their hand? They only want to talk to the saint lady, so I tried to meet their terms and assess the situation first." "You mean your faith is wavering?" He kept trying to justify himself. "No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly, he felt something unusual. It was a faint sensation throughout his brain. He painfully rubbed his head. Meanwhile, she began mind control. "I understand." The sanctuary suddenly transformed into an unfamiliar world. "And you must be lying too. Now listen carefully again. What did the goddess say?" He replied obediently. The goddess said, "The mages from the Magic Tower are a bunch of arrogant scoundrels." Then he was possessed, shouting wildly, "Good, we'll open Rain On. We'll spread the greatness of our church to the world, so that even those mages from the Magic Tower won't dare look down on us anymore. Praise the goddess, praise the goddess, praise the goddess, praise the goddess, praise the goddess." Hai Long replied, "You're right. Tongue is the most trustworthy of the goddess's followers. So, Rain On's gate." Bao Jin excitedly live-streamed, "Hello, I'm in famous Rain On where everyone is talking about. The Magic Tower mage mentioned Huoyan's name, so he can come here anytime, anywhere," and comments quickly appeared. First was Momisa Gorilla, "Hi. Then Goddess Sunista commented, "Oh my." They opened the door after that mage arrived. "Is it due to the Magic Tower's influence?" Holman answered that Huoyan's order was an HOM and effect. Meanwhile, he continued his live stream. "Until then, let me introduce something to you. They said the lady was inside the hidden chamber, but didn't allow the people in. And here's a long, tedious stream from Wying. The number of viewers is 682. Line 60. Sunista comments again. Look in that direction, she's not lacking. Gorilla Momisa suggests, please look at it once. So you follow their lead and change directions. Therefore, instead of avoiding the power plant for sightseeing, we'll go see the source over there. Then mutters, haven't even started and people are already flocking here, right? Not waiting long. You switch to your favorite category. Water from that place is called the goddess's miracle. Drink it and you can look younger. I'll head straight there and drink it myself, which might make some of my old channel accounts laugh. Gorilla Momisa is used to this routine. Comments, look at his excited face. Sunista continues, that name only came for this, right? But you're not really ignoring it. Park Y Gang writes, if anything happens after drinking this water, all my income from the channel will go to my mother and Lord Huoyan. The comment section goes wild. VKFTH is first. Don't overdo it. Love killer comments. Oh, look behind you, immediately followed by a flood of similar comments. Gorilla Momisa, behind. You're shocked to the point of staring. Oh, Huoyan. Not just you, many people around quickly recognize him and chase after. It's Li Huoyan. Never mind the netizens. They are going crazy. Representative ones include Dr. Sathoy Alonli Gauthit, Wyong. Why are you still doing this instead of following him? Or like a dictat early Hoi on with his humorous comment, give him the Nobel Peace Prize. He seems to command everyone, but in his heart he's deep in thought. A bunch of people appear here. They opened all the gates of their fortress after a period of seclusion. This is certain. Even Marcello said, the female knight has good political acumen. What they call the goddess's miracle. They say drinking it can make you look younger. That way, they increase their numbers in a terrible manner. Recalling that, considering everyone's attitude here, he mused as Marcello said, suddenly changing stance. Maybe they are focusing on gathering this crowd to turn them all into disciples. No matter how you look at it, the suspicious stench, suddenly a sword points at him. The machine predicts, ahead is Phrygia's sanctuary, where the Holy Maiden reigns supreme, no discrimination. His presence here, he thought. Then his face said, foolish, everything is clear now. At the same time, activating the enemy also confirms my suspicions. Turns out in the end, she's a demon, Phrygia the Maiden. He didn't do much, just told them to see for themselves. Of course, they need to cleanse all their state effects first. All the knights are dizzy. Hush. What is this? My head. Enough, alright? Who said you can do that? As he asked, he walked out leisurely. The machine paused in surprise. Lady, the knights were still reeling from shock at that moment. Hush, my head. What's happening? But this was nothing compared to how people felt then. They seemed enchanted and moved. And she is so beautiful. Wow, the lady has arrived. Insane! Should I join the goddess's temple for training? It seems the comment section was affected too. How embarrassing. Li Hoyon. Gorilla Momisa. Wow, really? Then she pretends to be serious and says, you're trying to interfere with my knight. It seems like you need the goddess's guidance and are repeating an old trick. But unfortunately for him, it only hits a nerve because of his enemy's status effect nullifying skills. She is worthy. Then Insane laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. I get it, of course. Yes, you, the last survivor of Axon. There were countless meteorites falling down next. Everyone was shocked and ran around. He bluntly asked, isn't that the Holy Maiden? The illusory figure grew tentacles, its teeth sharpening. Seeing this terrifying form, he muttered, that's the devil's true legs, Freyr. It revealed its true form and stopped pretending, sighing, foo. I never thought hunters would actually come all the way here. This is enough fun. Even daring to point at me, saying, thanks to you, I had a wonderful time. The goddess's disciples are really foolish. Because you obeyed my commands like divine will, it was easy for me to invade Akana and kill innocent people repeatedly. Isn't all this chaos caused by the devils? He covered his face in despair, gasping, fell to the ground. Despair said, have the devils been deceiving us for so long? For so long. Why did we ignore the deaths of civilians and close the rain gate? At that moment, he stood up. Your faith is so fragile that a few treks by the devil could shake it? How shallow was your faith all along? Honestly, I don't believe in religion much either. He held someone for a moment. After saying this, he thought about the important issue at hand. What do we do now? Can I defeat her alone? Maybe I should call some fellow magicians from the magic tower. Suddenly, you have the authority to command the Holy Maiden's Knight Order. By Captain Silitalim Eber's order, 48,800 knights will follow your control. Current situation. Transmitting orders. What is command authority? When he was still flustered, everyone echoed, thank you. If we lose here, we will truly betray the goddess's will. We were too foolish to be deceived and exploited by the devil. Please, with your sword, lead us in attacking while the others fight. He shouted, After saving lives, he continued until freeing the Holy Maiden from the devil's captivity. Please command us, he said in shock. Silence for a moment. And to the knights, it is time to prove your true faith. Will you let the one who deceived the goddess go unpunished? Or will you join me to defeat it? They all agreed unanimously. What a futile move. He ordered the faithful believe in the Holy Maiden. Move forward. Defeat that devil and reclaim your noble honor.